that I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. Irresolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. Yeah, I'm about to lose it to you, baby. Girl, you really make me go crazy. You make me go crazy. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, girl, with you, girl, with you. You make me crazy when I'm with you, with you, girl.
You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Oh, jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. And I know that you want me from that sweet look in your eyes. Do you wanna leave this party, baby? Go for a ride. I can be good, I can be bad, I can be anything you like. So come on over, come on over, baby. Make me feel alive. Sugar, sugar. Make me feel alive. Come on, baby girl. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Make me feel alive. Sugar, sugar. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Come on, make me feel alive.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. Precious, you're the only one, you are my precious. Oh, luscious, there's no other word that can describe you. Back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies.
Tell me what's in your mind, just be around. You can't be down, so baby come round. What's on your mind, just be around. You can't let me down, so baby come on. Bring it on, depend upon. Don't be shy, you can test me. Turn me on, make me feel I'm gone, ready to fly to your heart. Ready to fly to your mind. So let me touch you. On the way, by my side, never leave me here now. Even somehow, oh, bitch, it is worth it. Plain as the stars at night, sure as the changing tide. To you, I surrender. Just as the sun will rise and time keeps on ticking by. To you, I surrender. A love never ending. back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Driving down the motorway, riding on the edge of my seat. I'm looking in the rearview, 'cause the future is so bittersweet. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Keep me coming back for more. I need this now, more than I could ever say. Hit me like a hurricane, yeah, hit me like a tidal wave. Take a deep breath, swim hard for the shore. Keep from going under, keep me coming back for more. Keep me coming back for more. One, I wanted you, I never wanted to be the third person you'd be searching for. I had 5 reasons in 1996, 7 minutes in this heavenly sin. I'm picking you up, I made you a mixtape, I played you, I'm calling you up.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Birmingham. Can't get enough of it. Welcome, friends. We're here for day 1 of ESL 1 Birmingham 2024, and the weather is glorious. I hope you guys are ready for some fantastic Dota. I know I am. I can't wait to get started. I'm sure the players feel the same. They're all back there scrimming and practicing and getting ready. Are you guys ready to watch some high-level Dotes? I am. So let's head inside to Shiva and the crew.
It has been 5 years since ESL 1 was in Birmingham, but we are back. I can't wait to see what's coming. Of course, ESL 1 Birmingham is the event that brought us DHL chance. We'll see if that comes back as well, but I know one thing guaranteed that is back is the top tier Dota 2 that we are going to witness over the next couple of days. And we're going to witness it with top-tier people as well, as I'm joined this morning by Kezu, by Tigov, and by Jenkins. Good morning, everybody. Kezu, how you doing?
Doing great. Had a good night's sleep. Just saw a great content piece from Ted. Probably talking about the bad weather. So yeah.
That was great. What do you mean? That was the best weather we have in England.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's good.
I'm just happy that we have Dota back in England. Like,
Yeah.
it's 5 years. Like, 2019, 2018, we had ESL Birmingham. Like, the crowd was, like, incredible. It was, like, my, second experience with, Dota crowds. And then we just lost it for, like, 5 years.
Yeah.
So I just can't wait for playoffs.
It feels like more than 5 years because of COVID, too.
Yeah, it's
It was like
20 years.
a century ago
Yeah.
at this point. So there's a lot on the line. It's back in Birmingham. People want to win, especially Ari.
Jenkins. Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Huh?
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
No ham.
No ham.
Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Welcome,
Birmingham.
brother. Welcome.
Great.
Good job.
Great. We're learning on the job here this morning, and mate, that's gonna be we're gonna learn a lot here about the teams as well. But first, we are gonna kick off ESL Birmingham in style.
Birmingham. After 5 long years, ESL 1 is back. A lot has changed since then. But one thing you never forget in England is how to turn out as a crowd. How could we? It's in our blood. We're in a new era of the game. Who's good? Who's bad? No one knows for sure. But one thing we do know is preparation is paramount. 12 of the best teams in the world are here, ready to show you what they're capable of.
Blind into the back. The Ubers, they thought they could get this 3-0.
And prove that they deserve to join the list of players worthy of the ESL 1 trophy. The fight's about to begin. It's time to brawl.
It is the first LAN event of 2024, and that means a lot extra pressure to perform here for the teams, because who knows how many LAN events they had the chance to attend before playing, for example, at Riyadh Masters, at the Esports World Cup, or at TI, or, anything really. They really gotta give it their all, and also, especially for that prize pool, Kezu.
Yeah, I think it's always nice, especially nowadays, you also have a better distribution when it comes to the prize pool as opposed to the old days. So I think that's a good change up. And, everyone wants to go to Riyadh Masters, of course. It's like the biggest tournament we have nowadays. So not just the money, also the points, Mr. T.
What would you do, Kezu, with $300,000? How many Pokemon cards would that buy you?
That would be
What?
a lot of
One
Pokemon
really
cards.
big card.
No, I'd like 30% cards, 30% trying to invest, and then the other 30%. And also nice vacation.
Excuse me, I heard cards are an investment.
They are an investment.
Have I been lied to?
No, they are. They're part, but they're not like hard investment. You need to separate.
They're medium risk. Yeah.
What's the return? How many years do you need to hold them?
It's different.
In
from
your
card to
lifetime,
card.
are you going to get the return, or?
Well, some cards can be instant. Some cards maybe 1 year. Some cards maybe 4.
Do you think the players that are winning this tournament are dumb enough to invest into Pokemon cards?
I might
or to
get them
consider it
to,
a
yeah.
medium risk investment?
I don't think that they will invest in Pokemon cards. Let's not talk about that one. Let's instead focus on what really matters. As you heard Kezu say, it's the points. And we are, of course, here at ESL 1 Birmingham, which is part of the Esports World Cup system. It all ends at Riyadh Masters, and we are aiming to see which teams potentially after this event lock themselves in for that championship. And there are 26,640 points, Jenkins, up for grabs.
Yeah, that's, in my opinion, the most points of any tournament here on this list, Shiver.
It's a good take.
That's a
That's
lot.
a good take.
That's a great take.
Of course, the later in the year we proceed, the more points that are awarded. But this is a LAN, so LANs have to have higher pressure, more impact, and so here we are. A few of these teams are pretty much guaranteed to go to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah.
But some of these other teams, like Tundra, this team is good enough to be there and to be one of those gladiators. But they need to do very well in this to guarantee that slot.
Yeah, and of course, Tigov, the later you play, as in ESL 1 Birmingham has, of course, a lot of points, but then there's a Dream League that has a lot of points as well, because the tournament's closer to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. are more important.
Yeah, of course, and it's going to help these like fringe teams, like Jenkins mentioned, like Shopify as well. They just need that one good run, that one good, that playoff bracket to secure somewhat top 3, top 4, get enough points to get top 8 to get themselves to the Rio Masters Esports World Cup. So yeah, I think it's great stuff here, and I'm just happy that we have a LAN finally. It's like,
Yes.
how many months have we been playing some online Dota? It's like, it's great, it's still incredible stuff, but seeing the crowd, seeing their reaction, some players, they just buckle under the pressure of the main stage.
Yeah, Team Spirit's got this. This is a W for them.
You win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we do have 12 teams that have flown here to Birmingham, and let's take a look at which teams those are. Of course, that was all through qualifiers, some getting directly invited based on those points, but 12 teams here to fight. And it is, I think, actually, Kezu, I think there's not like one clear favorite. There's a couple, don't get me wrong, but it's not one.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Like, you have a lot that are, of course, like very good. You have your Extremes, your Falcons, I think also like your Liquids and Gaming Gladiators, maybe Spirit on like a good day, but even, let's call it like the somewhat underdog teams, like maybe Talon is one team that I'm looking at. They have a lot of young players, like their offlaner. Maybe I'm butchering the pronunciation, but his name is WS. He's like 18 years old. I watched some of his replays. This guy looks like
he's really good.
This guy could pop off. Like, this guy's good.
Yeah, he's a superstar. I mean, I agree. I think like even Heroic, this team's average MMR is like 12,000 or something.
It's incredibly high, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredibly high. Like legitimately, I don't think there's any team that you can count out. Talon, like you mentioned, in their previous tournament, every single series that they played, they took a game. They didn't lose. They didn't get 2-0'd in any series, and it was just like an unfortunate situation for them. But I'm sure they're not feeling too bad about it because it's not like they got shit stomped in any of the games. Like, they were all very close.
Yeah, it's for me actually. Talon is the team to watch because they came so close. I was watching them play, and I'm like, I was disappointed that they didn't make it to the next stage because I felt like they could have given us an incredible show because the games were very entertaining as well.
Yeah, and like again, they're a fringe team on the leaderboard, right? Like, they're not in the top 8. They don't have the auto qualification yet. So if they can get something going this way, take some games with those good teams, get a deeper run, and suddenly Dream League now has even more emphasis because it's like one loss there, suddenly you might be that 9th team. You might be like 1 point shy of qualifying, right? So yeah, I think like Talon, Heroic, Tundra, like these are the big 3 teams that can try and upset a lot of these top 8 teams right now.
Yeah, you've already seen the points come by here on the right side. Is it the right side? Yes, it is. And the groups are pretty even. I don't think there's any real group of death, Kezu, is there?
Let me see. I have
Just
to
call one
refresh
up.
my mind.
You want to refresh? Just call one up, mate.
I thought definitely that one was stronger than the
Maybe
other.
Group A is a little. I would say Group A is a little stronger, but I might be slightly biased.
I'm saying Group B.
I'm leaning
stronger.
on Group B too. I feel like
Group B
there's a
stronger,
couple
yeah.
teams like in Group A, like G2IG. I feel like they have incredible names. They have not shown the performance yet.
No.
I would say also Shopify is a little 50-50. I feel like Liquid is 50-50. Like you have 2 very good teams with Falcons, Bad Boom, and the rest I feel like it's like a coin toss on a given day.
Wait, hold on a second there.
Holding on?
Shopify's 50-50? This is group stage Shopify we're talking about. There's no 50-50. There's 100. They always win group stages.
I'll wait and see.
They always win group stages. It's after group stage that it becomes the 50-50.
And that's where you need
How
to be
quickly
good.
is the drop-off post-group stage?
Instant.
Okay, just want to clarify.
And as a North American Dota fan and Shopify stan, huge fan of Arteezy, and especially Arteezy, streamkick.com/Arteezy, I think that the disappointment that comes out after the group stage, I'm sick of it. I'm saying this is going to be this is it for us. This is the time. You can do it, Arteezy. I believe in. We believe in you. You got this.
One step at a time. Let's start with that, and we'll see if they do very well here in these group stages. Of course, as you just were paying attention, Group B is where Shopify Rebellion is in. Are they? No, they're Group A, but that means that you actually are in luck because that means they are playing in the first half of the day. So first half is Group A, second half is Group B, and we have a lot of games. I know some of you have been doing the math, and yeah, we have got a lot of games coming in the next couple of days because group stages and 2 teams of 6 and everybody facing each other within those groups mean a lot of matches, meaning 3 streams going on at the same time. Let's take a look at what is coming your way on the Ember stream. We're starting the day off with Team Liquid and G2IG. And which match? If you got to pick one of them, T, if you were picking one of these 4 series, which one would be the one to watch?
Oh, I'm probably going to go with Falcons Shopify because, Falcons, they're doing pretty decent right now, of course, and they've won, 2-3 tournaments. They also then just come second at ESB, so I feel like for them, you know, they want to continue that stride. And you mentioning it's their time. Of course, Arteezy, 2019, he came second at ESL Birmingham, losing out to Team Secret. So it's like the English soil does well for Arteezy. So
he's back.
That's the series.
buff.
He's
Second
back. This
place.
is it.
This is the English buff that Arteezy needed.
It's been there all along, you know. Like he's resided in the United Kingdom before, you know. 2019 did pretty well, got second, didn't win it. You know, playing up against arguably the best team in the tournament straight away. Like he beats them, boom, that's it. Fish and chips.
Stars
in the
align.
final.
It's easy.
Yeah, super easy.
I'm
super
sold.
simple.
Let's take a look at the Storm stream and see if the match that we want to watch there is overlapping with that one, as they are happening at the same time. But Kezu, which one's your pick?
I think I'll go with the last one of Gaming and Spirit. That's I feel like it's my banger. It's also two teams I feel like that need to kind of prove themselves. I feel like they have both been somewhat shitting the bed lately, at least. Like Spirit didn't even make it out of the groups at ESB. I think they got like 13th place. Gaming as well, they're like, woo, they're like a roller coaster right now. So
Yeah.
both these teams trying to really find themselves.
All right, and then of course the one where it counts. We earlier spoke about the UK buff maybe for Arteezy, but there's only one team that has a UK buff really, because there's only one pro player here from the UK. We got Ari on OG. They'll be playing here on the main stream. And you see them again, Group B, second half of the day. And Jenkins, is that one of the series you are gonna be definitely tuning in for, or do your eyes go elsewhere here?
Yeah, I mean, I would say OG versus Tundra, because I feel like both of these teams have a lot to prove, and I also think both of these teams have extremely interesting players on them. Like, I'm always super fascinated by what Ari and Whisper can pull out in their offlane. That's like the highest rated offlane duo that has ever existed, and possibly highest skilled. Like Ari, he has the best time invested into Dota to MMR ratio ever. And then you've Tundra. This is the Topson team. They got 9 class. He's the new guy coming in, bringing that, you know, the fire. So I'm interested to see how this one plays out.
I am also interested to see how it plays out. And we are going to be having those 3 streams on. That also means we got a lot of voices to listen to. And we're going to check in with 2 of them right now, as we have Gareth and Lacoste standing by. Hello, guys. How you doing?
All good, yeah. Great to be here. First ESL LAN event for me. Very excited.
Yeah, should be a fun one. You know, I think when it comes down to crowd, Southeast Asia and UK, the crowd is the wildest. So very looking forward to this one.
Yeah, get some chants and slogans going.
What chants, Gareth, would you like to hear from your UK lads?
Oh, it's the classic, right? DHL.
I know it. Nice.
That's the best one.
Is a little bit of extra magic for you here because you're in the UK?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's where I started, right? I was doing it as a, you know, casting as a hobby, doing Dota as a hobby for a long time, all these little UK LANs, and now I'm back at a big one. It's kind of incredible, honestly.
Yeah, it's amazing. Lacoste, you're feeling ready for it as well? Any particular favorite you got going for this event?
Ooh, I'm gonna say
On the spot.
Bet Boom. I think Bet Boom, it's finally their time. This team got so many second places. They're always close to winning, but this time around, if they win against Falcons in the first series of the day, they're gonna win the whole tournament.
All right, well, we're gonna let you cast against, well, of course. Oh, sorry, Gareth.
Great take. I think that's
He's
right.
one of the best ones.
I think he's right.
Yeah.
Well, my prediction's OG. You know, Ari Kane, Ari Potter. Give a bit of
two
UK
right now.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much, gents. Of course, we'll come back to you for the series once it begins. And yeah, let's focus our attention here on the match where we will start with. It's actually, for me, it's very poetic, because we are going to start the day off with Falcons and Bet Boom. And I know Lacoste has Bet Boom as a favorite, but let's be real, the last time these 2 teams played each other, it was actually in the most recent Grand Finals for Dream League. And it wasn't pretty, Jenkins.
It was a knockout sheet.
Yeah.
That was a absolute Gaben level shellacking.
Yep.
Actually, it wasn't a Gaben level. Well, it was a 3-0.
It was a 3-0.
I mean,
not
I-
Gaben level
surely.
shellacking, but it was.
I
3-0.
will say I actually rewatched last night that Grand Finals just because we had the rematch of it, and Bet Boom had opportunities there. It was just like Falcons did the thing where they would, you know, buy back 1 hero and then just barely win a team fight and then translate that into like 5 kills or something like that, which is really cool. And I think that's super indicative of like how they play. The way that they fight is very, very important, especially Mark. Keza, you did a video on that actually, which I thought was brilliant, by the way, the way that he plays fights.
I mean, like the thing is just with Falcons, when you make any mistakes, like whether it's small or even just small enough, like they will take so much from it. And I think also strategically that BetBoom did mess up a bit in their grand finals. But of course, you've had some more time to adjust. And the patch didn't change. So you hopefully thought even more about this particular patch in a Mars Razor or Mars Timber, whatever it may be, that you have different answers now in this match.
Well, before we talk more about that and the players in particular, we're going to learn more about BetBoom right now.
BetBoom is undoubtedly the strongest Russian team in Dota right now. They started out last year looking shaky, but quickly stabilized and found their footing. With the addition of Miiro, formerly of 9 Pandas, to replace Pure earlier this year, they are looking better than ever. With a 3rd place in BetBoom Dacia and a 2nd place finish in Dream League Season 22, they are capable of beating any team in the world, except maybe Team Falcons. Playing for BetBoom together with Miiro are Nightfall, GPK, Save, and Toronto Tokyo. With an explosive and aggressive playstyle that has become a staple in the Russian Dota scene, you know it'll be an exciting game when BetBoom are involved. Let's see if they can take down their new nemesis in Team Falcons and finally claim their first ever LAN win at ESL 1 Birmingham.
I think one very important point mentioned there is that this could be their very first championship LAN win. This is a team that we all expect to do well every single time. I mean, you heard Lacoste say it. We all expect them to do great, to maybe be first, and they are always one of the favorites. But something T is holding them back. They are not winning.
Yeah, I just feel like they're the Eastern European equivalent of like old school EG, right? Like you expect them to win everything or at least be in the grand finals, but they just, in the words of Kezu, they shit the bed every single time. Yeah. So it's like at this point, when I see them, sure, I expect them to do well, but I just know subconsciously, like, something's going to happen with this roster where they're just going to have that one series where they flop. And I just have zero faith in them nowadays.
It happens.
There's like, I just look at them like, cool, congrats, you're here, but it's like, I just don't see you winning it. Because like, I have to scroll so fucking far to find a team where they win. 2022, I think. Wait, maybe? Hold on.
If so, it would probably be a qualifiers.
It's so far away.
Online, you know, somewhat regional LAN potentially.
It's been so many years, and I'm tired of being like.
But you know what? Okay, all right. Let's. I do think. Okay, the great words of Shannon Sunsfan Scott.
Yeah. Oh, that's great words.
Sure.
He will say. He says that this team eventually will choke. They're the world's best choke artists that have existed in Dota, right? But they're doing better and better every time. They're making it to the grand finals rather than just like choking in. And getting
top 6.
Yeah, getting 3rd place or 4th place, some like thing where you don't remember. Like at the very least, we're talking about BetBoom in the grand finals. I don't know if this is the same team that's like they tilt and they choke. Like maybe there is a mental blocker there, but I don't think it's the tilting mental blocker that we were talking about when the team initially formed, where it's like, GPK is a tilter, you know, maybe Toronto, Tokyo tilting a little bit with the all chat and stuff. I don't think it's that anymore.
All right, well, let's focus our attention on Nightfall, who is instrumental to be able to have the team not tilt and to have the team be consistent. And I think when you're talking about Nightfall, Kezu, consistency definitely high up there.
Yeah, I feel like he's also improved a lot. I think back in the day, people and myself included would give him a lot of flack for, I would say, always bailing fights very early and like not joining fights. But I think nowadays he does it a lot better. I mean, his KDA is good. Of course, he can farm. He's like one of the best carries when it comes to the scene. But I feel like he's just improved a lot when it comes to using this network aggressively to actually help his team instead of just being like, oh, look at me, I'm top carry with 0 devs. We're losing, so it's not my fault. I'm doing everything.
Yeah, and it does help when you bring in like Miro to the offlane so many months ago, right? Where if he is making all these shot calls, he's not having to like think about his farming pattern with having to deal with like, okay, now I need to make a good call because let's say something else isn't working. So not only do I have to think about where I'm farming the map, where I'm fighting, and fixing my teammates' problems, like he can think more about himself and make sure that his calls are the best for like the game state that he's in. So I think it is, of course, with that kind of roster change, has allowed them to again find 2nd places, find 3rd places, and kind of shift up the standings, but. Again, is this the time? Every time?
A little hesitant.
Every time we say it, I don't know, but
I mean,
we'll see.
I'm eventually hoping that either their coach or Toronto Tokyo, like they have the experience to like help the team to like, I think just ease the pressure. I think Eastern Europe, they're very known for like, they talk to each other like very harshly. Like if you make a mistake, I feel like maybe they want to tone that down and just be like, this is just like any other game. If they get to the grand finals, like help each other, just be nice, good atmosphere, and just play. Because we all know they've got the skill. But eventually they just mess up.
Well, let's hear what Nightfall has to say to us this morning about it.
Hi, I'm here with Nightfall from BetBoom. Nightfall, is this your first time in the UK? And if so, what do you think of it?
Hey, I mean, yeah, it's my first time in UK. I mean, the city reminds me a little bit of Seattle. I mean, it's not really like, I don't really like it that much. I mean, it's just like pretty like average, average place. I mean, reminds me of US a bit, but nothing specific really. I mean, food is quite decent. A lot of like cheap and cool like places.
Oh, I thought you said chips. You said cheap. Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, are you the captain on BetBoom? People have been talking about you kind of stepped up, a bit more leadership, a bit more responsibility. But would you describe yourself as the captain?
I mean, I always was one of the like kind of people who call stuff in whatever team I play. I mean, I just for captain, I wouldn't say like much change in this team. It's just like usually like who drafts is the question, and like mainly it was like our coach drafting, and just for last tournament I like took that role a bit because I like played a lot of pubs. I knew meta like better, but for this tournament I think like our coach comes back to the button of pressing. I mean, button of pressing on heroes.
Fair enough. So you're obviously playing against Falcons. They're missing Malrine. You must be delighted about that.
I mean, obviously, I feel like Malrine is their like strongest player, so it's good. But can't really be scared of Malrine. Like, you gotta beat like good teams to win tournaments and good players.
Talking of other teams at this tournament, who do you have as the sort of the dark horse, the team that perhaps other people might not think of as being super strong, but you guys are like, we should keep an eye on those guys?
Dark horse. I mean, it's hard to say this stuff like this because there's like a lot of tournaments right now, and like it's just like Elite League ended like week and a half ago, so like you could have seen like actually like teams rate at this tournament. I mean, who people underrate? I mean, I think Spirit is quite underrated team now. I think like people think they're bad, but I think they can do well.
Especially at LAN, right?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe like Gladiators, like slightly underrated. They can also do well. So
fair enough. All right. Well, best of luck with your series, and thanks for taking the time to chat to us. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nightfall and Pyrion, of course. And you heard them say it. Malrine is not here today. Confirmed that Malrine is actually joining us again tomorrow for Falcons, but it does mean that Samil, who you earlier already saw getting out of the van, he is here to play and ready to shine in the mid lane for Team Falcons. T, this is quite the difference maker here, potentially, for Team Falcons.
Yeah, 100%, because especially with Falcons leaning on the kind of annoyance of the hero pool of Malrine to enable their drafts quite a lot. I saw it to Skidit yesterday, and he said when Sumo comes in to stand in, they're just going to enable him to play what he wants. They're not going to try and force him to try and kind of copy the Malrine strategies. So I think we are going to see quite a different Falcons, simply because the draft structure most likely will have to change up. Like when they pick some of these heroes that often could be Amar or Malrine, like where's he going to go? 9 times out of 10, it should probably just go to Amar now, because that Sumo is going to want to play his, his classic heroes.
That will hurt them quite a lot, because I mean, obviously, like T is saying, like there's this mystery of where's this hero going. Now, if it's a Timber first pick, 99% of the time it is just going to be Amar. There isn't just even going to be the thought in the back of your head, oh, it might be mid, because they'll just, like you said, they'll give Sumail what he wants, enable your stand-in, and be chill.
We don't know if maybe Sumail's been practicing Timber on mid. Just watch out. Who knows what's happening? What we do know, what happened, was that they, against expectations, actually did not win the most recent tournament. You heard them talk about Elite League, and Falcons was actually on the receiving end there. They came second, and I think this is probably one of the first times, Jenkins, that this team has suffered a loss like they did in that finals. That might be a big learning experience for them.
Yeah, we've seen them have difficult series before. Maybe if you looked at just the stats, you wouldn't say that they're difficult, because it's like, oh, they win the game at 40 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's some throws, or they win a game against Mega Creeps or something, which we saw when they started winning their very first tournaments. Is they had a lot of really crazy comebacks where it's like, oh shit, you can never count this team out. But I think they would look at those games not as wins. They would look at those as losses. And we've interviewed Snaking after one of those games, and he says, like, I basically think that I played like shit and I need to do better. And I think probably if you were to ask them about the last Grand Finals they played in, they would say that. And Snaking in particular, I think he would... this guy has such a profound impact as a position 5 on his team. It's like they always win the lane, no matter what. And then he has very little net worth. He's on some Shadow Demon or something, and he hits some clutch save that wins the team fight. Like, he just presses 2 buttons perfectly in a way that, like, you have to frame perfect it to win the fight. And I didn't feel that impact from him in the Elite League Grand Finals.
Yeah, it's just something that we don't really bring to light as much, right? Because, like, when you watch a Dota game, at the end of it, it's always about the score lines, right? It's like the person who's made, like, the biggest impact.
I think also, like, not just in the gameplay that Jenkins and T are talking about, I think this Grand Finals against Extreme was the first time where I saw Falcon struggle in the draft. I feel like they over-adapted towards the later stages of the Game 3 and Game 4, which I've just never seen them do that. Like, they nail their draft, they nail their gameplay, but not this time.
Yeah, we'll see. We're very close, as we can see in the bottom right corner of your screen. The draft is very close, and we'll see if, well, first of all, how they'll deal with the fact that Mulreen's not here today, because there will be some drafting changes. I don't know how much Batrider or Timbersaw Sumail has practiced in the last couple of days, of course. Actually, fun fact, these two teams, 2024, they have played each other the most of all the teams that are here. These are teams that are normally very incredibly familiar with each other, and it is mostly Falcons favored, 10-3 in terms of games, which is actually not a single series. They're won by BetBoom. So this might be the best shot they've had, purely because of the standing situation, but also because potentially some of their flaws were exposed by Extreme Gaming in the Grand Finals that Falcons played against them. There's also the opening show, and we are ready to talk about heroes, I think, because Tiga of the meta is... I mean, it didn't change since a couple of weeks ago, week and a half ago, as you heard Nightfall say. And I just want a recap of what to expect coming into this one.
So I think specifically with Falcons, they have shaped the meta to when you draft against them, you have to think about Falcons, unlike other teams which are more open and kind of wider to the game. So Falcons is always like the Doom, that's the Timbersaw, Razor, Panga, right? It's like always these kind of key niche heroes. And then when you go up against them, it's like, okay, we don't have enough bans to get rid of all of them, so we need to like respect enough to then play into the rest. And that's of course where we're going back to the whole Sumail stand-in. I am really excited to see what type of dynamic that shifts towards, because again, I'm not seeing the strength of those heroes being as heroes today. So we might even see Falcons be grounded just a little bit because of them having to go, well, maybe we can't pick this value here. So like Timbersaw, for example, it's a hero that starting Amar onto the roster back in the day, it was always just there. If it's available, pick it. Nowadays, sometimes it's first phase banned, sometimes it's fully ignored, sometimes, you know, they pick it, right? So it's like, I think this is the type of hero that they probably will just ignore for a bit, second phase it if they want to, and I think that's the type of logic we might see from Falcons here with a lot of these, you know, key heroes, just kind of surprise them in the second phase rather than forcing it like they have done in all their tournament wins so far.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Falcons has been, they've shown themselves to be fairly adaptable in the draft. At least I remember during Dream League, during the group stage, they were first phasing Amar's heroes. They would get like the DK, the Timbersaw, and then for whatever reason, it like transitioned where they would last pick him his hero, or they would flex him onto some Pango and then like last pick Malrine a hero. So we have seen them change their drafting style. So I don't doubt that they can figure something out to work with Sumail here today.
I also wouldn't mind seeing them, like I know that Crit has been playing a lot of Earth Spirit in his pubs, like I think you can still pick similar heroes for Amar that allow Crit to potentially roam around later. We all know Sumail is a beast when it comes to laning mid. I think if you can use this with the aggressiveness and the like roaming playstyle that Crit likes to do if it is possible, I think that could work very well hand in hand, and you wouldn't have to change like really too much when it comes to your drafting style as well.
Talking about bans already, BetBoom, they're starting with bans that have been, you know, sometimes a flavor against Falcons in the previous tournament, but never really, you know, both in conjunction. And you know, what you see in the Chen and the Io. And often this is the big heroes that we're talking about, these kind of pivotal mid to offlane heroes. So already BetBoom kind of showing a little bit of change up because of the stand-in situation.
Very true. Also heavily leaning for both teams, of course, on the support bans, meaning that that pool is going to get pretty small. Does it also mean that we are thinking that we're going to see those supports that they do go for picked up fairly early? Or are we still going for some of the... I guess, used to be standard ones, especially against Falcons, the tanky beefy boys.
I mean, there's still, it depends a little bit on Falcons if they do want to like just quickly reach out and like take a hero like their Timbersaw for MR. But I think other supports that, in my opinion, should rise in value a little bit, we saw it a lot from Extreme, is Dark Willow. I don't know what you guys think about this hero, but I feel like it has looked very strong. It also got slightly buffed, and when the support pool gets like lower overall, other heroes will of course rise in values.
I think it helps that we're still seeing, like, obviously Centaur, Brewmaster, these other heroes from offlane. And I think anytime you have, like, the beefy offlanes, suddenly the high damage 4s that were kind of lost when the offlaner wasn't as tanky, now they can come back, right? So I think, of course, I think Willow never really was bad. It just the laning partner was never enabling her to get into the game, right? So, yeah, nowadays, for sure, very much available. But Falcons go for DK, Better Boom instantly, then go for the Timbersaw. So we're kind of still keeping to the logic of Falcons draft.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. I remember when we interviewed Malrine during Dream League, he said something along the lines of like, the reason people started first picking supports towards the end of Dream League was because there are like a lot of S-tier offlaners. There's a lot of S-tier cores, but there's not enough S-tier supports that like if you want to get one, you have to pick it super early. But you guys just listed off a bunch of different supports that are now viable for different reasons.
Yeah.
So I don't think picking the Timber and the DK in the first phase is indicative of like these supports aren't good enough. It's that there's so many of them that are good that you want to get the offlaners first, and then you can probably get some good support in the second phase. I mean, you do have 4 picks after all.
Very, very true.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, I feel like I've seen this matchup quite a few times, like the DK into Timber. Even though it's a strength hero into Timber, I think DK doesn't really care that much. You lane just fine, you're very tanky in the game, you're gonna build an eventual BKB if you want to, you split push, whatever. Like it's all kind of chill. I think both teams are just gonna look at like some chill supporting heroes on the next phase, you know, for Bed Boom, maybe like some soft answers to the DK, maybe like some Phoenix, Undying 4-5, maybe some Hoodwink 4 break. I think Falcons will just want follow-up damage into the DK stun, also Hoodwink, Snap. You know, just, I would say the support picks coming up should be more, I think, on the casual side.
I think for Falcons, yeah, some like Enchantress-style hero will enable them because it gives a little bit of lane against Timbersaw. And I think in the game, a Timbersaw with a DK matchup, it can always get a little bit too snowbally for the Timbersaw, where he just outpaces, where DK's still trying to farm, like, I got a Midas now, I need my Manta, now I need my Ags. It's like so much economy needed that if you go aggressive behind a Timbersaw, there's a really good window to punish a DK lineup that doesn't fix the problems of DK. And that's where like Enchantress or these type of supports at least give some life to the early game, so DK can kind of like stumble his way to being like the hero that we've known him for.
I'm not sure about Enchantress now that the CM comes out. Maybe Mirana looks pretty good because Falcons, of course, they're one of the few teams that will run the DK as the safe laner on Skeeter. They go for the Hoodwink. Okay, so more damage than a Mirana. I mean, they still could go for
Can
both.
still do it if they want to.
Yeah, it is a bit weird to pick 2 supports here, but sometimes you have to do that, and it's fine.
From Mirana,
And both are comfort heroes, of course, snaking on his Mirana and then crit on his Hoodwink. That is staple.
And this is the traditional, like, once again, patch hasn't changed. We saw this exact same thing during all of Dream League, where like the first 3 heroes that you pick, and I think it was actually Falcons that really popularized this, they're ganking trio. Like you put these 3 heroes together, I do not care what items you have, what hero you put in front of them, they will kill that hero if they get all their spells off.
What do you do here as Bedboom? I feel like when you play against Falcons and you see these heroes, you know that the mid game is going to be open map, ghost push, pick you off with like Moonlight Shadow. So you would probably, well, you either, I would say, form a lineup where you go more together so that this pick-off stuff can happen, or you pick like some lineup that can deal with the lanes kind of nicely. I think Luna will just play like into the early tempo, fine against DK, early BKB, Manta, like mid-game. So I think they're more like trying to push the tempo and like have a nice map state.
Yeah, I'd want to see just more supports that can enable that fight. Of course, we could go down the line of maybe having, you know, saves built into a lineup, but with Falcons already banning SD first, you're not really picking like Abaddon and this stuff anymore. Like a hero like this, of course, would fully combo break Falcons pickoff.
Yeah, that's true.
Pretty hard to draft it though. You got the Crystal Maiden already, you got some Luna. Like you could maybe do, okay, they go for a Lion, but yeah, it's like I think right now, Betboom are at the crossroads of they can't really go for defensive heroes based on kind of the current position that they're in. So go for that pickoff, like Kez was mentioned, keep going for that aggression. And like Luna, you get to like what, Manta plus Butterfly or something and just try and get an just try and end the game. Like don't allow Falcons to play these pickoffs, play a slow game, get to their farm. And we'll see if Falcons now try and turn up the pace a little bit, or if they kind of bunker down.
I agree with that take completely. I think if the game is just stagnant and everybody's chilling, like Betboom is really happy with how things are going. Maybe not so much with the Kunkka pick coming out, though. I feel like this is one of the best late game heroes in Dota right now. With the Bloodstone plus Ags build,
Yeah.
it is insane. The amount of times I've seen a hero die from full HP, permastun, in Torrent Storm, it is so annoying with the Refresh Orb.
It's not even that, it's also the shard. Having the drag back from high ground, like when you're behind, if you have one bit of repositioning to then get them up into high ground and then do the full combo that you just mentioned, it is disastrous. And like, Betboom, it's what? It's a Luna who goes up high ground by herself right now. Like there's no kind of additional support to sieging. You throw in a DK blink stun into sharpshooter plus everything from Kunkka. Like, yeah, this is late game, of course. Betboom is a little bit dicey, but yeah, exit of laning phase, the early momentum. If they can get a grasp on the game, then of course it'll always be very scary behind a Luna.
That's the other nice thing about the Kunkka, who is an incredible hero, but it could be played by a Mar offlane. Maybe they can also like find this last pick for Sumail that could share this, because now if you're Betboom, you will probably want to like put, I would say, the Timber mid and maybe even try to play through him with your two supports around like the minute 5-6 mark and like really push forward. Because if you're Falcons, you need these two supports to link up with a core in the post laning stage to do much. So it's kind of, I need to see what Falcons want to go for here.
Are they banning in a way where they think that, I mean, we've seen DK go carry before for Falcons. We've seen it in basically all three roles, right, from them. And that's where they are keeping it a bit open. I think this is one of the heroes that isn't as specialty for Maureen. So for like Sumail, it's like, it's not unnatural to say, oh, easily could be him playing it, right? And that's where I think Betboom, they're still banning out some carries, but they need to be careful that they don't kind of trip themselves up just a little bit. Of course, they have second pick, so they will be able to, conclude the draft a little bit here. But yeah, Falcons, they got to decide DK, Kunkka offlane, DK mid or carry. Like, there's a little bit of questions going on here, at least with these two heroes.
Yeah, Betboom can run the Timber offlane into the DK and do very well. And with the gyro ban, I feel like that is what they're leaning towards, or at the very least, they're trying to make that, they think it's important to make that a good option for them to do. Because I think gyro as a carry is probably the hardest hero to deal with as a Timbersaw currently. I mean, maybe Monkey King, but that's just not that great of a hero compared to the gyro. And Skeeter obviously plays a ton of gyrocopter.
I would probably lean more towards potentially a DK being the carry, just because all these other options are banned out. Like, you have no Seeker, you have no Gyro, Luna's already picked too. I think Morphling was one of the other ones, he's banned. I think Faceless Void is one hero that other teams have tried, but I feel like it doesn't really fit that nicely, in my opinion, with their draft at the moment.
Yeah, with Falcons draft, their carry needs to be able to delay the timings of the Timbersaw offlane if it is to go there, and then build into like the mid-game timing of DK Kunkka coming online. If your carry doesn't provide any laning kind of threat, then you're all playing on the back foot and Kunkka has to do everything. It's like you're hoping your supports find pickoffs, you're hoping Kunkka always has TP available to X-boat whatever engagement happens, and that's where this carry pick, it is very critical for them, and I think that's why Betboom's two bans are very good, because they are carries that like to punch into the lane and just fully remove a Timbersaw from having the freedoms the entire time. You've got some Gyrocopter chasing you down, and yeah, as expected to some degree, the DK is going to the carry role. They're picking up the Sumail mid Zeus, and technically actually Kunkka DK still 1 or 3, right? But it is going to be a mid Zeus.
Yeah, actually, I'm not too surprised about this pick. This is even like a very old Tundra classic. They had a lot of Zeus, DK, Mirana. You have the DK jump, follow-up damage from Zeus, even global, has good wave clear as well. Luna does not enjoy playing into Zeus, especially the longer the game goes. So overall, I think, a pretty nice pick here for Falcons.
I love this hero. I think this hero just in general, with the Manta build, is
lightning hands.
It's so strong. You can build into like right click. You can build into Manta and then spell cast. I will say though, this means it's a pretty free Timber game on the side lane, and so Betboom could pick like a Queen of Pain,
some Storm,
something to jump the Zeus and beat the Zeus in lane. Quap is probably better in the lane, but then Storm is better in the game.
I like the Storm,
for jumping the Zeus.
I think Storm makes it like a lot easier also for the Timber to play. It also means that Lion doesn't just always have to go in on his own. You lane well, you have nice follow-up damage too. I would be kind of sold with that.
It's just the DK stun currently that's like the good solid hard catch for the Storm. They have a lot of follow-up, but there's not like the puck is banned out, like the instant lockdown is banned out.
The good thing is, well, for Betboom is their supports, in theory, from their lanes, if they go well, should be able to be freed up to make moves on the map. This isn't the type of draft where I'm like, this Lion has to hug the Timbersaw for 12 minutes to get through the early game, right? This is going to be some minute 6, minute 7. All right, thanks, mate. You got your levels. I'm going to go mid. Crystal Maiden, after maybe a couple poking, skirmishes, should be able to at least buy some time to look at mid, and there's the Stone Spirit. Yeah, like that hero quite a lot here, and to kind of further your points there, the lockdown from Falcons, it's really only the Dragon Tail from Skidder that's going to be the reliable stun to start the fight onto a Storm. And that first Aegis, throw into a Storm Spirit, it can just wreak havoc. So it helps with a high ground if you're just zipping behind the towers, getting those kills. So yeah, like the Storm Spirit a lot.
And it's a good core to make use of that Crystal Maiden aura as well. Well, you mentioned earlier that if the Timbersaw was going to go mid, the Crystal Maiden and the Lion were going to be able to play together with the Timbersaw. Will they be able to do that with the Storm as well? Is that a good like ganking trio?
No, for sure. Like they have good side lanes. He mentioned it. They can kind of leave last pick mid to counter their Zeus. You have to jump there. Yeah, you know, I would actually lean towards Bedboom's draft a little bit here over the Falcons. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I agree. I think with this current iteration of Zeus, it is really important to jump him in the backlines. He never has to show it all because of the meta style, right? So it's like you have to find him. It's almost like old Arc Warden. And so while I think Queen of Pain is like the better lane counter to the Zeus, the Storm I think makes a lot more sense for solving it in the game, and I think you have to solve it in the game. Otherwise this hero will just go late game and destroy you.
Everybody nodding in agreement here.
I'm with my boy.
Right.
I like the Storm. Like Zeus is good and all, like with the lightning hands and stuff, but you need this, I would say, hardcore answer to like to really jump him like nuclear in the way in the game.
Yeah,
that
you have to go nuclear. You can't just like.
You have to grab him.
You have to fully commit to jumping the Zeus, and even then sometimes you don't kill him because he's so tanky with all the like Sanjin Kaya that he builds and the phylactery. Like, he's a very tanky hero.
Yeah, but in that sense, if you're trying to jump the Zeus, who's going to jump the Hoodwink? I have been told time and time again a Hoodwink is the strongest support in the game, and she will be able to basically snowball out of control.
It all stems from Falcons needing to do well in their lanes. Like this type of draft, if they throw away some cheap kills, if they don't really understand how to get out of lanes and continue farming, that's when they'll get picked apart. The Storm Spirit will reign supreme, run around, they won't be able to contest Roshan, so Falcons really need to make sure that they just don't blunder the start of their game, and then maybe they have some life, but there's a lot of farm needed for their 3 cores to feel good in this game.
I do agree with you, Shiver, though, that the 2 supports on Falcons have really good scaling. Like both the Mirana and the Hoodwink, if you let these heroes run away with the game, they will actually turn into cores. So you do have to consider that. I mean, in an ideal game, the Zeus is the one that's strong. You just have to jump him. The supports are like weak, but that's just not always how it is in Dota.
Okay, well, I've been told now that there's going to be a lot of focus, or we should have a lot of focus, rather, on the early stages of the game, because it feels like if Falcons is able to get a little bit of a lead here, Kazu, it might be tough for Bedboom to still make a dent there, but they have what it takes.
That is true. Like I just feel like that Bedboom have like a nice 1-2-3 punch where they should have better lanes. Then they play through the Storm, he goes in, then Timber joins them, Luna has a good mid game, and boom, they go.
And boom, they go, and boom, we go as well. We're going to our commentary duo of Gareth and Lacoste.
And off we go. Yeah, Gary B, the B stands for boom as we head into Bedboom against the Falcons. I'm a little bit disappointed, Lacoste, we don't see the Toronto-Tokyo jungle Luna that we got to see at ESB, but it's a serious game for serious people, a proper draft and everything all said and done. Are you still biased towards Bedboom, or have Falcons got something a little bit here?
You know, when we tuned in with our panel, I said Bedboom, they're going to take this whole thing if they manage to bring down Falcons. Game 1, the draft looks really good. One thing I like about their drafts, whenever they play Storm Spirit, they have some kind of mana battery for them. Whether we're talking about Chen, Keeper of the Light in the past. This time around, you have Crystal Maiden Aura, you have Lion as well, who can provide you with the mana.
Right.
So a lot of things to allow GPK to dominate this mid game. They needed something to deal with the Zeus. Panel talked about it. It's good for the game. There have been, you know, maybe slightly better laners available, but overall a great pick. And GPK, you know, ever since he kind of showed himself in the scene what he can do, Stormsword has been one of his better heroes, and it's also going to be Nightfall Luna. This guy can farm. I love the combination of the heroes that they have, and we might see some action happening here.
There's a flag in the river. That's my bounty rune. Stay away. Get Amar out of the river and back to his lane. Yeah, should be an exciting one for sure. And panel saying kind of getting out of laning stage here and matching the tempo of Bedboom could be something that Falcons struggle with here. That Luna, obviously, like you say, gets off to a very early start, farms up 20 minutes and hits her stride pretty early on. And that synchronizes nicely with Timbersaw and Storm as well. That trio that we like to talk about, the Storm, Lion, Maiden, the 2 supports plus the mid laner, the action makers, the playmakers in the match, look pretty good here for Bedboom to be able to get out of the laning stage and potentially look for those solo pickups, especially like you and the panel mentioned on Sumail on the Zeus. kind of interesting. Seeing Sumail back in action, top tier LAN, top tier mid player, grabbing up a Zeus, which has been the flavor of the meta the past couple of weeks.
Pretty much, like the way meta developed during the Elite League, we've seen a lot of sniper Zeus being picked, like even in the first stages of the game, and the Crit will get the kill, not on Toronto Tokyo. Got me worried there for a second, but on the Courier. Crit also playing his signature hero, Hoodwink, one of the better supports out there. This lane is not going to be easy for Falcons. You are playing into Crystal Maiden Frost Luna, a lot of damage. Hoodwink at the early levels, this hero doesn't provide you with much in terms of like HP, like very burstable. Kunkka as well, a lot of the times you'll see Kunkka from the mid lane because this hero needs solo levels. He can harass if he's playing into a good matchup. I don't think this is going to be an easy matchup for him by any means.
Yeah, maybe we see that kind of Tidebringer stack Ancients, farm that out for Amar in the later stages. As in that mid lane, looks like Sumail taking a fair bit of damage from GPK, even going under the tower here to get deny on the range creep. So a good start there for the Storm, but dead even in last hits. 11-0 to that 10-1. It's in a decent place here for Sumail now on top of his little ramp as well. That's just very irritating. Get too close to that creep wave and you're taking quite a bit of damage from GPK Storm. And of course, we get into that situation where going for these water runes, you're going to have that little back and forth, a little dance around those early moves.
I don't think we're going to see solo kills in the mid, but mostly focusing on this bottom lane. I feel like Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, snaking.
Leaps away. The Fairy Fire, the Tango's healing up through the Blood Grenade, so he leapt under tower to get that additional bit of safety there just to survive through the nade.
Not just that, the inspiration aura from the flag bearer creep, keeping him alive, plus the tower that you mentioned. So we'll use the healing salve. Falcons are one of the few teams who love to play this Mirana as position 5. This time around there is no arrow. He is going for a more like Starstorm oriented build. Even though you are playing with the Dragon Knight, I assume the combo comes at level 4. Down to half HP already on Amar.
Man, just constantly right-clicked, right against the double range lane, plus the Lucent Beam, tons of magic and physical coming into that Kunkka bottom. Now, once they get the levels, though, the potential is there to maybe snipe out Toronto Tokyo, which is why the Crystal Maiden is being very delicate with positioning, hiding behind the trees, playing left side of the lane, not wanting to, get caught by a Bushwhack or a Rogue Torrent or anything like that. This DK up at top, though, it started off in the draft. First pick was kept open as a flexible hero all the way to the end. It's only Falcons that really do it position 1 nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think many. I think I saw Ame playing it like 2 months ago or something, but most of the teams do prioritize Dragon Knight and play it from the mid lane. So far, so good for BetBoom. Things are looking nice, but then again, Zeus, he is... As soon as he gets that level 6 from the mid lane, you can expect them to play much more aggressive in the side lanes. Bottom lane, not focusing the same target.
Spreading their damage across. Yeah, I think Zeus is in the same kind of camp for me as the Sniper and the Kotl. Very difficult or impossible to counter straight up in lane, and they're always going to get farm. Very difficult to shut down. They will hit their sticks, they will hit their item timings. Very, very hard to deal with them when they're farming lane and then back into the jungle, always hiding in the fog. That Timbersaw getting up in the face of Skitter's DK. 18-2 for Miero, so a little behind in last hits. And Snaking's going to come through with a nice courier snipe again. Starstorming for that extra bit of damage. And is this a lane that Miero is meant to struggle in, or is this something that Falcons are doing well at?
You don't put pressure onto Dragon Knight. They almost managed to kill Mirana, but yeah, as things go later, I feel, they're going to struggle more because Dragon Knight, the build that Skitter's going for, double bracer, magic wand, he's definitely not going to die in this lane. He understands the matchup. It's all about tanking up. He even did put the point in Dragon Blood early on.
Getting to that unkillable point very, very early on already. And even just looking at the CS board, right, we've got that pack of 3 very tight together for Falcons. Well known for their early laning stage, getting everything right early on. And a lot of protective items there, tangos, raindrops, and a bit of vision. He's going to get caught here, though, with the damage from Miero. Snipes out the first blood on Snaking. A bit of recovery for the Timbersaw.
Yeah, definitely needed. Toronto Tokyo getting caught in the bottom lane. Ooh. Blood grenade.
Pops the stick, but he's X back into the Tidebringer hit. Amar clears it up. So 1-1, just slightly behind that first blood, though.
And this is Zeus, before Zeus even getting level 6. So Sumail pinging it out, there it is, gets kill him Miero.
All the way across the map, takes him down. Very well set up by that Skitter and Snaking safe lane. And just save. With that Crystal Maiden, we talked about the trio, but the jump away from Sumail gets out of the range of the Impale.
Back in the days, Zeus had to have saved 1,400 gold to be able to do these shenanigans.
Yep.
But now it's part of his basic ability. One of the reasons why the hero is so strong, very difficult to gank. Some of these like heroes that were always considered a counter to him, like Clockwork. He's like, you know what? I don't care about that anymore. Arrow, I believe the arrow killed the catapult, so yeah, very nice play from Snaking, stops any aggression that could come out potentially from GPK and 2 support rotation.
Yeah, especially once GPK has hit 6. You've seen the Thunder God's Wrath used already. They would love to have played aggressively on this Zeus. Not able to get the job done, so again, well done by Falcons in this lane stage. Gives Sumail a good time with a bottle refill from Crit as well, coming in to help out the Zeus. And quite a bit of emphasis in that mid lane around that 6-minute mark, of course, with amplified damage rune popping up. Looks like Miero here. You're going to finish off his Soul Ring shortly. Bracer, Arcane's Soul Ring for him. Just looking to spam out this lane. Usually with Timbersaw, you get to go level 5, level 6, then you've got kill threat on your opponent. Skitter's Dragonite, you said he's not really going to be pressured here. Timbersaw likes to kick people out of lane, then push the tower, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be that easy in this lane. He definitely needs to hit level 6, but once Dragonite hits level 6, because he has more XP than Timbersaw at the moment, things are not going to be as easy. Plus, you also need to care about Thunder God's Wrath, some extra damage. You need to bring save, potentially even bring a 3rd hero to kill Dragonite in this lane, because it's not going to be... Again, he does have Double Bracer, he does have Power Treads available, sitting at almost 1,500 HP.
Incredibly difficult to take down. And right now, kind of gentleman's agreement, just, farm up your cores. Give us a little bit of space and time here. Crit and Amar. Looks like they're continuing to mess around with the creep waves. Contesting pool, dragging stuff around down bottom, while GPK in that mid lane. Amplified damage, hunting, trying to find anyone lurking in the shadows here. A double scan from the Radiant as well. Nothing really connecting though. He's going to ball on the tower, force the heavenly jump.
Just kidding. Not going to commit to it. Amplified damage was available.
Haste.
Ooh, Amar picks up the haste.
Does grab it.
GPK definitely wanted to make a move. It's not just amplified damage, it's also having Lunar Blessing, because it's global during nighttime. Extra 15 damage coming out from that. He can definitely... It's basically double damage at this point with that Lunar's Blessing. 87 plus 86.
Oh, so close, isn't it? Almost there. Well, that Radiant Ward in a pretty nifty spot. Spotted a little bit of movement out of Falcons. Save and GPK playing into it now, but the double dire wards around mid. Again, a lot of emphasis to control Sumail's lane, while down at bottom, Toronto Tokyo's going to get grabbed up here by Amar and Snaking. A little rotation from the Mirana to take down the Maiden. And Skitter, the Dragonite, you said the Bedboom would need a +1 to come in and help out the Timber. Unfortunately, they can't quite dive the tower. GPK and Miero not having the reach to get on top of the DK.
Not an easy kill to get. I think maybe the move needed to be made with that amplified damage, like TP rotation, they initiate. With Lion, they're still gonna stick around. GPK still lurking, thinking about coming back potentially, but seems like it's not working out. The Twin Gate rotation from Snaking, if they rotate one hero with the TP, that's gonna be a trouble for Bedboom.
You've brought Skitter to half HP, but you're right, here come Falcons. Hoodwink, Kunkka, Zeus, every one of their mums have come into the top lane to defeat Miero. Falcon's heavy rotation to stop the aggression. Now Save's in trouble as well. I don't know, he's not getting away from this one. Torrent misses, but the Tidebringer, Lightning Bolt will hit, he's dead. Too much from the sky, the thunder and the stars all dropping on his head.
A little surprised Bedboom still decided to stick around and try to go for that kill, because I think initially you're thinking, okay, they're not stupid. These are all professional e-gamers. If we fail gank like this, we're going to go back to farming. But they're like, what if we do the opposite?
Try it again?
Yeah. Still didn't work.
Nope, unfortunately not. GPK, again, attempting these aggressive rune grabs. Spending, 90% of his mana to jump in and out onto the Mirana now. And Toronto Tokyo would save, finally. Getting something done. GPK is so hungry. He's going for more. I don't know if a squirrel's a good meal. Crit's going to get a little bit of distance there, and now the turnaround with Skitter. Arriving with a DK. Good impale, though, from Save. Gives GPK the time and space to ball away. Looks like they're going to chase this one, though. Save, Dragontail stunned up. Sumail and Crit with a pushback and the damage up to high ground. Get the takedown.
Seems like Falcons, they're ready to rotate early on. This observer board has been placed. Miro dropping down to half HP. And we did talk about like potential last pick coming up for BetBoom. We were mentioning Viper between us. You said Eternal Shroud, it's such a good game for it. Miero is rushing the item. He understands that most of the damage is going to be magical early on, so good way to protect himself. And Miero will stack the triangle one more time. Definitely needs to come back in the game, lowest net worth core at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like it's a very difficult balancing act to have these kind of things, right? Because there's the argument where you think, okay, you're against all this magical damage, why not Pipe? Is Eternal Shroud too strong? Is Pipe too weak? Is this a selfish item? Is Pipe
These
a
are
selfless
Dota
item?
players. You don't buy items for the team. You get more magic resistance by buying Eternal Shroud. Amar got the boat off.
Yeah. Just get that Coco's Rum going. Freezing Field out from Toronto, Tokyo. But look at the Kunga just stand there. Oh, GPK's realized this is not a fight worth taking anymore. Amar and Sumail going to turn and blast down the maiden. Not sure who the majority of the stack went to. But Falcons defending their Kunga and maybe getting a kill on save here. Lightning Bolt, well, the sharpshooter misses. But Sumail should be able to clear this one up with a good help from Amar's Torrent.
Yeah, BetBoom, they are running out of damage. They don't have Finger available. Save is only level 4 at the moment, so that's a huge difference. Maiden was level 6 there, but both was already used, so they're definitely not going to get that kill. You can see, maybe first game of the day, you know, they still need this early in the morning.
For gamers.
For gamers, yeah, this is basically when they wake up and when they ask their mom to make them a breakfast. So, yeah, right now, BetBoom, the rotations are definitely not crisp.
Back in the day, you know, when you were playing, TI2 era, what did you ask your mum for breakfast? Was it French toast? Was it omelets?
Some...
Chavapi?
Chavapi. Eggs and bacon, let's go.
Eggs and bacon, that's good stuff. Skitter finding an opening here onto Toronto, Tokyo, alongside Crit and Snaking. This train just never stops, does it? Once Falcons have found their groove, they are riding the rails all the way to victory. 9-2 with a 3K lead. 13 minutes in, and the tower pressure starting to build in this mid lane. They need Miero here to try and bodyguard this tower. Good blink away from Skitter. Gets out of that chakram.
They don't have the damage right now. Luna doesn't feel too comfortable coming into a play yet. She definitely needs at least Manta style, probably a BKB afterwards. In terms of farm, Luna is one of the fastest farmers in the game. But right now, sitting in the middle of the pack, huge stacks being cleared by Amar, which does allow him to stay on top of the network. Finished off the Blade Mill, now farming even more stacks in the triangle.
I got to try and find that pace. And Amara is going to be absolutely huge.
This is a big timing for Falcons. Finishing off this Aghanim Scepter on Kunkka makes team fights very difficult. This is going to be pre-BKB, so using any of the spells is going to be extremely hard for BetBoom. You get jumped in, let's say Crystal Maiden, you're like, oh, she got a big ulti off, gets hit by a random torrent.
Or Storm zips in, he gets clipped by a random torrent. You know, so much chaos can happen off the back of that Ags. 14th minute. Arun is spawning, and it's an invis down at bottom, and GPK, well, he's just getting blown up here. The DK started off, now the move onto the Maiden as well. Falcons come in strong once again with a double kill for Sumail. I think now he's, what, 5-0? He's having a great time on his Zeus. Charging forward onto save, Skitter. Does he have the range? Dragon Tail's ready, Snaking maybe will leap forward. They'll get the stun, connection with a combo. Oh, it's just beautiful from Falcons right now. Super long range, sniping out heroes left and right. And BetBoom now downtrodden and wondering what they're meant to be doing.
I love that Skeeter picked up a Blink Dagger. There was an attempt from Miero to block that arrow from coming through to stop the combo. Dragon Tail into another stun, but he was not close enough, not fast enough, and we're gonna see that again. You can see Miero immediately running forward, but yeah, GPK gets blasted by this overwhelming damage coming out from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the Torrent Storm, right? That random clip of the disable on the Storm. Just a Dragon Tail into Arrow. Very well set up.
They're basically playing 4v5. Luna does not want to join. Never mind. They feel like, okay, we need that damage. We need that Eclipse damage, even though Lucent Beam is only level 2. Oh. And even if they find him, it's only position 5.
Yeah.
So not really worth it.
Sumail's like, right, nice, Bounty Rune. I'm out here.
This also got scouted. Falcons managed to place down some deep vision. Both wards pretty much in the same spot, controlling the tower behind what's happening behind the tier 2 tower. Scouting out these smokes. Skeeter Jumping in.
Onto Miero. And it's just how quickly they move as well, right? They were bottom as 3-4 heroes. Now they're top as 3 heroes, getting on top of Miero. Great control with that Rod of Atos out of crit, and plenty of damage through Amar and Skitter. And crit is now dominating as well. This is looking like an absolute breeze of a game from the Falcons. Toronto Tokyo attempting something in the mid lane with an Observer Ward place, but that's going to be a death and a D Ward. As Falcons now 14-3, up 5k. And looking like they've got all the room in the world to play this map.
It's time for Falcons to strike. They feel very strong right now. Save.
But look at this.
He's gonna get caught. Not just save. GPK. Torrent.
He tried to zip. Won't be able to get out in time.
Ooh, they don't have the Torrent Storm yet, but they can Torrent the Storm after the stun. And they might catch another one. Save. Observer Board. Caught a glimpse of him.
Oh, he's meant to be the king of the jungle. Why is he running away from it? Where are you going, Save?
This is the Lion Cub. This is Simba.
Off he goes. Maybe he'll find Timon and Pumbaa somewhere else, back in his base. You've got 20 seconds to think about it. Yeah, this is turning into a one-way street now, right? That ward movement from Toronto Tokyo, a little desperate trying to play into mid-tier 1, getting caught, getting killed. And just the way Falcons pivot from one objective to the other, whether it's a team fight or a tower or Roshan, they are doing it as one unit, one squad, everyone on the same page, as now they gather up their forces and move into mid once more. Miero quite tanky with this Eternal Shroud, but when he's broken and blasted by Starstorms and Blade Mails, Sumail is now unstoppable.
So much control. They were pinging out this Observer Ward near the bottom, but while all this was happening near the fight, they planted one more Observer Ward behind bottom tier 2 tower, so they can see GPK. Radiant using a scan. GPK knows something is up, needs to pick up a tier 2 token. Ooh, this could have been a disaster. If he caught him with the Road of Atos, GPK definitely dies there.
Just kind of wild how Dota can go sometimes, right? You know, panel and casters are all saying, we like BetBoom's draft. Leaning a bit towards BetBoom, you know, if they can pick up the pace, get the tempo going. It's just been Falcons all the way home. Showing out that laning stage very, very strong.
This team is too good right now. Skeeter, I was also thinking about potential Mage Slayer, because most of their damage is magical. Okay, I'll hold that thought. Snaking.
He's like, I got the D Ward. Yeah, you kill me, but everything for me? He just tanked a 5-man gank. And he got a D Ward. That's super worth it.
He's the only hero on Falcons that did die. BetBoom, they have 4 kills and they're all on Mirana.
Oh man, yeah, look at that there. 6 on Toronto Tokyo. A real rough time. But yeah, I mean, as a POS 5, you're grinning if that's the case, right? 4 deaths. Everyone else is unkillable, untouched. That's a great time. You've done your job. 2,100 consumable gold spent as well.
Same amount as both supports on BetBoom.
Well, put together.
Yeah, look at this is the
wow.
big one. Only losing 140 gold after dying. Snaking, buying everything he can. GPK.
Oh, he's in. The Dragon Tail into Arrow yet again. They're trying to heal up the Hood, waiting to get Crit a bit of distance. Crit is surviving. He's out of there alive. BetBoom getting turned on now. Oh, God, you don't survive this, do you, Save? Snaking Sumail on the Lion's Tail. Good impale, but it's a double kill for the Zeus yet again.
They don't have the damage. They just don't. This was the fight without Amar, so there was no boat to reduce some of that incoming damage. Skeeter, they might still find Nightfall. Having that night vision helps them out. Zeus will scout things out. Let's see if they find another one. They know exactly where he's gonna go. Skeeter.
No, not gonna find him.
Never mind.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster here for BetBoom.
Yeah. So to go back to the Mage Slayer, when it was a Mage Slayer patch, Timbersaw didn't look too good. This was also a bit of a maniac mode coming up from GPK, knowing that if he gets caught by one of the stuns, he's definitely gonna die, unless, again, Miero needs to block. Try to stop this combo from going through all these stuns, but they have more than enough. Mini stun from Zeus, Rod of Atos, Bushwhack, and Sumail popping off completely in this game.
Yeah, I love that move from Nightfall as well. He's like, I'm going to join you, GPK. I'm going to come and I'm going to use my mantra and run away. Yeah, once that Storm gets hit by a stun, there's just no chance whatsoever.
I tried.
Yeah. He did a little bit.
Middle tower
Moonlight Shadow here from the Falcons, trying to get them into a position again to find a move on save. Rod of Atos into nothing coming. Creeps in the way from any arrow play, but the jump in from Skitter. Find an opening on Toronto Tokyo. X into Bushwhack.
Leave me alone.
A few spells going awry, but they still get the takedown on him.
So much control. And again, this Observer Board providing them with crucial vision. behind tower, scouting every kind of movement that BetBoom so far in this 20-minute game tried to make.
Just undone completely. Yeah, I mean, so that stat we saw earlier, right, where Snaking, he's died, what, 4 times, but the gold lost is very low compared to the others. He's just spamming his quick buy hotkey, right? Just buys, salves, wards, sentries, smokes, everything he possibly can.
This is such a good move. Try to get a bait. There it is, Rod of Atos.
And into the bushwhack.
Got him.
I mean, Luna has the Manta style, but looks like just dead. Before she even gets a chance to run away, and now the Tormentor steal.
This team is so fast, so they kill your carry, they steal your XP rune, they steal your Tormi. What else is there to steal?
I don't know. The shirt off their back soon. There's nothing left. Well, when you're in this kind of situation, you know, as BetBoom, you kind of look at the map and think, okay, well, GPK, that's kind of what he's got to do. Right, you see the Storm Spirit is all the way up in this northern outer ring of the jungle. Find that little bit of farm, maybe pushes you over the edge onto a BKB that will give you that one fight, one chance to come back into the game. It's a very difficult prospect for them right now to find those openings with the rest of the team. And Miero on this Timbersaw as well. Early pick has been a very solid looking hero, but it just feels like that's the case for a lot of heroes nowadays. Whether it's, you know, the Huskar, the Razor, the Timbersaw. When you're playing at the Falcons, you're playing at, you know, Amar, Malrine, etc.
Doesn't matter. These nerds, they know.
Yeah.
Because if they play the hero, these are all like Grandmaster tier. They have, what, 2 Grandmaster tier Timbersaw players on the team. Right now, one is missing, Sumail as a stand-in, but yeah, they're sniping them all over the place. We did mention BKB timings from BetBoom. They're definitely delayed. Nightfall still needs 1,000 gold, so he's gonna die here.
That's really unfortunate. Already used the Manta style, tries to eclipse, but there is no escaping the Falcons here, and another kill for Sumail alongside that amplified damage rune.
Yeah, we would like to thank Marine for being a crucial part of the team, and welcome Sumail.
No, don't do it to him. Well, it would be a good move for Sumail. That's a very, very challenging one for BetBoom here. Because like you said, the kind of delayed BKB timings, right? We talked about that 20 to 25 minute period where Luna is kind of at her biggest peak, at the strongest, because she's flash farmed everything. Yeah, Nightfall just isn't there, and it doesn't look like he's ever going to be there. With Kunkka ahead of you. Zeus at 14k, Kunkka closing in on 13,000 net worth. Now, Amar in that lane, it looked like it was a hard lane. Luna Maiden, you're going to get dumpstered, and they make it work where you're, you know, averaging out, you're doing all right, you're dragging waves around, manipulating the equilibrium, and then you make moves. You find these snipes, you get your XP, you get your gold off the back of kills, team fights.
And he also had stacks to fall back to. Even though things were looking good in the lane, they managed to kill Toronto Tokyo a couple of times. Still yet to see a big move from BetBoom. They try to make a move on Dragonite one time, one move on a mid lane, failed both times, and then the aggression kind of stopped.
And meanwhile, Falcons, the flip side of that coin, complete opposite story. Every move they've made has been perfection. Smooth, bustry perfection. Are Falcons still the stackingest team in the world? That's a new word for you, by the way.
Yeah, it's a new word. All right, I'll add it to my vocabulary. Right now, they are. Crit is even stacking more than the whole BetBoom squad. 8. Yeah, there was a tournament where they stacked like insane amount. They had like 21 stacks by like 12 or 13 minutes. It's insane. Team Liquid is also another team that stacks a lot. Extreme Gaming, they don't stack as much. They are more focused on losing the laning stage and then coming back. I love watching Extreme Gaming play with 7k gold deficit after 10-minute mark every single game and then winning those games. But back to this game.
This is not Extreme Gaming, this is BetBoom.
This is BetBoom, 14k already.
And Miero in some serious, serious trouble.
This Rod of Atos pickup has been crucial, setting up so many kills.
Absolutely incredible. Stopping Chain, stopping Storm, catching the Timbersaw once more. And you can see immediately, right, they get this kill, and look at where Skitter is. He's already kind of farming jungle, but prepped to play into mid. So if his team can connect with him into bottom tier 2 or into mid, they can find the moves.
Skitter, he needed 0.1 second to go through the gate. They could definitely take...
Amar, not Skitter.
They can take Roshan and try to potentially end the game off of that, because right now they have all these tanky items. You have Manta Style and Dragonite, you have Marana with Guardian Greaves. Snaking is super tanky. He's been involved also in 21 out of 25 kills. You have a Glimmer Cape available on Hoodwink, so buying a little bit of a team item, Rod of Atos gives you tankiness, then a Glimmer Cape, and then going into Gleipnir. So good scaling. Panel was talking about the scaling opportunities, scaling potential from Falcons, both supports, and so far they are buying the team items. Amar. That might be the first core kill.
This is a bit funny, isn't it? I mean, all these guys BKB off.
Never mind.
Oh no, Bet Boom. You nearly had the sneaky move, but now Amar, he's just like 1v4, getting a kill, doesn't care. Roshan's dead, Skitter's got Aegis, Samael blasts the Crystal Maiden off the face of the map. Yeah, you're all washed up.
They haven't managed to kill a single hero other than Marana in this game. I think that says quite a lot about how this game has been going on for the past 25 minutes.
A real challenge. And now you're at the point, you know, with Coco's Rum, Dragon Blood, all these tanky items and BKBs up, really diminishing any possibilities that you ever had of killing any of these core heroes. Also, you know, Storm Spirit was meant to be the hero that would jump the Zeus, but has had no real chances to get there.
That's how Dota works, Gary.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, during the pick phase, something looks really nice. In theory, it looks good, but yeah, in terms of button clicking, they got out-clicked by Falcons this time around.
Well, it did. I guess GPK would love to, you know, now Save has, oh my, that's half HP from one Thunder God's Wrath. And Save just dead. Yeah, I get, you know, with the way the lanes go, the game goes, that Lion Blink is delayed, so you don't have the Storm Lion paired up together. Maiden, a very slow hero, can't really play with the trio anymore either. Bet Boom don't have that ability to kind of get across the map, find the openings that they need. And also the age-old classic, right? Storm Spirit against the team that balls up as 5. He absolutely hates it. He wants those individual stragglers somewhere on the map that he can find pickoffs. And Falcons, you look on the map, they've got everyone together. One hero was at Radiant Ancients, but immediately TPing down to bottom to join the rest of the gang as they get the band back together to try and dispatch Miero here with perfect chain stunning. He just cannot move. You can't play the game. You're disabled forever.
I've seen this so many times. People trying to get out of trouble, and Falcons, they're 4 or 5 most of the time. Look where Toronto Tokyo is farming, trying to steal enemy XP rune. At least that's something. And going into BKB, I think it's very important that they try to get as much damage as they possibly can. BKB available on Luna, 9-second BKB, 9-second BKB on GPK as well. But they are knocking on your high ground.
Cliff is only going to delay the inevitable here. Deep Observer Ward also behind that tier 3 and Barracks set up for snaking. And Amar to maybe go on save straight away, but a good blink away. Gets him out of the Dragon Tail. Elder Dragon form done, but the tower is still crumbling. And it feels like Bet Boom not really going to make a concerted effort to defend this with 2 heroes spread pretty wide on the map, but Falcons still respecting them in that high ground defense and trying to play into Toronto Tokyo, who is cutting waves and being very sneaky. Man, this crit Hoodwink, man. Every time you click on him, he's got a new bloody item, doesn't he? Rod of Atos, Glimmer, Maelstrom soon. He'll have that Gleipnir eventually. He's going to start scaling as a core. Very, very hardcore.
Bet Boom, they missed their timing with this lineup. They were supposed to be, you know, going for these pickoffs, having Timbersaw, who cannot be killed with the Eternal Shroud. But yeah, now it's recovery time. So 2 BKBs, as we said online, 1 being built by Crystal Maiden. Toronto Tokyo needs another 1,000 gold and will finish it off. Has Crystal Clone. Let's see. Zeus scouting things out. As you said, down to 70% HP with 1 Zeus ulti.
A couple of Aghanim Scepters being picked up here as well. And I've already seen Amar's one, but Skitter grabs one. I think I saw the Timbersaw also grabbing his Ags. So we've got that explosive reactive armor now up for him. But yeah, we get to this point now where, you know, Bet Boom, primarily magic, pure damage, a bit of physical from that Luna if she's able to get into fights, which we haven't seen so far. But now is the period where you're kind of taking fights to expend Aegis, expend BKB, try to get to that super late game as Bet Boom, where you can actually scale back into the game. So that draft is in a bit of a rut right now.
Yeah, just delay the game, just play for the late game lulls.
I guess the DK Ags Manta pushing your high ground here.
30 seconds left on that Aegis. Nemesis Curse, level 18 Dragonite with Aghanim Scepter Manta style.
Good luck.
Good thing is they have Lion. Lion also picked up the shard of his own, having Big Boy Philly. That's going to help him out. And now Mana Drain maxed out. So at least they have something to kill off those illusions instantly.
And again, Bet Boom kind of out on the map. Not wanting to straight up defend high ground here. They're forcing Falcons to make these kind of awkward moves away from the Radiant base, but at some point Falcons are going to be like, okay, this enough's enough. We're going to jump high ground, we'll put our Dragonite here, plonk him on the top of the tier 3. And multiple tier 3s, in fact. Look at that, sends illusions to mid and bottom while pushing top, so he's getting around that Lion with his shard and the Mana Drain. And another stolen Tormentor here, giving Amar a shard.
They have the slow siege. Zeus as well. We see a lot of Zeuses paired up with another Manta-style carrier, so sieging the high ground is not as hard. Having illusions from Zeus, having hero like a Dragonite, so all this chip damage. Smoke from Bet Boom. Let's see, they're trying to find something.
Oh, they've got to, right?
They have to find a big kill.
Aegis is gone. Maybe they can find the Zeus. I still think DK is maybe a bridge too far. The destination a little too far for them. But realistically, it's going to be first point of contact. Whoever they see is whoever they jump. And unfortunately for them, it's a couple of Zeus illusions. Oh, the turnaround now from Falcons as well. Bushwhack. Oh, he gets away from the Torrent, just barely. Scraping away with his life, GPK. They're still chasing. Skidder is very speedy.
He's out of mana.
Trying to give the vision. They know, they see the GPK, you're right.
Skidder is hasted.
Out of mana. Might have to BKB this because Skidder's going to make the jump with the Dragon Tail. GPK BKBs inside of his own base just to get away from them. Goodness gracious me. Falcons on a whole other level right now. Absolutely, undisturbed in this entire game.
This is the perfect game. If you watch this game, they haven't made a single mistake on side of Falcons.
It's kind of incredible, honestly.
Guys.
How do they get away with it?
Knock, knock.
Anyone home? A wraparound, perhaps? Yes, Bet Boom, one last chance. Let's go. In from behind. Nightfall,
Amar, he knows.
Amar straight up just BKB, says hello. The boat thrown in towards save. He's going to Mana Drain, but died to the physical damage out from Skitter as Miero chain stunned up in the Torrents, the Dragon Tails. Half HP though with the reactive armor going, and Falcons are going to respect this. Fall back a little bit, retreat, knowing that Lion just brought back. GPK, the long zip, turnaround stuns
he's
though.
getting blasted immediately.
Destroyed. The Falcons clear out the storm, and now they move back onto the Timbersaw. Bet Boom. Oh, they knew they only had one chance, and they had to make something work. They go a little bit too deep here, losing the Timbersaw. Skidder, the focal point, going to get glimmered, saved up by the Moonlight Shadow, as Amar. Yes, you've been hexed, but the arrow, the damage arriving now. Save will die. Die back out of the Lion. And Nightfall dropping some Chatwheel Lions in Toronto, Tokyo. He knows it's over. 4-33.
Still, at the end of the game, 34 minutes, they haven't managed to kill any other hero than Snake King's Mirana. That's pretty impressive. Look at the boys. They're pretty happy. Sumail also having flawless performance. This is I think, a game that can be studied as a flawless performance from one of the teams, not making a single mistake. Like, their movements, they're so crisp, they're so fast. Insane what this team can do. Even with a stand-in, it's a top-tier stand-in, but they still look the same. Snaking, he was not too happy about something that Amar did. Try to, instead of a fist bump, try to go for the Falcon's punch.
Oh, get him. Yeah, we don't often get clean sheets anymore. There's like 20-0 score lines, and especially not in games like this. Absolutely incredible to have such a perfect game from the Falcons as they dispatch Bet Boom quite simply as we head back to Shiva and the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. This was a little bit of a slaughter here in the morning for the opening series here between Bet Boom and Falcons. Falcons, they basically continued where they left off. Last time we saw them facing Bet Boom in the grand finals of Dream League Season 22, and it was a 3-0, and this just felt like Game 4 if it would have happened, because there was really, 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 Teague, of nothing that went right for them, for Bet Boom. that is.
Yeah, in 33 minutes of gameplay, Falcons got 33 kills. They had 4 deaths. And that's why, of course, Amar didn't want to fist bump Snaking, because all 4 deaths were on Snaking. So Snaking's going to have to improve going into game 2.
He's got to play better.
He is going to play a lot better going into that second game. But yeah, I just think the way that Falcons, from their laning phase, broke into that aggression, utilizing the DK going for a blink early on, kind of throwing his body in the line to then enable the amount of damage that the Mirana, Hoodwink, and Zeus can provide. There was no real map for them to farm or play from BetBoom, because it was just constant aggression, constant pickoff, and we never got to see them ball up into this kind of ball that we expect to see from them.
Yeah. No, like Falcons mid game is just so crisp and clean. Like in this game, this is like one of the, I would say, most beautifully played like mid games. Just the way they use their spells, how they're moving around the map. I personally think BetBoom's lanes should have gone a bit better. Like when you pick a hero like Timber, it's a good laner. You pick Luna to kind of do well in the lane. Do you guys feel like it should have turned out the way it did?
Yeah, no, I expected BetBoom's lanes to be better, right? Like when you think about a Timber lane with Lion, that's such a potent lane. Like you can pick it into pretty much most matchups, and then you have a Luna as well with a CM, that should be able to shove out the wave. Like we expect economy to occur from these 2 lanes, but it just never really connected for them. And it was, I guess, maybe the post-lane break that Falcons brought. There was no real kind of plan B for BetBoom. It was just all in on we are going to win our lanes.
I thought the plan B, Jenkins, was the Storm Spirit, because you didn't pick it for the lane, you picked it for the game.
See, that's the thing. That was the wild card here. It was the Zeus. We're talking about the side lanes. You know who impacts the side lanes? Zeus with his ulti. And now that this thing does percentage damage, you don't expect it to take you down from like 30% HP, but it turns these side lanes that like normally you get a kill and then you're at like 20-30% HP. If you're playing against like equally skilled opponents and they've drafted not like dog shit heroes, it's like always close. That's how Dota is at a high level. That's why we saw like the bracer on the Luna, because he's trying to play around not getting bursted. Like, and Zeus changes that, and part of that is Sumail just playing extremely well in the mid lane. He did very well against GPK, who normally is like the dominant mid laner, one of the best mid laners in the world. He was like 5th on net worth, or 6th on net worth, and then Zeus is number 1. Like that's a skill difference that you would not expect.
Yeah, I think maybe if you just look purely on drafts, we said a lot of things before the game started after the draft was done. But maybe we have to just take a little bit more of a skill diff in the back of our minds for the next time, because that did seem to be the impacting factor. Now, Tigov, one thing when you're looking at this match, Vision was the name of the game, especially when you're playing against a Zeus for BetBoom. It's important.
Yeah, here we got the Kitty Award of the game. New thing here, we're actually we're showing some love to the supports nowadays, because all these cores, they get these highlight packages of Rampage and stuff, but yeah, on the screen you see that ward from the high ground steps above the Radiant Tier 2. Around the 16-minute mark it was up. It saw a smoke gank that allowed Snaking to dodge back from an engagement. It allowed them to take the fight, and the key thing here is, at that position of the ward, we also have Vision on the top side of the map as well, mirroring the Tier 2 top as well. So you basically have both entries to the jungle pretty much seen, so at any minute, if BetBoom is trying to make some type of play to go farm, go do anything, it's already out there. And that's because Snaking on his Mirana, being able to walk around the map, has the leaps to disengage. He died getting the Vision out, but once the Vision was down, it took BetBoom so long to bring numbers there, get the D wards, and then suddenly there's like 9k, 10k, 11k gold lead, because they're kind of wasting time on a pesky 5. Meanwhile, Sumail's free farming, Skitter's free farming, Amar's free farming.
Lets them play fast. Like we talked about how perfect the execution was in the mid game for Falcons. The casters mentioned it. They made basically no mistakes. That happens when you have Vision. When you see BetBoom leaving their base, that only happens if you're not getting dewarded.
I mean, they are the best mid-game team and the best like map movement team for a reason. They pick for it, they lane well, they do all the small things, like they win their lanes, they build the right items on, they place the right wards, they know how to play, and it all like just goes in together, and that's what makes them play so well, and that's what makes it look so beautiful.
Yeah, and then we also, Kezu, I believe, have got 2 players to take a little bit of a deeper look into.
We have a head-to-head here that we need to show, because, the Ace of Predator head-to-head, we have Skeeter and Nightfall. I want to show the net worth. One guy, Skeeter's just slightly below Nightfall, but when you look at the actual numbers of the game, like how it transitioned, I mean, Nightfall, I wouldn't say it's like necessarily his fault, but it just goes to show that net worth and hitting creeps isn't everything. Like Skeeter, he laned well, he rushed the blink so that his lineup actually works, he ends up 3-0-19, build a Mage Slayer to like slow down the Timber even more, slow down the Storm, keep going into the front of the fight, 14k hero damage, and took over the whole map. Like Skeeter, I feel like doesn't always get the spotlight he deserves, but in this game, this is probably as close to flawless as you're gonna get from your carry player.
Do you guys even count him as a carry in this game? Because I feel like when you have a DK safe lane, Zeus mid going for the Manta build, like he's basically an offlaner.
You're right.
Or like also the fact that the 2 supports on Team Falcons also are scaling. Like Skeeter is the type of guy that's fine being the top net worth that's going to 1v5 the game, but he's also fine taking like a sideline role and then letting the other heroes scale, which I think is more in line with what he did in this game.
Yeah, that's why Falcons are so good. The fact that your carry doesn't have to be this traditional, oh, I need to hit more creeps, I need my BKB timings, I need this, I need everything to go for me. Yeah. He's able to mold into what the game needs. And yeah, this time around, it was Sumo and Zeus, even though it was quite a very impactful game, he was quietly just doing his job really well, while Skidder was just doing all the explosive moves, which you would often see from another role stepping up. So again, just the way that Falcons play out the game.
I will say that a game like this, which turned out to be as one-sided as it was, well, it makes me a little bit worried for game 2. Let's start with that. But I also want to know, what could BetBoom learn from this? Because I feel like too many things went wrong to really pinpoint one thing. Oh, that's where we would have done better.
I think when I was talking to Kezu about their draft, it looks very, in the nicest way possible, it looks like generic. Like the draft looks good on paper because it's like, there's going to be pressure points in most points of the game. They should be able to do well in lanes. They can take towers. They can do Roshan. They can do everything. But those type of drafts, on face value, if there's higher pacing, if anything like that, they crumble because they need timings to always hit for the draft to feel good. And that's where I think Falcons, they looked at it and went, well, if we just win our lanes and break it early, there's no way for Luna to take her gold into a fight because it's just the disparity there. So I think maybe not showing every card so quickly could enable them.
Well, maybe a little bit of a break for them also gives a little bit breath of fresh air to see what they can change in game 2. Let's see for our break what Pyrian's up to.
Hello, Sheebs. A little rest indeed. The players have taken a break. In the meantime, I wanted to give you guys a little look around where the group stages are taking place. This is obviously day 1 at the NEC, and what they do is they divide this big hall up into rooms with these curtains. But let us take a look inside, if we may. I'm going to draw the curtain back and let our camera guy in. Welcome, welcome. This is where the players play. They've got, obviously, these are very important, monitors, PCs, mice and headsets, mouse mats, all of it. And it's a pretty standard setup. I've seen it before. You've all seen it too. And the players have as well. But between games, they go off and they take a little break. They recap. They have a smoke and a chat and a drink of water or coffee or whatever. And the manager says to them, well done, well done. Or the manager says to them, for God's sake, lads, sort it out. But in general, yeah, pretty chill. Pretty straightforward game 1 for Falcons there. What, 33-4? They all look very relaxed and happy coming out. So really pretty chill.
Pretty chill. We like it pretty chill. Thank you very much, Pyrian. Of course, we'll check back in with you later, and we'll also hear from some of the players potentially as well, especially from Falcons. If they continue doing well, we'll get maybe a winner's interview. But hey, I'm getting ahead of myself because there is a break, and a lot can happen in the couple of minutes that they have, that the teams have, to be able to reset and come back stronger. Let's see if BetBoom can come back stronger in game 2 after this.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
side up. We're on the sunny side up. Yeah, yeah. Scarlet sun kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. And see my youth and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all she's rarer than a four-leaf clover. And she's mine and I'm hers. We land is sunny, oh, 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 we land is sunny, we land is sunny side up. We land is sunny, oh, 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 we land is sunny, we land is sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. I need your love every day. I think about you night and day. I want you, babe, I feel for you. I'm fine when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say. I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love. Baby, baby, when I'm here with you, you know I'm fine, you know I'm crazy about you. Oh, baby, you know that my love is true. You know I smile when I look at you. I need your love every day. I need your love, hear me when I say. I need your love every day. Come on, give me your love, give me your love.
You're joining us on day one of the group stages here for ESL 1 Birmingham, and we are in the middle of a series. He's Tamil on your screen. He is standing in for Team Falcons for today only, as Melreen will join the squad again tomorrow. But Falcons crushed it in game number 1 here against Bedboom in Group A. So Bedboom was looking to tie the score. There are 2-game series, so there's no chance for a overall victory here in the series. But a win is needed for Bedboom, or rather, they would love to have one, especially after the results of the first game. I think maybe the mental damage might be the more important one here as well to try and get over here, Kezu. You feel like the first game of a tournament is important for like the tone you set?
I mean, I would say it's maybe more about the series as a whole. I think the first game you can kind of like chop off. I think if the same thing happens in the second game, then maybe you need to think a bit more about it. What I'm looking at here for the bans is this. I feel like this morph stood out a little bit. I would assume the biggest reason for it was to potentially prepare for a Razor or like kind of bait Bedboom to pick it if Falcons had like a cool answer. But either way, they'll just take out the Razor to answer it.
Well, this is a complete 180 from the last draft.
Yeah, I was waiting to see what they went for, but yeah, going for the gyrocopter. Have they shown it in other roles? I don't think they even played it at Elite League in a support role.
Like if I'm
carry.
If I'm thinking about save, I don't think of gyrocopter. I think of like more. You have like flashy. You can go in and out. Some techie, some lion, hoodwing. So
I don't really see Bedboom too much as a team that really plays gyrocopter too much. Like sure,
that is true,
but like the hero doesn't really mesh well, and that's where I think against Falcons, they are the type of team that they remind you a lot about certain things here, and we're talking a lot about these kind of beefier offlaners. Gyrocopter is kind of that middle ground for the carry role where you can fight into them still in laning phase based on your skill build, or at least just flack it out the entire time so you never have to go near them. And then it gives your team kind of momentum. I think like when I'm looking back at Bedboom's games at Elite League, a lot of their kind of success was when they had just moments of like chaos built within their draft, right? They've got some like Dark Seer Spirit Breaker or something. They've got some like Enigma lane. They've got some Storm with a Batrider, like Clock. Like there's a lot of like different little heroes that at early points in the game you have to deal with it, otherwise it becomes their game. And in that previous draft, when we said about it being somewhat like generic, they never had that kind of those pressure points. Like if the lanes go poorly, the pressure points never really come online. And already like a gyrocopter, if they have flexibility with it, then cool. If it's not, then maybe it's just a first pick carry gyrocopter, which kind of fell off out of meta recently.
They've got to have flexibility with their first picking it. They have to. And I mean, I do feel like it makes sense, like banning out the DK. The Timber's still available for Falcons. The Gyro is considered like the best carry option currently against the Timber, and if you play it as a support, it does very well against it as well. So it kind of blocks that out. But I do feel like Kunkka's fairly decent against it in like a off lane to carry matchup.
I think your point about the Timber is probably what they had in mind too. They're like, if we pick this, we're like kind of soft blocking that, but I don't think Falcons care too much. They're just going to go for the Kunkka again, which could also be a flex pick. They're also second pick, so they can ultimately decide at the very end. Because in my opinion, picking Gyro blind as a carry is not how I envision myself wanting to pick this hero. It's like, so you see some Enigma, or you feel like they lack damage. Eventually you get your 2-3 items, you stand your ground.
Yeah, unkillable, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A game like that.
Maybe they're preventing the Enigma pick with the gyrocopter, you know?
They're preventing everything, but then they still give them good picks, huh?
Yeah, next level of play. Who knows?
The next level.
Yeah. In some qualifiers, gyrocopter did become a first phase carry pick for a very brief period of time, but then people kind of lost faith in the hero because it's a lane goes well into I need to farm 3 items. It's not the kind of mixed damage carry that we see joining every single fight. It's the I need my Crystallis, I need my Ags, then my BKB, then my Satanic. Like you're very greedy with the current playstyle, and that's why I think, at least in the qualifiers, it did well for a couple games, and then people realized, wait a second, this is like as greedy as like a Mortar level carry, and it instantly fell off the out of the meta then. So again, for Bedboom, we'll see which way they go with it, but Falcons now going for the Batrider.
I did hear an interesting thing, by the way, about gyrocopter the other day. We'll see if you guys knew this one. Did you know when you activate Flak, you gain extra night vision now?
Yeah. It was actually one of the coolest changes because it wasn't like a change that breaks the hero, but it makes sense because now you don't have to use your courier to like double farm camps at nighttime. It's like one of the nicest
Yeah, because definitely most of the people were doing that before. Because
people were I like this change. You know, the frog has been cooking. That one, he was cooking that one. Okay, Enigma, tiny, solid lane. There's some soft flags in between the Gyro and Enigma if they do want to.
I think for this draft to feel at its best, I think Tiny Enigma should be your off lane, where Enigma is your 3, Tiny's your 4. Gyrocopter is now getting flex between carry and 5, and then you just once you see what Falcons are doing, you close the phase with a statement pick. Like, this is my lane winning hero, because you already know kind of where everything's going for you, and leave probably your mid lane down the line until you see a little bit more information from Falcons. If they are to reveal it, of course, they are second pick.
What do you think about Naga potentially for Falcons? Feel like it could lane well into Enigma and Tiny. They can't really pick some. Feel like Lifestealer would have been one of the last carries left, or one of the next carries that would answer it very well in the game.
What's the Gyro Naga matchup like in the late game for carry to carry?
I think the problem is that you play around him. Like again, they're just gonna play the map. You have this chaotic team fight. I think Gyro doesn't enjoy these super prolonged team fights, and I think Kunkka Naga can play those very well.
Yeah, and you also have Batrider, so you're going to be able to always threaten the Gyrocopter there. But Falcons, they look at BetBoom and go, sure, you want to try and play out some somewhat farm game. I think this is.
Yeah.
I think in regards to like the change from game 1 to game 2, BetBoom haven't really shifted too far from what they're trying to do in game 1. Like this time, they're just trying to maybe make their lanes a little bit easier to win. But I'm not seeing that map play coming from them. They're not going to break from lanes and kill everything. Well, Falcons, now you could go for a Bloodseeker. He'll happily twin gate at, let's say, like minute 7 and go join a fight. Right?
I mean, it's still flexible. This could still be Amar playing the Bloodseeker. Like, he's done it before. You know the BSJ build on Bloodseeker? He just told me about this tech. It's Dagon, Eternal Shroud, Bloodstone, and Aghanim Scepter.
It's a lot of life.
It is so much spell lifesteal, and the scaling is ridiculous too. It's pure damage, it's magic damage. The armor from the Gyrocopter, if there's a Gyro carry, is going to be meaningless. I would love to see that. I would love to see that build.
I'm always down for new tech.
Yeah, it's good tech. It's actually good.
BetBoom, they need to invent some tech here to deal with Falcon's aggression though, because like when I see these lanes, CM Bloodseeker, Frostbite into Bloodripe. Okay, you're half HP now. Thanks for playing the lane. I can Nova your Eidolons as well. Like, I'd love to see CM Bloodseeker together, playing into the Enigma. I'd like to see Batrider laning with the Kunkka, right? Kunkka's often quite self-sufficient. Allow Batrider to have the freedoms to make up the stacks, farm the stacks himself, secure his own game, maybe rush a Blink Dagger as well. And I think from there, you're just leaving the last pick in the draft for Sumo. See everything and go, hey man, what do you want to play? Like, you get
ban Zeus. Just get the Zeus out. Like, come on, he's going to pick it again. This is a free Zeus game. You're a backline here. You don't care about Enigma. You're not going to get caught by that. The Tiny, it's really hard for him to jump you as well.
But if you're BetBoom here, do you go for the let's try and match the aggression with our last 2 picks? Or do you kind of bait Falcons to try and take those cheaper fights and just have overwhelming ways to deal with that aggression? And
they're not going to match the aggression. Well, actually, that depends.
Okay.
Sniper can if you go for the Aghanim Scepter build, the XM build.
I'm okay with it, because I would say Bloodseeker can suffer against these heroes that, like, he's just going to outrange you and stay far away. I do think that Batrider Kunkka is very fringy matchups. Like, obviously, they have the chance of jumping you later. I would love if BetBoom can kind of... I don't know exactly how they want to tailor this gyro between 1 and 5, but I need another hero that protects the sniper and makes it harder for the Falcons draft to get on top of the sniper in this mid-game.
Is it like some Gyro 5 into...
I think so.
I mean, Bloodseeker and Void doesn't feel comfortable. Like, I'm thinking like I need a carry that's as statement as if you come to a team fight, you have to deal with my positioning first and Sniper
like
second. So like Faceless Void Shore into Bloodseeker doesn't feel good, but Dilation into CM, into Kunkka, into Batriders feel very good. And like in the world where Bloodseekers haven't used those spells, and suddenly everyone else is going to have a good time, right? And I think that's kind of what they ban out Void. Okay, good. So Falcons along the same line. I think that's exactly what we need. Just a carry that just shouts and says, hey, look, focus me first. And that's where Sniper's always...
Sven, maybe?
Yeah,
I can know. So I was just trying to think that, that can work as well. I'm just trying to think of the lane, because you need to be careful that you need a carry that can lane into what can be a very disastrous Batrider Kunkka matchup, but also be able to play the fights out. Like, finding that in the middle ground is quite hard. That's why I was kind of leaning towards the Void. But
I do agree though that this does mean that it's not a gyro carry. Like Gyro Sniper as your...
It's bad.
It's just bad.
Yeah.
It's like, it just feels really weird.
So much overlap. They both kind of want to do the same thing.
Even Sven Sniper's a bit weird. It's like it is that frontliner that can go in for you, but Sven wants to farm. Sniper kind of wants to farm.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking for this hero that is like helps Gyro in the lane. That will generally be melee carries that can body, maybe have a stun. But I'm failing to find the right one. I think Sven is like okay. I think CK does like half the job, but CK's teamfighting in this game is incredibly hard. So unless you're only picking him to enable Enigmas and Snipers teamfighting, I don't really see it. I do think he would lane very well into Kunkka bad. Like, they need to chip you down. CK is very good against those lanes.
Don't you just think that everything that you mentioned is going to get kited real hard?
That's fine, though, because you have the sniper. Like, I think you actually want a hero to go in and get kited.
I have the bold hero here.
Okay.
All right.
Omni Knight carry.
Oh, I like that.
You body the aggression. You don't care about the lane. You have the debuff immunity to deal with some of the early Falcon stuff. You're naturally, if you're going to get ruptured, whatever, you just stand your ground. You want to come near me? I'm going to hit a bajillion pure damage into your face. Sniper's the true carry, so you kind of need to like use the skidder logic of game one where your carry isn't the perfect carry. Sniper can be that. So I think something a little bit left field could be pretty good.
Actually, cool. I would like it. I think it's like the type of melee hero with lane well with gyro. I think for all the reasons you mentioned, it fits well. Also, when you play against Bloodseeker, you just want to stand your ground, right? Omni Knight, one of the best heroes at kind of enabling that, whether it's for himself or someone else.
Like Bloodseeker's all about, can I kill with my BKB? If I can't kill my BKB, everything just feels a little bit worse. So that's why I think, yeah, the Omni Knight, but no, they're going for Oracle.
Oh,
That's
it actually
an Oracle.
Stand your ground, yeah.
It is a gyro sniper. They're both cores.
Okay.
I would like to see Gyrocopter maybe think about his itemization just a little bit to allow him to frontline just a bit earlier. I think if he goes down this entire route of like foregoing BKB just a little bit, just to go for the Christus and the Ags and this and that, and then there's a disparity in when they can fight. That's when I think Falcons will thrive here. But I think if Gyrocopter can just go back to the old school way of playing Gyro, then maybe the Gyrocopter can bring some life to this draft. But yeah, Oracle, like the points we mentioned about Omni Knight, Oracle does it from the supporting role. It is a stand your ground hero. And Falcons, they don't really have backline jump too well. Like, it's one Batrider. No one else right now finds the backline.
And there was still Timbersaw in the pool. So let's see. It will be crit on that Batrider as predicted. And Samil will take Kunkka to the mid lane.
They last picked Timber into gyro carry, knowing it's a gyro carry. That is interesting.
I feel like this is the type of Timber game that he will get Blink as quick as possible with like his stand Kaya, and he's only going to hunt the Oracle. Like his entire job will just be break the positioning of Betboom, find someone. Sure, if you jump me, I'm a Timbersaw, who cares? And that will then give Crit the freedoms to make his plays or someone else. And I think it's less about maybe the laning matchups, but the game plan. It's just, like, have a hero that can survive long enough that if he gets hit by a black hole, even if he does die, the amount of time needed, everyone else will thrive. And that's where Timbersaw is the hero for Falcons.
I think they just wanted like this body that goes in. I would say also Oracle is not very good at laning at all early on against Timber. He's just kind of chill. I'm a bit afraid, at least for this Enigma tiny lane. I feel like it will set a lot of the tempo for Falcons because they have a very good lane against it with the CM Bloodseeker. You know, if Bloodseeker starts zooming, you can kind of leave him alone. Snaking ends up going mid, so we could see a little bit of a repeat of the last game. But I do think that this was one of the few ways to make the gyro carry work by picking this type of, you know, Omni Knight type hero that allows whatever hero you want to enable to stand their ground and fight.
This is the type of Enigma game where it's like, there's no clear counsel for the whole, but is the game too aggressive and chaotic that we see the value of Black Hole when it's needed? Like, sure, at 40, 50 minutes when he has all the items, it might happen, but before then, I think there's a lot of pressure on Miro to be able to find access to these fights and not just get, you know, blown to shreds.
And he has to consider his build as well, because like the current build on Enigma is a lot of early game stuff, and I feel like they kind of need it against the Falcons lineup because Sniper's not going to do it, and Nightfall on the gyro is not going to do it. I mean, you can eventually transition to still hit the big black holes. That's always possible at some point, but if you go for early game stuff, then the early game goes terribly for you, and you don't have like the Blink, Octarine, BKB, then there's just no chance of hitting the big hole.
So we're thinking quite a bit of an aggression, quite a bit of aggression coming out from Falcons, where Betboom, they'll just try to hold the fort to see if they can get good counter initiations and otherwise not fight at all.
They have pretty much 3 cores that don't like being jumped until they have 3+ items.
Yeah.
Okay. So that logic alone enables a Bloodseeker, a Batrider, these heroes to just take over the early game. So if they get items, it's a game. If they don't, repeat of game 1 maybe?
All right, well, let's see if Betboom can get some items on board to make this second game an interesting one. We're heading over to Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, heading into game 2 here. Potentially a different game for Betboom. You know, a lot of stand your ground, hold the fort, see what you can do after you get out of laning stage with your items. But Lacoste, Falcons again with the upper hand.
Yeah, I would say so, but you said potentially a different game. I hope it's not the same game where the only hero that they managed to kill was a position 5 multiple times. So, yeah, having Sniper and Gyro, I have to agree with the panel that this pairing isn't really, you know, common. you also don't have anyone who's gonna frontline. Tiny, his first item, it needs to be a Blink Dagger. The hero cannot be played without a Blink, so I'm a little worried. I mean, they can delay the game. In the mid-game fights, you have a strong team fight with Enigma, with Oracle, Gyro with 2-3 items, Tank Cardell can soak up some of the damage if necessary, but...
getting there.
We were getting there, but I still feel Falcons that they got what they wanted from this draft, playing Crystal Maiden plus Bloodseeker against Enigma Tiny Lane. Enigma Tiny Lane is one of my favorite off lanes. It kind of started a year and a half, 2 years ago, because you can deny a lot of creeps. You have a lot of harass toss back into Eidolons. It just feels that Crystal Maiden and Bloodseeker, they can get through this lane with getting some extra kills from it.
Yeah, I mean, it was us casting, right? It was FY and Chalice, I think. FY brought back the...
Oh, Gary, you have such a great memory.
Well, Tiny was, like, unpicked, pretty much. And FY was like, you know what? Tiny Enigma, that's pretty strong. Just toss them into Eidolons. Get that damage going. Yeah, it was great to see. Hopefully, we'll see Save do a similar thing here. In the mid lane, though, start out with Sumail against GPK. Kunkka versus Sniper. And Sniper on Dire side, not as happy as Radiant with that proximity of the camp to him, but still very able to get a ton of denies, push out the wave, and then back to farming jungle. Kunkka, can he do a similar thing here with like stacking camps and farming to keep up with the Sniper?
He can. I've seen Kunkka's play very aggressive in this matchup at the first like 2-3 creep waves, then Sniper starts to peep, and things get pretty difficult for Kunkka. Kunkka can also drag the creep waves behind his tower, play with the creep equilibrium if things are not looking too well for him. Crit again, starting with a courier kill.
Yeah, good start for him. Playing into an Oracle Gyro, though. You know, that talk about frontlining, right? Potentially Nightfall has to be the guy that shows, gets up in the faces of people. And we'll have an Oracle behind him, so that additional bit of save and tankiness could help out Bedboom enter the team fights. Also kind of curious about Miero's item build, because it's felt like Enigma, when he is picked recently, has been much more of... I don't know, Aura Bot seems very rude, but that's kind of the role he's been slotted into.
Aura Bot.
Yeah, just buy a Vlad's and a Greaves and a Pipe and a this and a that, maybe a Spirit Vessel, whatever. It looks like he's got Vlad's queued up, so...
Vlad's Drums Shard, that's the build into Blink BKB. Most of the time, depends on the game. Sometimes you feel like you're not contributing too much. You can get that Blink Dagger earlier, get a BKB and play from there, but yeah, you need a farming tool, so that's why Vlad's plus Drums. You're playing off your Eidolons, increasing their damage. In terms of AoE, they have what it takes to kill those Eidolons.
Yeah, they do. That top lane's a funny one.
Not in the laning stage, though. Like, if you have those 6 Eidolons, it's gotta be very difficult. Think about this lane. Oh!
Death of the Maiden. The position 5 falls.
Snaking. Kinda, if he gets caught, also this was Tiny with the Avalanche, level 3, you probably get a point in toss, so you can toss them onto the Eidolons. Early on, not easy to deal with the Eidolons, and it's also very important to keep harassing this Bloodseeker. Every single time he gets a CS, you're like, okay, we can't kill him anymore. Save, great start for him. Same goes for Miero.
Keep away from the Lotus pool for now. Let Snaking take it. Yeah, Skitter 19-3, getting a couple of those Eidolon kills, just padding his stats. Get the CS up and running. Bloodright, oh yeah, just about connects on both of them. Gets the tag onto Save and Miero. How about top lane? We've seen this wave bounce back and forth. Amar, looked like he was struggling, but the way that Crit and Amar are able to use this large camp, pulling, dragging the wave back, they've given this Timbersaw a better time against the Gyro and Oracle, who you'd argue do well against the Timbersaw, especially early on in the lane.
Yeah, Amar the Fearless, he does not give a crap about playing into some of these bad matchups. He's playing into Oracle, he picked it into Gyro. That's definitely his call. Usually it's the other way around, where you want to have some kind of magic damage early on to deal with the Timbersaw, so you can burst him down. And looking at the mid lane, things are looking much better for Sniper now. He's peeping 18-10 against Kunkka, who's 15-3. GPK stands for gonna punish Kunkka. He's doing one hell of a job. Like, once you hit that level 4, level 5, things get much easier for Sniper.
You've been sat on that one for long, or was that 5 minutes ago?
I saw it during the draft.
You chambered it in the draft. Yeah, just let it loose. Nightfall gonna be the one to dive at top lane. Amar the Fearless, he said. Yeah, this lane matchup, the potential counter of the Gyro into Timbersaw, absolutely undone by Crit and Amar. And Oracle, yeah, can save you in that mid-game with false
Toronto
promise,
Tokyo, he's in trouble.
Is he dead as well? He's been dived here. Fortune's End buys a little bit of time, but the flame break pushes him right back into the waiting arms of Amar's Timber. Man.
Double kill for him.
That's kind of insane. It's like you said, right? We see these Gyros and Lunas picked against Timbersaw to deal with them, to counter them in the lane stage. Amar says, no, we're going to drag the waves around, mess things up for you, make life a living hell. Well, down at bottom, you know, again, Snaking having some troubles against the Eidolons. But the main goal here for Snaking is kind of like the old days as a +5. You are selflessly giving your life, sacrificing yourself, so your Skitter Bloodseeker can have 30 last hits.
Skitter's doing really good. Getting that XP. Once, I think Miero could potentially die here. There is Blood Grenade available, plus Frostbite. They could start to play slightly more aggressive. Oh, not on the same page. There was no Frostbite.
It looked like they wanted to clear Eidolons, but they were just about to split, so maybe a bit of miscommunication there from Snaking and Skitter. Nonetheless, keep that Bloodseeker in the lane and keep playing into them. Miero 29 and 8. Having a pretty good time down bottom. Well, Amar, yeah, racing up that CS board. Already has his Bracer Wand and Raindrops. So has already bypassed that scary part of the laning stage and is getting into the turnaround position where once he hits level 6, has Chakram, he can go for kills on people.
For sure.
Mid lane, Save gonna get the toss back here. Send the Kunkka into GPK Sniper and finish him off, peep him down, while Toronto Tokyo lines up a Fortune's End onto Crit. They can't go too deep here onto the Bat Rider as he's already flown over the canopy of trees.
This is the aggression that we have not seen from BetBoom in the previous game. Things didn't look too good. They had like 2 failed attempts and then stopped playing the game pretty much. Crit, denying Arcane Rune. Doesn't matter that much for Sniper. Doesn't have a bottle.
Ooh. Toronto Tokyo in from behind. Amar was starting to pressure the Gyro with that Chakram. Gonna have to back away. As down at bottom. The Frostbite and the Blood Grenade. Save keeps them at bay, but that's a speedy Skitter Bloodseeker coming straight for your Enigma, who's still level 4. Toss across, but Snaking and Skitter looking to chase this one down with a Blood Riot and final touches here to take down the Enigma. At least a trade comes out, and Miero finds the kill on Snaking.
Save's pretty happy about this trade, that's for sure. Getting some of the solo XP, will pick up the XP rune as well on Tiny. Not the most level-dependent hero, but if you're getting the gold, that also means, you know, your Blink Dagger definitely needed. They need to allow Save to have a good game, and if Miero dies in one of 2 of those situations, it doesn't matter that much. And we've seen, again, stacks being made in Falcon's Triangle. Couple of stack, only 1 stack actually for BetBoom.
They've been much more focused on just playing in the lanes. Well, the Bat Rider has had a lot of freedom here for Crit just to go and stack things up. Now even playing aggressively top. Snaking's made a move. Saves Tiny arriving on the scene. Amar already sat half HP, but they've got a Rupture on Nightfall. Toss around the Timbersaw, but it's quite tanky still with the Raindrops going. Chakram is forward, bit of protection from the Oracle, but the Gyro's still dead. Amar with a killing spree, and BetBoom being run over in their safe lane here by so many members of the Falcons that they get the 2 kills in a row, and Save's in trouble as well. Avalanche buys a second of respite here, but Sumail will come in to give Crit the kill. I was just about to say it's a better game for BetBoom because they've already killed a core hero, but when a move like that happens, the Falcons, they strike real hot.
Oh, I feel like in this engagement, they needed to bring Sniper as well, because he had TP available, but did some damage to tier 1 tower. Also, you need to hide away from Kunkka. Wasn't watching what was happening in the mid lane, but they needed to bring the numbers, because, okay, he's going for the solo.
But does he die for it? They're TPing in here to kill off GPK. He's X'd under the tower, taking so many hits, Toronto Tokyo can't do a damn thing to save him. Oh, yeah, Crit, just tip him. That's wild.
Tips him back immediately. Crit knows that that's not a worthy trade for GPK, but this top engagement, they tried to save Nightfall. I love these plays from Bloodseeker. We don't see too much of a Bloodseeker from the Slave lane. There was a patch like a year ago when the hero was super popular. I think Mekkei and Skeeter, they were one of my favorite Bloodseeker players because they're super active early on, and Skeeter using the Twin Gates, understanding that they can play around Amar, who's super farmed right now, 4-0 and 1.
Oh, having a cracking time. And Skeeter going to tuck into these jungle camps down south of his tier 1. Chased by Save and Miero, but look at the swarm of Falcon heroes arriving. They've got the backup already here. Miero and Save, they went for this dive, but they're going to pay a dear, dear price for it. They don't even get the kill on Skitter's Bloodseeker as he turns and Nightfall's shown up.
Uh-oh.
That's a gyrocopter.
Big Monka moment.
I thought it was just a tiny Enigma, but Nightfall says, right, I want to get involved in this. Attempting the TP out of there. Outlash and the TP, very nicely done to escape from it. But making the best out of a real bitter situation here because they're going to lose the Save Tiny in the end. And Amar is finding kills elsewhere on the map. Save down in that bottom lane. Amar killed off the Oracle, and he's got how many? A couple of bounty runes here waiting for him. 3? What more could you want?
Oh, this Nightfall, he was lucky to get out of trouble. There was no Torrent, no X-Mark, they already used it. Timber doesn't provide you with any kind of stun, so he didn't TP, and we can see the difference. 7 against 3 runes, 9 minutes, big swing of gold for Falcons. And now they're going to clear the stacks. It's going to be Amar, currently on top of the net worth. Kaya as his first item. I think this time around, Kaya, Blink Dagger, go very greedy, jump on top of these heroes, try to blow them up.
Yeah, I think it was Kezu, right, saying find the Oracle, blow him up. At least one of the panelists is saying, yeah, Amar, jump into those back lines, hunt down the supports. Because it is that multi-layered thing where BetBoom, they need everyone in position and ready to be casting all their spells in unison, in tandem. If you lose one of the pieces, your puzzle is incomplete. You need Oracle to save the gyro, you need Sniper in the fog, peeping away at people.
Bottom tower is under attack.
You also need BetBoom here to start making moves into this bottom lane and play into Miero, it feels like. You want to be using Black Hole, you want to be transferring this net worth into some kind of impact, but it's in fact Falcons that just bring numbers down bottom to kill him off instead.
Falcons, they're not afraid to bring numbers, go back to farming. One thing I like about this team is they bring a lot of heroes. Sometimes you'll see 4 or 5 heroes, and then the way they split after they get the kill, so nothing of value has been lost. Or just like go for the second smoke. Immediately you can see Kunkka, Sumail, and 2 supports running to the mid lane just in case someone's gonna go greedy, go for that extra creep wave.
Yeah, there's just no redundancy. And so often we're like, oh, they overcommitted, they brought 5 here to kill 1. But Falcon's very good, like you say, just getting back out on the map, accomplishing everything. A little bit of calm time here. Oh, but look at that difference between the two of them. So stack taken, giving, what, a 700 gold difference for the Timber Saw. Tons of money from lane creeps. And the kills all add up to push him right to the top. Sumail getting surrounded in that mid lane. Does not have mana for the boat, just pops his Blade Mail. Tries to survive up against the Sniper and Oracle. They will peep him down with the Assassinate, though. A little reminiscent of the old days where Sumail bought a Blade Mail against a Sniper when he was playing Alchemist 5-6 years ago. He knows the matchup, just buy Blade Mail against this little fella.
Uncontrollable damage. If you have the attack in Dota, if you don't have the click, that's the way to counter it.
The Sniper is an uncontrollable beast. Anyone playing Sniper, madman.
Top tower is under attack.
Blink up on crit. 12.5 minutes in. Did I see that right?
Yeah, that is correct, Gary. Didn't go for any of the small items. Magic Wand, Ironwood Branch, you know, Windlace, Boots of Speed, that's all. So you're basically become another core. One of the reasons why Batrider is so popular is you can creep skip whenever there's something going on the map where if you feel like you don't want to take these fights, clearing the enemy stacks, clearing your own stacks, farming the jungle, farming the wave at the same time.
Have they nicked a tier 1 token off of their enemies? There's a tier 1 token in that Radiant Fountain.
Oh, nice.
Cheeky chaps.
So let's see who's not gonna get it. It definitely has to be Toronto Tokyo. Yep, he doesn't have it. Will not have it for the next 5-6 minutes. Maybe even more if they're not gonna be farming jungle. It's a big value loss. If we're talking about finding Trusty Shovel, for example.
Serenity.
Yeah.
Anything like that, yeah.
Losing the bounty gold for the rest of the team. Losing some of the healing cells, mangoes, kobolds as well.
We love kobolds here.
I do.
Yeah, it's a kobold stream. Miero on top of that high ground, just safe enough to dodge the gank the Falcons are bringing to that bottom lane. Trying to angle into mid lane now as well. Trying to apply that pressure onto the tier 1. BetBoom going to grab amplify damage on the Sniper.
Now finally you said it correctly.
I said it in the last game, you didn't notice.
You did? Okay.
Yeah. I've been waiting to see if you noticed. See, that's growth, you know? Character growth. I refused to say it. I was so locked into saying double damage and DD. I accept it now.
There was a time when we had to be told by Ice Frog how to pronounce Roshan because people, there was a patch and
and Aegis as well.
Yeah, Aegis, not Roshan. Never mind. I was thinking about Aegis.
Here comes Bet Boom. Nice.
Snaking gets deleted immediately with amplified damage rune.
And Toronto Tokyo, a lot of damage offered from Purifying Flames as well. Amar and Sumail. They know they're still around here. Trying to figure out where they want to be heading right now. And Dar Observer on top of the high ground, giving a nice bit of vision for Bet Boom. But you can see the movement of Falcons, right, kind of skirting the very edge of that vision, not giving away their position. If a fight breaks out, they're ready. If it doesn't, they go back to farming. And here is that advantage of having the Batrider you were mentioning just moments ago. Crit is creep skipping.
Insane hero. Difficult to catch as well once you pick up that Blink Dagger.
Off he pops.
He's fine.
Can't even see him. Hidden away in the fog.
Dire's top tower.
And while you're making these moves, you get the kill on snaking, and then you're waiting around for 30, 40 seconds, maybe a minute, and you look at the map and think, hey, Falcons are farming bottom, farming mid. Pressing out these lanes while we're still looking for moves. A grab on Sumail here would be great and save. Avalanche, but the Blade Mail's up, and Sumail will turn with the next mark. Amar joining, wanting to fight back into them. A little snipe on the Tiny, get Amar his streak continued. And Miero stuck around, getting caught up with the Bat and the Maiden. Stopping him in his tracks, and now he's ruptured, there's no way to survive.
Crit was also looking for a different angle. He did not want to go for Enigma straight away. Lasso still available. This should be a tier 1 tower, and we're going to see that again. Save a bit too deep. You also have only 2 points in toss, so the range is not maxed out. And you can see Crit, as I mentioned, still lurking around, trying to find something else.
Yeah, bonus kill. Cherry on top. Where's the +1? Go next, go next. Save, going to find Snaking. Another kill on a support here for Bet Boom. Oh, but the sniper's been found by Skitter and Crit. GPK thought he was safe deep in his Ancients, but a Radiant Observer spotted him. And this is that kind of situation again. Like, yes, you killed a Maiden, but you lose the sniper under that exact ward there. And you've got to come defend top tier 1 against Amar. And he's like, okay, I poked you top. You've come to defend, brought a couple of heroes here. I'm back to jungle, boys.
Yeah, looking at the observer ward in the enemy triangle, in Bet Boom's triangle, they have another observer ward to the bottom. One placed by Snaking, one by Crit. This one's going to get dewarded, but they still have a little bit of vision. If they catch a glimpse of someone going into triangle with the next lasso, they could score another kill.
Oh, look at the rainbow TP's top. Who's shown up here? The Gyro? Yeah, let's try and find him. Dar Observer does give the vision they need, though, to back up, and Nightfall will TP.
Ooh, Gleipnir missed.
Jeez, a little close there.
Interesting build from Skeeter as well. We didn't talk too much about him because he kind of fell back to the jungle, but only 2 points in Thirst, maxing out Bloodright, lowering the cooldown of it, stacking, clearing some of the stacks. Having Null Talisman, that's your mana item pretty much nowadays, ever since the buff into D version. So, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, we've seen a fair amount of that. I was kind of curious to hear your thoughts on Gyro with Falcon Blade. Is this just to reduce the slots you're using, so you don't have to buy Wraithband and Null? You just buy Falcon Blade, which covers both?
I think one of the reasons why Falcons are playing so aggressive because their blade got stolen, so they're trying to return it to the original owner.
How dare you, Nightfall!
You need something. If you're gonna max out that Rocket Barrage early on, it is a lot of mana. You're playing against Timber, so you want to have that maxed out. Try to kill him. They didn't succeed so far, but, it's a good farming tool. Gives you a little bit of damage. I think Falcon Blade on Gyro still works fine, but on other carries, you probably just want to go for Null. Maybe there's a reasoning to buy it on Drow Ranger, but other carries probably are looking to go.
It's like we saw it on TA, for example.
Yeah, right? Just get Null. Crit? Oh, he's in trouble.
Yeah, bonked back. Still getting tossed around as Amar goes straight in on top of GPK down his throat. Going for the sniper
He's
immediately. Crit is still alive. Amar in the Midnight Pulse. We're just going to black hole the Timber here. We kind of have to. Torrent Storm, the whale tails all around on the map,
tanky.
and Amar is too tanky. They do now have the false promise to save Nightfall, but that's a lot of damage incoming. Sumail surviving, Blade Mail returning, Snaking yet again the sacrifice here for Falcons to win a decisive team fight around this middle lane. Ooh, Crit does finally fall to GPK. but Sniper trying to clean up the mess that's been made and getting run at by Amar yet again. He's popped a bunch of heals there. I think a big old Lotus for Amar to top him back up and survive against GPK and Toronto Tokyo. Dangerous times for Vetboom.
I want to see the damage.
Toss back.
Ooh, he's still not done.
Oh, this is very deep now. Skitter and Amar, they're joining the fray, coming back in on to save to blow him up with that substantial damage out of the Timbersaw.
Gyro went pretty ham in that fight. So did Timber. I want to see the numbers. 6 snipers, 6,000 damage coming out from him, 3,000 damage from Sniper. And yeah,
yet nobody died.
Nobody died, but GPK had a really good positioning. This early blood grenade that he bought, his own shard, pushed him out of the trouble so he can keep the distance. You can see Amar because of his item build. We were talking about, you know, maybe him picking up the Blink Dagger, but he did opt to go for Eternal Shroud, get Kai and Sanj, so he's super tanky.
Dude, he 1v4'd.
Pretty much. Toronto Tokyo not too happy about this one.
This freaking Timbersaw, man. How is he allowed to do this? What, 3,000 HP? He's probably got like 70% magic resist or something insane when he's got all the stacks up. And yet again, they're on top of the Sniper. Half HP from the Chakram and Whirling Death. A bit of protection from Toronto Tokyo, but there's no false promise here. No actual save.
Ooh.
Mark.
Say was thinking about how he's going to get them out of the trouble.
He can't.
Maybe with the toss back on the creep wave straight away. Didn't want to use the avalanche, and then creep wave was gone, so couldn't toss him onto anything.
Out. And this is a little better from Vetboom compared to game 1, but it is the same story, just told in a different way. 20 to 10, 7k lead, and the Falcons a real firm grasp on game 2. Cret gonna come down, farm jungle, set up for maybe a tier 1 push down here. Save at least gets the Wisdom Rune. What are we banking on now as Vetboom fans? BKB Blink Black Hole with Gyro B. Is it BKB timings? Is that just it?
Miro did opt to go for different item build. Vlad's, he had drums in his quick buy and then realized, okay, I need to scale bot Hand of Midas, going into Blink Dagger, BKB. They're definitely not gonna lack damage this time around. You have Gyro, you have Sniper. Sniper also opting to go for more like right-click oriented build, picking up that Maelstrom. And Gyro with his Aghanim Scepter Crystallis, so damage definitely gonna be there. It's just how they're gonna use those black holes. Pre-BKB, not gonna be easy. There's gonna be so much damage on the ground. With the Aghanim Scepter from Kunkka, you get hit by a random torrent, so can be quite difficult. And we can see...
not the Eidolons!
1,000 gold fed by Eidolons.
I don't know if they're covered by the RSPCA, but we might have to get on the horn and figure out who's been destroying all these poor little creatures. It was Skitter.
It was Skitter in the laning stage for sure.
Ether Lens now for Toronto Tokyo, just trying to keep the distance from Amar, right? Don't show your face to the Timbersaw at any point in this game if possible. And Toronto Tokyo, a little...
he's fine.
Little spooky when we get into these Tormentor take situations as a pos 5.
It's always spooky when Vetboom goes for Tormy. During TI, there was one game where Nightfall was playing Muerta, killed himself, killed Save as well, if I remember correctly, and that was his only death in the game. They lost the game afterwards.
Oh, that's bad. Well, this could be the killing blow, honestly. 5-man smoke heading straight into Vetboom. Crit, what's he got? Travels, Windlace, Blink and Force Staff, finding Toronto Tokyo straight up and forcing the Force.
I don't think they're taking this fight.
And Vetboom just run, right? Scatter to the hills. Fail away as they lose their Oracle in that mid lane. Chase forward from Amar though, trying to hunt down Save. Avalanche gets in the distance, back up to high ground, but a Gleipnir out from long range allows them to chase all the way from mid-tier 2 up to top tier 3 on that dire side of the map. And then again, that speed you were mentioning, right? They get a couple of kills, move into move, and then back
immediately
to top tier 1.
You can see Skitter TPing top, 2 heroes TPing bottom. Crit he still has that lasso available. With the Mar, they definitely have damage to bring him down. They're so quick with these reactions from Falcon's insane. Like, look at the dots on minimap where they're farming. You see Snaking farming across the... He's the only hero across the river who's actually farming right now. Because he knows that they're not going to come for him. Because they just brought Hero, they killed Hero in the mid lane, they killed Hero in the bottom lane.
And if they do, he's a +5 maiden. You know, it's like, okay, you brought your remaining 4 heroes to kill me. That's worth. That's fair.
It's time to set up Roshan for Falcons on Dire's side. They're already playing the top lane.
Dire's middle tower
It's going to be
is
there in
under
30
attack.
seconds.
And Nightfall, Ags, BKB, Crystallis. Needs that Daedalus. Do we need lifesteal here as well?
Yeah, we do a lot of things. Oh, we do need save. Ooh. Quick reaction from Crit.
Very speedy.
There was no lasso available. But yeah, I think his next item needs to be Satanic. We talked about in the panel, mentioned about him being in the front line, soaking up the damage, surviving as long as he can. There it is. He's swapping things around, so I don't think he's finishing off that Daedalus.
I think that's the good move, right? Like you were saying. Try and let the sniper do that damage from long range, whereas you are that tank in the front. Little keen man with a battle plan in the gyrocopter. Scrappy little fellas. GPK trying to work on his BKB. We've seen a couple of builds out of this sniper in the recent past, right? This Maelstrom, Dragonlance, Hurricane Pike with a shard has been pretty nice. Kanda, Aghanims feels quite greedy.
It does. It fell off, definitely. It's only XM who kind of goes for it in most of his games, but we've seen mostly Maelstroms where you're like, okay, things are going well, things are not going well, Maelstrom feels fine. And most of the time you're playing into these edgy carries, so you're like, do I need more physical damage or do I want to go for more magical? Maelstrom is always going to feel nice.
Are fortified.
Now, the person who has hit the most creeps on the Radiant is Amar. 261 last hits from your offlaner. This guy has just brought an entire different type of Dota since he's joined the scene. And back in my day, offlaners were level 4 at 20 minutes. Tide Hunter with no boots running around.
Was called a suicide lane. I remember, Gary. I was there 10,000 years ago. I was there.
The dawn of time. What was it, the amoeba soup or whatever it was. The original creator. Well, here we go. BKB for Enigma. This is your time, Bet Boom. Blink, BKB, Black Hole, potentially your chance to get back into this game. Bit of ward coverage here as well, up on the high ground that save Toronto, Tokyo, Miero trying to play into.
Ooh, could be a big Gleipnir play on to do here.
Skitter and Amar. Oh, man.
BKB
Amar.
available on Miero. Let's see if they can find something. Age is still up and running for another 3.5 minutes.
Dire are
He's
scanning.
making his invis, so he can't possibly die. I think they've all got a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Dire scan connects. Radiant don't have vision or a perfect view of the entrance to this fight. That's why they're trying to move away from that area as they do lose the Aegis on Skitter. But now is the time for Falcons to rally around their carry.
Black hole him.
They've got a black hole in the Bloodspeaker, but in comes the lasso from Crit, stopping it in his tracks. Skitter saved up, and the turnaround from Sumail and Amar right onto GPK. Sniper, BKB'd false promise, while Nightfall unloads quite a bit of damage, but Amar's in the back lines taking down Toronto, Tokyo. They've used Black Hole, all their ults are down. Didn't even get a kill, as Snake King maybe will be the one to die here. Getting tossed around, and Avalanche
Crystal clone
does fall even through the Shadow Amulet, but Amar just keeps on going. This man is relentless. Shivers guard up, Chakram forward, Nightfall GPK in a bit of trouble. Skitter and Sumail, not enough HP to play back into this Enigma Gyro though. Getting assassinated, tossed forward, and Miero there with a double kill. Bet Boom somehow pulled it out of the bag. And Amar, he's been left stranded a little bit here. But with a chain TP, he is home safe and sound.
Well, not too bad of a fight. They did reduce a lot of damage from Nightfall, ruptured them immediately. But this tossback from Tiny, immediately killing him off, and then Black Hole, good reaction time from Crit to getting that lasso, stopping the Black Hole from going off. It was a one-man Black Hole. I think for the next fight, things are going to be much easier for Miero, because he doesn't, like, he can buy a little bit more time. This time around, they also use buyback on save. He's not too afraid to use that one, but Nightfall, he's getting scarier. Like, this time around, also, Oracle popped that false promise onto Sniper, keeping him alive.
Yeah, we saw that kind of first flurry of abilities, right? Falcons look very good, but once you get deep in these fights, you know, 30, 40 seconds in, Amar is the only one who can really stand his ground and keep dishing out that damage and pressure. And maybe if Skitter gets a kill and can lifesteal back up and heal through the fight, as I think he's just picked up a Vampire Fangs as well to enable that even further. It can be a difficult one here when, like you say, BetBoom have the time-buying abilities with False Promise, Toss, and Black Hole.
Falcons want to take one more fight before Black Hole is available. It's going to be up in 50 seconds. Miero should be pretty happy about his item choices this game. Not opting to go for drums, instead going for the scaling build. Level 17 right now with that Hand of Midas. Octarine Core next on the menu.
Getting bigger and bigger. Still playing under this water as well, so the Falcons can't really approach BetBoom where they are right now. Looking just to try and push out that top lane. As we do get the Aghanim Scepter up on Skitter now. I'm not sure the game will last long enough to get Jenkins and BSJ's dream build. Was it Aghanim's Bloodstone?
Eternal Shroud, Dagon 5, all these good things.
Yeah, just 30,000 worth of net worth. Amar and Crit lurking, but it's a smoke from BetBoom. 5 heroes strong and a gank the Crystal Maiden. In comes Save. Get a tiny combo and a blow up on the Crystal Maiden there. Still 3 minutes at the very least for next Roshan though, so this is a pick off into maybe a tower push top if they can get that wave in a good place. Blink dodge on the Assassinate as Miero breaks the trees. Tries to get forward onto Amar and Crit here. An Avalanche to set up, toss the Timber back into the Enigma. Not wanting to spend the Black Hole straight away, just wants to wait to see who's coming, and now he knows that Amar is pretty much alone.
Big kill.
Massive streak taken down, and close to 2,000 gold into the pockets of BetBoom. It's comeback time, eh?
That's 2,000, almost 3,000 gold, Gary. They lost the gem. Snaking's not going to be too happy about this one. And also Miero getting the gold, so that's going to be his money for Octarine Core, reducing the cooldown of his Black Hole, BKB, Blink Dagger. Things are going to look really good for BetBoom. I think they lost like 6,000-7,000 net worth in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, that graph is just plummeting downwards now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty big period here for BetBoom. And we talked about, the greed of the Gyro, the Sniper, two heroes that do very similar things. The Enigma as well, of course. Does love going into that late game scenario with Black Holes. The longer this game drags out, the less the magic damage and the catch from Falcons can actually accomplish, and the more that this, stand your ground, hold the castle, hold the fort, that BetBoom can actually accomplish with.
They will outscale them. If this game goes on for another like 15-20 minutes, BetBoom chances of winning this game are going to skyrocket. You're playing against Enigma, Sniper, Gyro, good scaling cores. Two supports, they can't scale as much. Tiny not opting to go for anything, in terms of damage right now, but you will get the shard eventually from Tormi, maybe pick up some Aghanim Scepter later down the line, but things are looking very stable at the moment for BetBoom.
Toronto Tokyo just trying to add even more layers of safety to himself. Blink queued up next, 600 gold away from it on the Oracle. And he's already got Ether Lens and Psychic Headband, so tons of range here to allow Oracle to save his teammates from lassos or jumps from the Timber and Kunkka. Right now, sat behind Save, just pushing out that mid-wave. Miero alongside GPK here. Looks like they're going to 5-man group up and smoke out of mid. No wards here from the Falcons. They've not been playing into this area whatsoever.
Nightfall, he packs a punch. Would definitely love to have his Demon Edge to finish off Daedalus, but he's going to be found. They have Black Hole available at 25.
BKB's up. Half HP, but Skitter taking massive physical damage out of Nightfall. You're right, he does pack a punch. Spending False Promise there to save up Miero's Enigma. Looks like he's perfectly fine with a Rain of Destiny falling down upon him.
Is under attack.
And BetBoom, 60 seconds now with no Bloodseeker. Roshan's up in 30 seconds, but BetBoom not in a position to go immediately take the big man in his pit. Instead, looking for that map control. Try and get a foothold on the map right now as they're pressing into Tier 2 mid. And Amar, he's got different ideas about this, but Miero says, hello, 2 heroes in my Black Hole, thank you very much. Save and Toronto Tokyo right nearby, tossing back the Maiden. Amar trying to chain TP out. Save getting stunned up a little, but Snaking, not sure you can escape from the onslaught here arriving from BetBoom. Now it's 3 heroes down.
Ooh, last 6-7 minutes from Bedboom have been looking pretty crisp in terms of execution. These toss back on point, playing as 5, going together, getting a kill. Things are looking pretty grim for Falcons. Bloodseeker, he can't solo carry this game. You're playing against Enigma, you're playing against Sniper, Gyrocopter. They're gonna out-sustain you. You want to go in, deal this explosive damage. But with Satanic on Gyrocopter, Sniper, he can also keep the distance. He's pretty tanky, 2000 HP on him, going for Shadowblade / Silver Edge next, so they will have Break Mechanic. Breaking Thirst is going to be pretty crucial. Breaking Timbersaw, Reactive's Armor, if he's not having stacks before, save.
Oh, he's just straight in on top of them. Oh, where's the backup coming from? He buys time with the Yules. In comes Miero as well. Midnight Pulse, but no Black Hole. They blow up Crit. Blade Mail there, not going to return too much damage. Just the Mail just gets annihilated. Oh, Bedboom.
Oh, GPK's got a snipe Skeeter.
3 kills in a row. Skeeter down. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. And that's without Black Hole even.
Yeah, the rum buff was wearing off, and that Assassinate manages to get a kill. Let's see. I never know if it's save, if it's GPK. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's the save. He did shave his head, I believe. You never know. It's a straight up 50-50. But yeah, Bedboom picking up Aegis, giving it to Nightfall.
Tiny, such an incredible hero to give these kind of... He is a built-in comeback mechanic sometimes, isn't he? Just having a toss back, having these initiation plays. The save really showing the depth of this hero. Getting the jumps on key targets time and time again. Like right there, the Tiny blinks into the middle of 4 of them, gives vision, Yules himself to buy time, had the initiation going, and he's like, team, back me up. And they do, they oblige.
This time they do. In the previous fight, GPK was the one going in with Storm Spirit. They were not ready to back him up this time around. Saved. Yule Scepter, toss back available.
A taste of his own medicine, I think, here for Amar, right? Game number 1, permanent stuns and disables from Falcons. Now, it's turned right on its head.
Oh, this game's getting out of control. Falcons, they don't have enough to punch back. Your Bloodseeker, he comes into a fight, tries to use this Blood Mist, losing HP, gets peeped a couple of times by Sniper, who's level 24, 25 on Gyrocopter. So more flak cannons in a fight, that -5 second talent is going to make a lot of difference. And also Sniper holding on to Nemesis Curse, so going all in on this glass cannon build.
Yeah, I mean, if you're banking on save to get these initiations, why not? Just get the damage going, even concussing himself to get closer to the tower. Push faster. Let's go, boys. Up on the tier 3. No Timber for 40 seconds. Double catapult wave here arriving as well. They won't glyph it to protect it, just gonna keep one of them alive as they take down that objective. Going for full barracks, it looks like. Nothing stopping them as they smoke in behind Nightfall and GPK. And Miero, the threat of this Enigma, it is some serious business. Gary. I will not say.
You just mentioned the threat with Enigma in the same sentence. Go ahead and say it. Finish
it's the threat of the black hole. Say the line. It's Bart Simpson. Say the line. There we go. 2 lanes of barracks, don't it? I mean, Falcons, Timbersaw, 3 seconds left for him to respawn. Melee down in the mid lane. And Snake can deny that. Snake can kill the Radiant Melee mid-barracks, yeah.
It's all about the small victories.
Got him.
That really showed them.
Absolutely crushed, decimated their hopes, their morale. It's gone.
Holding the Aegis for another 2.5 minutes should be enough for Bedboom to go in, try to take a fight, and try to end the game. Crit is still smoked, but not sure if he's going to find anything.
Oh, it's taken Bedboom a little while to wake up, 60 minutes or so. But here we are in game 2, 40 minutes in, and they are absolutely cruising.
Oh, Mindbreaker on Sniper. Let's say Batrider blinks in, gets hit by Sniper immediately. He's like, okay, I can't use Lasso, pops a BKB, gives him enough time, like this half a second for them to react. So could be very difficult. Mindbreaker can be very deceiving as an item.
Yeah, it's very, very surprising sometimes. It's nice to see Falcons, coming out of their shell still, playing down this mid lane into tier 2. And they're playing into Aegis and Cheese, but they've got a solid idea that Bedboom are all rallied around their hero's top. Who's coming into mid? Of course it is. It's Save. Yes, the Tiny. Smoked up in behind the Falcons. Not going to find the catch on crit just like that. Blinks forward aggressively, and the Yule's on the Bloodseeker now. And don't forget, we've just seen Refresh report by the Enigma. Potential for double black holes as Nightfall just sprints right on into the back line, charging towards the Bloodseeker. Miero's looking for his moment. BKB, oh dearie me! Misses the black hole on the Timber, but he's got a second one. We'll ignore the first and look for the second. Timber slowed down to half health, chaining away from Stave in Toronto, Tokyo.
The threat of a black hole just wasn't there this time.
Well, he used it far too slowly. But it looks like Amar is still going to get pummeled down by the remaining members of BetBoom here. GPK unstoppable. Now, did Enigma refresh, or is he holding that refresh?
He did refresh. He wants to have it as fast as possible. This could be a good wraparound play, setting things up for a black hole.
There it is. Miero's in on top of them. Skitter and Snaking both trapped inside, cannot escape. Black hole and killed. Meanwhile, Sniper going in onto crit, and it's just over. GG called. Falcons tap out. And our first series of the day is a 1-1.
Ooh, this is spicy. BetBoom showing super strong after that pretty bad game that they had. In the first game, they couldn't really do anything. This time around, managing to come back from like, what, 10, 12k goal deficit shows how good of a team BetBoom is at the moment. And Toronto, Tokyo should be pretty happy about this one. Save had a great game, great atomization coming out from Miero, opting to go for more late-game oriented build. They knew that they're going to outscale Falcons, and as long as they're getting good trades in the fights, that one push from Falcons near the tier 2 tower, you could see that they're like not getting the trades that they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, a topic that came up in game 1, right, was that kind of extreme gaming style where laning phase, early game, not massively important if you have a draft and a game plan that can take you into that mid to late game with a couple of decisive team fights. And get the rhythm back into your hands as BetBoom take game number 2. And tying things up, you know, it's a group stage. We love 1-1s as we head back to Shiva and the panel.
Thank you very much, Gareth and Lacoste. Yeah, tie 1-1 here. BetBoom was able to do it. We mentioned after the draft was done that BetBoom was going to have a tough time, but if they were able to get about 3 items on each of their cores, they'd be fine. And that, Tigov, I think, is pretty much what happened.
Yeah, I gotta say, the early game for BetBoom looked a little bit scary and, you know, slow to some moves, but yeah, once you got to this kind of 28-30 minute mark, play underneath the vision that they had, it was the game of, can we lock down the Sniper, can we stop the Gyrocopter from having that sustainable Satanic? On top of that, the Black Hole cancels. Sure, a couple times Crit found that beautiful lasso with that cast range to, you know, cancel a couple of them, but in reality, there wasn't enough in the Falcons tank to get through BetBoom as the game got to that stage. But yeah, BetBoom did a very good job just kind of holding their ground under what was an exceptional early game from Falcons once again.
I like Miro's build in that. I like the Vlads, so you can play the early game and not get completely ran over. But then going for the Midas, going for the BKB Blink Refresher. Like in the late game, like T was mentioning, there's just not a good answer for the Black Hole on these cores. It's like a guaranteed kill, even on Amar, who had the most insane early game that I've seen in a very long time from a Timber.
It's also like a very nice win because they did eventually clutch it out, like this 28-minute fight that you talked about. They tossed them back into Vision. You kill the Aegis for free. You Black Hole, even though it's not a 4-1, it kind of gets you like back in the game. It's not like they have this late game draft and they're just going to win by default. Like you still have to like show the gameplay, clutch it out, and I think doing that, especially early on in the tournament, just feels great.
Yeah, and they basically, I mean, we had some skirmishes at the start of the game as well. It seemed like they took great care to basically not give away too much because they weren't really trying to aggressively take the fights. They were really only ever, it felt like, Jenkins reacting to what Falcons was doing to them.
It's true, Shiver. Everybody's a carry. It just depends on what part of the map that you farm. In both of the games, we saw the team that had the better late game, the team that just kind of had to chill and get their farm, win the game eventually. It takes a few clutch fights, but they were able to do it. I mean, honestly, Falcons is the team that recently that I can think of that popularized this like heavy focus on just like getting a clutch pick off in a fight or just like doing something in a fight where the game's completely even and just a single fight blows the game wide open. This happened except the other direction this time. Like teams are picking up on the Falcons strategy and using it against them.
Yeah, if anything, this time around, Falcons also, they did the strategy, but they didn't have that way to progress the map after getting the kills. Yeah. Like in the early game, when you watch the replay, like BetBoom, they were very slow. And like in making any move, they were late using the twin gate, they were late getting the TPs in. Like they looked like they were just disjointed. And if Falcons had like that DK or that one element of now let's progress the map, this maybe could have been a game for Falcons to win once again, but because they lacked that element, they required constant kills, constant pressure, whilst never really chipping down the map, and that's where it kind of gave BetBoom the freedoms to kind of pick 3 cores that never, could frontline until multiple items came into play.
Yeah, and that leaves us with the 1-1 here, Kazu. I think when you're BetBoom, especially after game 1, you're going to be happy with it, but I think also from Falcons' point of view, playing with the stand-in and 1-1 opening is not bad either. So this feels very like a good start.
I think both teams are probably pretty happy given the situation. I would say that Falcons, maybe this game, they probably feel like they know they should have won this game, I would say. Like, yeah, if you make a few mistakes, you can lose, but you're up 12k gold, like you have Aegis, you have Gem. They must feel like that is not the type of play that they can really give away, where your most important hero gets tossed back like that. I feel like if they can fix that one play from this game, there's a very high chance they will win. But BetBoom will also be happy that, we clutch it out, we found the moment, we got a dub.
No, you're right. That was definitely the turning point, and I feel like with the build that Amar went for, like a lot of Timbers on this patch and the previous one, it's like the Blink Dagger Shivas was the one that was very popular, where you're playing to go in and then burst people and then chain out. But when you go for a Sanj and Kaya Eternal Shroud build, you're playing to be unkillable. And that's kind of the old Timber. And the way old Timber worked was you die once in a fight, and then the unkillability is just gone. Like, they have an extra item on one hero, and then all of a sudden they can kill you. You're not at that 10% HP threshold where you're barely dying and then your team wins the fight. And so dying like that, not only losing the gem, but making it so that's the point where the Timber can just keep dying. That's hugely impactful.
It's impactful. We have, I believe, we are going to have the chance to listen to an interview that Pyrion is having with one of the winners of the game 2.
Yeah, hi Sheeps. I am here with Save from BetBoom. Obviously, nice to get a 1-1 there after that first game. What did go wrong in that first game?
I mean, as always, it's like the first game on LAN, you might play very bad because it's like a new stage here. You need to need some time, to play good. Yeah, just we didn't wake up, on the first game. On second game also, we played really bad, but what can you do?
So after you've had a game like game 1, and then to come in with game 2 performance where you win, what do you do in the break? How do you change things? How do you recover?
I mean, honestly, nothing. We just discussed about the previous game. Think what did we do wrong, or what we need to improve. That's kind of it about the game. I don't think we had some mental issues after first game. We weren't tilted. We just knew let's go next. Let's do the things that we always do. Yeah.
Okay, and I noticed while we were just sitting just over there, I heard a lot of yelling, and that was you. Are you the loudest guy on your team, would you say?
Sometimes, yeah. Probably I'm the loudest, but I mean, I just did it for fun, when I knew the game is over. I just sometimes might scream very hard, just for fun,
Well, it got us all hyped up. So you've got G2IG next. Are you confident going into that series?
I think so. I think we're going to play better next game. Well, we know all the things that we played wrong in these 2 games. The simple things, but you need to do them well. And obviously Falcons were a good team, so we didn't manage to show our best. I think we're going to do better.
Okay, fantastic. Well, best of luck in that series, and thanks for taking the time to chat to us. Back to you, Shiva.
Thank you, Pyrion. Thank you, Save. I like being the players being loud in these games. We're all in the same space, so it can be very daunting. I think if you're playing, you hear a lot of sounds coming from one booth in particular. Kazu, I'm sure you've been in a situation like that where you're like, oh my god. Seems like in this case, BetBoom's having a great day.
I think especially when one guy's popping off like he did in this game, it's just good. You're feeling good, you're gonna make everyone else feel good, and now some other guy might have a good play. He's gonna start getting just good emotion, good vibes.
Just
good emotion, good vibes. Yeah.
Just scream louder. It's basically a tip. So every time someone dies, just scream relentlessly.
You can tip IRL by screaming.
Yeah,
that's good.
We're not to the level of CS yet, because they have every round they have screams, but we're once per 60 minutes is kind of what we're averaging right now in Dota.
I also don't know. I'm gonna break the 3rd wall or 4th wall, whichever wall it is, a little bit. But we're seeing from here, we see 6 booths. But I know that there's no way for the players to see who is in the booth next to them. So I don't know if they
See
know
how
who
you have to make it obvious by screaming. That's how you let them know we're over here.
We're right here.
Yeah, we're here.
So somehow BetBoom's tilting Talon in an entirely different series.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they're
yeah.
actually
Tilting
screaming at
another-
the right time. Okay, all right, I'm seeing it.
I do think he's right, though, about the small things, and that's what you want to improve in Dota. A lot of people think that there's some, like, crazy magic going on in these pro games. They do everything perfectly, whatever. Like, there's something they're doing you're not doing. They're just going to the runes at the right time. They're going to the wisdom runes at the right time. They're, like, pulling the lane in the same way every time. Like, it's literally just about doing that formula and not being lazy with it, being disciplined with it. And sometimes you screw that up, and the whole game, like, goes south just because of, like, one or two parts where you're not disciplined.
Yeah, it's the small things that eventually lead into like the bigger thing. They're like,
huge snowball.
They win this one team fight at 30 minutes. It's because beforehand they put the map in the right side. They smoke up. They have a ward in the right place. They know how to go in and what angle to take. And it's all these small things that then eventually, nice. Now you have this big picture play, and we're back.
Yeah, and it also makes for a fairly fast series, because I mean, you heard Safe say he's ready for G2IG. Well, guess what? G2IG is not ready for them. They're still in a game. They're playing against Team Liquid right now in their second game in their series. So for BetBoom and also for Falcons, they get a little bit of an extra break, extra time. Falcons will play up against Shopify Rebellion after this game, but guess what? Shopify Rebellion is also still playing. They're up against Talon right now, because that's what happens. We're having all of Group A for the first two series of the day, and everybody faces each other, so everybody's playing at the same time, and they'll just have to wait for other people to be ready. That also means that you and me and my panel have to wait for everybody to be ready, because our next series is going to be Talon versus Team Liquid, but you heard me say it, they're both still playing. So while we wait, make sure you check out the Ember stream, make sure you check out the Storm stream, but we will be back with Team Liquid versus Talon afterwards.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and the sun on the bright side is starting to go my way. From a call to a joyride, though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and the sun on the bright side is starting to go my way. From a call to a joyride, though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, I crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is it's starting to go my way.
smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on a pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again, again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again. Wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we
crying now? And who's crying now? Look who's crying now. Try to pretend that you don't really see. You don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming. Talking to myself and wondering what went wrong. Knowing what we had was good, the feeling strong. Voices in my head, repeating what you said. What you said. Baby, what we had was still worth fighting for. The way I'm feeling now, I never felt before. But now you've gone away. But you'll be back someday. But it's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. You're coming back, baby. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. Begging, baby, baby, please. It's a long time. You'll be begging, back begging. Begging on your knees. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. I'm begging, begging, baby, please. The way you let me down and treat me like a clown. You'll be back, I just believe. It's a long time coming. You'll be walking back to me. And you'll be begging on your knees. Ashamed of all the lies, the way you made me cry. And begging, baby, baby, please. But it's a long time coming.
Count to 10 and I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for a second series here today in Group A. We have Team Liquid, we have Talon Esports, and we have a 2-game series coming your way. And it's pretty interesting. I was gonna say funny, but I don't think that the players will think it's funny because every single series this morning tied, and that's incredibly scary when it comes to making it towards the later stages of the playoffs or getting eliminated, because you want to be getting ahead of the pack, and at the moment nobody is. This series though might be allowing one of these two teams getting ahead of the pack. I'm still joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Jenkins. Good afternoon by this time, guys. Jenkins, how are you doing? Yeah, I see you. Were you never wearing your coat on here?
He was.
No, I was. It's just it's getting a little hot here, and
getting a little hot, yeah.
in the ham, you know. Sometimes I'm a working class man, Shiva.
Oh yeah.
Right? I was hauling some horses or some shit out back.
You were hauling the horse.
I was.
You
hauling
were carrying the horse.
And yeah, and you know, you gotta take the jacket off when you're doing some working class man stuff. Shiva.
Yeah, rolled up your sleeves to make sure, you know.
Yeah.
Ready for some action, ready for some work. I'm sure that Team Liquid is ready for some work as well. And that's a team we're going to focus on first. And before we talk about it, let's first learn some more about the squad.
Team Liquid, the best at almost being the best. Despite countless second and third placements and some slightly worse results sprinkled in, Team Liquid is a roster that seems to consistently be one of the best teams in the world, but never quite makes it the whole way. With the classic Liquid team we've all come to love, Mickey, Nisha, Boxy, Insania, and a relatively new player to the roster, 33. We've yet to see their roster change pay off. Maybe they still need some time to get their new playstyle in order. I mean, it's only been 5 months. Will they be able to achieve the gameplay flow required for greatness, or will they freeze under pressure? Sorry guys, that was a bit shit. Anyway, maybe ESL 1 Birmingham will finally be the event to win for Liquid. Or maybe we will just have to look forward to another top 3 placement. Good luck, boys.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they have some stuff to figure out because it's been hot and cold, and yes, Dream League was pretty cold for them, but that means statistically speaking, it should be pretty hot here for Birmingham. You know, it's been a little bit of up and down for them, but this squad does have what it takes to be able to reach the top. The question is, can they kick it into gear in time for them to do that here, this event, Jenkins? Because that's a question that we never know the answer of.
Yeah, Shiva, I agree with what the AI guy said about.
He is
30.
not AI. Okay, I can confirm,
He's
guys.
real.
There's not. I actually checked because I heard the voiceover this morning, and I'm like, wow, you know, because there's sometimes we get to do the voiceovers. So I was like, wow, we've been replaced for AI, right?
We've been taken over.
Yeah,
This is a real person.
So as ChatGPT said, we have yet to see the 33 impact payoff getting that roster shuffle going, and of course we have Insania here.
5 months ago.
5 months ago. The thing is, though, you have a team that was second place in absolutely everything, with, of course, Insania, beautiful man, a lot of his ideas involved in this team, and then you have somebody like 33 who comes in who has his own really distinct ideas. It doesn't surprise me that it is taking a while, and now they're finally on LAN. This is the time to bring out that Riyadh Masters Liquid performance that we're looking for.
Yeah, I feel if anything, it's the addition of 33 over time will just solidify just kind of strong strategies that aren't going to be as potentially volatile as, you know, back in the day with some Zai where it's like, what do you want to play, mate? And he's like, I'm feeling this, boom, you pick it, right? And then you play out the game. I think 33 is going to bring a lot more structure. Again, you know, 5 months ago, again, it's been up and down since then. But at some point, it will, of course, click and they'll find that rhythm. But in true Liquid fashion, do they ever need to find that rhythm? Just let them go up and down the entire time. I think it's way more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, as long as you peak at the right time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
3-3 is just a type of player. Like, I would say there's very different types of players. Like, even if you just take exactly what they did, like Zai, very open, can do anything. You throw him in the dumpster, he'll still have a good game. Whereas I think 3-3, he's more special. He plays his specific heroes. He's gonna tell his laning partner, like exactly what he needs, and he wants his style to be the one that they actually play. So I think it's just very natural that it is taking a while, and that sometimes, you know, a few days it looks good, and then the next day it's like, who the hell are these guys? Like, it looks garbage.
Well, let's hope that for Team Liquid, this is one of the first thing you mentioned, that is looking great for now. I know who's looking great. It is Period Flax is having an interview right now.
I'm here with William Blitzley, coach and mastermind of Team Liquid. William, not the result you were looking for there with 1-1, but everybody else drew 1-1, so back to square one?
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously you're disappointed because Game 2 wasn't even very competitive, but this is the first tournament we've ever won a Game 1. I think Liquid is usually, we've always historically started 0-2 in tournaments, so we're trying a different approach. Everybody woke up quite early. I think everybody was up at 8 playing pubs and like getting on the grind. So I think that paid off at least, and you know, hopefully bounce back.
Now you've been to the UK a lot. I've seen you here. What do you think about the UK? Do you like it? Do you hate it? Is it somewhere in between?
I like it. It's just it rains a lot and it's cold and people look a little bit unfriendly. It reminds me a little bit of New York, but like less, I don't know, aggressive in some ways. But people are like really loud here in a fun way. Like we went out for team dinner the night that we got in, and you know, people. It's a colorful city. It has a lot of like character.
Has a lot of character. Okay, now just quickly, what was your guys' preparation for this? Because I remember last event I saw somebody else was boot camping at your facility. I think it was Shopify or something like that, and now you guys are back in it. What was your preparation?
Yeah, so that one, people just needed to be home because we were on the road / at boot camp for like 3 months straight. So people wanted to be home for a bit. So then obviously that didn't go very well. And those are always nice like wake up calls. So you're just like, guys, what are we doing? Then we played Elite League from the facility, got top 4. Then we just stayed there until here. So we had pretty good boot camp overall. I think we thought there was a patch coming at some point.
Didn't we all, William? And on that bombshell, I'm going to wish you best of luck in your next series, and thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Blitz Empyrean. And yeah, if Blitz is talking about getting used to the loudness of Birmingham, he might want to get ready for his match against Talon. Because speaking of loud, I think Talon is the team that definitely has been the loudest here in the halls. And with good reason, they were able to tie the first series with Shopify Rebellion. But I think this squad has got so much potential and so much energy. Kezu, this is the roster that I think we both just really want to see succeed.
Yeah. Like you have these younger players on the block, like WS is like 18. They have a lot of like newer faces as well. Like Juan, I feel like he was the guy that in the Alliance roster 2 years ago, when they were losing all the time, he was at least still performing like in nearly every game. And this WS, from the games I've seen, he performs very well. Like he has like 10-0 performances. He plays a bunch of different heroes, so he's the one that I'm really gonna put my eyes on.
Yeah, but on top of that, though, when you think about Talon and the journey to get here, they've not qualified to any other ESL Pro Tour events. They've not qualified to Dream League Season 23, which is going to be the final tournament of the Pro Tour before Riyadh. They've not been able to really make any deep runs. When they qualified to Epic League, they come, I believe, last place. So if you think about the bigger picture outside of Birmingham, TI invites, they're not looking like they're on the cards.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the invitations to Riyadh, they're not looking like they're on the cards unless this only tournament that they have access to, they make some incredible runs. So if that's in the back of their minds, then it is going to make every single series a little bit harder for them.
Yeah, they gotta pull out all the stops here in Birmingham, and they're on the right track. And as we get to see them play and learn a little bit more about them, Pyrian also gets the chance to learn more about them.
Yeah, hi Sheebs, I'm here with Pylai, coach of Talon. How did you find yourself going from player to coach? What was that journey like?
Slow and painful journey. Yeah, I don't know. Suddenly you're not playing, and then time passes, and then someone offers you to coach, and you're like, okay, I'll try.
So is there any kind of language barrier with you and Talon, or have you spent enough time out and see that it's like you can get by? How do you communicate with them?
I mean, they're all different. I mean, we have 3 Malaysians, 1 Filipino, and 1 guy from Indonesia. So it's just English. Rudimentary English, but English nonetheless.
That must be helpful. Okay, so what was your guys' preparation? I've been chatting to the teams about their boot camps and preparation. How did Talon prepare for Birmingham?
We participated in Elite League, so we all flew out to Turkey. But unfortunately, we have a Filipino guy. His passport is awful, so he could not come. Something was messed up with something, so we played with Vitun, right? So our boot camp was, we only had him for a week before we came here. Like we were supposed to have like a long boot camp. But yeah, so that was it. We got a bit to practice in.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good. And have you been to the UK before? And if so, what are your thoughts on the UK in general?
It seems fine. I've been there once, I think, and I think it was here in Birmingham for another ESL tournament. That was nice. So hopefully we make it to the. Because what I remember there was I was surprised, like how many people and how excited people were. Like I guess people from all over Europe came, and like I don't know. So like the atmosphere was really good. So I hope we make it to the real show, the arena.
Awesome. We all hope you make it too. Thank you for saying nice things about the UK. Pylai, best of luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Pylai and Pyrian. Yeah, I'm also hoping that indeed Talon can make it far and get to witness that the atmosphere of the arena. And it would be great for them to do so because as we look at our US Air Force Wisdom Rune, we can see that these players are, well, bar one, not really experienced when it comes to Tier 1 tournaments, T. So for them making it to the actual playoffs in front of a crowd, that would be huge.
Yeah, it's going to be so daunting. I think luckily for them, having this group stage where it's without the fans, without that pressure, is going to allow them to get themselves kind of facilitated within the UK first of all, understand kind of the meta of Birmingham, and if they are to make it to the playoffs, that's a whole nother story because that graphic it's going to be pretty scary for some of those players. A lot of pressure on Pylai to kind of use his wisdom there to enable them.
Yeah, I think we mentioned Talon at the start of the day because I think a lot of eyes were drawn to Talon in the previous tournament they played in the Elite League, and they haven't played in a lot of tournaments, so people will notice them really in Elite League when every single series they played, it was close, it was a 3-gamer, it was intense, so we're having high hopes here.
Yeah, they actually looked very good. They were playing with Vtune rather than Akashi, but they qualified for this with Akashi. They've practiced with Akashi, so I feel like they're very confident, especially coming off of a 1-1, right? So I have high hopes for this team. I want to see another like young gun sort of like Cinderella story, especially coming out of the SEA region. That would be really nice to see. So let's see if they can do it.
What's your thoughts on Pangolier? How every patch it kind of attempts to be nerfed, but we kind of skirt around the hero, where it's like not really been removed from.
We're gonna talk about this now. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, it's early picks, it's a DK.
Okay, so
because also just for Ware Jenkins, by the way, I don't know if so 2019 Birmingham, 2018 Birmingham, DK, very big hero, and the UK crowd it become a meme
they all hated
that
it.
whenever DK got picked, the entire arena would just boo. So on playoff stage, imagine some like Bulba drafting. It's like he picks DK, thousands of people just
to be
booing
fair,
at him.
it's cooler now with the Manta style and like Aghanim Scepter build.
So much cooler.
But okay, so Pango, so in the last patch, they tried to nerf the Diffusal Blade, right, by making it so that he does less slashes with the swash, but they do more damage. And I didn't even think, Keza, you alluded earlier, you're like, the Aghanim Scepter didn't get changed.
Yeah, like the Ags, you deal more damage than like the Diffusal, like them trying to change it. I agree with it. I think the concept is good, but the damage numbers need to be tweaked. Because you baby nerfed his early game, but his mid game and late game is just
because you
even better than before.
Yeah, you do 2 swashes, but now the swashes do more damage.
Yeah. And the hero is, we've seen Pango for 2 years. This hero's nasty. He does everything.
It just needs one of those patches where it just fully gets like the hammer to the face, like completely obliterated. Be
No
it
damage
on
on
Swashbuckle or your ultimate, right? It's like you got to pick one, and one of them needs to be just dragged down a little bit. I'd say.
I mean, let's see. So Talon, you have DK, which overall we've touched is just a good hero. I think Pango is the type of hero you want like a really nuclear answer, which I would say there aren't that many. Like, I think Puck is annoying. I think Bloodseeker, but that's why he's taken out. I think heroes like Grim can be semi-annoying. I don't think it's like a hard counter in any way, but if you can layer your draft where you have like multiple instances of heroes that are like somewhat annoying, or maybe you have a carry that can BKB and threaten the Pango role like to actually kill him, I think the Grim here, it's just good with DK, somewhat good against Pango, so I would say somewhat of a casual pick, but good.
And not a single core ban from Talon so far. Just all the respect on the supports, bringing Liquid to life, right? Especially because that Pangolier is going to be the mid lane, is the opening pick. It's not as if there's going to be some like crafty flex in play, so just remove the supports that bring Liquid to life, and
5 seconds
we could cause them to have to think a little bit deeper as they enter the second phase now.
Is this enough for the Pango, do you think? Or do you all in even more and try to counter it in lane as well? Like pick Queen of Pain, for example, to deal with it in lane.
Queen is cool, but I don't like it against Oracle so much, unless you have different layers that will deal with the Oracle later, right? Because you can always like help him or keep him alive in the role as well. We'll probably see more later down the road, because for now, I would assume that Talon would like to keep the DK flex a little bit more open. Like maybe they'll pick another support and then, well, they'll have to show one role, but then they want to keep the DK flex between the other two.
The good thing against Pango is just make sure you have heroes that aren't threatened by him getting on top of you. Like if you have multiple cores that need protection and supports who need to be in the right position to save you, then it just becomes the Pango game. So having a DK already, the Grimstroke, like you mentioned, having the Soulbind, if you just secure yourself with like a Centaur +1 type draft, then now you're just, okay, cool. Pango comes in, we just stampede out. That type of logic. Same thing for like a Brewmaster, for example. That's in this scenario where DK goes mid, and now you just have 2 cores that don't care with a carry that can maybe kill Pango during the roll.
I was thinking maybe a Crystal Maiden to kill Pango during the roll, the Frostbite, and then to stop him from using any of his spells. And the ult with DK is a lot of damage. Against the Oracle, it's a little shit though, because you can purge the Frostbite.
Yeah. I feel like the easiest for Talon's draft, I mean, here, of course, you have multiple avenues that you can take it, but I would say picking your mid here would make your draft the easiest. Most likely Pango is mid. You pick that, you pick another support that will give you follow-up damage, and then you can flex the DK between offlane and carry if you play it on those roles.
Yeah, Boxy kind of entering it, look at this arc.
Sith mode.
It is Sith mode, yeah.
Star Wars.
I think he normally has that. He said at some point that otherwise
light,
there's
right?
too
The
much
lighting
glare
is
on
really,
his glasses and for his eyes. I will also say, Talon put a lot of effort into banning out supports. That's great.
Yeah.
But Team Liquid with their Oracle and Rubik, I don't feel like they look crippled with those two.
It helps that they have such a wide pool on their supports. They're not stuck between 3-4 heroes. It is quite a.
Don't you just like get the Lifestealer here. Am I crazy? Own Sven in lane, good against Phoenix, good against DK, or decent against DK.
I think it's good. Yeah.
I think like down the Grimstroke as well.
Lifestealer's good. Could see some maybe morph, but I think your lane is worse with Oracle. It's like a bit awkward. I kind of like Lifestealer.
And then again, Mickey did not play it in Elite League.
Okay here. You don't really kill her off too much. You go Butterfly versus the Sven.
I like the Dusa versus Sven.
But then
that's
Grim with the Axe could also be awkward, but I like it.
Yeah, if this is a Grim that can get some farm, it does counter any illusion hero like Medusa.
Maybe it's less likely they pick it because I feel like they probably value Oracle partners more than other teams because they understand the hero very well. Well, if they think it's a banger Medusa game, they'll jam it. I think otherwise, you probably are better off with some other carries.
Just you could also go Monkey King, right? Like some Monkey Oracle combo.
Yeah.
And they go for the Lifestealer.
I mean, it is a S-tier Lifestealer game.
Yeah, it's just too good.
It's just good pacing Liquid can set. Because like right now with Talon, they have gone down the route of like every hero bar Grimstroke should be able to do something to survive Pangolier, right? Yeah. Like it's Phoenix can egg, Sven has Warcry can run away, or even just BKB turn around. Same thing with DK. And now for Liquid, you can see that there's a lot of elements of pacing here to some degree, where like when Pango wants to make fights, Lifestealer with some armlet, you can join that if you want, or he can just AFK top and protect his tower.
I need this Lifestealer to get countered. Like Jenkins called it, and we all agree that the hero is very good. I'm looking for some, which makes sense with Enigma ban too. I think you need a BKB disabling stun in the fight, like whether it's some RP, Enigma's banned out. You guys have any other ones on your radar?
I mean, Slardar.
Slardar's good.
It's into Oracle, so it's a bit weird. But I honestly feel like a Slardar can jump and kill an Oracle. It's not. It's not that. It really is not that bad, and you will destroy it in lane. You'll have a really good early game.
But
I also think.
Sorry, go on.
I was also thinking about Liquid's pick. I feel like they need quite a lot from their last pick. Like they need a little bit of team fight, and they need a little bit of damage.
Can it not just be like a Beastmaster?
Beast, I think, yeah.
Beast would be great.
Beast against the Phoenix. You then have a bit of like. I think you want to give Lifestealer purpose in the early game. So playing behind a Pango is some purpose. If he wants to go twin gate to his offlaner for some reason, you want to have like reason behind it, right? And yeah, I kind of like the idea of Beastmaster.
Helps them with Roche. I think Pango also loves these side laners that when he goes there and does something good, like the map breaks open, Beast does that.
I mean, Lifestealer is one of the best carries at AFKing at your tier 1 tower and keeping it alive because he doesn't protect it through, doing crazy stuff. It's more I survive, you jump me, I infest, and through infesting, people can TP in and turn the fight around. So Pango, like you were saying, he loves Lifestealer for that reason. And now if Pango has one other offlaner that is either pressuring the tier 1 tower or just AFK, just blocking the ability for Talon to make moves there, then it just simplifies the Pango game. And Rubik Oracle, they're not the craziest heroes at making moves on the map, so if your side lanes are self-sufficient, then it does give those freedoms.
Yeah, I would be a bit surprised if they would pick a different hero than Beast. I feel like that's also the first one that comes to mind for me. You're also saying the supports are pretty happy chilling. You can stack for some Beastmaster, he farms some Ancients. Gonna help you with Roche as well with the Pango minus armor and attack speed.
So Talon have last pick in the draft, and I think maybe a keep of the light could be very good for them. Some coddle. You can go for the Orchid build. You don't really want to go like the Vessel build against the Oracle, but having some Orchid where you just push people forward. DK going for the early blink. I think
you think it's a DK offlane?
I wouldn't. I mean, into Lifestealer it could be a bit awkward. I guess you put in DK there, it's maybe sacrificial, but I just want to see some type of go, and they just take the start of themselves.
That is funny.
Yoink.
That is good. Okay. I was thinking about, for Talon, WS plays Wind Ranger. I've seen him play this into Lifestealer as a counter before, and I feel like it's good against Slardar as well. It's not good against Oracle because you can purge the Wind Run with the Q, but once again, it's one of those things where like you can also jump and kill the Oracle. I'm interested to see how Talon solves the Lifestealer, because I'm kind of with Kezu and the fact that I feel like it needs to be answered, and it's not properly answered yet.
I'm having a hard time finding this pick now, because they banned 2 proper heroes. They picked a third one that could have potentially been a pick for Talon. So maybe you just swap it up and you try to find this hero from mid and like a different capacity. Like T mentioned, maybe this hero that speeds up the game, builds an Orchid, like ganks these side lanes.
Yeah, because of these bans and the way that Liquid drafted, 3 very good picks for Talon have been removed, right? And it's like the argument is, do you want to sacrifice the DK enough to now give your mid all the entry and all the pressure on him? But if you put the DK into mid, then maybe we're not seeing it right now, but what is the offlane pick that can be a thorn in the side of Lifestealer?
You can go back for the old school Bat Rider if they play that as a core. I think we've only ever seen Malrine play it recently, but it is obviously one that has the ability to lasso through Rage.
Lane is pretty rough into.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah. They go for Mars.
They go for Mars. Okay. I mean, this is a matchup that I don't think it's as bad as people think. The Mars versus Lifestealer. Like, I think in a vacuum, Lifestealer does push the Mars out of the lane eventually, but if you go for 2 bracers, it's at like level 7 or level 8 or something, where Mars actually wants to leave the lane and go for ganks anyway. So I don't think this is a bad pick. It's really good with the Phoenix. You can pop the arena. It's a good hero with the Grimstroke to put the bubble on. He can go in. It's great team fight. It's good setup for the Sven. So I like this. It's not the answer to Lifestealer we were looking for, but it's good for their draft.
I mean, Talon have this type of draft where in the mid game, they're going to rely on, you have 3 jumpers, they need their fight to like go really well, like in those moments and their BKBs being popped, but I personally feel like Liquid have pretty good answers to it. If Oracle isn't in that initiation, he's going to save. Mickey can always rage infest to also slow it down. You have the roll that can mitigate the team fight too. I think Talon have a very playable draft, but I would prefer to be a Liquid player in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, they just have points of failure built into their lineup, so if they miss-execute, the fight's not over. But like, if you miss an arena, or the DK miss-stuns, or like the Godstream's out of place, then suddenly Liquid is able to exploit that. And I think, yeah, this Liquid draft is going to be so explosive. Like, Slardar plus Lifestealer, like, and how often do you see Lifestealer actually in a bomb? Like, you don't really get to see that nowadays because you're using it in the fight, but this will be, jump in the Slardar, get the smoke, get a big pick, have that 4v5 advantage, and then just go fight them. So I think, yeah, Liquid are favored right now from draft.
It sounds a little bit high risk, high reward for Talon. Maybe we get some good, high-paced and loud team fights coming out from them, but we'll see if they can do it here against Team Liquid, who also have a solid draft. Let's find out who's going to take game 1 with Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Shiva. Off we head into game number 1. This has been the patch and definitely a draft of beefy boys, as we've got a Dragonite, Mars, Sven against a Slardar, Pango, and Lifestealer. But I think I like what T said there about points of failure. Loads of ways here for Liquid to kind of use those building blocks to develop and build a team fight or a move that they want to, whereas Talon, they're kind of, once we're in, we're in. There is no backing out.
Yeah, they need to get stuff done. Once they get the first jump with the arena, with the God Strength, you want to be able to execute. Ooh, Boxy, he knew something was up. This guy's too good. But I've seen
powers.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of extreme gaming combos. This Lifestealer plus Slardar, they love to run it. They love to run it during the Elite League, and it looked really, really good. I'm a big fan of it. This has been Dota combo for a really long time. Slardar was not a hero, neither was Lifestealer, but now you have like one of the strongest offlaners and one of the best carries in the game combined together. You have a lot of save with the Infest, with Oracle's False Promise, so they need to get stuff done. They also picked... You have life. It's a god-tier Lifestealer game. Like, I don't think you can ask for anything better. You're playing into 3 strength cores. You're playing into Phoenix as well. Great matchup against the Sven. I think Mickey is going to own this game. Talon, however, they have a little bit of a combo with the Soulbind, having that Dragon Tail stun. Sven's stun as well. It's not the best one, but it is what it is. It's sometimes it's more about, because Grimstroke has been pretty much an Inkswell bot in a lot of these games where you want to pick up the shard as fast as possible. You have 3 heroes who go in, so that's gonna get a lot of value from the Inkswell.
Yeah, and then maybe late game, if you're allowed to get a bit greedy with a Philosopher's Stone, you can think about Aghanim Scepter against some of those agi carries. Here, potential against this Lifestealer Slardar to have a similar kind of thing. As we've got a quick little pause, disconnect, reconnect. We'll get back into things shortly. Already having seen Nisha doing his best impression of a Radiant hero, was sat on top of that ramp just scouting to see if any wards have been placed. So far, nothing being thrown out there observer ward-wise on that sort of top side of the river. Just one observer down to that southern rune spot, which has been sat on by the rest of Talon. Yeah, like the panel was saying, a lot of young blood here. Kind of Chwen is the experienced one in this team from Southeast Asia, bringing a lot of young talent to the squad.
A bunch of talented young players in this squad. They definitely, because I think WS, he's the one who kind of stood out for me the most in some of the games that I've seen. It's always good to be like under the radar in terms of Because when you're doing preparation for a team like this, it's gonna be relatively hard knowing what's gonna come. They also have like new ideas. And one of the reasons why Falcons are doing so good, you have Amar, who's been in the scene for some time now, but you also have Malrine, relatively young player, who is popping off, one of the best mid laners at the moment. And I think we can see something similar from Talon.
Yeah, I mean it's a story as old as time, right? You get to the top and everyone's got eyes on you. The pressure is on you.
Yeah.
Everything, a target on your back. We've seen it from Gaming Gladiators, from Team Secret, Team Liquid, everyone in the history of any esport, any game. You get to the top and everyone's chasing after you. You've got to try and be that king of the hill, defend your spot. But anyway, we're back into things. Game 1 in this best of 2, or 2-game series between Talon and Team Liquid in the group stage here for ESL 1 Birmingham. Chuen on the Dragonite in the mid lane against the Pangolier. Probably not going to be keeping our eyes too tight on this matchup. It's going to be quite farm heavy.
Well, you can't just choose a lane. Like every single time we start a game, you're like, okay, we're not going to be watching this lane. It's going to be pretty boring.
Which lane do you want to look at then?
I'm going to be watching the bottom lane.
Is that an interesting one?
It's going to be an interesting one. I think Slardar is a very interesting hero. We've seen different skill builds, different item builds, but yeah, I don't think much is going to happen in the mid lane. It's Dragonite. He can't die. If you die as Dragonite to Pango, I don't know, you need to find a different game to play, I guess. Somebody's gonna go through my Dota buff and figure out that I died like 3 times as Dragonite.
In 2017, Mr. Cut and Paste over here. Dropped a game, that's unbelievable. And up at top, Mickey on the Lifestealer and Insania Oracle. I'm loving seeing people pick Oracle back up, one of my favorite heroes, and Insania absolutely godly on it. Warlock and Oracle, 2 of the heroes that I definitely idolized Insania a few years back when he was playing those quite religiously. Up against this Mars and Grimstroke. So the Lifestealer is a godly game for him. What can Talon do in that top lane to try and mitigate their losses?
Well, focus every other hero, because this Lifestealer, I mean, they have stuns. You have Dragon Tail stun. If you get the first jump, combine it with the Inkswell, there is, of course, we mentioned the saves coming up from Liquid, but yeah, it does look really good, like overwhelming damage, because Sven against Lifestealer matchup, Sven can farm much more than the Lifestealer because of his cleave. Lifestealer can't take the stacks, so you have advantage, like 2-3 items, you feel very strong fighting into Lifestealer, but there's like a new build on Lifestealer nowadays, Armlet into Radiance. Sometimes you'll even see a full Radiance rush after finishing off the phase boots, so that makes him slightly better combined to Lifestealer a few years back.
So something interesting that's happening down bottom is there's a bit of farm sharing between Boxy and 3-3.
Yeah, I don't know if I said combined, I meant compared, but go on.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah.
I wasn't listening.
You're not listening.
No. Just looking at Rubik having 7 last hits.
Yeah, you're probably looking at the mid lane as well. What's going on in there?
Absolutely not. You look at the CS, 17-3, 15-2, that's it. Mid lane's done. So Rubik and Grimstroke both getting their fair share of farm, even in these first 3 minutes. Securing range creeps, getting stuff going. Try and get themselves into that first set of items. Get your magic wands going.
Yeah, it's more about securing the range creep. You have Stroke of Fate, you have Fate's Bolt to be able to get it. And back to the mid lane, Gary, your favorite lane. What? 2 points in Dragon Blood. That means that Chuen is definitely not going to die.
Yeah. Is Nisha going to die with 2 points in Shield Crash?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Down at bottom, Ponyo might die. Dives away from Boxy and 3-3. That's a very low HP. Phoenix, though, is up at top. We see the return blow is being traded. There's a spear from WS getting on top of the Oracle, and first blood spilled. Jokam picks up that kill on Insania, while Mickey, he's trying to trade out.
Good body blocks.
Body blocks are there, though, from the Grimstroke.
I don't think he would die anyway. Spear would reset. Healing Lotus was available. Mickey right now doesn't deal that much damage, and interesting build for Mickey, opting to go for the second Bracer in this lane. So I think seeing the second Bracer tells me they want to fight it out. He wants to put as much pressure early on as possible, and also might be skipping the Armlet build, might just be going straight to Radiance because of the second Bracer.
Yeah, very well could be. Right now, Stout onto that Mars Tower. Get some last hits, get some denies, munching on the creeps.
Gold Frenzy, Gary. Level 2 right now. Such a powerful ability.
See, the way you say it, I still can't tell if you're being genuine or sarcastic. I asked him the other night, and it was like, him and Fog were like, no, seriously, Ghoul Frenzy is like seriously overpowered.
You get hit by one Ghoul Frenzy, you're gonna die. Akashi,
Oh, the bash is coming.
Needs another hit.
Oh,
Not fast enough. Boots of speed. Warcry giving them that extra move speed.
But again, they're in a situation where the lane has, for all intents and purposes, become a 2v1. You put the Phoenix into that 10% HP threshold, he's not playing the lane anymore. Now, Sven, same story.
Ooh, this could have been a disaster.
Bulldozed by Roshan. That could have been nasty. What's Akashi looking for here? Can they kill 3-3?
He doesn't even have mana. Soaking up the experience.
Just waiting for Courier. And that means Phoenix has to dive away. Spending a lot here just to stay alive as Talon in that bottom lane.
I think the play might have been him to die immediately and bring some items. Courier is bringing a healing salve. It is a flying Courier, level 4.
Phoenix tangos, please.
Give something.
Anything? It's being pinged out. There we go. A bit of regen back for the Sven, but not an easy time. A lot of challenges being posed here by Boxy and 3-3 in that bottom lane. And they've also got a rotation. The mid lane, too boring for Nisha. He is thirsty for action. Does he even need the Rolling Thunder? Answer might be no. Shield crash, swashbuckle, chasing onto the Sven under tower, and the finishing blow there from Boxy takes him down.
TPs to mid lane immediately. Joanne pops the Elder Dragon form, picks up that illusion rune, so that's gonna be good damage onto the tower. Nisha, they're gonna need to bring a hero. Otherwise, this tower might die. They have a catapult as well, and Yokam, he's keeping the distance, keeping Nisha away. Yeah, that's definitely a tower.
Yeah, I mean, they keep Nisha at bay, right? Blood Grenade, Phantom's Embrace. Insane's going to come in here to try and chase them out, but tier 1 damage already done, it looks like. Dragon form halfway through the duration, so plenty of time here for Chuen to stun and finish it off. Doesn't get the last hit, but tower down 7 minutes in. Good early start from that mid lane. Kanchi going to chase back Boxy in that bottom jungle area.
Hey, what am I missing? What does it say Dire killed the tower? What? They didn't deny it.
Oh. Well, hang on. We'll come back to that, because Nisha's playing aggressively mid on the DK. That's a very good question. Chuen, half health. What is that? Level 2 Dragon Blood, Bracer, Fairy Fire, Magic Wand. With the Breathe Fire, removing a lot of the damage out of Liquid's options here. And Jokam's going to rotate across as well for a potential move onto Nisha. Turning things straight back into the face of Liquid. Quite a bit of damage out of Insania, but the secondary support arrives now for Talon. Nisha swashes, looks for the kill, dies in the end. As Ponyo getting blasted down by Boxy and Insania, but staying alive. Purifying Flames actually healing him back up now. And Chuen with another Dragon Tail. Do they have any more? Everything's on cooldown for the Grimstroke, so that will be that.
So going back to the important stuff, how did Dire kill a tower?
Dire killed the mid Dire tier 1. That's a question for the experts.
I had to make sure that I've seen that correctly.
Even when you said it, I was like, what are you talking about? What are you on? 3-3, keeping the pressure up down at bottom lane. But there's definitely one to go back and watch the replay to see where the gold went as well, right? Did they deny it? Did it go to Radiant? What happened there? Maybe we're just crazy and we don't know what we're talking about. Very possible.
What if they both attacked it at the same time, denied it? Okay, we might see that again.
Oh,
Thank
the
you.
replay. We have technology. Right, so what happened here? He stuns, the catapult hits, and the ranged creep hit it?
I don't know. I actually don't know what happened.
Interesting.
Maybe I'm old, maybe I'm blind.
Twitch
maybe
chat.
I'm not familiar with the mechanic that Dire can kill their own towers.
Twitch chat knows for sure.
Twitch chat will know what happened. So we're going to be keeping an eye on chat.
Yeah, keep our eye. You can keep your eye on that. I'll keep my eye on the game. Don't you worry. Smoke up. Grimstroke and Dragon Knight going to come contest the stack here. And as Boxy tries to build it up one more time, does scout the impending move from the DK and Grim, though, as they clear it out in the end. There was also a large cap stack near that Dire tier 2, which I think Liquid have also cleared. Some good early aggression from Talon here, forcing the hand of Liquid to actually move their heroes into this mid lane to try and defend after that tower had already fallen. And it's also making a lot of noise to move the action away from that top lane, giving Mars maybe a better time to just sit there, lap up the experience and gold. But that's equally a good time for the lifestealer. Mickey, right off the top of the net worth. 4,500. So there's double bracer phase into Sol Ring, normal stuff for the Mars.
Yeah, Insania, he's also confused by what happened, why are Dire the bad guys, why they're allowed to kill their own tower. So he's going to pause the game and try to figure it out, because they are missing some gold.
For the first time ever, Twitch chat don't know. The power of the crowds is not helping us. Oh, it's absolutely bizarre.
The only thing smarter than a Twitch chat is Reddit. So someone on Reddit is going to try to figure out what happened. There's going to be one mad scientist that's going to test it out.
Yeah, we'll go back post-game. It's gonna be. I don't know if you remember back in Dota 1, there was some WoW Dota clip of a Drow Ranger with a Helm of the Dominator creep. Do you remember that? So a range creep was attacking the Drow Ranger. The projectile was in the air. She used Helm of the Dominator on the range creep, so the projectile became hers and denied herself.
Wow.
So maybe it's one of those situations where, you know, you deny a creep when its projectile's in the air and it's like, well, did that belong to them? Did it belong to me?
Maybe you're onto something, Gary. Vote Dota. Electric.
Dota days. We are electric.
We are electric. Electricity.
That's the good stuff. And what's Slacks has been on about some electric strat as well.
Oh yeah, I wasn't listening. He's like, yeah, I have a new strat. I completely zone out.
It's usually some crazy stuff.
Back to the game we go. WS on his Mars, double bracer, phase boots. There's an interesting build also on 33. This has been like a new tech coming out from Slardar, going for that Orchid, maxing out your Slithery Crush. So you have more mana to use it. You can use the Sprint. This hero doesn't have much mana regen, doesn't have big mana pool. Chuen.
Right on top of Insania. Got the Fate Edict off, tanking through a bit of that magic damage, but with a Spear and the God's Rebuke, it's lights out for the Oracle.
That's going to be another tower. They're bringing in full 5-man here. I don't think Sven needed to be here. Akashi could have farmed the bottom part of the map, the outer ring. And he's going to go immediately to his triangle. Are there any stacks? There are some stacks, so that's pretty good. WS will finish off the tower. They're very quick with the moves.
It's kind of felt necessary, right? The laning stage felt like it hasn't gone particularly well outside of that mid lane, the tier 1 push. From top and bottom, having some struggles. So being able to group up and play together like this as Talon, giving much more breathing room here, especially, like you say, to Akashi Sven to farm back in jungle. But when you do back up like this, you take a portion of the map up north, get back into your Ancients, you leave a pretty wide open vacuum here for Liquid to fill.
Ooh, egg bottom.
They're going to focus it down.
They have the numbers.
Scramble it up. And a tier 1 tower for Liquid's going to be their reward on top of that Phoenix for themselves in that bottom right corner. Now we're looking at Mickey up at top here with Grim and Mars, but that's a very, very difficult task to overcome. Yeah, been a big fan of this Slardar build, though we have seen some players, I think it was DY, right, on Phoenix, buying Nullifier as a first item against these Slardars, just to dispel off the sprint, get rid of some of that nasty stuff.
Yeah, he had a banger of a game. Boxy in a bit of a trouble, but reduced a lot of their damage with that Breathe Fire and Fate Bolt.
And the turnaround is there. Phoenix and Dragon Knight still trying to poke at Liquid here. I think that's Mars on the northern side attempting to enter. Nisha showing his aggression and the spear misses. That exposes the Mars quite significantly down in the river. Nisha realizing he doesn't even need to roll up. Going for the right-click damage, get Insania involved, and a nice swift kill there for them.
Liquid being very active early on as well, bringing in the numbers. There's so many good spells to steal in this game. Whether you steal Stormhammer early on, it's going to be level 1. Inkswell as well. Spear is going to be banger. Breathe Fire, very good to steal Dragon Tail stun. So Boxy's going to have a really good game. He's going for drums as his first item. Both supports opting to go for like more early-oriented items. One drums, the other one's going for mech. Diffusal Blade already finished on Nisha.
Deep wards for Insania. They see the Phoenix. There are 4 members here. It could be a quick snipe on Ponyo as he tries to farm out an Ogre camp. Does get the dive away, a bit of distance away from Boxy and Insania. But the lift back into the swashbuckle will make short work of him.
Nice play from Boxy. And the rest of the team, they did not want to reveal their observer ward, so they kind of came through the bottom, pretended that they don't see him, and then it's like, oh, Boxy, we're gonna go.
Clever.
So, yeah, they're pinging out the observer ward slightly lower than it actually is, and they might still stick around to try to go for one more kill.
I mean, they're hemming Talon back. They're not able to cross the river right now. Liquid really filling the spots on the map nicely. Grabbing Wisdom Rune with Boxy on that right-hand side. And just making making sure to gather up all the resources that are available to you. You're going to stack the camp as well. That's something we see a lot from these position 4s, right? Boxy, Crit, two of the big names that have been very good at reducing redundancy. Wherever they are on the map, they're doing something.
Yeah.
Stacking, pulling, warding, grabbing wisdom runes, taking watches. There's always an activity to be had. Mars not too far away from that blink. It could coincide quite nicely here with double blink with Mars DK. Have an Orchid on the Dragon Knight for Chuen shortly as well. Still the fear of Sven not being top of the net worth. Quite often feels like he's in that alchemist realm where he has to be an item ahead of his counterparts, needs to be flash farming to really get involved in these fights.
Once they pick up those 2 Blink Daggers, it's going to be time to strike. Sven also just picked up his Echo Saber, has God Strength available. I think it's time to smoke up and try to get more involved in some of these big fights. Bring the numbers. Their team fight is super strong with the Grimstroke ulti, Phoenix Egg with the Arena, and there's the smoke.
Time to make a move. Liquid smoking themselves also. Mickey's up at top with Insania. Boxy 3-3 Nisha down south. And it looks like Talon sweeping through that mid lane into top jungle. Maybe expecting someone to TP in mid to guard this tier 2 tower. Liquid absolutely not falling for any of these traps. They've actually placed their Obs Ward right under a Dire Sentry, unfortunately. It might expire before they get a chance to see it, though. And in the end, no connection whatsoever. Radiant move into Dire Triangle. Dire move into Radiant Triangle. Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Go back, guys. We need some action. Still yet to see a big team fight happening. Mickey farming up.
Top tower is under attack.
Sitting at 8,000 net worth at the moment. Highest net worth hero in the game.
And so tanky. So he did go double bracer, armlet, with the phase boots. Now 3,000 saved up towards that Radiance. Very, very scary monster.
Also with this build, Slardar, it does allow you to stay on top of, pretty much on top of the net worth, because you are constantly spamming your abilities. Every single time Crush is available, you pop it. And Blink Dagger just picked up on 33.
Radiant Obsword sees Liquid. I think Dire scanned in their own Ancient, so they have a good read on where Talon are. So both teams kind of skirting around the edges of Fog and Vision here. Just try and make sure they're not scouted by these potential Blink initiation heroes, trading out towers across the map. It really is a case of both teams doing their own thing on their side of the map, not really getting too involved in a full-on brawl. It can be a bit of a sad thing, though. You know, you're buying Blink Daggers, you're investing into...
Yeah, and they're not finding any fights.
Not able to make the jumps.
So that's going to be 3 Blink Daggers. I think they might be overcommitting to Blink Daggers. This is not, 648B where you need to pick up a Blink Dagger, which was 20 years ago.
DTS.
DTS, Chatrix, Dendi, and Vilat playing together. Vilat playing Viper, Dendi on his signature.
Goodness.
Ancient Apparition mid, which was not a hero back then.
Who else did we have back?
Akasha. He was playing Queen of Pain. Yeah, there we go.
Well, 3-3. Tried to make this jump in earlier on, but gets turned on by Talon. Surrounded by 3 of them. Taken down as he looked to clear out the enemy Ancients. The rest of Liquid were already migrating across the map down to the bottom jungle. Kind of left stranded there on an island 3-3.
Middle tower is under attack.
But here's that next round of items. Orchid on the Dragon Knight gives him so much more kill threat on a lot of these heroes, and I guess in particular Oracle.
Getting that initial jump matters, but we still haven't seen that from Talon.
They're being very reserved. Very deliberate with their movements. I guess it's primarily just buy time for Sven. Getting him up towards that top of the net worth, which he is starting to sprint towards.
He is, but this also giving time for Lifestealer. He just finished off his Radiance with Armlet, going to be super tanky with Oracle behind him.
It's not in my name.
Once Lifestealer gets another item, this has been Lifestealer build for quite some time now. Armlet into Radiance, into SNY. He becomes almost unkillable. Like, you need to have that overwhelming damage. If Oracle is... Like, his positioning is really good in a fight, it's going to be really hard to bring down Lifestealer from 100 to 0.
Very, very challenging indeed. And Liquid right now hunting for a fight again. Ponyo in the fog, just about breaks to that tree line.
He is baiting.
There's the Orchid spear back away from his team. Mickey dying very quickly.
Never mind, whatever I just said doesn't matter because he got speared away. Oracle didn't get the ulti off.
Can maybe save Boxy here, but the TP's cancelled by the Dragon Tail and Talon. Well, they take down Lifesteal and the Rubik for good measure. Very nicely set up as the Arena Spear comes out from WS to find the third kill. Just racking them up. Double for Grimstroke. And Talon showing what these Blink Daggers can do. That immediate jump, so nicely executed.
WS winning them that fight with the spear back away from Oracle, having a pretty nice read where Oracle's gonna go. Because Insania couldn't get too close. Immediately popping the egg, 33 could not connect. And then finds another one, finds Insania. Such a clutch play coming out from him.
Well, back to life, we've got a soul bind into Sunray. WS, Joe Cam onto 3-3 as the Slardar dies. And Nisha just going to back up. Might be able to go for Ponyo here with an Infest and Swashbuckle play in a couple of seconds. They make the jump to take him down. At the very least, Nisha still having a very good game, dominating now on the Pangolier.
Talon showing some signs of life. This is their timing. Like, they need to keep fighting with the Blink Daggers that they just picked up. Sven, he feels like he doesn't even need a BKB in this game. He's playing into Lifestealer, playing into Slardar, so opting to go for AC, tanking up, understanding, you know, that if he can give armor to his allies, I also wouldn't be surprised if he picks up the Shard, like, as his 5th item. Finish off the AC, maybe get a Daedalus, MKB, whatever you feel like at the time, depending what items are going to be on side of Liquid.
I mean, all their shards are really good on this Radiant team, right? Like, whoever gets it from this Tormentor is going to be super happy. Phoenix, a great one. Grimstroke, you know, equally as good. And then we're going to get into a situation where, you know, Sven might not need to buy it. Just everyone else has got theirs. I'll get lucky from the next Tormentor.
They're going to have so much armor. I see Solar Crest being built on Phoenix. Sven with the AC, if he picks up the Shard, that's going to be quite a lot of armor. Most of the damage that they have is physical anyway. Lifestealer, Pango with his lucky shot, and then Lifestealer, of course, all physical. Besides Radiance.
Yeah, this Radiance build has been pretty wild on a hero that has debuff immunity, lifesteal, a slow, like a disjoint, disengage, what do you want to call it, like a banishment ability with the Infest to take you off the map. Having Radiance just makes you that much stronger. Because it used to be a build we only saw against illusion carries. It's like, oh, they have a PL, I'm going to buy Radiance on Lifestealer. Now it's just natural, the norm.
Also, the build-up has been different. Back in the days, you needed a recipe. Talisman has been buffed in the C version, so from 15 went to 20% evasion, and we've seen these Lifestealers pick it up as their first item instead of going for Relic.
I mean, it's less than 5k. It used to be like 6,000 gold, Radiance, didn't it? Like 3,800 plus 1,500, it's wild. A very cheap item nowadays. Yeah, might see that one get changed in the next patch.
No wonder we could not carry the games back in our days, Gary. Items were too expensive.
They were. They were ridiculous.
We had GPM talents back in the days.
That is true. That is very true. But we didn't have Philosopher's Stone or universal income for your supports, having all this money flow into your bank accounts.
Stacking as well was not a thing.
It's a cushy life we live in now.
In terms of the gold that you were making, creating gold out of nothing. Chuen with another rune for him, so... yeah, this tower looks pretty dead. Not gonna even take them a while to kill it.
Liquid not entertaining this whatsoever. Currently sat down bottom behind 3-3, while Jokam and Akashi tucked in behind Chuen. Batters down on that tier 2 top. Yasha completed, so Manta style about halfway done.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I was waiting for that fortify to wear out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And again, a situation where both teams pretty happy just to build up towards this mid-game where the physical damage you've been mentioning from Liquid could definitely scale a little better than the magical, but Talon with the itemization potentially going to mitigate that. With that AC on a Sven in particular.
Big item coming out from Jokam as well. Aghanim Scepter rush after finishing off his Shard. He was thinking maybe it's going to be 50-50 in his favor. Phoenix did get it. This is something that Jin-Q does, but Jin-Q does buy an item in between. He loves to pick up Aether Lens, yeah. Shard sometimes, you know, he gets it from the Tormi, sometimes he picks it up, but this could be pretty big, creating illusion of a Lifestealer with Radiance.
Because they can be so difficult to kill. Very, very annoying illusions they are. Boxy gathered up with Nisha and Insania. And I think we've yet to see a Rolling Thunder this game, huh?
I don't think we heard it.
He's fake pumped it. He's had some goes. You know, Nisha's had his involvement in kills, 4, 1, and 3, but he's just been swashing people. Hasn't really needed to go beat any of these team fights. Another round of big items, though. That should do it. Blink Dagger on the Pango with his Aghanim Scepter. Should give a pretty good entry to the next battle, along with that BKB on Slardar. And Lifestealer looks like he's very close to Sanjin Yasha after that Radiance.
Dire are scanning.
But it is really just two teams playing the same game.
Pretty much.
Smoke into smoke, play on opposite sides of the map. But Roshan advantage, it's Liquids.
It's Liquids, and they are probably thinking that Roshan is going to come to the to the Radiant side, but they have the damage.
10 seconds.
They're going to lock him down with Slardar. He's not getting anywhere.
Oh, poor Talon. Now they're going to come through the Twin Gate. As that Dar Observer Ward will see them coming, and now they'll realize, hang on, Roshan's dead. Aegis claimed. Liquid with that advantage with a quick move into Roche just before it turns nighttime.
This gives them a huge advantage in the fight. This time around, there is SNY available on Lifestealer, so we'll have that status resistance, which is gonna be great against all these stuns. Going into BKB of his own and Aghanim Scepter. One of the reasons why Lifestealer is also such a popular hero, you've seen like the matchup against Troll, where Troll, let's say a couple of years back, would definitely win that
counter.
Yeah, but this time around, Troll can go blah, but then you have nothing. He goes inside of you, and
you want to do a noise effect for the infest? It's a blah versus a.
Dire's top tower is under
So many things change. Mickey just going to front line now, defend his tier 2 mid. Mantistar delivered for Chwen.
Radiant's
A
bottom
bit more
tower
protection
is under
against some of the spells from Liquid. And of course, just Dragon Illusions. Super nice to have. Liquid with, I mean, what looked like it was going to be a wraparound. A lot of signaling on the map saying, hey, we could go play in that top jungle. But Talon have retreated. Back under a bit of vision here, though, as Boxy gets jumped in by WS and Chwen. Sven finds an illusion of Nisha. Pops his God Strength and blows it up. They orchided another illusion of Nisha. A bit of bait there, but Boxy's still the one to die. And in a 5v4, Liquid still feeling confident to run forward. Mickey not wanting to go straight up high ground into darkness, though.
Yeah, I gotta check the team fight from Team Liquid. 0 Ghoul Frenzies cast in that previous fight. If you get 1 Ghoul Frenzy, 1 attack, you lock onto a target, they will die.
9-7. Dead even in terms of net worth. But with this Aegis, yeah, pinging there, Mickey says, hang on, we can go tier 2.
tower is under attack.
Maybe play up to top, so it's nice to see Talon already kind of pushing that lane all the way to Dire base. While Nisha poking at Chwen down bottom near his own tier 3.
Mine is truly a blessing.
This next goal for Liquid, what are we looking at here? 'Cause can't really go high ground yet, can they?
No, definitely not. With like, you need some big items. It's more about getting the pick off. We still haven't seen the Infest Bomb being, you know, used to full potential, jumping the target, killing it off immediately.
Could be a good catch here.
He knows.
I mean, Boxy put himself in such a good position there, kind of cutting that angle between the Grim and the Mars. Oh, ever so barely missing out on the initiation, lifting his Slardar instead.
Yeah, that was funny. With the shard.
That's a great inventory for the Grim Shard.
It looks nice. This is your lion, your position 5 lion in Herald bracket, right there. So yeah, not too bad. Like
jump, Grimstroke. Oh, that ink spell onto Chwen. Infest jump out from Mickey now, and oh, hang on a second. With that arena down, the BKB out from 3-3. Mickey trying to turn and fight, but he can't stand his ground in battle. Now with the Soulboy now, Talon, they've turned this one beautifully. Nisha rolling up on the right-hand side, but WS already picks up a double kill. Mickey with the Pangolier turning onto the Sven and the Dragon Knight, but they're so goddamn tanky. Sven with the Supernova. The egg is there, protection for Nisha. Stuck again. The curse of the Nisha Pangolier comes into play once more. They lose that first life of the Life Stealer, but Nyx respawns into a spear. WS claps him into the cliff on the far left side. Nisha's still trying to fight alongside him. Mickey, he's going to munch on Akashi.
He's toggling the goal frenzy.
No way! He's not allowed to get away with this. Mickey finished off by Chuen, and now the turnaround from the DK and Mars as well. Again on Nisha, a double kill for Chuen, and a massive one for Talon.
They were so low. If they get like another round of spells, if he gets another armlet toggle, Nisha was stuck. He needs to get those connections with the Rolling Thunder, but yeah, great spellcasting coming up from Talon. WS using the spear straight away after he respawns. They get the Orchid from Dragonite on top of him, and they manage to burst him down. Chuen, pretty happy about that one. Love to see the energy.
Oh, that triple kill. Yeah, absolutely. Massive for Talon there. I mean, how many times do we see Nisha, though, getting stuck in these little crevices and cracks on the map as a Pango? He's got that unlucky curse, the factor against him. Something happens.
Gotta check who issued that driver's license for Nisha.
Dire's middle tower.
Someone cut the brake lines on it, surely. Ponyo on this Phoenix. Rod of Atos, Lotus Orb. So a bit of control, a bit of defense coming out from your support. And Radiant Vision there over near their own Tormentor. Setting up for that fight. As Chuen will take down some Ancients. In a bit of a calm period after a big battle.
Middle tower is under attack.
Rest yourself up. Clean your wounds. Liquid won't give you that chance, though. No rest for the Wicked here as WS whips his spear, the roll and the BKB out of Nisha and 3-3. Take down the Mars. Soulbind there, just going to hold him in place for a little while. You can see how hungry Liquid are. After losing a team fight like that, they want to come straight back out and strike.
Yeah, they need to play this pick-off game. Start with the Slaughter, potentially in Fast Bomb. All three cores outside of Liquid, they have an insane amount of damage. Any big items on side of Talon that could come out? You did mention this Lotus Orb from Phoenix, which is gonna do great against Slaughter, his Orchid, his Corrosive Haze.
BKB on Sven. BKB on Lifestealer as well. I'm seeing a fair amount of this. Just have basically permanent debuff immunity. A lot of spell resistance as well. And Mickey, though, in that last fight, you know, there's definitely enough damage here from Talon to bring him down.
Yeah,
this
fight's gonna be even harder for Liquid. Level 20 Talon on Sven, extra 10 armor, and also AC completed. You gave me the look, Gary. What's going on?
Level 20 Talon?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hear it, but every once in a while we give each other the side eye, the bombastic side eye, when these little puns come out.
Bombastic side eye.
Bombastic side eye.
How much armor is that? Sven is sitting at 51 at the moment. Doesn't have a shard yet, is bringing another Ogre Axe, completing that Echo Saber again.
Dire's middle tower is under
Liquid with a big 5-man smoke. So vision-wise, Talon have that high ground ward. They're all sat right underneath it. Perched atop that cliff. Observer placed, sentry down, jump in from Chuen. Boxy scouted and killed, slain. As the arena comes down, Akashi moves on to this Pangolier. He's leashed up and dead. The roll-up does nothing, and Mickey, he's in trouble as well, trying to focus the egg. Oh, he does get it taken down, but he loses life for it in the end. And Jokam on a killing spree as WS on the left side spears up Insania. Oracle down, Liquid lose 4, and Talon here in game 1. Absolutely gorgeous execution from that team fight.
Oh yeah, love these jumps. These Blink Daggers are paying off. You have 3 strength heroes who are super tanky. They don't get easily bursted. You have Jokam with his Inkswell behind if they get that initial jump, and a bit of a clap action going on. Love to see it. Akashi still holding on to amplified damage. No God Strength, but yeah, these barracks, they're gonna melt. AC, perfect itemization, I would say, that comes out. Understanding where the threat is coming from. I want to see the shard being picked up right now by him.
But they just go top now?
Yeah, because Lifestealer, he's all about that physical damage, as we said, besides Radiance, and doesn't have that explosive burst damage. Both him and Slardar rely on the right clicks.
Boxy.
67 armor on Dragonite right now. That's 80% physical resistance.
Man.
top barracks has fallen.
That is absolutely disgusting. And the Black Dragon gonna head down south. 3-3 lurking down here in the outer ring of jungle camps. He's gonna TP himself away. Not getting caught as he was, like the net was closing in around him, right? Dragon Knight and Grimstrugger coming from the right, Mars and Phoenix from the left. And nothing doing though. And now we're in that situation with 1:40 left on Roshan's spawn timer that we can see, but of course the teams will think anytime in the next couple of minutes we're going to prep and set up for it. 1 minute till night time, so the potential is there for him to be in his daytime summer home, but equally could migrate across the map to that top left corner.
It's time to go. Talon, they feel like they're super strong right now. There's going to be a smoke. 3.6k in the bank for Akashi.
Might be crit time. Well, it's definitely wraparound time. Again, Liquid are here with a high ground observer by the twin gate. Akashi leading out with this Sven. It's pinged out by Mickey saying they're coming from behind and the Fiery Spirits will definitely give away the game a little bit.
Mickey with the same bait. Let's see if this time around they're going to be executing much better compared to the top lane.
They're going through the gate. They want to set up top left corner, but the jump is there from WS, catching them by surprise.
Arena.
They've got to cancel out the TPs, and they're caught in the arena. Mickey will turn onto Chuen, but the damage is lacking. He can't do anything. He's trying to munch on a dragon. The dragon says, no, I'm not food. I am death. I am danger. Chuen from the high ground is launching projectiles onto the soul-bound Pango, and this looks like it might be it, honestly.
Oh, Mickey can't fight.
Talon, too strong. WS with these initiations, absolutely gorgeous. 3-3's got the lifestealer inside of him, but he's dead. Mickey might be in trouble as well. Bulwark's on, WS, Overskill totem, flops over the Roche pit. Massive team wipe and Talon cruising now.
That might be it. Team Liquid might have one more fight in them. Insania, I believe he was not in that fight. I think he was the first one who got through the gate, so unable to come back. He needs to channel again on a different side of the map, come through the gates. WS, again, with the two-man arena. 33 with the buyback, but it might be slightly too late.
There's a minute with no lifestealer here now. No Mickey for 50 seconds.
They're gonna go for the safe play. There is XP Rune, there is Tormi, also Roshan available.
Boxy trying to drag waves into the fountain at this point. The super creeps in mid and top causing problems for Liquid already. And there is that Daedalus on the Sven. Even more damage being brought to the table.
And he bought the shard. Doesn't have treads, he sold them. He's all about having that damage. Bought the shard to provide even more undispellable Warcry, which is, you know, pretty damn good. We said the Dragon Knight had 80% physical resistance. It's going to be even more with the shard.
Yeah, we had the start of this game. We were talking about beefy boys being protected. The Oracle protecting Slardar and the Pango with the lifestealer there, but this Talon side, Sven, DK, Mars, Bulwark, Warcry, Dragon's Blood. Incredible, incredible strength. All three of their cores seemingly unkillable as they grab the Aegis and all the goodies that Roshan brought. Through the twin gate, so there's only one lane remains. Head down bottom for that tier 3 in Barracks. On 3-3 and Boxy, they've walked into this one. Chuen jumps over to the right, trying to get the Rubik. 3-3 TP's out with his BKB. And Boxy has snuck into the trees. Finds a little hole to hide into TP home.
They will not be able to creep skip. There is creep wave available. They do have a glyph on Talon. It's time to go. In terms of buybacks, there is 2 available on Liquid. Only 2 supports. They got the job. The spear back.
Mickey gets off the rage, tries to turn and fight. Boxy already blown up by Akashi. And Sven with a Sunray behind him. Absolutely untouchable. This is last chance now. Infest inside the Slardar with a lifestealer. Try and play forward with Nisha's Pango. Rolling Thunder is going real deep here. And they're getting turned on. A Blink Crush on 3. Out comes Mickey. But they're inside the arena, kind of stuck here with Chuen and WS. Rolling up. Pango trying to turn and swash and jump around, but the 2-man spear connects, and that's so good from WS. Overskill turns over the top, and Akashi. The triple kill comes. False promise. Oh, it really is false. Buys a little time here, but needs to stand his ground and fight. Mickey maybe.
He's fighting.
Munching on Chuen and Akashi, life-stealing up. Orchid is on him, he's silenced up, but this life-steal at 1v3, nearly defeating them.
What is this hero, Gary?
Hang on a second. Akashi first life down. Mickey's gonna get stunned and jump now. WS and Chuen fair amount of disable here with an Orchid and more physical right clicks from Akashi. He's still going for it though.
What the fuck is this hero?
Oh my god!
All right, I want to see the damage coming out from Mickey in the previous fight. It had 20,000 damage.
What is that?
All right, well, perfectly balanced hero in Dota 2. All right, whoever's watching the game, like, let's patch it mid-tournament.
What on earth is that?
Open wounds, spreading onto multiple heroes, and then having Ancient Guardian as well, providing that damage. That was pretty freaking wild. 35,000 damage. He dealt more damage than Sven.
Just overtakes him with that last team fight. Incredible stuff. I mean, what was he? Lifesteal is a combination of some weird beast and a wizard trapped in a prison or something. That was the beast coming out to play for sure. The weak wizard could never do that. Talon going to go back up high ground again though. Chwen.
Gold frenzy, I'm telling you, Gary.
Sunray behind him. They infest into Rubik here, trying to buy time for Mickey to pop back out and start eating people. WS getting turned on, the BKB's up. Mickey going for the egg and then to the DK. Can't choose a target. Trying to stick on one. Getting turned on here though. Chwen, WS and Ponyo arriving onto this lifestealer who has been saved up and healed, but Akashi says no, that's enough. No more funny business. Lifestealer gone for 100 seconds and Liquid on their last legs here in game 1. 17k down, Mega Creep's coming, and Akashi, a double kill beyond godlike Sven, make it a triple, and look for Insania, give him the ultra, will you boys? GG called, Liquid tap out, and Akashi finishes as he started. Gorgeous from Talon here in game 1.
Yeah, beautiful execution in some of these team fights. All they needed to have is God Strength to be able to kill a Lifestealer, because without it, he sustains way too much. Fighting against 3 strength heroes in the middle of a fight, sustaining himself, that was pretty wild. But yeah, speaking of wild, WS had a great performance on his Mars, and also Akashi on Sven. Team Liquid, they're confused by what happened, because they had 3-4k gold lead in this game, and then Talon, they're just like, okay, we need to take some of these fights. We picked up 3 Blink Daggers, time to get value out of it.
Yeah, and perfect positioning as well, right? Hiding in the tree line, hiding in the fog to get those jumps, break the vision. Well done by Talon to take game 1. So we can head back to the panel to talk about that tower, how it died.
How the tower died, how Team Liquid died, we'll talk all about it. It is the 1-up-4 Talon here, first game, and I just really want to say that I really hope that Talon is going to make it to the playoffs, because this is the team that is so easy to root for and to cheer for. And I know, like, we're trying to give you a little bit of the atmosphere that is right here in Birmingham. You see him shouting, we hear that every single time. We hear that, and it echoes a little bit as well. So the vibes are definitely top tier here for Talon. The taking one, I'm joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Jenkins. Jenkins, this game in particular, it felt like once the team fights from the mid to late game started happening, Talon just felt like they had this unlocked.
You can feel the bloodlust from this team.
Yeah.
They want it so fucking bad. And you know the good thing, in the last tournament they played, they took a game off of every team. They didn't lose any series where they got 2-0'd, right? This is their group stage. There's 2 matches in every, round. If they won one, they're going to potentially make it through. So they could go ahead and lose this match to Liquid. It's whatever. Their standings are going to look really good. I mean, the best thing about this, though, is just how it feels for them. Like, they just beat... Yeah. This team just got top 4 in Elite League. Liquid has gotten top 2 in everything for the last 2 years. So this has got to feel amazing as a completely fresh new team that this is the only thing they've qualified for in like the last 3 or 4 tournaments. Like, this is great for them.
No, their team fighting was really, really nice to watch. And I think also with the Phoenix Grim, maybe I underestimated a little bit, but with all the cores going in and them like backing off the Sunray, you had multiple soul binds so that Akashi just got to slap away at them with a Sven. They just made it look really good. I feel like Liquid were maybe sleeping a little bit in the mid game, but Talon, they just took it.
Well, you got to give it to WS as well on his balance. Like his spears, all he had to think about this entire game was where is Insania. Every single time he was finding him on the back line, he was either spearing the guy they're jumping away to prevent the Oracle providing the saves. In the fights as well, using the arena just to isolate Insania. Like he had Insania's number the entire time. So no, it was incredible stuff from them. And I think Grimstroke going for the Aghanim's rush. This is a game where Lifestealer can't really go for the Desolator against the Sven. So he goes for Radiance. And if Grim then rushes an Aghanim's to take over a clone of the Lifestealer, you get the Radiance yourself. So now it just further complicates Liquid's ability to fight into them. High armor, there's Radiance burn, there's mischance. It's just just exceptional stuff from Talon in his first game.
The thing is, you can have these games where it looks like a really good Grim game for the Ags, but this hero just doesn't farm. Like, you have to get a few kills in a couple of team fights in order to get the net worth, and it just happened. It was one of those games where, like, Grimstroke survived, like, 3 fights, and I think he got a double kill in one of them, and I just thought, I was like, dude, this game's about to get really hard, because he just got 2 components of the Aghanim Scepter. At that point, you can, like, take a lane, farm the rest of it, and you get that Lifestealer illusion. Sometimes it feels, like, almost as strong as the hero itself.
Just run it away from the main hero, and then you can't really deal with it, right? Because, like, the only guy who can actually kill it is probably the guy
Lifestealer.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so annoying.
It was incredibly annoying for Team Liquid to deal with that. And we want to highlight WS a little bit more. And Kezu would like to compare him to 33.
Oh, absolutely. In my Acer Predator, I mean, we already touched on it in the pregame, but WS, T-Governor mentioned his spears. Like, his team fighting was insane. And again, you have similar net worth, but scoreline 3-3-2-2. His hero damage is way higher than 33's as well. But overall, just the way he was using his spear to separate the team fighting. In one fight, Boxy even tried to steal his spear twice. And both times he got Bulwark, even though it's like a very chaotic fight. And need I remind you, this guy is 18 years old, and he's already popping off at like the early stages of this tournament. No, my boy is popping, and I don't think he's going to stop.
No, he is not going to stop. Of course, he's got a great support crew behind him as well, setting him up for success. And guess what supports do, T?
They place wards.
Yes, they do.
Cool things on the map that we never really respect, but now we do respect it more with the Kitty Award of the game. And this time, as we see zoomed in, it's now we're playing like a GeoGuessr situation. Where on the map are we? We actually are on the Radiant Tormentor side, but this is a ward placed prior to the engagement where Boxy had the lifestone inside him. Sorry, not Boxy, sorry, 33 had the lifestone inside him, and because of the ward placed, it allowed for Talon to make that jump onto 33 and to Mickey, opening up the fight. Sure, there's a brief moment where Mickey could turn it around, but realistically, there just wasn't enough damage on the side of Liquid. And this was kind of like the moment where Liquid, with the Aegis, with a slight kind of momentum, if they find a jump with a Slardar, they're going to have number advantage. The fight is going to be theirs. But because of the ward placed, the fact that Talon was hugging it, holding their ground the entire time, it allowed them to kind of break themselves back into the game, which could have maybe gone Liquid's way if this Aegis was better used. But yeah, that ward, game winning, and just giving Talon all the momentum going into the second game.
Yeah.
Like, also, when I, like, look at this fight, they made Insania's game, like, so hard. Not just with, like, spearing him away, but, like, the arena, there was even an Orchid there. And it was 3 times, actually, Boxy tried to steal spear. He failed 3 times. Unlock.
If only there was a 4th.
That's true. Maybe we never know, because the ward won the fight.
Ward. There we go. Supports. You're important.
The boards matter. And guess who else matters? It is none other than Pyrian Flax. Hey, Ted, how are you?
What a sweet thing to say. What a sweet thing to say, Shiva. Thank you, that's made my day. I'm down here in the Talon booth, obviously the winner's booth for the first game of that series. Let me tell you something. It was getting loud. These boys were very happy, but they maintained a professional attitude. When the game was over, they simply nodded it to each other and said, all right, lads, on to the next one. They weren't celebrating just yet, which I think bodes well. I also think if those lads get to the arena, which I'm hoping they do, they'll be a fan favorite, I'm pretty sure. And look, it got so hype in here, Sheebs. Pan up, camera, pan up. Look at this. They blew the roof off. There was a roof in here before this game started. It's not there anymore. Liquid desperately need a win. I wasn't outside their booth, but I think they need a win here in the second game. What about how's it going for you guys?
It's going for us quite well, but I'm just curious. Do you think Team Liquid will be loud as well? Would they be loud if they would be winning?
I don't know. You know what? I will hang around outside their booth during the next game and see if they're loud. The Talon boys were feeling it. Liquid, I feel like maybe when they're winning, especially as the tournament goes on, I reckon their volume levels will go up. But right now, early game, everybody's saying, Team Liquid early tournament, they tend to be a little bit more quiet, a little bit more reserved, find themselves as the tournament goes on. So we'll see later on. But I will keep you updated.
Ted, I have a really important thing here. Is there any space under those desks? Could you hide under there?
Let me find out for you, Andrew.
Could you be Liquid's hype man potentially?
Would they?
Let's go.
Would they see you?
It's pretty tight.
It is?
It's pretty tight. Yeah, they've got the PCs up on these little things. These are called boxes, plastic boxes to hold the PCs up. There's water. Obviously, the players' legs. It's going to be pretty tight.
No,
it's going to be pretty tight.
That's the
I might just
booth.
have to. Maybe if I just perched myself in the rafters like a spider and just good luck, boys, stuff like that, maybe for morale purposes.
You never know if you don't try, Ted. Go ahead and give it a try there.
100% will, Andrew. I assure you.
Don't call me that. Don't call me.
Yeah, son.
I'm
Hey,
just,
Ted,
All right, the teams are coming back, so we're going to go back to you guys. We're going to let them get on with
All
it.
right, all right,
See
all
you
right.
soon.
See you soon. I just really hope that next time you might have a decibel meter or something. You can write down the numbers and, you know, we can compare, because I know that Talon is loud, but we've also heard Bedboom be a little loud as well. I just want it to be facts, you know, you can show in a nice graph.
We need numbers.
Give them a draft penalty if they're too quiet. Make it like mandatory. You have to be loud in the game.
Hey, they had that at the Lima Major, the llama that was
The llama meter.
The crowd. We need that for the
Yeah,
teams
we need
as
the
well.
llama meter.
But also for the teams.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's the new tech.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what's the thing behind it? What's like if the team's quiet or loud, is there any like gain, or is it just for?
What's the quietest animal? Sheep?
No,
they're pretty loud.
No, there are animals that just don't make sounds.
I
Like
was
fish.
I was thinking softest.
A fish
Sheep
does
are the
not, a fish
softest
does
animal.
not make sound.
Yeah, they do.
A fish?
Yeah.
They go blub blub blub. Yeah,
They breathe on.
No, that is the air that is making the sound. That whatever. No, doesn't
Moving
matter.
on.
That is not something that we're gonna do. We're gonna head over to a break, and when we're back, we're ready for Game 2 between Liquid and Talon. Stay tuned.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
watching all the stars rolling. The grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends. Waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement. Bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went. Laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again. Wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want me, I'll be waiting. You're the one that's still debating. If you want this, yeah. Woo!
Welcome back. You are joining us for Team Liquid versus Talon in the group stages for ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. It's day one of the group stages. Both teams, the series before this, they tied. And right now, Talon is one game up. And that means they have the chance to be on top of the entire pack for Group A here, if they can replicate their success from game one. Now, I will say, in the first game that we saw here, Talon out-team fought Team Liquid. And there's two ways this next game can go, according to my humble and not so expertise-y opinion. I think if you're Team Liquid, you get two ways. Either you go full-on team fight lineup and show them that you can do it too, and maybe even better, or you go hard on the, you know what, we're just gonna avoid the fights. And the previous game, they were a little bit in the middle, and I think they need to make a decision. But, you know, don't take my word for it. We're gonna find out if I just said a lot of nonsense or not, which highly likely here. But I'm here with Kezu, T, and Jenkins. Kezu, how accurate is my deduction here?
There was some truth in there. You know?
Okay,
it wasn't all bollock.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
So I think you can try to match a team fight a little more, but I would put my emphasis on matching it more, I think, with the gameplay. I would say they got their Radiance timing, you had your armlet, I feel like everyone was kind of ready to fight, but then Talon just out-team fought you. They were more ready than you were, and then from then on the game looked super easy for Talon. So like a little bit of both.
Okay.
It also could stem to the hero Insania is playing, like playing on an Oracle. If the fights aren't going well, Oracle then doesn't have like a plan B in his toolkit. It's like, if my cores are doing good, they're going to do better because I'm there. So if the game gets a little bit difficult, there's no, okay, I can make this play instead, I can push that wave. And you compare that to other supports he's been playing, it can help that just a little bit. But I think that's, again, that previous game was less about drafts, but more about the play. I think both those drafts were very good for what they wanted to do. And yeah, Talon just kind of outplayed Liquid in the fights.
Yep.
They really
gamed
did.
them.
They gamed them. They also spent a lot of effort banning out supports in game 1. They do so again in game 2, but they are managing to pick themselves up for the mainstream. Jenkins is the first disruptor of the day.
Yeah, Shaver, can I say I have not casted a tournament since Disruptor made it as into this first pick material hero. This hero's bullshit, dude. I can't stand it. You press the Q on the ground somewhere from 2,000 range away. It does like 1,000 damage, and then when it finally runs out, you're like, thank God I can blink again. You're at half HP. He does it again.
It does it, yeah, and again.
It's off cooldown. Like this Q ability on Disruptor is insane, and it's so good for laning now too because the slow, I think it lasts for whatever the max duration used to be. Right. It's very good for trading in the laning phase. Like this hero does everything. You eventually get to the Aghanim Scepter, and the cores with the BKBs are no longer able to fight you.
Tell me how you really feel.
I would say it's a little strange. Maybe you guys can tell me what you think about, because Disruptor, I would say, is a hero more, he needs, like, you need to tailor your draft around the hero. Like, generally, this hero's picked because you play tempo, you get another one, you get another one. But right now, teams are first picking it. Is it because the hero's too good, or is it just still very easy to tailor your draft in a way where you will always have the tempo and bring
too good
back?
Yeah, it's because it's too good.
All right.
It's Imba.
T-Governor, any objections?
I'll lean more towards the off lanes that you play against, like having a position 5 that plays on good range, can play out the lane without being threatened. Like you're not going to pick, like let's say you pick like a Crystal Maiden first pick. You can exploit that lane very easily, right? But Disruptor, on high range, you just block the pool camp, you just chill. The fact that throughout the game, you also have like ways to enable your team. Like that type of hero from the 5 position, in theory, should always be a high valuable resource. And Disruptor, he does that. If his Thunderstrike gets buffed, he's going to do it even more. And I think there's not a lot of heroes that have that. If the game's going tough, if I just get myself to an Ags at some point, I can then break the game as well. Like again, that's a very rare resource from the 5 position. So Disruptor, if the hero pool allows it to be picked, then yeah, it's going to be exceptionally good.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the Oracle? I feel like this is a weird thing to first phase pick. I mean, I guess they think that it's really important for them and the way they want to play right now, and maybe Talon's going to like second phase ban it or something like that. But are you really that upset if you can't play Oracle and they're having to waste a second phase ban on it instead of like a hero that is considered overpowered by other teams?
I think I don't mind the Oracle pick if they already have the knowledge of what cores they want straight away. Like if you're picking an Oracle here, it's because in the back of your mind you're thinking about obviously like the Lesh, the DP, the Monkey King, the hero that if they get this Oracle buff up, it can just, you know, open up so many fights to go your way at certain times that you're
I
playing.
was thinking Terrorblade in the previous game, something like that.
I personally don't mind the Oracle because I would say it's like it's two ideas being thrown at each other, right? Talon are gonna be like, we're Disruptor, we're gonna run at you. Oracle can like stop this tempo, right? The first guy they go on, you save him, someone gets glimpsed, you can turn it around. But it all now depends on how these two drafts, I think, layer on top of each other. Like Liquid will either have to counter tempo that this guy can actually stand his ground, whereas Talon, they'll look to do something similar to the last game, like get on the backline, storm, some Zeus that gives vision, you know, any of these types of heroes, because Oracle, it's just a support that needs to be addressed.
I mean, they've already adjusted by banning the Mars, right? Like, they get rid of the Mars, they now protect that. They also have the Doom, who naturally frontlines, be it with his Shiva's Rush, the BKB, the Blink, like he's gonna just soak up some of that initiation from Talon, that it complicates their ability to find him. That previous game, the reason why it was so one-sided was as soon as WS knew, okay, what do I need to do for my team? All right, find Oracle. I have the items for it. I'm not going to die when I jump in. Instantly never got to play the game again. And so far, at least, you can see Liquid is respecting that with the bans and also some of their picks. I do think they need a couple more heroes to do that.
I'm sure there's more heroes than just Mars and Kunkka to, you know, jump on the Oracle and kill him.
There's a lot, especially from different... I would even say, like, if Talon want a potential Centaur in this game, it's pretty cool. You don't care about Oracle in the lane. You have Stampede both aggressively and defensively against the Doom. Multiple mid-heroes, Pango's annoying. So they'll find a way, but then it's just on Liquid to make sure maybe to protect this Oracle more by having this bigger ball, or just by making sure that you're the ones actually jumping Talon in this game.
Fair.
Talon, though, they are showing us quite a an aggressive opening so far.
Yeah.
You pair, like Disruptor likes heroes that naturally play in front to utilize that glimpse back. If the fight's going poorly and you want to disengage, you can never do that against Disruptor. It's also why Disruptor plus Kunkka was such a potent combo. You know, have two forms of, no, we're containing the fight here. And yeah, Pangolier very rarely dies during his role. Like maybe it's against some like Drow or something, he can die, but Terrorblade, just not really the case. And they go back for the Grimstroke again.
You know, a nice classic combo with Disruptor is Disruptor Nightstalker. You just use the Nightstalker ulti, you get the vision, you glimpse back. It's super nice, especially if you have a hero like, you know, Pango Grimstroke that would like a fight to be like anchored in a particular location. But it's also very good against the Oracle, catching him out. It's fine against Doom. Dooming a Nightstalker who's ulted is not so good, but and then also actually they will see the carry here, so.
I mean, I'm trying to think what Liquid want here. I don't think there's something necessarily wrong if they wanted to go Rubik again, but I feel like there was something lacking. I feel like there's a better support pick for Boxy.
They need Boxy to be on a active 4 position, some tiny type hero that explores the map, finds information. Sure, he might die to some rotation back as he's in those areas, but with a Doom who's static, with an Oracle who, again, not as active, okay, they go for a Tusk, but they did need to have an information gathering 4 position. Otherwise, it would have just been farm everywhere and wait for Talon to run at you.
I do think the Tusk versus Grim can be a bit awkward. Like, if you Soulbind and Tusk needs to blink into Snowball save the guy, he can't. Because he will get instantly linked, but it's very good against the Pango roll. You can screw it up a little bit with your own Ice Shards to redirect him. And I think it overall just fits in what they needed.
Yeah, DK is still available. So for Talon, they can... maybe I'm going too left field there. They already have the Pango mid, but having some instant stun against the puck, like I think the Grimstroke, right now you don't have that perfect pairing. Throwing Inkswell into a Pango is okay, but it's not that simple, like Centaur Blink Stomp, Inkswell stun. The DK Blink Stomp, you know, or stun, right? They now go for a Deucer.
Oh, that's the Doom counter. I mean,
that's
you reduce the healing. Medusa just doesn't heal. She has mana, so...
On the turns, on the flip side though, does that not at least make a Doom's game, okay, all I need to do is the Pango now. I can just ignore the Deucer, like just get a carry that deals with Deucer. It's like, of course it's very good to do that, but...
That's true. That's true. And then also Liquid has the carry-to-carry matchup response. Is like a PL, is that too big of a bait hero? Is that hero good?
I think right now, Talon, neither team actually has a way to progress the map that quickly after any big kills. There's a kind of window of farm that both teams need. So I think going greedy, like you mentioned, with like a PO type thing, is in play. But of course, Liquid being second pick, they'll get to see everything from Talon first before they do that. But I'm not really seeing this game being like a 20-minute stomp. This one's got, you know, some length to it.
I mean, I'm even thinking, I like the Medusa a lot against a couple of these heroes, but I think when the game drags on, Tusk is one of the most annoying heroes for these stationary and slower type turret lineups, which Medusa is. Like, she has to stand her ground on the front. If you get kicked back into like, suddenly it's super easy for Puck. He blinks on the back line. Everyone has to run in. So that's something you also, like, we have to keep in mind here. But I would say Talon need to look for an offlaner, another team fighter that the people can play around. And you know that Liquid need to pick a carry to most likely, they need to be looking to answer this Medusa in some way. I don't think it has to be hardcore countered because you have the Tusk later with the potential kickback. But of course, you still want a good matchup. How about some, like, if Monkey King is good, I feel like you can build Diffusal, you're good with Oracle, you have good team fight.
Yeah, they're the two I'm thinking. I'm thinking Monkey King, and also I'm thinking like maybe like a Windrunner potentially.
Oh, I dig that.
For Liquid, of course.
Yeah.
Again, they do have ultimate last pick in the draft, but I'm seeing some like semi carry that can be super aggressive.
I like
to
the Wind a
invade,
lot.
poke into the jungle a couple times, but having that ability to not be the I need to farm all this gold first, but one item and I'm ready to go.
I'm sure they're having a similar line of thinking where they're just discussing like a few heroes that are good and they're waiting to see the last pick before because they'll see literally what the lane is. So if they can like dumpster some weak melee offlaner with like a Windrunner, then they're gonna take that.
So off lane for Talon is what we're assuming here.
I would assume so. I mean, WS has played the Pango, but I feel like that's something more you would do when you see the carry matchup and you know that you're gonna be fine in lane, which he doesn't see it right now, so it's very risky.
So other than the Centaur, what else would be left in the pool? A Dragon Knight?
DK, of course. Yeah.
But then, do you indeed put the Dragon Knight on the offlane?
Yeah, they can still flex
Dragon
it. This is a really nice pick because then if it's a fine Pango game for the offlane, they could put Pango off and then DK mid do very well against the puck, or they can have DK go off lane and he's not going to lose lane to anything.
It goes back to the previous point as well, where they were still lacking the Grimstroke pairing, and of course DK. Now, mid game, very simple. DK plus Grim, go and
This is the perfect hero to take towers after you do well in a fight, that you mentioned earlier, that they lacked. Something will happen if Team Liquid wins a fight anyway. They will be able to push fast. And it will be Pango off lane, DK mid.
Okay.
I know Luna can go, of course, much later into the game now with Kanda, with the Shard, the fact that you just become tankier and you don't have those issues. I just look at this lineup from Liquid and I kind of think it's reminiscent to the Bet Boom series we saw earlier today, where if they haven't got a full grasp on the game by half an hour, does it not just become such a hard Luna game to really get damage into it, into a Dusa?
I think you're right. Yeah, they did not answer the Dusa at all, honestly. I mean, I guess the answer is up the tempo with the Luna, but I feel like Luna plays the game. Like, you honestly kind of want to get like 5 items on this hero.
Yeah.
It feels really good to get to that point, and at that point, there's a Grimstroke, again, that has a perfect hero to form an illusion of.
Yeah.
So I really worry for Liquid in terms of the late game. They have to up the tempo big time in this game.
It's an incredible DK game. It's a reason they last pick it. You have Grim to back you up too. You have Pango. You have good team fighting. I think Liquid need to be like ahead early on, and then at least they cannot be behind at 30 minutes. If it is, they're gonna slow down, get the Tusk Axe, and try to play again. Otherwise, I think Talon have 6 scaling in this game.
After game 1 and how Talon played, and then with this draft as well, it's hard to say that it shouldn't be Talon's side, but
Do we feel like fighting wise, which is where Team Liquid was a little bit lacking in the first game, do we feel like they may have fixed that issue a little bit at least?
I think the fighting comes from just them wanting to put heroes in the same lane at the same time, like Doom plus Luna together. It's like you take the tower, if you come fight us, you get doomed and you have to leave, right? So they have a lot more kind of grouping objective-based pressure rather than pick-off pressure. So it's more on them to utilize that and keep that kind of ball rolling, objective after objective.
Okay, a lot of pressure then on Team Liquid. Let's see if they can do it here in game 2. We're heading over to Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you, Shiva. Off we pop into game number 2 here. Talon taking on Team Liquid. Some beautiful smoked up images there of Doom, Oracle wandering across the map. And across the panel saying that timing's very important here for Liquid if they can get themselves into a good rhythm, bang the drum, get the tempo going, could find themselves in good stead. But potentially here, Talon with the team fight and the scaling they've got have a lot of resistance to put up against Liquid.
Yeah, I have to agree with the panel. I think they kind of nailed it there, talking about the Bet Boom game, how things played out when they played against Falcons in the second game. Because Liquid, they need to stay ahead. This Luna lineup, like, she can't solo carry the game. Puck can be very annoying in some of these like mid and super late game fights, but Medusa, Dragon Knight, Pango as your cores. Let's say this game drags post 35-40 minutes, Disruptor with the Aghanim Scepter, Grimstroke with the Axe, creating illusion of Luna. Talon will outscale them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked in game 1, right, about the beefy boys with protection behind them. Now you've got a monstrous Medusa up in the front lines with Grimstroke and this Disruptor offering some very good team fight and potential ways to fire back across at Team Liquid. Bounty runes coming up. Nisha. He's going to find one of them in that bottom river spot. Boxy and Akashi getting a couple as well. And the third one, or fourth one there to Mickey. So 3-1, Liquid favored early Bounty Rune days. And Dragon Knight versus Puck in the mid lane. It's been a little time since I've seen this, but it's an age-old pick and counter, right? That instant Dragon Tail stun.
A classic. They needed something. They put this Dragon Knight potentially as a flex as well. In their draft, it's a good Dragon Knight game because they could have ran Pango from the offlane. Not a big fan of offlane Pango, don't get me wrong, but having this ability when you don't have the last pick in the draft, try lane from Liquid and they still might die here.
Oh, 3-3, so close to death. Akashi out of mana, but still with enough life to dip back behind his tier 1. Stay safe. Everywhere you look, there's blood being spilt. Nisha getting low in that mid lane. And yeah, Insane are going to come down bottom to help out Mickey in that bottom spot now. That Oracle and Luna lane. 5-0 for the Dragon Knight so far. And both of them have okay ways of kind of de-pushing, shoving waves. But once we get the Dragon Tail stun up on this DK, denies can definitely become a factor in this lane matchup. I think I saw double nulls there queued up. So Nisha going for a very lane-focused build.
Yeah, Null Talisman has been buffed, that extra mana regen that you get from it. Item needed a buff, it was in such a shitty place, no one wanted to get it, not even Intelligence heroes, and now you see Agi heroes getting it instead of Ring of Basti, sometimes even instead of Falcon Blade. Just a good substitute to either picking up like second Raid Band or the items that I just mentioned.
Yeah. And WS down at bottom, yeah, needs to have a few tangos handed over to him. Insania pressing a lot of damage forward with Fortune's End and Lucent Beams. And Swashbuckle, very long cooldown, early levels as well. But it looks like WS keep himself in a decent spot here. Just to keep playing that lane. And I assume more regen being ferried out to himself as well. Good dodge there on the Breathe Fire. The water runes popping up as well, means Nisha can be able to grab one of them at least. 3-3 in Boxy. Glimpse back on the Tusk, puts him away from the Medusa. A lot of pressure on Akashi early on here, but still doing very well to last hit under tower.
Yeah, sitting at 12 at the moment.
I've cursed him.
Never mind. Oh, Gary.
That's my bad, actually.
He's gonna miss another one.
No. Oh, yeah, he missed that one. Any more? And Disruptor's like, let me drag the creeps away from the tower. Let me help out a little bit here. There we go. Back into the groove once again.
It always feels weird to see Medusa rushing mana boots. It's just not. It's not a thing. It's not a visual thing that you want to see in your game. It's good for the game, of course. Makashi getting blocked in this top lane. They're playing aggressive. Glimpse back.
Another defensive one from Ponyo. It's not been comfortable up there for sure. And that mid lane, Nisha putting a lot of pressure onto Chuen. Level 2 Illusory Orb is ready, but looks like, yeah, 200 HP and a couple of stick charges. Enough to keep Chuen in fighting shape and stay in the lane properly. It's a pretty tight-fought matchup, this one.
It really is. You said Nisha is going to invest into these smaller items, try to put as much pressure as possible. Chuen putting a second points in Dragon Blood, having that Flag Bearer creep extra regen when he's sitting underneath the tower. So it always looks like he's going to die, but Chuen is definitely fine, having another tango, a couple of stick charges.
Towing the line. Swash off the mark there. Inkswell connect. Not sure they would have been able to get the kill outright, but definitely would have done a bit more damage onto that Oracle. And this wave perpetually sat in front of the Radiant Tier 1, giving Mickey a nice safe time to farm himself away. 21-5 on the Luna. Is this one of those games where we see a lot of rotations into mid? We're going to see people... Oh, is Akashi just dead? To Boxy? The Tusk?
He threw a blood grenade. Wanted to really get the kill there. Needed one extra hit, but nice play. Ponyo, I don't think he can be left alone. Like, Ponyo was missing Ponlo, Ponyo, Palason, anybody else?
No, I think you hit all of them there.
So yeah, one of those guys missing from the lane. Akashi unable to survive through all this constant damage they've been putting onto him.
What is it now? Just 1-1-1 build from Boxy. It's a level 1 tag team. But we do have Mana Burn on 3-3. I mean, this is something 3-3 is like known for, right? Playing Doom and picking up the exact right creep at the right time. Chain Lightning, Mana Burn, whatever it might be. And even stacking camps for himself at the same time.
That creep is OP. Having Mana Aura on top, I don't think it's necessary. I think you can just have Mana Burn and people would still be annoyed by it.
Was he stacking up creep waves?
Yep.
Radiant's top tower.
Drag the next one off the tower as well. Aggro it, pull it back with... And he's using Mana Burn on the creeps. Down at bottom, Boxy rotating on this Pangolier. Liquid really trying to utilize this early aggression to get the kills. Snowball trying to dodge the Inkswell. Successfully done and well played by Liquid. Pango down, 2 kills to the good. And
exactly what they need.
Here. Yeah.
Having this early advantage with the lineup. Now you have this global presence from Luna. Level 2 right now, 9 extra damage. Does help a lot. Chuen in the mid lane, starting to put some extra pressure now onto Nisha. He is more than fine in this matchup. There needs to be a rotation from Boxy, maybe even +1 to be able to bring him down.
Yeah, here's that 3v3 right in the mid lane. Everyone coming in to guard the 6-minute rune. Regen up at top, going to get denied by Ponyo, it looks like there. Nobody going to be refilling their bottles. Stun onto Boxy. He does have Snowball. Might need to use it here to dodge away from any glimpse or aggressive play. Surviving and saved up by Insania with a two-man coil from Nisha. 3-3 rotates him. Getting on top of Chuen. That's quite a bit of damage out of Infernal Blade and a Fortune's End to finish off the Dragon Knight, and 3-3 diving even deeper. Ponyo in trouble. Slows down the Doom, but the Scorched Earth burns him to a crisp.
Good rotation. We said that they need to bring at least 3 heroes. 33 TPs, level 5. This is something that has been done in the past couple of months, where offlaners are not too afraid to TP to a mid lane and help out, because they are getting some extra gold. Medusa is farming anyway, and back to the top lane immediately.
Yeah, it's all about pressure, right? If you're not alone pressuring the Medusa, go find somewhere where you can pressure. It's also been really nice to see how active Boxy has been, right? That Tusk pick, there were questions around it. What are we going to go for here with Boxy? I think T was talking about that vision-giving position 4 to play enemy side of the map, try and get up in the faces of the opponents. But against a Grimstroke, picking it into Grim, you've got that Soulbind potentially stopping him, snowballing or saving people. But if the majority of your value, is coming from this early laning stage, job well done for Boxy and this Tusk already.
Yeah, if you're the one who's getting the first jump, getting the snowball saves, killing Grimstroke before he can get anything off, that's always going to be nice. But Boxy, one of those players who I think you kind of nailed it in the previous one, where he is all over the place, he is making moves, always doing something on the map.
Yeah. Making stuff happen non-stop. And it's also just the topic of kind of counters in Dota as well, right? In a vacuum, you can think about this works against this counters this, but in a game where buttons are being clicked, misclicks happen, or different ideas clash and collide, you don't always get that straight head-to-head encounter where X spell counters Y spell. And here, Dragon Knight, Dragon Tail countering the puck, potentially getting the kill on Nisha, but a jaunt away, and the Fairy Fire buys him time to get away from danger, and the rotation back in from the rest of Liquid. Doom has arrived with his ultimate, and Dragon Knight dead for a second time.
Ooh, 33 again, ready with the rotation. He was so ready with the TP, getting another kill, and this leaves Mickey in 1v1 scenario against Pango, who's only level 5, double bracer. Gary, what do I always say about the offlane Pango?
You hate it, but we had a discussion about this, and you hate it unless Amar is playing it.
Because he can get a lot out of the laning stage. Amar is an insane laner. Also, if you don't have that good early stage, all of your items are delayed. You're basically buying the same items, trying to pick up your mana boots or diffusal blade, but everything is delayed. You don't have as much impact as you would like to.
There are a couple of, I think Sacred has played it from South America, and he's a player I'd put on the fringe of maybe play offlane Pango for him. And there was another fella. I don't know if it was XXS or someone.
Yeah, people play it from time to time when they want to have this flex, when they don't have the last pick.
It's not consistently good at
It's
all.
consistently bad, yes.
Exactly. Yeah, that mid lane, Dragon Knight counters puck. Not when a Doom rotates into your lane and kills you 2 times in a row. Chuen definitely starting to fall behind the rest of the pack, and Pango getting slapped by Liquid. And Pala was talking about the aggression and the tempo, and my god, 7-0, 4K lead at 10 minutes. No mucking around from Liquid here in game 2, hey?
Looks really bad, especially for Pango. He's playing into puck, he's playing into Oracle, Fortune's End, the Dispel mechanic against his shield crash. Kind of difficult. 33. No Doom available. We'll get Glimpse back.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's it.
He's annoying, isn't he?
Top tower is under attack.
Hey, I'm a Doom, I'm up here, forcing 2 heroes to react to me. Spends a couple of cooldowns, but now Boxy's come in. Level 6 Tusk, Veil ready on 3-3's Doom. Ponyo in some serious danger. A spot of bother, one might say, as he does die and gives a killing spree to Boxy. Dragging Wave with a shard as well to give 3-3 that secured farm. So now that's top lane evacuated, Medusa farming jungle. Mid lane's had its struggles. Dragon Knight trying to play into this puck. Insania gets a D-ward. That's all safe and sound for Liquid. While down at bottom lane, a Rolling Thunder. Nice. Snowball save. I mean, that's a TP into Snowball save, right? It's the step-by-step layered save from Boxy. Now the chase forward onto the Pango. He spent his spells. They'll glimpse one back. Insania sent off to the left, but a fish punch will take down the Pangolier. 9-0. Clean sheet for Liquid so far.
Yeah, 5,000. This is what their lineup is supposed to do, have this early advantage. Having Luna, they needed a hero that's going to take the towers. Luna, I don't think you're going to ask for a better hero. holding the Aegis, sieging the high ground. They're gonna check what's happening in the outer part of the map.
It's not Blue Luna this time.
It's not Blue Luna, indeed.
No Blue Laguna this time around. It is Radiant Luna though, so we'll probably see that top tier 3 get pushed about 20 minutes in. Insania. Oh, the first death of the game for Liquid. Position 5 drops, and Chuen gonna pick it up. That gets him Blink Dagger unlocked.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Both supports are still level 5 on Talon. They need that level 6 on Disruptor, not so much on a Grimstroke. But Static Storm definitely need it. Use it with the Dragon Tail, try to get a kill on Puck, who is holding onto Shield Rune at the moment, so not an easy kill. Nisha already having Witchblade, so gives him an opportunity to solo kill the supports. If they had Static Storm there, he would definitely be threatened, but not available at the moment.
Big bad Boxy has come into this mid lane. Everyone's like, no, please, not me. They're even glimpsing him. Okay, they kill the Tusk here. They're going to give it a good old shot. Half HP, Boxy dropping lower, but a coil, a bit of damage out of this Pug, jumping into the DK and Disruptor. Snowball diving in deep as well. Rolling Thunder Coil is causing a bit of chaos, but you're right, 33 in the backlines. Dooms up the Dragon Knight, Boxy's still alive, able to get forward with a false promise on him. Takes down one, 3 fall. Talon losing out big time in that mid lane fight as Liquid bring the numbers, they bring the pain.
A little surprised that they decided to take the fight there. Look at the Snowball. Insania keeping the distance as well in case he needs to drop the ulti on Boxy, but the Snowball coil as well. We said that they need that Static Storm. They need the silence, they need extra damage, and flank coming out from 33, more than enough to bring pretty much everybody down. Medusa did not want to take some of these like early fights. She still wants to be in the triangle, take the farm. But speaking of taking the farm, Team Liquid are taking their farm away from them.
Yeah, Boxy. He's getting stunned up, and Nisha has forced Ponyo back, and look who's arrived. It's Mickey with an Eclipse. Akashi dropping low on the mana pool. They've got a Soulbind here on the Puck and the Tusk, but when it ends, the Snowball comes. Buys a bit of space for Nisha to dance around in the back lines. On the right-hand side, ooh. WS just shield crashed into Boxy. Tusk has a Walrus Punch, a Blood Grenade, Mickey Insania nearby.
Tag team available. He's gonna punch him, and WS will die.
Okay. Even through the shield, I guess it's just a one-man shield
It's
crash.
150, so yeah, tag team is maxed out. Mickey is there as well, providing him with the aura, so having that extra 20 damage should be enough.
Okie dokie. And what does Nisha do? Does he go diving onto Ponyo? Can he see the Disruptor? Might be able to get on top of him.
Dragon Tail stun in 2 seconds, Blink Dagger available, so they're definitely gonna get a return kill. Chuen probably thinking about jumping Mickey. Nisha, where is he? He's on a different side. Coil available, but very low on mana. Has 1 spell available.
Yeah, it's like Orb, Disruptor, or go and coil the rest of them to the right-hand side. So yeah, it's going to be Boxy punches Pango, kills him.
Chuen is not going to be able to blink. I didn't have my camera on him. There is attack from Nisha. Let's see if that's Witchblade. That is Witchblade, so overtime damage will cancel his Blink Dagger.
Can he blink dodge it?
He can, but he can't stun people afterwards immediately.
And what does the Medusa do? The fight, does she just run away? Go farm jungle?
That might be the best option. I mean, she deals a good amount of damage. Yasha, Spark of Courage.
21 charges as well. Could be able to rejoin the fight. And this is a fight without 3-3. Yeah, look at him on the map. Top left corner. No real opportunity to come and join this. Not as if he's got boots of travels or anything like that.
Yes, Midas.
Well, let's find out how it all pans out. Does WS die? Does Nisha dive the tier 2 on Ponyo? Find out next time on Unpause Dota 2. Pango dead. WS cleared out. Boxy throws the blood grenade. Still falls. Nisha does dive in to find Jokam. As Chuen, Akashi, and Ponyo bail away. In the end, the Tusk taking down the Pango and the Grimstroke. Good measured response there from Liquid once again. This 9k lead just building and building.
Ooh, they're gonna steal enemy XP rune. Nisha, Mickey, and Insania. All 3 of them going together.
Just pray for Ponyo. Pray for Jokam.
At least they got a kill on Boxy in the previous fight, which did give Ponyo enough XP to be level 6. Level 6 at 14 minutes. Grimstroke as well, also level 6.
They both buy smokes like immediately. Like, come on, level 6. We want to use these LTs. Let's have some fun. Let's cast some spells, boys. still quite distant from... Oh, I guess Pango's never got Diffusal Blade. I just felt like he's dragging his heels a little bit, taking his time getting there with the difficulties he's had. But yeah, Diffusal Blade will come now. On top of the stats items he's already built up. How do you break out of this? Are you waiting now as Talon to head into late game? Do you want to try and use his Blink Daggers and Pango's Diffusal Blade to fight into Liquid?
Sounds great. It's just how you're going to get to that late game, because in the next 5 minutes, Luna will have Manta Style plus another item, most likely BKB. If he feels like he needs it, there is double save coming out from Snowball, Insania as well, who will have mech, so they're going to be super tanky. Shiva's Guard will be available. Like, this is going to be insane. The amount of items they're going to have, they're going to pick up Roshan. I don't think you take a fight.
Have you seen what 3-3 and Insania are stacking enemy camps? 3 of them. These
These
camps
are not enemy camps. They are Team Liquid's camp right now.
There's also the camps to the right of them. This northern jungle, yeah, just belongs to Liquid at this point. Stacking and farming with Scorched Earth and the Veil.
Liquid?
3-3, 9,500 net worth. Tren and Ponyo are going to jump on Insania's Oracle. Glimpse him in, but he had the time to False Promise. Just enough to get space away from them.
That's the problem with the build. If you're going greedy build with Disruptor, I think in this situation you need to have a point in kinetic field. I know that you also want to go for Thunderstrike, you want to max out your Glimpse and everything, but yeah, if you can't keep him inside, it means that it can change. Like, you need every single instance of the gold you can find on the map.
Manta Style up for Akashi, as well as the Mickey one you mentioned. Just that gap between them. Like, we're getting to what, 16 minutes now into the game. Got 10k net worth on the Doom, the Luna, 3rd place, 8.5 on the Puck, and then you got that pack of 3 Dire heroes. Really having some struggles. Jokam getting run at by Boxy. Trapped in the shards for the moment. But this is just ideal Tusk, or ideal position for intel, reconnaissance, gameplay, right?
Ooh, this is a big observer board right in front of enemy tier 2 towers. Scouts out slightly behind the tower if someone's going near the enemy outpost as well. So pretty big, 33. Thinking about maybe getting the jump. He's going to have Shiva's Guard 17 minutes on top of Hand of Midas.
He's going to be huge. But he already is. He's massive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Talon.
Radiant
Medusa under an observer ward right now. They've got Pango and Disruptor, I don't know, having a bit of a picnic in the forest, wandering around, lurking on that far left side of the map. Dire tier 2 being pushed though right now with 5 members of Liquid all surrounding the objective, and Mikes Luna joining in another fight, getting ready to play. TP's coming. So it's WS and Ponyo here, they're cutting waves, trying to delay the push. Glimpse back all the way across, back to the Dire tier 2. And Ponyo and WS still going to get run at here by Nisha and Insania. TP out from Pango. Fortune's End is coming to Disruptor though, and that's going to be lights out for Disruptor here, it looks like. Finished off by Nisha while down at bottom lane, 3-3. He's latched onto the Dragon Knight, doomed him up, and down he goes.
That's a solo kill.
Meanwhile, middle lane, everywhere you look, blood is being spilt by Liquid.
Just go for the late game, Gary. Yeah, it's very difficult. They're trying to buy time, cutting the creep waves, but if you show in the lane, you're playing against Doom, he gets the Shiva's Guard, gets the Doom, he can kill every single hero solo on the map, and we said that the 2 supports on the side of Talon, they can't really do much at the moment. We're gonna see that again. So he's dying, and then the bottom lane.
It's an Old Spice commercial. Look at me, and back to you, and over here, and back to mid, and back to you, and back to live, into game to watch the Pango die. Non-stop, relentless. Team Liquid, they are pissed off after game 1. I'm absolutely sure of that.
Map is getting smaller and smaller for Talon. We've said that they might want to go for Roche, but if they feel comfortable enough, they might seize the high ground, see what happens. I don't think they should risk it. They don't need to risk it. They can wait until Luna gets the BKB. He's very close to it, couple of camps, and we'll finish it off. There is tier 2 tower in the bottom to be taken.
It's just like every item for Liquid is another like order of magnitude stronger for the entire team. You know, BKB Doom, Oracle with a mech, BKB on Luna, everything just makes them more difficult to kill, more difficult to fight into, and offering so much more damage and sustain. Talon still looking for an opening, wanting a team fight that goes well for them.
And look at the timing from Liquid. They can take tier 2 tower. That's like literally before 20-minute mark. They can take enemy Tormentor, go back to Roche. Maybe Boxy steals enemy XP rune while all this is happening. So yeah, very well thought of a process how they're gonna approach the next couple of minutes.
Super organized.
Radiant's top tower.
So you're playing against Deep Blue or OpenAI or something at this point. It's the algorithmic moves from Liquid. Absolutely spot on here in game 2. And Nisha's poking at high ground, trying to elicit a response from Talon. Are you going to come back and defend? You know, we're shoving up here. And like you said, Tormentor makes an appearance. Quite an easy take here for Liquid. And Talon knows it's happening. They scan, they see Staining gets the shard, so the... What is it called? Reign of Purity? Reign of Terror? Reign of Chaos?
Reign of Destiny.
Reign of Destiny, there we go.
Reign of Chaos. There's the Warlock player right there. Let it rain.
Let the chaos reign.
So sticking, or they have more than enough damage. Tag team is maxed out. They have the heal. That's gonna come out from Reign of Destiny. Luna. Mickey is in the mid lane. Pushing out. BKB finished on him.
It's a waiting game for Talon. Dodge. Dodge, dodge. Do not show on the map. Try and hide away. Tuck into these outer rings of jungle camps. Get your Medusa, you know, into that 30-minute window where maybe she feels a little stronger. It's still stat, 11,000 net worth. Not looking too bad. It's just a Pangolier. Right down at the bottom of the cores.
WS, he had to use Rolling Thunder to pick up the XP rune on his side of the map.
Joe Camp, Ponyo. Looks like they're going to be paying the price up here. Send the Doom back. Snowball across the Disruptor, and a Fortune's End Purifying Flames finishes off him. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Nisha killing off WS, and the Eclipse out of Mickey. Looks like it's going to clear out Xuen. Dragonite in serious trouble. Split screen, double damage, massive hits. Liquid take down 4. Not even a drop of blood spilt by them.
Yeah, you know things are bad when we're using this technology. Split the screen to catch 2 different sides of the map being invaded by Team Liquid.
That's incredible, isn't it? Everywhere you look. Every pairing of heroes, right? They don't need the big 5-man move. They can play as a duo, a trio here and there. One gets glimpsed back, who cares?
You know what I always say about when is game ending? If you have 1K per minute, the game officially ends in my book. And there it is, 22K at 22 minutes.
Well, it's not ended though, is it?
It takes a while. It takes like 30 seconds. Like, you know, when you type GG's, it takes
a countdown.
10 seconds. But it has to be like steady. And so right now it's gonna reset because it's 21, so 30, 29.
Gotcha. There's a mechanic to it. A high ground time. Liquid up here. Right as you called, that BKB on Luna. Not using it straight away. Doesn't need to. Has Instania's Oracle sat behind her. It looks like for now, Talon, they've rebuffed Team Liquid, sent them packing. There's just never-ending pressure into these lanes, right? Top and mid trending into dire base. A line drawn bottom, 3-3's like, guys, I'm just going to push and farm down here. There's plenty of space.
Usually you don't see this. They still have a tier 1 tower 22 minutes into the game, so you can TP bottom and take Roshan. It's underneath your nose.
How much damage? How much tower damage? Tamaj,
there we go.
It was like Talon tower damage. Yeah, how much tower damage has Talon done? That is a tongue twister. Jeez Louise. Oh, yeah. Those are small numbers.
400, but I'm looking at their towers. This has been mostly done by creeps. Creeps have dealt more damage than heroes from Talon.
322 HP.
Yeah, there we go. So Roshan for Team Liquid thought they're gonna do it slightly earlier, but yeah, give it to Luna. Seize the high ground. This one's in the book.
Yeah, what's that? Phylactery into Kanda. Luna getting into that, what did Jenkins say, like kind of 5-slotted Lunas where you're very comfortable, feeling good about yourself. Roshan and Aegis taken, and Xuen, he's pushing up top onto this tier 1 with Akashi. Boxy trying to catch up to him, but yeah, good move, good blink, nice glimpse, and Ponyo barely escaping. Gets themselves away, so small victories, Lacoste, hey, tier 1's dead.
Yeah, they lost Roshan. Tier 1 is dead. Good trade. They are delaying. Like, they have to delay as much as possible. They need Akashi to get to his big item. It's gonna be Disperser. Does have enough money to buy it.
Courier has been killed.
Oh, tier 2 token.
It's time to commit. I think Team Liquid, it's time to go for the high ground.
Go throne?
Pretty much.
Lincoln's up for Nisha. Even more protection. Disperser, Medusa. See what Akashi can do here. Starting to poke with the swashbuckles. Dragon Knight blinks in. Quite aggressive from Chuen. Maybe expecting a move there from Mika and Nisha, but they're holding their ground currently. Well, they're dragging waves from top for 3-3 to farm, keep the pressure going on multiple sides. So mid, top, and bottom all going to start moving across into this dire base. Bottom lane already open. The glaives are starting to bounce on the creeps from that lunar illusion. And in the mid, Mickey jumped and stunned, but the Dream Coil and the jump in eclipses out. This Medusa's in trouble. She looks pretty much down. Akashi tries to turn.
Everybody's
with the heal,
dying.
surviving, but that loosened beam pretty much 100 to 0. The Medusa still survives though. Barely scraping away with her life as the Doom on the Pango allows Nisha to jump in deeper and get 3-3 the kill.
That one loosened beam with Phylactery from 100 to 0 because she lost all of her mana.
Yeah. Well, the glyph is up here, at least for Talon. Just delay, buy as much time as possible. Get Akashi to this front line, but the damage is coming thick and fast. Boxy dives in deep onto the Disruptor, and Ponyo, he's dead. Boxy might have gone a little too far, though. The double buyback does allow Talon to get the kill on Boxy. Nisha, phase shift, glimpse across on Insania, trying to aim on the Oracle now. Mickey gonna stand his ground though, the Luna dishing out some serious damage with the glaives bouncing. Twen though with his Inkstwell and right clicks onto Luna, gonna clear up Mickey. They get the kill finally on the Luna, but Nisha still a real threat here alongside 3-3.
Yeah, they decided to give Aegis to Nisha instead, so yeah, maybe a little bit of a mistake there. You want to give it to the hero that gives like most damage because you feel you're super strong right now. You want to end the game. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. It's time to go. 40 seconds until Luna is back. With Mickey, they did manage to take down the middle set of barracks. Tier 3 towers are down to like half HP. The other one, 200 HP down. So continue. This is what it's all about for Team Liquid. They have this advantage that they wanted to get with the draft. And Talon, they are playing for the super late game. If they can delay maybe like 2 more good fights, they could potentially make a comeback. But the problem is, I don't know if Team Liquid's going to give it to them. I see Doom 33 just picked up Pipe. He's like that. What am I going to do with all this gold?
Just buy Pipe straight up, why not? And what do we stand at now? Win probability, 2% for Talon. You said they've got a couple of fights in them, they've got a couple of percent behind them. See if they can turn that into something a little bigger. Put it all on red. Or 0-0. Put it all on green.
I think it has to be 0.
It's got to be 0, right?
In this case.
You're not making your money back any other way. Mickey straight up to high ground again. Lunar Illusion's out. Lucent Beam and Waning Rift chipping away at Akashi's mana pool a little bit there. We do now have a Dragon Knight BKB. Ponyo's on a bit of a mission, it looks like. Getting across the map, maybe looking for some... Oh, he's going for Wisdom Rune, is he? And Disruptor's going to go steal the Wisdom Rune while his base is being pushed.
Very important, while losing the barracks.
Oh, he's got it. Incredible. Great play. Jump in for Boxy. This is the deep dive now. Liquid realizing they've got a chance. Dodge out the Rolling Thunder with a phase shift. Mickey's already crushed the building. And look at Boxy just going straight in towards the throne. They've doomed up the Medusa. Boxy's going to die. They lose the Tusk. And a glimpse back on Insania, but Mickey 3-3 able to stand and fight. Nishi back in again on the Medusa, just destroyed. 3-3 clears him out. Ponyo in trouble. A double kill for the Doom. Chwen and WS trying their best, but DK's gone. No buybacks available. And Talon here in game 2 looking like they're down and out. GG call as Nisha goes in for this Pango one more time.
I clicked on Yokam in the previous fight. He sold everything he had. This Null Talisman and had Naked Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and then he rebought the boots. So tried to go for the play, make strong illusion out of this Luna, but it didn't work. This game 2 was all about Team Liquid, drafted themselves a super early oriented draft with Luna. Boxy was all over the place. Nisha perfect game coming out from him, 0 mistakes, and Box is like, you know what, maybe I could have done one more gank. Still not. This guy's never satisfied, no matter how well he plays.
More blood, more kills. 33,000 net worth advantage, 28 minutes, 48 seconds into that game. Absolute crushing victory by Team Liquid over Talon there in Game 2. And again, group stage, we all love a good tie. It's a nice little split pot there between all these teams. We're getting 1-1s across the board. Team Liquid coming out here with... I mean, they definitely unleashed the beast, right? Game 1, you poke the angry ogre. Liquid come back with an incredible draft, sick laning phase, and absolute domination over the Southeast Asian squad here. Absolutely beautiful stuff as we head back to the analyst.
Very much, Gareth and Lacoste. This was a beatdown. It was not close. We did not get to see Talon really put their gameplay into action at all, actually, Kazu. I feel like their plan, they had one probably, but it's just, it couldn't be there, it couldn't come together.
I guess they wanted to play mid through Chuan, but this top lane from Liquid was honestly kind of disgusting. This mana burn creep from 3-3, they owned the Medusa, Boxy gets first blood behind the tower, and then I feel like they're just the ones moving through. There was one thing I didn't respect as much as maybe I should. I feel like Puck Luna is a cool combo. Like in the first nighttime, you get this Luna's Blessing. Puck actually gets to hit quite a lot, but people don't respect it. With the Luna's Blessing, suddenly it's too much, and then I feel like they just took the tempo from start to finish and made it look quite easy.
This game was, like, for Talon at least, is somewhat, like, upsetting just because you never got to see them play their game, like you were saying. Like, the fact that as Doom found the mana burn creep, on top of that, you have this Disruptor who I think it was like minute 14, 15, still was yet to get level 6. So a lot of these earlier scraps that Liquid was presenting, there was never that turnaround of the Static Storm. He also didn't have Kinetic Field leveled until I think at least maybe 7 or 8. So it was like a super delayed, anti-aggressive, leveling from Disruptor. On top of the fact that Medusa didn't really have anything, DK got shut down as well. So their talent just picked apart in Game 2.
Yep.
Yeah, Liquid played really well that game. Other than Insania, he died once. He played really bad, but the rest of them did really tremendous. We talked about the tempo and that they needed to really push the tempo. I would say winning 3 lanes into getting all the tier 1 towers by about 15 minutes is a good way to up the tempo. That game was over for like 15 minutes. Talon just didn't want to GG out because, hey, they have Medusa,
There's always a chance. You gotta hope your team messes up, your enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, we were worried, like, maybe Medusa didn't have any, like, direct answers other than the tempo. But if it goes late game and it's, like, 1-to-1 between the carries, Medusa will probably win. She got one shot by a phylactery lunar beam. Like, they didn't need a counter. The counter is just be better.
The Grimstroke just desperately trying to get the Agnums as well. Like, he ended the game with Brown Boots Ags, and maybe that was like kind of the coping mechanism. I'm there. He gets the Ags in play. The illusion instantly dies as well. Like, the Luna's like, what is this? It doesn't do anything at this point because it's kind of like items you want that mirror with everyone else having a game. And I just look at the scoreboard and just no one had a game. So I don't even want to look at talent. It's just that was just.
If this was a pub, you would just go next and forget about it. It's like it happens. What can you do?
What can you do? And we also know Talon in the previous tournament they played, they went the full distance every time, so we expect ties coming out of them. Team Liquid, they are normally pretty good on the ties every single time, so maybe we shouldn't be super surprised with how this played out. What I am kind of surprised about is that every single series tied today so far. There's still one going on here for Group A. But overall, I think Talon and Team Liquid, if we look at this series and what we learned from them today, because obviously there's still 3 days of group stages coming your way for these two teams, I feel, Kazu, that we've seen both teams definitely, Team Liquid in Game 2 and Talon in Game 1, we've seen their strengths. We've seen what they got.
I think Talon especially are just very inconsistent. Like, when I see them win, they win hard. And when they lose, it kind of looks like this. I think Liquid aren't as extreme one way or the other. I feel like they're, they're overall a little bit better. But they're obviously both showing that these two teams, they're really good. When they just get the kind of draft they want, maybe the early game goes the way that they want to, they will perform and they're going to win.
Yeah, feels like Liquid, they want to kind of grasp from laning phase and every early game move and wants to be kind of in their hands. Whilst for Talon, it's a little bit more kind of slower pacing where they're happy to make moves, but their drafts feel like they come online 20, 25 minutes deep into a game. So I think if you put Liquid and Talon both playing at their best, I think Liquid would probably win a best of 3 against Talon just because of the early game dominance that they can bring, whereas Talon doesn't have that. But yeah, it was a 1-1 this time. We got to see both of the individual kind of strengths that the teams have be the main reason why they won the games. But in a full best of 3, it's not happening. It's best of 2.
I agree. I mean, Liquid was winning game 1. Right, I don't want to say it was a throw because I feel like Talon just played extremely well in the fights. So, but Liquid has the all-around package and they look really good right now. And I feel like also historically they've had day 1s in group stage where they just shit the bed and then they do really well in like day 2, day 3. So I think they're probably fine with how today went for them.
I think we heard from Blitz in the pre-game interview for Team Liquid that he was already very happy and impressed that he won game 1 of of the first series today, which normally for Team Liquid is not really something that happens. So they end the day on 2-2, and before we see that on paper, we're first going to hear from Insania, I believe, who's standing by with Pyrion.
Yeah, hi Sheebs, I am indeed here with Aiden, aka Insania, captain of Team Liquid. Let me talk about that series very quickly. Game 1, it looked to me like you got all the heroes you guys could have wanted, especially your Oracle. And you guys lost. What happened?
I mean, in the words of Nera, our actual current captain, big noob Slardar, don't kill anyone, forget about this game and go next.
Sorry, I forgot he was the captain now. So you'd been on a bit of a streak with Oracle. You mentioned it just now. What was that streak formally?
Okay, I'm actually not sure on the exact number, but I think it's like somewhere around 6 months where we hadn't lost with it. So yeah, unfortunately, that has come to an end.
But you did then win the second game, so you won it so hard. What changed between the first and the second? Because it clearly can't have been that you were tilted or anything. Did it wake you up? Was it a change of playstyle? What happened?
I just think to be honest, game 1, I think we learned from game 1. There were a few things that we were doing in game 2 that we were not doing in game 1. I think the DK we addressed a lot better. Like we didn't just let him run over our mid lane in game 2. We brought numbers and we fought him back. And I think it was kind of nice that we got to like kind of replay game 1 in some ways and then get to see that like our new ideas work.
We've had a ton of draws here so far. It's all been 1-1. You guys have just been involved. In fact, both your series have been 1-1, right? Yeah. Do you think that's just everybody's getting used to each other and the whatever the LAN meta is going to be? Or do you think it's just that close?
I think usually when all the games are drawn like this, it means nobody really has like figured out what is ultimately like the best of the best, and they're just like abusing it to get wins. So it probably means everyone's like on a decent playing field. But I think after today, watching all the replays and looking at all the games, some teams will probably figure some stuff out by the end of the day.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that, and I guess we'll see you again tomorrow, right? So thanks to Insania, and back to you guys. Take it easy.
Thank you very much, Pyrion, and indeed we'll see Team Liquid again tomorrow because Group A plays their matches at the start of the day, and that means they are about done. And we've had quite a few series today. Now, there is still one series going on, so we'll have to wait a little bit before that. But for now, the series, the standings that we have is the ones on your screen, where literally every series has tied. We got ourselves G2IG and BetBoom. We got those still playing against each other. But the rest, TGov, all tied.
Yeah, so they did all tie, so it's just, we're going to add that one in a little bit, but yeah, so from day 1, Group A, we've learned nothing, really. Well, everyone's just equal, so tomorrow we'll find out.
We'll just restart. We'll just start over
run
again.
It back. Then on day 3, when they draw again, we'll do it again, and on day 4, when we do tiebreakers, we're going to do the whole group one more time.
We'll just fight to the death.
Fight to the death!
Yeah,
I did see the drafts.
We could knock down the barriers that stopped them from seeing each other in the room and just free for all.
Physical violence is now allowed during games.
Only on day 3, though.
Yeah,
like
on day
Hunger Games.
No, I think just bring the decibel meter. That's like physical violence.
We'll start with that, and then
but
we
decibel meter.
Yeah,
that's fine. We can do that. I think the British crowd deserves also a very hyped team to play in front of them, so that will be the tiebreaker. Easy. I will say, if you are tying all your matches, you're actually doing pretty well because, as you saw just there, the bottom 2 teams are the 2 teams that get eliminated, and the top 2 go to upper bracket, the middle 2 go to the lower bracket. That means if you are halving on paper, you should at least be in the lower bracket. So that is a good thing going right there. As said, there is still a stream going on. Make sure to check that out because Dota is being played. Dota will continue to be played on this stream as well. We're getting ready for Group B to take the stage, and that means we're going to take a break as well. We'll see you tomorrow for more Group A. But Tsunami and his panel will take you through Group B with XG versus OG on this very stream after a break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. If only you could read me, read my thoughts. You see that I care for you, you're all I've got. If only I could heal you, your wounded heart. I wanna believe that we should never be apart. Can we talk about it for a while? Can we talk about it? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Oh, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now.
Treasure, been longing for someone to call my treasure. Measure, no one in this world could ever measure. Oh, back in time with you. Always going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the sky. treasures. You're the only one, you are my pleasures. Luscious, there's no other word I can describe you. Back in time with you. I'm going back in time with you. Always on the run. I see pleasure in your eyes. Treasure in the skies. Rain and diamonds from the skies. I see pleasure in your eyes. I see clearly now. I'd swim 1,000 seas. I see pleasure in you. I hope you see pleasure in me. I see pleasure in your eyes. You're a treasure in disguise. Rain and diamonds from the sky. I see pleasure in your eyes. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah. No shame for moral corruption, no blame for social disruption. Your deadbeat and your dead eyes do nothing for your poor disguise. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah. Abject humiliation, convenient constitution. Do you sleep when you lie? Your soul is all but sacrificed. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah. It's miles and miles and miles and miles away. Yes, it's miles and miles and miles and miles away. My head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my head, my head's gone, yeah, it's miles away. I've lost my head, my head, my yeah. Why would when you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know she's rarer than a 4-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. falling over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We land it sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah. Scarlet sun kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, and see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all in all, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine, and I'm hers. We land is sunny, oh, 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 we land is sunny, we land is sunny side up. We land is sunny, oh, 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 we land is sunny, we land is sunny side up. 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 Yeah, yeah.
I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. When I'm an old man in the country, I'll think about that day, remember fondly. I try to make you proud. I live my life so loud. Before I go, can I say how much a difference it makes with you in my corner? I didn't feel like a goner. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. Just wanna let you know I love to watch you grow. Yeah, we're in this together. I've got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do,
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a crawl to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, a crawl to a joyride. Just I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, feel-good day. It's starting to go my way, so go my way. I'm having a feel-good day.
it go, but I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud. I want you to stay. Feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my feels so right, feels so wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but feels so right, can't be wrong. Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing
I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'll get there. I find peace in knowing the journey doesn't care. Drive all night into oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. He keeps running It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. It's your t-shirt. The way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. I wish you were in love with me as much as I'm in love with you. A silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you. I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. Loving you out.
looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Oh, oh, oh. And I know that you want me from that sweet look in your eyes. Do you wanna leave this party?
coming back for more. open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be, phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah, turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. It's all a game to you, but I'm not playing. Focus, listen, it's obvious. Fight for me and I will fight for you. Yeah, turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts, stand out in the crowd. You're resolute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy when I'm with you, with you, with you. When I'm with you, with you, with you, I'm feeling crazy. Try to pretend that you don't really see all the things you do and what it does to me. And now you're gone away.
Gentlemen, welcome to the UK. In order to give you leave to remain, I do have to run you through a little quiz. I'm the official delegate for UK slang. I'm going to give you guys some UK slang, words and phrases. If you don't know, you've got to figure out between you what you think it means. Okay?
You well versed in this?
Of course, mate. There you go. 1 point already. All right. Simple to start with. Bloke.
It's like a fella, right? Your friend, right? Or no, I don't think it means friend. I think it just means a dude.
That's correct. Just some guy.
Yeah.
Just a bloke.
Yeah.
Dodgy.
It's like sus. Yeah.
Sus, sketchy.
You're like a better think twice kind of thing going on.
Yeah, a bit dodgy. Yeah, a
Yeah.
bit of a dodgy bloke. Gobsmacked.
All right, that's you.
That's flabbergasted. I can't believe I died here. Like, I'm surprised. I cannot believe this.
I feel I've heard this word from Harry Potter.
Okay, I could believe it. Well, you nailed it. That's exactly right. I am gobsmacked that you knew that. Chuffed.
Chuffed.
You know that one?
No. I'm
I
trying
think
to
it's-
saying it out loud. I hope like something triggers in my brain, but
I think it's like happy when you're like, or excited.
Appalled.
So it's like a bad.
I can't believe this should happen.
I am going with happy or excited.
You're correct.
Thank God that you're with me.
Plonker.
That one I don't know actually.
It just seems like a different way of calling somebody like a dick, but you should. I'll let you.
Well, for this one I actually don't know, but clunk, I don't know. It sounds like similar to like bloke, you know? It's like some guy. But I don't know what type of guy.
Ignorant guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so a plonker is like, yeah, a bit of an idiot, bit of a clown. Knackered.
I mean, I knew the previous ones, but
A lack of intelligence on a bloke. Who the hell would say that?
I don't know. This
I
UK
don't-
people.
Oh, yeah, you think these are all insults? Okay, knackered is like exhausted. On your bike.
Does it mean like get out of here?
I have no clue. Maybe it's like when you're on a bike.
So none of these are literal, all right? They all have like second meaning.
Some bloke at the club, you know, he's like, on your bike. And then I'm just like, whoa.
Get out.
Yeah, like, I'm like, whoa, chill out.
Bring me my raspberries on your bike.
You got it. You got it. On your bike, get out of here. If you're at the club and the bloke was like, on your bike, mate, you'd be like, Christ, he's kicking me out.
Yeah.
Good instincts.
Yeah. What is a brolly?
Umbrella.
Exactly right.
Oh, what the hell? I was gonna go with like short for broccoli.
No, you got it exactly right. My umbrella. Snog.
Oh, I know that one from all the shows. I think it's like kissing. Yeah, like a proper kiss, you know? Snog me.
You got it. That's right. Brassic.
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 What are we in chemistry or something, dude?
I don't know.
Broke. You're absolutely broke. You're skinned. Pull the other one.
Maybe when you like trick someone.
I feel the difficulty just went up like tenfold.
Yeah, it's getting harder as we go on.
Oh boy.
Can you use it in a sentence?
I just won £1,000, mate. Pull the other one.
Oh, that makes it actually a lot easier, doesn't it? Yeah. I forget you even said that, but
Okay.
now I know what it means, I think.
Okay, we'll cut that bit where I obviously gave him the answer. Go on. Pull the other one, Artur. What do you think it means?
A nicer way than saying get on your bike, it's like saying go away.
Sort of. It basically means that someone's pulling your leg. If someone's pulling your leg, that means
That one I didn't understand either. Pull like that one I had never heard once in my life. Have you used that one?
Yeah, stop pulling my leg. Having a giraffe.
Giraffes have big necks.
Okay.
They're also from Africa.
It takes like four tigers to kill a giraffe usually, so they have to, or like lions, so they have to work in pairs. What does that have to do with this?
Maybe like having a giraffe means to protect it from at least 3 tigers.
I like where you're going with
So having a giraffe as a phrase means to protect something or someone from 3 tigers. At least 3 tigers. It's a good guess, but it's not right. If you're having a giraffe, it means you're having a laugh. You're pulling someone's leg. Bob's your uncle.
Isn't it like saying, oh my God?
It's like an expression of,
Yeah.
Bob's your uncle.
Or I've read this in a book. I think it's like a eureka moment. Like when someone did something surprising or something positive surprising, you say, Bob's your uncle. Goodness.
I mean, I'll go with him. That sounds very convincing.
It basically means that's the solution to your problem. So if you said, I need the toilet, I'd say, just go upstairs or on the left, Bob's your uncle.
That's a W for me.
The dog's bollocks. Bollocks are balls.
Wait, bollocks is ball? I thought it's ass.
Let's think about it, okay? So it's like...
Well, Rob, our manager, he always says cheeks. So that's usually to refer to something not great.
Okay.
So in this case, balls,
Probably not
same
great.
kind of genital area. dare I say, on the same length of dog shit.
You're going to say it's going in there with dog shit. If something is the dog's bollocks, it's bad.
Well, from your reaction, I feel like it's going to be good, though.
But you can't read his reaction. You gotta like... No, he can just bait us completely.
I mean, honestly, I have no clue, so I'll just go with yours.
The dog shit.
Okay, you're wrong. It's the opposite. It means the very best.
Why are dog balls the very best?
You tell me, bud.
I can't tell you. I don't know.
I can't tell you either, but they are, apparently.
Who made this thing?
It's just an old saying. Final one. Going up the wooden hill to Bedfordshire.
Well, I don't know where Bedfordshire is, but this one sounds like a long journey. So maybe it's like, when you say this, it means like, well, that's gonna take some time, you know?
It means going to bed.
Okay.
Why would you say that instead of saying going to bed?
I feel like
it's actually
the
longer.
goal of these phrases is usually to shorten like a full sentence into a short one. So why would you say that?
Have you ever said that?
Yeah, especially the dog balls one. Like, who would say that?
You say it.
Who says it?
I've said it. People say it.
You don't say it.
I do say it. I'll use it more around you. Lads, you did pretty well. You got some good ones there. Not great, but this is a hard quiz. Thank you, and I'm going to let you stay in the country. Fair enough.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's been awesome here. Thanks.
Cool.
Well,
Thank you.
Whoa.
Thank you. Sorry, I blocked you there. Sorry. All right, cheers.
Thank you so much to Pyrian Flags, our cultural correspondent and an authority on British, all things British. Because I gotta say, this tournament is shaping up to be the dog's bollocks right now, which means that it's good, as I now am aware of, especially as we're getting into Group B action. Friends, I appreciate the patience, as we had a real banger, which is, I'm assuming, universal slang. That's not just British slang. Unless you're referring to sausages. Because that's a banger, is a sausage. But in terms of match quality, you missed out on a banger of a game between BetBoom Team and G2IG on the Storm stream, which was the reason why we were waiting to start this game right now. OG versus Extreme, because that is how we're starting off Group B right now on the main stream. And you're hearing my voice right now because I'm a Tsunami, but I'm doing it with a brand new panel joining me as well. Are you ready to see the debut? Because I know XM is really enchanting, but how about this panel right here? Effie, Purge, and this Cinderin. So glad to have you all join me. We saw all this British slang, Effie, but what other British culture have you been immersing yourself as we've come to Birmingham for the first time?
I wear a coat.
Okay.
It was raining
It is
today.
raining a lot here.
It was raining today. It was sunny yesterday, so I experienced the flip-flopping of British weather. Are you trying to ask me something right now?
Sure. How about British food? How's British food treating you?
Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh, God.
No, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
Two thumbs up, Purge.
I mean, it's been fine. They're very good at chips, aka French fries. And the other stuff is kind of okay. It's a mix and match. Some of it's bad, some of it's good. I've had worse.
That's true for most cuisines, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing's universally good.
I would say it's better than Germany for sure.
Okay.
I went out for dinner last night and it was really good. And it was sushi.
Yeah. What type of food did you have?
Gotta get away from the cultural food.
Catering we've had here, I was pleased today. I thought it was all right.
Good. I'm glad, because I
Not
need
mad
all
at
of you to immerse yourselves in British culture, especially for this match specifically, because we got a British player on our hands. That's right, let's talk about OG, a team that was initially not expected to show up, but due to some visa issues from a 1-win, we now have OG as they were next in line on the EPT leaderboards to bring themselves to a LAN event. And doing it hopefully in front of a home crowd advantage, because Ari is the only British player being able to represent. Tundra is a British org, so they kind of have some representation in that regard.
It's a big head-to-head. All the fans are very excited about
Everyone
it. Everyone
is going to be looking at him. He has to bring it home.
I am really excited that they're here, though, because they're a team that is fun to watch. It's a storied organization who have had years of underperformance, frankly. But in the last couple months, with Whisper joining the squad, they're finally like a cool power team. Again, they're not quite the best team in the world area. They're not like the top 4, top 5, but they're like a solid top 8 team right now consistently. So they're on that precipice of really showing themselves. Tomato has definitely added a lot to the roster that gives them stability. They have this like really reliable hard carry. So I'm happy where they are, and I'm really happy they're here.
Yeah, I would say OG are capable of a lot. I mean, we talked about the additions of Tomato and Whisper, but overall it feels like they've just gained more game direction. When you watch them, it felt like they would run around the map sometimes not knowing what to do, and that doesn't feel like the case anymore.
Yeah, Dream League was their kind of debut with Tomato, and Elite League, they got a little bit more practice, but let's see what this team is capable of. Let's take a look at OG.
OG is a team familiar to almost anyone interested in the world of Dota, as they're one of the most accomplished teams of all time. Unfortunately, it couldn't last forever. They've been struggling for quite a while, so chose to rebuild their roster late last year. Their current roster is made up of Tomato, BZM, Whisper, Ari and Seb. While they haven't completed a 180 to get back on track to former greatness, it's been a step in the right direction.
He was able to back. Whoa! What? Where'd he go? Oh, mama!
One of their latest results was 6th place in the Dream League Season 22. Despite not being a first place finish or even top 3, it's better than many of their placements throughout last year. With Seb behind the wheel, maybe a little more time and experience together is all they need to really step it up once again. With Ari as the only British player in attendance at the event, this is the team to cheer for. It's coming home. Right, guys? Right?
It will only come home if they are able to make it out of the group stage, though, which this team is managing to do relatively consistently. They got out of groups in Dream League, they got out of groups, specifically the Swiss stage, in Elite League, so the first stage of the tournament is not too much of a problem for them, Send. It's later on, once they approach playoffs, that things get a little more complicated.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think Purge kind of hit the nail on the head, right? They're a consistent right now top 8 team, but once they meet the true powerhouses, they tend to fall a little bit short. I feel like one of the problems that OG run into sometimes is Miro was talking about direction, which I think is getting better, but there's just some games where the pieces just don't come together in the first 15 minutes, and it almost doesn't matter how good direction you have if the pieces you have are too weak. So for this team, what I'm looking for in basically any series they play, I want to see the Whisper Ari lane pop off. I think that is the recipe for OG to have successful games. That lane is, they are incredibly aggressive as players, and once they can get the ball rolling, maybe bring some BZM on an active mid laner in there, that's my success recipe for OG in any game.
I agree entirely with that. Actually, if Ari and Whisper can get off to a good start, we often see Ari on these roaming supports like Batrider and Hoodwink, and often the games that OG have looked the best were when Ari was able to leave Whisper alone and try to make something happen around the map. And for that to happen, you have to play the first 5 minutes very well. But I believe in OG to do it. I think at Elite League, there were some pieces that just weren't there, but it's not something that can't be corrected.
And hopefully they are able to correct it now, because as you heard from that video and if you're hearing from us, we really want to see Ari on that home crowd advantage. And thankfully, we got a chance to speak to him just a little while ago as I sent it to Slacks.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, I am here with hometown hero Ari from OG. How are we feeling being in the hometown?
Feeling amazing.
Yeah, now you are the only Dota personality, well, human, that has not turned into a pathetic, like, caster or host. The only United Kingdom person with any Dota skill. Sorry, Pyrian Flex. What's up with that? How come you are the sole person in the building that represents this entire region?
Kind of just because I chose the game out of thin air because it was hard. And most people just play games their friends are playing.
I see. So you like, you know, difficult challenges. Is that why you're on OG?
Exactly.
I'm just kidding. How's the team, by the way? How are you guys feeling coming into this tournament? You guys feeling good?
Yeah, feeling really good.
Okay. You going to put up a fight here? This is a pretty tough team you're up against. I mean, just won the last event.
We're pretty confident.
Okay. Are we going to see anything crazy? Any wild picks coming from Ari?
I do have some, but I'm not sure if we can show it today.
That's good. Okay, I like to hear that. Save it for the main stage. Now, you got the local fans there. They're going to be in the arena. How important is it for you to get to that arena, get to that big show?
I'm very much looking forward to it. I have family coming. I want to see the fans. I want to play on stage.
All right.
Get there.
I like to hear that. All right, so you guys going to 2-0?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Give it up, baby. The power, baby. Hometown. We're coming for you. All right, well, we'll go back to you, actually. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Expectations are high for him, and I'm not surprised that Ari isn't eager to reveal his ideas, because even during Dream League, he mentioned during an interview that he was just kind of picking Hoodwink out of just convenience. No one was really forcing him to have to get off of his comfort hero pool, so he's like, fine, I'm going to keep picking Hoodwink until it becomes a guaranteed ban. And for this series in particular, he may have to dip into his bag of tricks because they are facing up against Extreme, who are currently, dare I say, the champions of Dota right now. Is that fair to say, Purge, or you want more data first?
I think you're right. They pretty convincingly beat Falcons. With that said, though, they could very easily beat Falcons as like, okay, we let you have one, but we're coming back and we're gonna continue our streak. So it's either Falcons or Extreme right now. But Extreme showed great showing. It's gonna be a hard match for OG, but I could definitely see them getting at least one win here, possibly two. It could happen.
I could see them winning it. I mean, I don't know if a 2-0 might happen, but I can see them go 1-1. 2-0, I wouldn't even be that surprised, because even though XG did win the last tournament, I think OG has the kind of annoying, disruptive, explosive playstyle sometimes if they pop off. That could be a big hassle for a team like Extreme that tends to play a more clumped, more team fight oriented style of Dota. And actually, when these two teams met each other the last Dream League, OG won. It was in group stage 2.
That's true.
That was the last time they played, and they 2-1 them. And they 2-1 them playing Timbersaw twice on Whisper and mid Mirana in one of the games on BZM. So I do think OG have some kind of creative tricks to pull out into this series.
And they 2-0'd Falcons in the last tournament too, the tournament favorites. So they've got some experience beating the good teams.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be on the other side of that and say I think the most likely result is a 2-0 for Extreme. I feel like momentum plays a really big role. They're coming off a tournament win. They proved themselves. They beat the best. And funnily enough, the player we just saw on the screen, we talked a lot about Ari because he's going to be the star of this tournament, so far at least, right, is Jinkyu on the other team. I feel like this guy, you've got to talk about Jinkyu, man. He joins Azure Ray, they win a tournament. Azure Ray changes their roster, Jinkyu goes to Extreme, they win the next tournament. You know, this guy, he just goes to teams and they win trophies. So watch out. In these games, Ari versus Jinkyu is going to be my player versus player to look out for in this one.
But you want to know more about the man? Why don't we speak to him? Because Slacks is standing by with an interview with Jinkyu right now.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, I am here with Zinkyu and our special translator, Mr. Misha. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Thank you. How are you doing, Zinkyu? You guys are just off of a nice win from your last tournament, coming in here, facing off against OG. You feeling confident? Feeling good?
想问你现在感觉怎么样？因为你们之前的话刚拿下一个大赛的冠军，然后今天比赛马上要打 OG， 你们有信心吗？ 有的。Very confident.
Damn, I could feel it. All right. Now, Zinkyu, I don't know if you remember, but I told you many times, I'm a huge fan. You're a fellow tech disgusting animal back when Techies was in his old prime. What do you think is the most annoying hero in the patch right now? What do you like to spam to get into the heads of the enemy?
那我其实不知道你还记不记得我跟你说过我是你特别的一个粉丝，然后你之前炸弹人还很强势的时候，我就一直看你的这个录像，一直学习，特别喜欢你炸弹人。那这个版本的话，你觉得哪个英雄是特别难对付的，或者让你来说是觉得最讨厌去打的一个英雄？
我最讨厌就是我讨厌 Shadow Demon 这个英雄，我很讨厌他出现在包括自己的一边，因为我非常不乐意去玩，我希望所有的人都ban掉他，然后要我们双方都选不到他。
I really hate Shadow Demon, playing against him or playing with him, because I really don't want to play that hero, so I hope every team from now on just ban that hero, so we both cannot play that hero.
You are up against a team that likes to spam it. You know, Ari's been playing it in pubs a little bit. You've been playing it as well. So if you could ban that one hero, would that be the one that you choose? Never again. No more Shadow Demon.
那其实在想问一下的话，就是看到你最近其实也有在练这个英雄嘛，然后的话让你选一个英雄从这个 Dota 里面永远去 ban 掉的话，你会选暗影恶魔吗？
不会，我会选陈。
No, I will pick Chen instead.
All right, well, we'll see if perhaps you will pick Chen. Congratulations on making it here, winning your last one, and we'll see if I will congratulate you after you beat OG. We'll find out very shortly. Back to you guys over at the panel.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Jinkyu. I don't blame him. Chen, despite, I guess, getting letter patch tapped a little bit after Dream League, did he really, though?
That's the smallest nerf I could have imagined he would get after that one.
Yeah, what they nerfed the attack speed, the penitence gives you, and when you use your aura on somebody to give them armor, it's just a little bit less. But it's not really the problem. The problem that pros say is that it's about collecting these creeps and then using them to destroy towers that you wouldn't be able to force down otherwise. Because you have this extra mass, you have all these extra auras, you have meat to tank tower hits too. Like if their glyph is gone and you got like 3 creeps there, you can just tank the tower while 3 heroes hit it and it dies. There's not many other heroes in the game that can do that right now, and that's what makes Chen so powerful. And that didn't get nerfed.
Yeah, it's playing against the Chen 5-man that really feels impossible because they made him weaker on lane, they made his spells individually weaker, but once you have these auras and your team ready to play on their timings, and in Aegis, the game just ends really fast. And if it doesn't end really fast, you are fighting tooth and nail to not lose everything on the map. But I like that Zenq said he doesn't like to play Shadow Demon because that really is what kind of player he is. He just likes Dota. He has fun when he plays. He likes to farm. He likes to play greedy. He likes to play Monkey Kings and snipe couriers. Like, this isn't the type of player who wants to play the standard cookie cutter type Dota.
Because he also doesn't need to worry about saving his allies, because his allies are actually quite good at surviving themselves. Because I've got a wisdom rune presented by the US Air Force for you guys, telling us how many deathless games were on display at Elite League. Ame leading the charge, 7 games deathless. So Xingqiu doesn't need to worry about him. Ame's taking care of himself.
He really is.
He can use disruption offensively. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Good. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
That's how you play. No, but Ame is just a ridiculous carry player. He is the textbook definition of the late game carry. He is the archetype. He's the player people study, and he hasn't lost any of his abilities through his retirement, so to speak, or his break. And it feels like when you're playing against Ame, if you make one mistake, the game can end. And Extreme enable him so well. And Zenqi's playstyle, while it might seem kind of counterintuitive to having a carry like Ame, all of that chaos around the map is what enables him.
Yeah, and I just think that maybe you guys were alluding to it at the beginning, that OG being able to take games off of favorites might make this not a deathless game for Ame. I think this is more competitive than what recent history would have me believe, where Extreme is the kings of international Dota right now. OG maybe technically weren't even preparing to be here initially, but now they're ready to show up. As the draft will be upon us soon. And there it is.
Wow,
And
nice summoning there. Summoned it right
I got
away.
the magic touch, my friend. What do you know? Chen is banned.
Oh, good news for Xingqiu. It's out of the pool. Wonderful. Yeah. I think the hero that we see banned here from Extreme, the IO, is going to be OG's go-to pick in any game this tournament if they're allowed to. I think it unlocks a playstyle from Seb that they take big advantage of when it's offered to them, and I think Extreme very aware here that getting rid of that just simplifies the game for them, right? This is something they maybe don't play against too much. And now Shadow Demon's out. Look, Xingqiu, he's so happy. No Jen, no Shadow Demon. Time to play Monkey King.
I'm surprised what a big percentage of supports in the first phase ban that we're seeing right now. It feels like that's not always the case, but there's just so many valuable supports that have to get knocked out.
I just wonder which of Whisper's heroes Extreme feels most comfortable playing against, because at the Elite League, it felt like most teams were banning out the Brewmaster, actually. And we did talk about how last time Extreme Gaming lost versus OG, it was on the back of Whisper's Timbersaw.
He's just such a good player, fantastic player. He doesn't necessarily communicate as much in games. He's one of those like amazingly good quiet types, but obviously a huge impact on the game. So yeah, if their laning stage goes great in that transitions, good spot to be in. But there's one of the other best heroes of the patch, and the patch before that, and the patch before that, and I could say this 4 more times. It's Pangolier. They banned the Bloodseeker to cover him, but a good opening. Gives him team fight. The the nerf to the swashbuckle hits, it helps a little, makes the diffusal less good, but it's still a strong hero.
Yeah, but you do more damage now. That's the problem with that change, is like his laning has actually become stronger off of that change. Like, it feels like when you're playing mid against Pango and you're picking this hero to just win the mid lane, you just press both spells, you press them again, you take the rune, you press them again. The enemy mid is like at 20% HP because you're just pressing 2 spells and they can't really lane. So it feels very frustrating to play into. But with a lot of the mid heroes that have been coming out recently, like Zeus, like Sniper, these heroes that have range against Pango on lane, it doesn't feel intolerable.
This is quite a surprising opening, I think. OG end up digging into 40 seconds of bonus time on their very first pick, so I think they were not expecting Extreme to start the draft in this fashion by banning Bloodseeker and getting Pango overall first. A lot of the times when it comes to matchups like these where you have a few games in a day, and especially against a team that you have a ton of recent tape on, you do a lot of mock drafts, right? Like you try different scenarios within your team, you draft against each other, and one player pretends to be extreme gaming. You go over things, and I just think this was not what OG saw coming at all. So having to use 40 seconds to then grab a Bane here as a potential solution to Pango with the Fiend script is something, but it obviously, it feels like Extreme have a little bit of a leg up just in terms of surprise factor in this one.
Yeah, and it's not the most ideal counter pick. There's better ways typically to deal with the Pango when he's rolling, but Bane is definitely up there. It's been played with occasionally, and I'm sure that was their decision. It's like, do we just take the Timber, or do we want something to deal with the Bane, with the roll? Because if they can pair the grip with some high physical damage ranged hero, you can easily kill the Pango, especially by the mid game where you have a couple damage items. So it gives them kill potential, but maybe they don't get as high of a tier of a hero.
I mean, it might not be that much of a surprise because I have seen OG work some Banes into their drafts at the Elite League, or that's what it looked like. They were trying to make the hero work. There were certain scenarios, for example, versus Io, versus Brew, where they wanted the grip. But I guess what this Bane does for them, outside of countering Pango through Fiend's grip, is that it will enable a tomato hero, like Morphling on the lane, because Bane is an absurd trader. When you're talking about 5 heroes in Dota, the ones that can trade 1v2 are often the ones that a team with a hard carry player like Tomato go for.
It also may be a bit of a denial pick, Extreme taking the Pango, because BCM, it was in his top 3 most played heroes for Elite League, so might be another reason why OG were slightly thrown off balance.
And
meanwhile,
I guess,
second phase bans. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I guess something about Pango that's also interesting is that offlane Pango has been trending a little bit more than it used to, I would say. If you go back a year, it was almost exclusively played mid. Some teams are starting to run it offlane, and I wonder if a team like Extreme Gaming feel comfortable putting it on XM or XXS given the circumstances that they end up seeing, right? So you're not even pigeonholing yourself into a potential bad mid matchup, because I think XM, one of his biggest strengths as a player is that he can be extremely oppressive in lane. He plays Sniper, he plays Viper, and these are heroes that a lot of what you see out of BZM with his active mid laners, if they get shut down in the first 5 minutes of the game, the game plan of OG a lot of the time can get slowed down significantly. So
I would agree. I think he's one of my favorite mid players right now because he is both super talented, but he also has a slightly weird hero pool. He plays a lot of like pseudo offlane type heroes as mid. You know, he plays like Death Prophet and Viper and stuff like that. So it definitely presents a little bit of a different impact. He's definitely one of the people most known for the Sniper Ags build after all. So he's fun to watch, and if he can shut down the enemy mid, it's very impactful.
What do you think about the Marcy here with no real info? This one is, they flex it, but is it good?
I think OG have played it to success. Ari's been playing a lot of Marcy in his pubs as well. I mean, looking at this Marcy, I would just imagine that it's the 4 hero and maybe they want to play a more roaming playstyle coming out of him, like we mentioned in the pregame. I mean, honestly, you don't really think about the Marcy safe lane flex unless you have an IO on your team, and that hero was taking out in the first phase. So I would imagine they're just looking to play some Marcy plus Kunkka lane, something stable. Kunkka's banned out, but something along the lines of that.
Also, Tomato did have 1 Marcy game at Elite League, so potential for it to be a core.
But was that not with IO?
Or was it?
True. That was with IO, yeah.
Yeah, it's much better there. But you could also pair him as a support with some like heavy right clicker, giving them lifesteal can be fantastic. I assume it's going to be some ranged hero, so the extra survivability will be pretty nice. Maybe could be a gyro type hero too. The Wyvern's kind of interesting though. Not the most picked hero, but between the save potential, Cold Embrace can definitely save whoever against Marcy if you need it. You can counter initiate as well, possibly catch Bane there too. So it's interesting.
I think Wyvern has become a lot stronger as a laner. The way people have been playing her is just buying stats. Like you buy stats, you're still playing for right click, you're playing for DPS and not necessarily to build utility. And off of the pressure that you input on the lanes, you also have a team fight ability that you can contribute to. I mean, what it looks like right now is that if Pango gets gripped by Bane, then you have this Wyvern who can just, from a long distance, just cancel the grip too. So you're not even looking at the Wyvern ulti as a counterplay to OG in terms of, what heroes they're picking, but it's just a long-range stun.
And they've got an incredible team fight now between the Wyvern ulti and the Pango roll and now the Mortimer's Kisses. There is flex potential with the Snapfire if you want to put it mid, but more likely it's going to be a 4, I expect.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it would be nice to see it paired with Mars for sure. Mars plus Snap, definitely back in the meta, definitely feeling very strong, like probably the strongest Mars pairing.
And Mars is sometimes banned first phase, frankly, so the fact that if they do manage to get it here in this follow pick it'd be very draft valuable.
It would be nice to see something like a Brew actually coming out of OG, something that can disrupt the backline in Wyvern and Snapfire, because they do need to be addressed. And this Marcy is not going to do that. This Marcy is going to provide you with the early game rotations, but in terms of actually jumping on the heroes that need to be controlled, not that great on it unless you get a BKB.
Yeah, nice call. It's good. I feel like Marcy's okay at like interrupting Snapfire ultis sometimes if you're close enough, because you just need one of your 2 spells to nail her and her ulti gets interrupted. But if you have to run through 3 heroes to do it, it can be a real problem. So yeah, adding Brew on top of that is going to make a big difference. That's a pretty strong dual lane.
How good is this Marcy Brew into a blind matchup? Like, you know one support, right? You know either support is going to be ranged. You have double melee. Obviously, Marcy has the jump, but as we talked about, Wyvern, a pretty solid counter. And it feels like there has to be a subset of carries that really thrive in this kind of lane, right? That you still don't know if you're facing.
Is it okay? Like, maybe not good against the enemy carry, but if these are the 2 supports, either one of them is going to die pretty easy, I feel like. Like, that's the advantage of Marcy with a melee hero. You run them down so easy. So I feel like they'll be able to kill the support a lot. Maybe not the carry, but...
For Marcy Brew, I would imagine that they're just strongest the first few levels, and as the enemy carry is leveling up, like Synderen says, he's going to be able to thrive in a lane like that, especially if it's a ranged carry like this Gyro that comes out. So hopefully you can just exploit your strength in those first 3 levels and then roam on the Marcy. I mean, I just feel like you roam this Marcy here, because if you just portal to the safe lane, you're playing with a Loon and a Bane, you have a setup for your rebound, you have tons of damage coming out. So you definitely don't want the Marcy to play static with the Brew.
The carry picks are on the board. It's going to be the Luna versus the Gyro. And now Extreme expecting that OG need a BZM hero. They take out the puck. And, well, we don't really know where this Pango's going for sure quite yet. Like Send, you said, could be offlane, could be mid. Are you leaning one way or the other after seeing all these other heroes?
I think the offlane matchup here is really rough. I think playing against Luna Bane is not enjoyable if you're a weak laner, and Pango does have some significant weaknesses in that type of lane, so more than likely Extreme will be throwing it in toward the mid. That, of course, opens the door for OG to try to... I guess that's the question, like, what heroes truly destroy Pango mid right now that are in fashion, that would fit the OG lineup, and also that would fit BZM's role in this team, right? Because you could imagine certain lane-dominant mid heroes that you could put, like, range dominators such as Viper or whatever, but then you have BZM playing Viper, which just doesn't work for this team. So I think maybe Extreme shouldn't worry too much.
You're saying it doesn't work because you want him to be a playmaker?
Yeah, I think for OG, in my opinion, their best games is when BZM is popping off on something like a Puck or an Ember Spirit, which isn't that much in fashion right now, or when he's playing his Invoker. Like, that's the archetype of hero that I see him do the best on. I don't really want to see BZM Sniper or Viper or stuff like this. I don't think that's the way to go for this team most of the time.
I agree. And actually, the Invoker that you mentioned, I quite like it in this draft because of how strong the safe lane is for OG. You're not worried about both of your side lanes losing, and there's not that much threat on this Invoker except the Pango roll early on, but these 3 heroes in Gyro, Snap, and Wyvern don't get on top of an Invoker, so you just buy BKB and you're good to go in these fights. You can disrupt the Pango with Cold Snap, with EMP, with all of these spells, and it could be a hero to match rotations if you play QW.
And there's a lot of disables on your team to set up Sunstrikes too, so it's not even going to be hard in the slightest to land that extra damage, which is going to work. Some guy gets cold embraced because he's dying, you Sunstrike Meteor him. They've got, it would really fit their lineup really nice. One thing Extreme Gaming's definitely missing though is initiation. They don't really have a good way to jump and fight. It's like once the fight starts, sure, their team fight's great, but they don't have a great, like a Centaur or Darkseer Vacuum to start a fight would have really helped a lot.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a secondary jumper for XG, because you do have this Pangolier, but you need a +1 to go in with them, because you're not throwing your Gyro in there very early on.
Yeah, I was like, what's the concern here? Why are you not just grabbing Mars? I don't know.
And the Mars Snap that we talked about earlier comes in. It just really feels like the strongest matchup or the strongest pairing that Mars has, because the damage coming out of Mordor's is always going to be a kill compared to something like a Willow or a Mirana. The snap damage early on is pretty insane.
What do you think was the reason they were hesitant with this? Because we were calling this pick way earlier, right? And OG
That's
absolutely
why. They were like, it's too obvious.
Is the lane matchup too hard here? Is like the Bane Luna? Were you concerned that the Mars' game is going to be too weak?
I think it looks really hard. Yeah, maybe they were debating on the Centaur. The Centaur could do better. Yeah, this is what it looks like.
All right, BZM Classic.
You wanted an active playmaker. You're gonna get it.
Yep.
hits backline, there isn't a lot of easy setup on him other than like Mars, Yules, and a spear kind of a thing. So he should have a good time hitting these backlines and messing with DY and JinQ and making their team fight a lot harder. So if he like initiates and they've got Brew Split follow-up, it's already a lot harder for Extreme Gaming to take the fight. So I think this is a great pick personally.
Yeah, I think that if, again, we've talked about the roaming, but I think if Ahri can have a lot of impact in these first 10 minutes, get the rune security for BZM, this Void Spirit can be very explosive. He's not necessarily threatened unless you start with Curse on him and then you set up Marza spells, so that could be a way that he can die. But if he gets a good game, lots of kills on the side lanes, lots of good scaling, and lots of burst damage.
They don't really have a lot of good solutions against the Pango necessarily other than Grip, but I think it's okay because I just feel like the OG heroes can go for the Extreme Gaming heroes they want, and that's all right. As long as Tomato gets BKB and presses it in time, then they should be able to take a straight-up fight.
I think OG have just a very nice aggressive draft. They have a really nice early game timing or early mid game timing where they can group up around the Luna, group up around the Brew Radiance, and just play into XG. XG, on the other hand, have these very, very high cooldown team fights, right? That if you're looking for a 5-on fight later on, you have to be very careful because if XG press all their buttons, you're in danger as OG, but you can exploit the window of time where they don't have any cooldowns. So it's going to be like tempo versus late game again.
And I guess some situations, Extreme would have to be disciplined to not have to pop all their ultimates. Maybe just the Mars Arena to get to kill. Maybe just Kisses or something like that. But is it enough to get the win? I don't know. But I got one thing on the docket for you guys that I know everyone's very excited by. Back by popular demand, it's ODPixel and Fogged for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yes, absolutely looking forward to this one. OG versus Extreme Gaming. What a beautiful series for us to jump back into the action here at ESL 1 Birmingham with Fog. We've just had the 2 drafts come out. These sort of the same line of what the panel had to say about this. What sort of jumps out to you with the approach that both teams are going for here today?
It's a lot of team fight, just in general, pretty much both sides. Of course, XG has a bit more. I'm looking at, this Marcy. I think this is one of those X Factor kind of heroes. If you can get this type of farm, I've seen Ahri do it before. You become that third core, right? If he's able to get this like BKB stuff, lockdown, stick on heroes, could see him doing some good damage versus something like Gyro Pango, but does look maybe a little bit difficult for OG. I think the lanes are going to have to be the big thing to look at, and they do have good lanes. I'm looking at Bane and Luna. I'm wondering how this bottom lane will go for XG for going up against that, because that looks really, really difficult. They're going to have a Wyvern and a Mars. Mars traditionally does good in every matchup, but this double range matchup is really strong. Bane, one of the strongest 5s, and Luna just amplifies it.
I see Seb coming in with a level 1 Nightmare, maybe see if we can set something up onto Arme, but Arme's got backup as the full team of Extreme Gaming's here ready to fight back against OG. They're slowing him down, running him down. Seb's in a whole world of pain. It should be the first blood. Tamani tries to hold back one of them with a Lucid Beam, but in fact, no, the Tango regen and the move speed, Seb's just able to walk away from the 5 of them. He's out there. No first blood to be had here today. Extreme Gaming, they won't get the kills if they're able to set up maybe the majority of the bounty runes. Who's down bottom of the moment. Tomato's already in position for this. He's going to back away. Doesn't want to party with JinQ and XXS. But top,
XM,
he's going to try and battle for this. Will manage to get the pickup, so Extreme Gaming do end up with a 3 bounty rune advantage to start this one off against OG. But no first blood to be found.
Nope. I was checking around. They didn't have the blood grenade on one of the frontline heroes.
Then they would have had it.
They had the blood grenade on the Wyvern, but I think DY actually spent his gold on other stuff. I was looking, I'm like, where's the blood grenade? Because they'll get BZM with it. But yeah, a bit too far away. He will survive.
Let's have a look at some of these lane matchups. So what do you sort of feel in particular about this last pick from OG as well? Getting BZM the Void Spirit.
I think because they're seeing just, it's so much team fight, right? He's looking to be able to dip in and out of this Mars ulti, catch the backline, play with the Brewmaster in particular, would be my idea of when I'm looking at it. They want to be able to get through this annoying Pango that's in the front with this Gyro messing things up with Mars, kill the Wyvern and Snapfire, and then get the fights going. Because there could be some situations where there could be lockdown lacking for this Void Spirit. And yeah, I don't know. This hero, I think he's still just untapped. He's gotten some changes, some buffs and stuff, and some love. So I'm glad that we're still seeing people at least try newer heroes.
No, absolutely. And yeah, BZM in the past has definitely shown us what he can do on the Void Spirit. It's always a bit of a comfort for him to bring back into action if they see the opportunity.
I'm looking mostly at this bottom lane. Because I've seen Mars, I feel like he does well in every lane, but I thought maybe this would be one of the ones that can slow him down. But so far, 4-3 on this Mars, he's having a free time. DY?
Instant TP out. Doesn't want to mess around with the 2 of them here, Ahri and Whisper, as soon as they attempt to go upon him.
Nicely done. Ame giving a little bit of struggle here with some CS. Okay, he's got the 4 creeps now pushing in, but they did get like a little bit of a pull up here to manipulate the waves, to make him miss a couple.
Never super easy on those first few levels as the gyro. Got that pretty low base damage.
Yeah, and he went for the barrage level 1, right? Instead of having something like Flax shove lane out or something like that, he's gone for this battle kind of build for that rune fight that they had. DY almost gets grabbed again. That was close.
Got to be careful with that TP on cooldown. You know, you're only able to do that trick the once every minute or so.
Definitely kill threat from these two on OG up here. These two are pretty strong. These two, of course, these two universal heroes. They get on top of you. Their damage is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, Ari showing no hesitation and just happily trading with our mate.
Yeah,
the first chance he gets to grab him.
I'd say like the first 3 levels for OG is pretty good up here. Once the levels start to build up a bit more for the gyro, the damage, of course, when you're versus these double melees can be strong, but could definitely see kills come out from these two.
The level 3 is going to be big.
Yeah, Ame now though, yeah, he's got the flax, so he's going to be able to shove the lane into a more ideal position and keep these heroes a bit lower. They get on top of DY, but Ari's a little low.
Yeah, same for Whisper. He doesn't want to commit for this immediately. He's holding himself back. Ame's going to step forward with a rocket barrage, brings the two of them low.
Wasted blood grenade there from DY, but good aggression.
How they do not regen themselves.
Whisper's a bit low.
Yeah, completely out. There's a couple of tangos left to be had on Ari. See which way Whisper wants to play his way out of this. He's got a bracer coming out, at least the completed. But no further regen on him himself.
And Ame, yeah, it was perfect timing when you get the level 2, the flax, shove it out, you get the Lotus as well too. So if they've got a Lotus now on DY, and now it's, okay, yeah, you probably had some windows of getting the kills the first 3 levels. It's going to start getting harder if you stay this low, in particular on Whisper. You have no opportunity to get aggressive then.
Yeah, living on the edge a little bit. Feels strong in the sense that he has got the double braces completed, so good stats to play with, even though his HP relatively is low.
And bottom, yeah, so the Luna's farming, but I'm seeing this Mars not getting pressured at all. XXS is full HP, and he's got, what, 4 denies on himself as well, too. So having a very free time down here. And yeah, this is one of the guys I think we talk about just too much sometimes about the Mars, right? It's either Amar or XXS. These two guys, probably the best Mars players in the world for me.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a surprise that he was able to get it as that last pick. And that's not something that usually gets allowed. But happened here. XXS more than happy for it.
And we knew it was coming. You know, panel was talking about it the whole time.
Yeah.
OG had to know that Mars was coming in at some point soon.
I should say, yeah, super hard to bully back now.
Yep.
He's hit his stride here with his first 4 minutes of laning. And back up top, the farm continues here as Ame definitely getting past that rough part of the game. Very difficult for Ari and Whisper to get in on top of him.
Yeah, no, he's going to be set up for... he's always got safety as the thing for Ame in particular, because he's got the cookie and stuff to protect him. It's just DY did have a couple, perhaps a moment or two where he could have gotten taken out, but no longer. Mid lane, when we haven't glanced at too much, it's BZM doing a very good job here.
Yeah, good stuff from him for BZM, honestly. I feel I've seen some Void Spirit sometimes get played out of the lane by a good Pango, but this is going pretty even, if anything, just a slight bit of an edge to BZM. So
and now it's nighttime. So nighttime, Luna Aura kicks in. Now look at that damage on this Void Spirit. He's got, 97 damage versus the 76 of the Pangolier, so definitely going to make a difference. Tomato getting low, but he's okay. Very low on Tomato bottom.
Gotta be careful. As you got regen coming out from Seb. He's going to be able to stick around here. They've got one Lotus between the two of them. I think that's about it at the moment.
Well, this is scary for Tomato. Rotation's gonna come. Looks like they are looking to move Ari since that top lane. They're getting some good CS, but not able to really pressure the gyro so much. I like that he's making the move. BZM is 6. They have kill threat. XM is still level 5.
Yeah. I mean, well, coming up to 6 minutes in, still yet to see a first blood this game.
Oh, look at this. They've got the catapult, the double support setting up.
It's going to get the connection onto XM, but they're going to turn their efforts over towards the easier of the 2 kills.
Very
Nightmare
nice.
into the jump 4 from BZM. The first blood's going to be drawn here by Seb. It's Jinq's to fall.
The catapult will die because of it. They're able to clear the creep wave, but either way, getting that first blood is still very, very nice. A good rotation from the 2 supports on the side of OG. Not really able to help their lane, right? Like, the Whisper's kind of in the position where he's in. He's getting his farm, but Luna is too low for Seb to help him just now. XXS just pulling a bit more ahead of this Luna.
We're going to swing around down bottom.
Let's see. He's got a salve now. Okay, Tomato's healed back up.
Can they set up onto XXS? He's playing very close to his tower. Doesn't look like something that's going to happen. At the least, maybe they can try and set up to secure the steal on the Wisdom Rune. Already Seb in position.
That's cool. I like it. He's got the sleep as well, too. There's no stun on Xingqiu, so he should just be able to sleep and take that one away. Looks like they're going to be
unless they bring the two of them,
okay,
which they may do. So they know Seb's off the map. They know that this sort of move is going to be coming in. So XXS and Xingqiu, they're going to make sure they can do the best to ensure that Seb won't be able to get the steal. He's going to try with a Nightmare and step into position, but the spear is there.
Oh, they got both themselves.
And in fact, indeed, over the other side of the map, we had DY stealing the Wisdom Rune from OG, so they get both of the Wisdom Runes. DY might pay with his life. He's going to get chased down by Ari and Whisperer. He's looking for some sort of deny here to the Ancient Camp, but it's not going to happen. Ari will get the kill.
Well,
another kill for OG, but double Wisdoms going the way of XG.
Well planned as well, too, right? The way that Xingqiu unsleeps the Mars so he can get the spear off. I didn't even see DY going for it on there on the left side, so really good awareness. So those support levels is something you're going to have to be watching in this early movement. As we mentioned so many times, these supports are powerful. There's a lot of big teamfight ultimates, especially on the side of Extreme. Them getting both those XP is pretty big. Xingqiu level 5.
A nice little bit of a... This is a double stack here. BZM's going to be able to snipe with the Astral Steps.
Very nice. He's having a great time.
Yeah, he's hitting a super quick time in level 8. I mean, he's going to be 8 minutes in, he's going to be level 8. So a level a minute being kept up to by the mid.
I want to see them play around him a lot this game. I think Sind was talking about it a bunch. Is the best way that OG plays is when they follow BZM and make this active play style, give Tomato the space to farm. And he's got the matchup, as we saw in the lane, and also now that Lunar Blessing, it's nothing to laugh at. This extra bit of damage on these type of heroes, this Void Spirit's hitting for 130 already. Like, that's pretty absurd.
I mean, they're really putting the pressure on top. Tomato comes through the portal. Whisper's ready to set things up. He's got the primal split if necessary. TPs are going to be coming in. Xingqiu turns up.
They're just blowing up.
I mean, the Cold Embrace is going to be used on DY to try and protect him for now, but BZM jumps over the Astral Step, gets the Void dragged back on towards Arme. They're focusing down the Jara, but the arena's here. XXS turns up, has the spear in, on towards Tomato. Arme's going to be safe.
He's alive.
Tomato's the one to go down.
No way.
XG turn it around as they bring the numbers in, and they're going to be able to look to chase for more here. They're looking towards BZM. He's got the regen rune pumping on him, but the Rolling Thunder from XM catches him one more into the spear from XXS as Extreme Gaming turn up big time there on the defensive. XXS with the perfect play, the arena and the chase down. He makes sure they get the 2 kills, and Arme is kept safe for now. I mean, Whisper's going to poke back in on him. Arme knows that he's still got a lot of backup if necessary. He's perfectly fine. Seb, in a very dangerous bit of the map, he's somehow got away with continuing to hover around this area. Arme is low. He's going to try for it with the Bug Raider. No, it's not enough. Maybe with the Nightmare. No, they're going to be able to take it off. Seb's diving for this. He really wants this kill. And with the help of Ari and Whisper, they will get it. Arme is punished for sticking around in lane on incredibly low HP, and they're even going to get a DY as well. DY is also going to get dove.
What a play.
So after a great play from Extreme Gaming, it gets turned on its head. Seb sticks around and makes sure that at the end of the day, OG at the least, they get a pretty good trade out of it. They do kill Arme, and they get DY as well.
That ends up evening pretty much everything out after that whole fight. A great move, XG, like you said. They brought 5 heroes to turn that.
And after that whole sort of chase to the left, they just didn't expect Seb to still be there.
That was cool.
There was still a Bane hanging around, and he was ready to set everything up.
That was such a high-risk play, but so high reward there from Seb, right? Using the Brain Stab, Blood Grenade, just runs in and just ends up getting these kills off map.
Suddenly Bane, you know? This was Seb's great play all along. He's like, guys, we're going to go for a team fight. We're going to lose 2 of you. Tomato, you're going to die, but then we're going to turn around and I'm going to set up and we're going to kill off Arme and DY. It's all part of Seb's master plan here. As OG still sticking around on this top lane, Whisper and Ari. I want to get continued pressure onto this tier 1. 20 seconds and Primal Split's going to be back up for Whisper.
This is going to be such a fighty game. We look at the... Ame's ready to fight. Max Rocket Barrage online. He is just looking to join into these. Because, I mean, tons of heroes that just get in his face. It's a ton of damage if you're able to just survive during it. Bruce Split back up in 2 seconds. OG again making the move top. Shield Rune on BZM.
Yeah.
Barely died last time. With the Shield Rune, probably will be able to survive. And yeah, this tower likely to fall. XG, they're going to drop it. XXS is going to pressure down bottom. And it looks like they're going to get some stacks going. So a bit of efficiency coming out for XG while OG applies pressure.
They've been very careful now around this mid lane. Extreme Gaming. Nobody wants to show any chance that Seb has to set something up with a Nightmare. Could Pretty easy result in a kill.
Yeah. How are these support levels looking, though? Seb, okay. I was like, BZM is doing this for a reason. He's jungling, giving Seb the XP. He needs level 6, because that next big fight where the Pango roll comes out, they can deal with him. If they get a Fiend's Grip, they've got a Luna, they've got the DPS to just right-click him through it. So if Tomato decides to show up, he might not show up for the next few, because he is a bit weak. And it is daytime, so that means that Luna Blessing, Night Aura as well too, not going to be affecting his whole team for the next upcoming fight unless he's there as well.
Extreme Gaming, they'll be able to finally get the trade down bottom, take that tier 1. You can see very, very close across pretty much all 6 of the cores in the game right now. It's 500 gold between the top and the bottom of them.
It's very even right now. Those supports though, the levels at least on the side of XG are a little bit ahead on those supports, but the farm, slightly ahead on the side of OG. On the supports, that is. And Seb, so he can get those long-distance Fiend's Grips onto this Pango. He's going for the lens on the Bane.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to set something immediately as he's hit the 6 and Fiend's Grip's ready to go. Him and BZM out on the smoke.
He has the shield rune popped already, and he got another power rune. So, yeah, BZM's, they've been controlling the rooms very nicely for him.
Let's see what they can get here. They do have the split back up as well, so Whisper's going to be ready to play aggressive. The question is if they want to go as aggressive as diving a tier 2.
Yeah, and the Vessel's done as well, too. So, I mean, there's only a little bit of heal from Cold Embrace, but either way, it's a massive amount of damage that's going to come out from this from Whisper, too.
Yeah, Arme and Jinkyu, they know they're hugging the tower here, staying safe in the tree line. Arme will show now to farm, but they already know it's at a point where OG are unlikely to dive or look for this play. OG's going to be pretty aware that Extreme have the time to set up, and the Blink Dagger's done on XXS.
They just saw him bottom too, so he showed that he didn't have it. That was the last wave he finished it. They have to know he's very close to it, but that's going to make things, these fights, a little bit harder for OG. Initiation is just going to be Whisper running in for the most part with BZM. Well, XXS can pick and choose with this Blink. Yeah, a lot of front line on the side of XG.
Set up in position to make sure that Arme is fully protected in this area. Very difficult for OG to try and get towards this gyro right now.
Yeah, and I'm seeing the itemization already be queued up. DY, he's got the Lotus instantly queued up to protect versus, in particularly, the Fiend's Grip and stuff like that. So they already got their ideas in mind, how they want to itemize, and they're actually going for the smoke now. Diffusal done on XM and Blink XXS. So
BZM teasing around with XXS here, but he does certainly have to be careful.
Oh, gets the Blink out.
From the side, Seb is watching.
The rune. Seb wants it.
Last time round, it didn't go too well for Seb here.
He's about to get cursed.
They're just going to curse him. Walk up, take the rune, and they'll look to take the kill. They've got the spear back over in the river as well. XM and DY, they're trying to turn over towards Ari and BZM. Ari's able to jump back up to the safety of the high ground. The two of them will get out. So at the least there, being able to bait out the kisses. But overall, in terms of the Wisdom Rune situation, they'll be able to protect theirs and get the kill on Seb. Extreme Gaming holding their half of the map very well.
And getting those stacks up and ready. I don't believe I've seen Tomato have too many. He's just been kind of farming on his own. Jinkyu's just been setting these up for Ame. He's got that enable. Things still very close. I'm watching. I was talking about Ari's going to be... I'm still like looking at this farm of this Marcy. He's getting a lot.
XXS should have a hot chance of catching him here when the Blink's back up.
Ooh, does he trick him?
I mean, Ari's gone straight for... Oh, he does. He really does. I tell you what, he tricked me as well. We saw him go up the stairs. He was down there. Ari, with the magical moves, gets out.
Yeah, I think it's big anytime this Marcy survives and is able to get farmed. This hero can sometimes be X factor if he does get it. If he's able to get that itemization. So yeah, decent stuff there from Ari, dodging stuff out. A slower tempo game than I thought it was going to be when I saw like max rocket barrage and stuff like that, and so much, you know, BZM getting full power control, power room control, but things have slowed down a lot. 7 kills only. Everyone just hitting creeps.
OG really want to get into this jungle though, and Seb, he's going to get the chance to open things up with the Fiend's Grip onto DY.
Tomato though.
Ari bringing the damage. Tomato's going to try and stand his ground with XM, but the Rolling Thunder's out.
Fiend's Grip's already been used too.
Jinkyu is going to get a nice curse onto the 3 of them. Focuses down on towards Ari. XM's able to fall with another bounce across. The swashbuckles there, they'll kill Ari off.
Oh, gorgeous roll. You see how he doesn't mess with the curse at all either? He's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to stun it and ruin this curse. I'll wait for the angle. That was nicely done. Pickoffs coming out, 1 for 1. A Fiend's Grip was used, though. So immediately when he sees Fiend's Grip, he's like, I have freedom. And that's a pretty long cooldown. Level 1, it's 2 minutes compared to that Pango roll, which is going to be back up in about 60 seconds. So XG will have some windows.
BZM's got the amplified damage rune ready for the next fight.
Has he gotten every power rune?
I think he pretty much would seem to have, what, shield runes, haste runes, amplify runes.
I think he's gotten almost every single one. Huge. Has burst damage too. He's got the Kaya finished up, so yeah, he can delete some of these heroes if he's able to get on them right now. But yeah, game still continues to be slow. He's content with farming.
Whisper's definitely happy with that. He's 2k gold towards his relic.
Yep.
You're getting a lot of space down here.
No vessel charges. Oh, the net.
Oh, it turns against Arme. They're the neutrals. But not enough for Whisper to really capitalize upon. He has got Ari ready to come in and back him up. But Arme close to the tower and DY by his side.
One thing for Whisper, I will say, so I always like to mention this a bit with the Brewmasters, is just has to make sure he doesn't get too far behind in levels. Even if he's getting good farm, when you're playing versus these type of heroes that can kill your Brewlings, got to make sure that you keep, get that level 2 ulti at a good timing so they don't get cleared out. So yeah, he's getting that good XP here. Ari sitting behind just in case.
Arme and Tomato's farm continue to be very, very close.
Yeah.
Of course, Arme's is going to speed up a little bit when he's got his Aghanims done. He's about 800 gold off having that completed.
You got what? Okay, Tomato, he got the specialists, and Ame, he's got the Grove Bow.
Yeah,
so he's
both
got
top
a little
tier.
bit of extra, yeah. The thing also, too, about Grove Bow is he's, this Gyrocopter, it's so much magic damage that you do pump out as well. It is one of the nicer ones. Even though you don't get stat benefit, it is really, really great. And it coincides nicely with your
Seb.
Ags once you have it.
I'm seeing if he can set something up here. XM and Xingqiu are going to turn towards him. Seb used to try and dodge some of the damage of the swashbuckle. It's got backup coming. He'll use the grip, but immediately gets put to a stop by the curse of Xingqiu. Seb will get finished off, but the time has been bought for BZM to jump in with the Astral Step and clean up the both of XG in return.
I mean, Seb, geez, that's twice now. I feel like he's making some real big moves happen with some just little individual plays. Survives much longer than I think they expected.
Same time, though, down bottom, we did have the jump occur on towards Whisper.
Absolutely.
So Extreme Gaming making sure that the trade continues to stay pretty even with the 2-for-2. OG, they'll look to get more out of it.
With the Amplify.
Step into the pit.
Yeah, they've got the sidekick, they've got this Lunar Blessing too. I mean, it is dying.
This is working. I don't see Extreme Gaming being able to get out here in time, even with the respawns coming up in 10 seconds or so.
Wonder if they even expected that, to be honest with you, because it's like these 3 heroes doing it this early on. Without the Amplify, I don't believe that they would have gone in there, but getting it nice and low.
They should have this ready for the next fight. Who's taking the BZM here or Tomato?
Ooh.
You're looking for the push, or you're looking for the diving, the fighting. They're going to give it to the push, or give it to Luna. Give Tomato a chance if he is the one getting jumped by the initiation that XXS has got. And of course now XXS also with further setup and protection with the Yule Step to complete on top of the Blink.
Now we just have to make sure the one thing I have seen from OG when they do have some weaknesses is just getting caught out with the Aegis. I have to see make sure Tomato doesn't die alone with an Aegis and just lose it, because I feel like that happens so much. Not just with this team, with quite a few teams, to be honest with you, but right now he TP's bottom. The fight is setting up. XG's looking to make something happen top. They have a ward. OG looking to disengage. Whisper's thinking about it, actually.
XG, they've got all the ultimates ready.
So this looks tough for OG.
That's a dangerous part of the map, and Ari's been caught.
Okay. Gets information, though. He sees 4 heroes, so he's probably like, all right, Tomato, you can farm that next wave bottom, Unless they instant TP for you, you should be able to get it. Immediate rotation. He sees the gyro. Seb starts making the move down, but now Xingqiu sees the Tomato there as well, too, so rotation's quickly coming. Oh, but they're setting up on each other. Ame. They see Seb.
First, they do indeed. They'll drop the cooldown, but Seb's not going to be too phased about that one. Walks it off, dodges the missile as well for bonus style points.
Whoopsie. Bit awkward.
Easy D ward.
Tormentor's up. 3 heroes in the area. Looks like XG's just going to immediately do that one. This game is insanely close.
It is 7-7, 20 minutes in.
That 1K doesn't mean anything right now.
Still feels like we've had a lot going on, though. Both teams making these moves, dodging one another. Very evenly matched right now. The farm just slightly leading the way of Extreme Gaming, but as it goes for the 2 carries, it's super close. Arme and Tomato at the same stage.
I'm a bit shocked to see that Ari isn't building for himself almost at all. He's literally building completely to buff up the Luna. I thought perhaps we'd see him go down some type of BKB route and stick on targets, but no. He's feeling confident that he can just buff up that Luna to carry by himself.
Yeah, I think he just trusts in Tomato this game. Tomato's having a good game. He's hitting his timings, so as you say, just wants to make sure that Tomato can continue to have a great time and have the freedom of wherever he wants to farm on the map. He doesn't want to take anything away from his character.
Yeah. I mean, both
enable them.
Both builds absolutely can work. It just depends on how, the style of how you do it. So, yeah, it's cool. Cool to see. We'll see if this one does work out. The Solar Cries is going to be great with drums and everything, so. XG looking to get another catch. I believe XM, that is the Aghanims finished up now. So, a pretty massive timing for them for this next upcoming team fight.
Yeah, somehow they've got to find on a bit of control upon him, but as we've seen, it's very hard to do when Xingqiu's always able to counteract the plays that Seb goes for example.
But look at, I mean, it's pretty much a mirror game that we've got going on. Now, 21 minutes on the left side on Radiant. They're going to be able to finish up that Tormentor. Seb, be careful.
Nope.
That was close. Yeah, look at this. It's pretty much identical.
Incredibly close on the gold here, gained by both of the carries.
Yeah, they're both just mirroring each other's movements. They're mapping the... when heroes like move as forward, like Ari with his death that he showed top, that was a pretty, it's a pretty okay death because he gives so much info. Getting his levels too, he's level 12. How's Xingqiu's itemization looking? He's very close to an Orchid as well too, so extra ways to be able to cancel Fiend's Grips, control BZM, who... He doesn't have a Dispel. He does at least have some status resistance, but a Silence could really be problematic for this Void Spirit.
Might be in a spot of bother here. They get the spear back off the Yules. He's able to get the split off.
Okay.
We used the curse to hold him in position. The rest of OG is looking to try and connect on this, but Arme's cleaning up the split pretty quickly, and Whisper will indeed die through it. Ari, he gets him with a jump over towards DY. We'll get the dispose back upon him. The Cold Embrace is there to buy him some time. XM comes in and burns a hell of a lot of the mana of BZM, but not enough to stop BZM from still being able to finish off DY with the Astral Step. Tomato, he get dragged back by the spear once. He's got round
BKB.
2.
He can BKB TP.
Let's see if that's the play here. Put the BKB in indeed. He'll head straight out of there. No way to put a stop to that. So they'll be able to cut their losses, OG, but still overall losing the two of them and losing that Aegis.
And having to use a BKB to just TP out. Now your next 90 seconds, you have to be careful on the map, because if Tomato gets caught, he's just a kill. So a lot expended there from OG, and XG come out in a very comfortable position. And I think that was, XM's Aghanims plus the amplified damage. I just saw like one or two swashes through onto BZM, and he's just deleted.
Yeah, definitely there's the pains of playing a Brewmaster at this point of a game against a Gyro. Arme, he just tears through the split.
They
Black
have so
Cannon,
many ways
and
to
with
kill
the
it.
farm that Arme's got, Axe, Crystallis, that split's dying every time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucky Shot, right? They just have so much AoE. That's what we're talking, like so much team fight, so much AoE to kill that Brew split. Even though it was a level 2 split, it died fairly quickly. Radiance, though, is online, so that will help it survive a bit more for the next upcoming
Maybe a little.
But maybe only a little. Because XG that's a small window, a small gain is big for this type of game, as we've seen.
Yeah, it's been a slow game overall for Whisper. Very much behind on the net worth, and 24-minute Radiance isn't anything to write home about.
No, and now the supports on the side of XG, they've actually got the real big scaling items. The Lotus Orb is done for DY to protect versus the Fiend's Grip and whatnot, and that Orchid is done for Xingqiu in comparison to the support items on the side of OG, where it's, a drum and the Aether Lens in order to get these catches. They now have the ways to kind of counter these items. So XG sticking together, they're very strong.
And that hurts as well. Do have the snipe on BZM's Courier. He would have otherwise been just 100 gold away from the Aghanims. Now he's going to have to wait the 2 minutes because that Staff of Wizardry is out of the game.
And that Aghanims could actually...
It's going to help a lot against these backliners. It completely wrecks these supports.
And can allow them to kill the Pango without having to use a Fiend's Grip in particular if they can get the initial catch onto him. So
2 minutes on that.
A lot of time for XG to just build up that advantage. Tomato does have his shard finished up. Did purchase that one as well too, so if he is in close range in the fight, he still will do a ton of damage. I mean, this Luna is no joke. It's just, can they protect him with the rest of the heroes is the question, for him to actually stick on targets and do the damage. We will have to see.
I'm going to try and poke for the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, got good vision down here.
Stream's going to immediately start making their way over. Smoke upon the 4 of them. OG considering holding the high ground.
Do they have the BKB yet on the Mars? Okay, it looks like he's going to sell his Bracer, I guess. Yeah, he's got BKB now. So XXS, more free reign to just jump in, pick his targets.
Continue to try and go for this tier 2 here, but it's definitely risky.
Scary.
Extreme Gaming more than happy to fight OG. And this sort of push will give Extreme a lot of information on how to start this. XXS is going to attempt for it, but he whiffs the initiation. Tomato's able to BKB, and he opts to TP out of there. They won't be able to put a stop in time.
Man.
As Tomato gets out, and the rest of OG will also be able to successfully back away. They get everybody out safely.
It's good. For XG, you're pretty happy, though. You trade a BKB on your Mars for the BKB on the Luna. This Luna is now pretty much, if you get on top of her, she's pretty dead. So XG, see what they look to capitalize with that.
Oh, see Seb.
Oh.
He's able to get the grip on Arme.
Oh.
Arme tried to push out an extra wave here on his own. He's got the BKB. No TP available, though.
He's killing the Bruce Blitz, but there's backup.
BZM's here with the Astral Step. They are almost certainly going to have the damage to bring Arme down. Is there any
He's gone.
for him in time? There's not. Arme will fall. XXS gets in with the arena, focuses down Ari with the spear. They'll kill off the support Marcy. But can they get anything more here? Whisper turns with the stone throw over towards Jin-Q. Tomato's considering stepping back in onto the fight, but they have lost Seb. As both supports are gone here on OG, we'll see if the cores themselves can clean up alone. The curse holds back Whisper, but BZM's able to find the space to jump in, cut down Jin-Q with the Astral Step. Extreme Gaming then have to continue the retreat here.
Almost able to get another kill. That would have been huge for OG if they get one more of these. But Ame,
rare misplay from him there.
Very
farming
alone.
in a position where he just was not ready at all for Seb to strike from the trees there with the grip.
his team is just nowhere near him at all. He doesn't even have the TP.
He doesn't have the TP, that's the thing as well. I don't know if maybe it was still on cooldown after he came to join the fight in the lane earlier. I could only imagine, but either way, no way out there for Arme. OG getting a huge pickoff.
And that was like, you know, the timing of where the Luna's BKB was cooled down because he had TP to the left side having to get out. They get a great fight.
I think that's why he felt as safe to push as he did. The fact that he was like, yeah, Tomato's not going to be interested in fighting. They're not going to try for this play. But as we've seen earlier this game as well, Seb been finding some very good moments to strike Extreme where they haven't expected him.
Honestly, he's the X factor for why this game is as even as it is. If it wasn't for these little plays from Seb so far, I feel like XG would have a massive lead. So setting up now for the Roche. It spawns pretty quickly up top. Tomato, he's in the area. Looks like they should be able to start
they did it
this
before,
one
yeah.
quick,
They're going to look to do it again.
XG should be more aware this time
It's
around.
going to be fast, though.
It's true. Let's see.
Extreme, they've got to start moving straight away. They've got the smoke.
It's dying too fast.
Curse is going to be up in a couple of seconds. XXS leading the way, but a little bit of hesitation, and even if it wasn't there, they weren't making it. The Roshan's gone. Tomato gets the Aegis, and I believe BZM, he's going to be grabbing that cheese.
And Tomato level 20 now also.
XXS, he's still going to see if he can maybe find a kill out of this. Oh, sort of blinks on himself there. A bit of a misclick, I think. Otherwise, he might have been able to get the jump onto Seb.
Tomato feeling strong, though. Look at him go.
DY is getting low. Jin-Q turns over towards Tomato with the Arctic Burn. Over in the tree, they've got the grip. Seb, again, he's got the grab. This time onto XXS. They kill off the Mars. Arme's low. He has to BKB and run. The Curse will hold back Tomato. They're killing the ones that killed off Seb, but they're losing their supports here as well. Jin-Q and DY to fall. The rest of XG, they have to get out. This time, Arme will manage to escape, but it's another hot fight here for OG.
Honestly, Seb. I don't know how much more I'm going to be able to say about Seb in this game, but Fiend's grip beautifully grabbed. Look at him smiling. Not only that, he gets he did so much about that. He caught the Mars, and then he forced the entire Pango roll on himself, too. So that's why he's tipping XM, too. He's like, they just pretty much used 2 cores to kill the Bane. And Tomato able to get, he feels confident. He hits level 20 right before that fight and has the Conda. His damage ramped up very quickly. That was sick, honestly. I can't believe these little type of Fiend's grip plays are just making so much happen.
Getting some more objectives out of this easily. The tier 2 in the mid to fall.
Tomato with the cheese.
And now with quite a lead in terms of the matchup between him and Arme off the back of those last few fights. Sorry.
A little far up.
He's very, very dead here. XXS is going to quickly see if he can turn this into anything more. Tries to jump forward, but Whisper and Tomato are already out there, so they'll limit the casualties, OG.
Ooh, Arcane Rune. That's a nice one.
Now Whisper's going to grab that. We'll see if they actually get anything out of this. Probably not, as you promised, but still on cooldown for 45 seconds.
But look at that differential. Tomato
Tomato and Arme now.
Yeah, him not dying bottom, him joining the fray, him getting Aegis and everything. It's caused now, what, 3.5k separation between the two of them, and also, I believe, some levels too, right? 2-level advantage coming out here for that Luna. All these levels do matter. Getting close to that 25, all important, but the 20 town in particular on Luna is massive. You get these double moon glaives bounce on your Lucent Beam while you have a Conda. So it's just like, got a pretty peak timing there.
And Whisper's catching up a little bit. He has been sort of playing behind the entirety of this game, but the gap between him and XXS is also starting to dwindle.
More and more Lotus Orbs being queued up. DY telling his team, he's like, guys, I cannot cover everyone versus Fiend's Grip. XM, I see he's queuing one up. Not too often I feel like we see the Pangos going for their own Lotuses anymore. Seb with the blink. He's got his Shadow Amulet too, so positioning. He's got like the dream. Yeah, blink lens with the Eye of Vizier, gripping people from a mile away.
They've got to be ready for these. I mean, it's going to really rely on the sort of the blink counter plays from XXS or XM, whichever one doesn't get gone upon to find this Bane and put a stop to the grip. Same to be said for Jinkyu once he's got that blink picked up. He's got the money. So also with the blink orchid potential, a lot of ways that they can find Seb. So we'll see if Seb is still able to surprise them with the positioning that he's been getting away with so far this game.
He's still always going to force something, though, right? They probably want to just be able to use like a Blink Orchid to stop him rather than like a Pango ult or something, or a Curse, ideally. So Jinkyu, yeah, probably going to look for that. But has a lot of good targets for this Blink Orchid. It's at the Bane, the Void Spirit. Well, Void Spirit now is BKB, so not as much, but... Power Rune. Haste top. Seb will take it. They're
Time
feeling
to strike
strong.
up and go again. They know how powerful Tomato is right now.
Satanic fully finished up. Standing toe-to-toe now for Tomato versus Ame is going to be a lot easier. He's got a hell of a lot of damage and a lot of reduction between the Moonglaves from the Shard as well as the Satanic to just stand.
And the cheese.
And the cheese. Very true. Getting themselves positioning.
I've got the option of taking the Tormentor as well, if they want to go for a quick attempt on that. They've certainly got the damage. Easy Tormentor steal here for OG.
Jinkyu looks like he was thinking about going for some type of blink forward here, but smartly opts against it. Another tower to fall.
I mean, once they will continue to sweep the map here, OG, to look for kills. I feel there's no...
He's setting up.
Oh, the TPs are coming in. Already Extreme starting to leave this top half of the map.
Okay, just kidding, he's stacking.
And they can look to sweep back and take their own Tormentor here, OG.
Do they have all...
this advantage?
I think they have all 5. So this is just going to be money. Oh, no, Seb didn't have it, sorry. I thought he actually had gotten it from the last one. Apologies. Okay, well, now that's all 5.
I think for OG, at this point, I mean, is there really much pressure on them? They can
go
for the next Roshan, right?
Yeah.
And sort of just play for that timing. You've also got a Blink Dagger done now on Tomato.
Oh, I love that. Getting on top of the gyro, then it's just all about just going in. He knows how strong he is. He's very tanky if he gets into the midst of the fray. Very difficult to just bring down this Luna now.
Yeah, but at this stage of the game, what if you get in and you blink BKB on top of Arme and start trading right clicks with him? At this point, you'll win that trade
with the
Moonglaive?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like this shard is insane, right? If you're able to just get on a target and you just sit on them with it, it is an absurd amount of damage. So.
They're ready to shut this game down as well. I mean,
Yeah.
you got Tomato here. He's spending up his 900 gold to buy the gem for the team.
Okay, yeah. And I mean, Ame's still a little bit behind, right? He still doesn't even have that Satanic overall.
Those last kind of few deaths definitely hurting him in a game where they were absolutely neck and neck.
And they even forced some situations, right, with XXS getting some catches to maybe have an opportunity, but OG find the opportunity themselves time and time again. XXS now looks like, I think that is the refresher done. So we still can never write them out, of course, with how much their ultis can do, right? They have so much team fight, but yeah, OG continuing to keep their scaling going, not only from the Luna, but BZM and, of course, Whisper. BZM definitely nothing to laugh at here. And he can actually go some cool items. I like this. If he does go for the Ayascati, it's a phenomenal game for it.
A good snipe there on the Curry. Didn't have anything on it, but would have been the means of XXS getting his refresher completed. So
true.
At least now he's going to have to take the walk over himself to do a bit of shopping.
Looks like he should be able to now. Should be able to finish that one up. Oh, this next team fight's going to be massive.
If XXS lands his spells, which he usually does, it could be a definite chance for Extreme to punch back and take away some of this lead that OG have.
But they've been spending a lot of time hugging each other. You've just seen the gold lead going up and up and up. In the last, what, 5 minutes or so, it's gone, yeah, an extra from 4 to 8K, pretty much.
I know BZM's around. BZM is going to have eyes upon DY. He's going to jump in for this. He'll actually sort of astral step into the cookie. He's going to have to BKB. I'll step away. See, in terms of the Roshan timer, potential respawn in 30 seconds. So I think very likely OG's going to want to try and hold things off until that.
Oh god, 30 seconds. If it comes up immediate, right, then they won't have that BKB for the Void Spirit for the fight. And he actually opts against the Scotty after that Orchid hits him. He gets a little scared. He's going for a Dispel himself. He's going to have Manta and Kaya Sanj. I love it. He's got them all. Yashikaya Sanji.
Extreme themselves, they don't have any interest of leaving their area of the map, at least until Arme's got his next item done, looking for that butterfly.
Jinkyu's so greedy. He's going the Bloodthorn.
Okay.
I mean, it's an
wants
insane
the
item
damage.
with the curse.
They want to make sure that they kill these heroes.
It is pretty ridiculous that anyone will
XXS.
die, but...
He's going to have the setup on top on Ari. Oh, Ari.
Okay.
Okay. There's that. No, Arena's going to have to get dropped for this. They'll even use the kisses. They really want this Marcy dead. The spear is completely whiffed, but it doesn't matter. Ari goes down.
Oh, it's
Does tank a couple of volts, though.
Long respawn. OG gets blessed.
Yeah, if that had dropped at this time on the top corner, that would have been pretty big for Extreme to step in and have a chance of taking.
There would have been no BKB Void Spirit and no Marcy. And the Primal now used to split push.
Okay. Try and force them back.
Yep.
I mean, if anything, maybe because they were off the map and they're like, well, we've got to do something extreme down on this bottom lane to try and draw them away from Roche if Roche was up. Of course, the case was Roche was not up. And either way, it's a lot of damage done to the tower. It's down to about 20% HP.
That's actually quite a significant amount. And yeah, they have to sit up here. That's the one thing for XG also. They have to keep heroes kind of just chilling in this area. But OG, they're going to be respawning. BKB's back up. They're going to smoke up. And right now, they're split. Ame, he's got TP available, but
Yeah,
JQ
this
does
is
not.
dangerous. This is pretty scary here for Extreme. They've got to somehow manage to hold this.
He cannot connect on this Wyvern. He's got to start making the run.
Spears off the mark, BZM. He's hunting in the trees. XM's thinking about the Rolling Thunder. The silence will catch on to XXS, but the TPs are coming in now. Ame ready to join the rest of Extreme Gaming for this fight. Look at the spear set up.
It gets the first catch.
Good stun to open up here from
spear.
XXS. Pops the refresher to continue the lockdown, and it's worth it. As that's BZM out for 80. Still low, unfortunately, for Extreme Gaming. Roshan's not quite up. 50 seconds, so there'll be a little bit of a window where it is up and BZM is still out of the game.
XXS does have his arena, though, and he didn't actually use either BKB. Nicely done
No,
by
just
him.
the second spear.
Yeah, just the 2 spears, so it doesn't put it on, like, the lower... You know, instead of 8 seconds, it would be down to, like, the 6 or something, so nicely done by him. A good catch. Just still needs to stick in this area, though. Wait for this Roche, and look at Whisper. He's like, okay, I'll just take the building then.
I mean, this pressure from these, the spamming of the Primal split, it's definitely doing damage.
Look at that side-kicked Earth Bear, or Earth Primal split, whatever you want to call it.
I mean, they've had to use the curse, they've had to use the fortification to put a stop to the push. As Whisper, can he actually get out with the split? He can't. He will die for this time around. That's them all sticking around too long, and he's dead.
1 minute until Roche moves bottom. Roche is spawning immediately now. Let's see what
Tomato's
XG wants to
heading
do.
down.
Yeah,
without Whisper and Elite, BZM still out for 15 seconds.
I think they just run bottom and take it on XG. This looks difficult for OG to fight it without the brew.
I mean, Whisper can buy back, but of course his split, it's still cooldown for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
So buying back isn't going to really do a whole lot for Whisper in the situation.
And they know it's 100% up now at this point, so they know it's going to make the way down toward bottom in 30 seconds.
See if XG can get this. If they get the Roche, this game's going to be back to straight even, it's going to feel like. This could be a huge Roshan for Extreme. Tomato, he's pushing mid. He has got the TP ready. Now, 1 HP on that tower down bottom. It's not got long left in its life.
Ahmed is just shoving here. There's a TP coming out. They're actually going on him. He's far up.
He's going to try with the axe setup here with the grip, but straight away onto Ame. Ari jumps in. Ame's in a whole world of pain. The Astro Step comes in.
He's
Ame's dead. He's
It
out
happens
for
again.
90. Dying at the front at the push here that Extreme Gaming were trying to go for.
Oh my God.
How does Seb keep getting away with this?
It's just unexpected.
Grips, I mean, it was first pick Bane, but Extreme, they don't know what to do. Ame doesn't know what to do. Seb gets him every time.
That's twice now. He's playing so far ahead of his team. He's like, oh, they're not going to fight me. Whisper is dead. Wow. I mean, yeah, Seb, definitely so far, if they win this game, MVP for certain just from Fiend's grips. That is insane. And now they get the Roche themselves, which is a refresher shard one.
That's a rough way to go down there for Extreme Gaming with that failed push bottom. I mean, a couple of times, as you say, that the positioning's not been hot, and it's been punished by OG.
Jinq now also whispers on him. BKB's got split. Does he want to use it? Getting the slow on him.
At the same time in the mid, they get the jump onto DY. DY will have XM by his side. DY trying to escape, but jump forward from BZM. They finish him off. They get Xingqiu. It's 4 dead on Extreme Gaming.
Apart.
I mean, they don't even need to care about Roshan OG now. With 4 dead on XG, they can just step up and push the base.
This is a wild game, honestly. XG having a couple opportunities in the game that just got instantly
it really felt
thwarted
like they did.
by Fiend's Grip. By one little dangly eyeball guy.
Yeah, that's potentially the mid-bracks. We'll see how much more they can get from this OG.
They still have 40 seconds on these supports unless they want to buy back and fight with the gyro here. Bottom racks also exposed.
They're ready to dance behind the racks there. BZM leads in. It's going to force out at least the
Grip on
buyback
Ame.
from one, but indeed the grip's there once again. Is there any way to put a stop to it? There isn't. Ame's
Nope.
just dead.
All right.
How can he grip like this every single time? At least they've got the control to take out BZM in response, but I mean, Ame's dead. Jinkyu's out. It's a dieback on him. I mean, can Extreme Gaming somehow keep this game alive? Tomato's blinking up towards the fountain.
Tomato's way too strong.
He's ready to start killing them around here. They will get back into the safety of the fountain.
Oh my god. I mean, that one's an Ag's Fiend's Grip, so that one's understandable
I mean,
how hard it is
down bottom
to
as
stop
well,
it, but oh my goodness. Yeah, tip stab,
the tips are
MVP,
there.
for sure. I mean,
first pick Bane will definitely be happening again from OG,
Wow.
especially against some of these first pick Pango teams.
and I'm sure Ame is, honestly, he's probably kicking himself because
It's been rough.
They had opportunity, and Seb just completely ruined them. And yeah, Ancient's falling.
Yeah, they got completely smashed it.
Wow.
No buybacks here, of course, on the two of them, Jinkyu and Ame. They just have to watch from the fountain as the throne gets taken out. GG is called. OG, they'll take this game one, folks.
That was something, honestly. Either team, you see it's like even for so many stands. If OXG is able to get a Roche, if they're able to capitalize on any of these kills and pickoffs that they get on like Whisper and stuff, maybe there's a game that's closer, but some Fiend's Grips come out, and yeah, some Fiend's Grips kill Ame 3 times.
Yeah, back to back to back there with the catches from Seb.
Wow. And Tomato, of course. I mean, he kept up with farm the whole time.
He did, yeah,
stayed
great
right
stuff on
at
the
top.
Luna. Good timings, good farm, 3-1 and 8. Had a very clean carry game. Every reason, and indeed Azari was going with his build to just believe in his carry, believe in Tomato. But so obviously, secretly, it was Seb all along.
And XM only dies once. That's the crazy thing, too. You're looking at the game and you're like, they picked Bane to counter the Pango. How many times did he actually even grip the Pango? Pretty much none.
No,
I think he literally just went for everyone else, and it worked out better for him. So, really good awareness there from Seb and from OG. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a wild game one. Slow sort of burner towards the first half of things, but once it kicked off for OG, it really kicked off for them. Extreme Gaming just, they were completely lost. And Ame, unfortunate back-to-back deaths there at the hands of Seb's Bane. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one will go the way of OG here in OG versus Extreme.
And perhaps the underdogs, as per our suspicions, come out on top in this game number one as the current champions of Dota 2, having won Elite League, fall to the hands of the Brits, or the Brit singular.
The Brit.
And the Frenchman, because Sebastian Debs was in rare form this game. First pick Bane, burning through a lot of reserve time for this first pick Bane, might I add, Sind, as you pointed out, and yet it did wonderfully.
Yeah, I don't know where to start with this. Honestly, it's very rare that we look at a game and we almost consider it a one-man show by a 5, right? But the countless amount of times that Seb was able to find angles, we're going to be seeing more or less a highlight reel of Bane performances here just coming through, right? Constantly finding coverage in the trees, using his Shadow Amulet very well. Here we've seen him already pick up the Aghanim Scepter, so at this point it's going to be very hard to stop.
Wait, I think you may have briefly died, but the rest of us can move your mouth.
Hello?
He's moving his mouth, but
I
the
can't
words
hear him.
won't come out. He's choking. How? Everybody's time's up over. Purge. Carry on his thoughts.
Yes, the Bane was very, very effective. It felt to me like a lot of Extreme Gaming's heroes were set up to kill the Brewmaster. Like they did a really good job. He'd Brew Split, they instantly Winner's Curse him. They had Flak against him, so it was a little bit harder for Whisper to play this game. But he kind of used his team fight impact to good effect. Bane Grip on top of that, felt like Tomato was doing the damage that he needed to do on the Luna consistently. And the fights never were really that like group up. Extreme Gaming presses all their buttons perfectly. So that was really well played by OG to set up the team fights where they start the fights the way they want to, get a full grip, get the split off to decent effects. So I think OG just executed it really, really well.
Just curious to see if you're alive, Cinder.
Nope.
Okay. No,
Not for
I thought OG played incredibly well. They took advantage of every moment that might have looked like a mistake, like when they overextended, they tried to dive Ame, and their Void Spirit died. That looked like it could have been bad, right? But then they brought the Bane. Again, Seb stuck around. They got 2 return kills. They got the tower afterwards. Similarly, if the Marcy was caught out or another hero was caught out on the other side, you had Whisper instantly bruise splitting and split pushing. So it always felt like they knew what to do when they gave a concession away.
Well, of
Cinderin?
course, it is a full team effort, Cinderin, right? Oh. No, you're just
Not yet.
echoing into Persia's thing. It's okay. You can gaze upon the face of our Acer Predator head-to-head, as I believe we've got a rare instance of supports being debuted. That's right. Usually it's always the cores, but a Seb versus a DY. Obviously, the net worth started picking up as the game progressed, but even for the first 20 minutes, Seb was lowest net worth, and may I be so bold as to say highest impact in the game despite that.
He was, and most importantly, the items. Seb went for a fast Shadow Amulet and Aether Lens. That extra cast range gives him opportunities to find the right grabs. The potential Invis gives him the ability to sit in weird areas to get good angles to get the disables off. And on the other side, DY rushed a Lotus Orb. Amazing to protect the Pango from the grips. But as we saw, that didn't come. It was going on different heroes. It wasn't able to protect him from it. And as a result, Seb's impact was just so much higher. And DY, like we said in the draft, a little vulnerable to the Void Spirit getting aggressive. They had those early rotations that allowed BZM to have a good game. His items transitioned nicely with the Sanj Kaya. So like what the supports accomplished for their teams was big.
Yeah, the thing about DY is that his hero this game isn't really multi-dimensional the way that this Bane was able to be in terms of soaking spells, setting up, saving a hero or two. Whereas like with DY, he was just kind of chilling, waiting for a Mars arena so that he could press Mortimers. And we saw that combo to full effect a couple of times. That's why he out-damaged Seb in that head-to-head that we saw, but it's not necessarily what they needed later on because there was just damage mitigation coming out of OG, more item scaling. All of a sudden, it's there's a bruise split trying to control them in the back, so we couldn't necessarily see Snapfire have the same kind of impact.
Yeah. Wait. Did you?
It's Purge.
Oh, now it's Purge this time.
Cinderin, are you alive?
Okay, Laffy, it's just me and you now. I like what you were saying about multi-dimensional because, like, I agree that it was defense and offense coming out of Bane, whereas Snapfire didn't really see that many cookie saves.
Yeah,
Oh man, we missed out on a sweet high five. Okay.
No, I mean, there's not that much you can do as a Snapfire. Even though I really love that Shadow Amulet, it wasn't upgraded to a Glimmer at any point. And the really cool thing about the Shadow Amulet, guys, it's really great to hear from you. The cool thing about the Shadow Amulet is that the Wyvern was the counterplay for the Bane, right? We talked about Bane potentially gripping the Pango, then getting cursed by the Wyvern. We saw it happen one time, but then Wyvern could never see Bane because he was perma Shadow Amuleted. Like, he abused that item so much. It was one of the most nuisance Bane games that I've ever seen.
It was a stellar performance. Let's try it one more time.
I can kind of read Cinderin's mind. He was saying, yes, he loved the Shadow Amulet.
Extrasensory perception.
He's also saying, look at me. He's very well dressed. Oh, Sab has a great tie. Neck tie?
Okay, you want to see some more charades? I'll give you a real charade of a reporter. We are going to check in with Slacks right now.
Hey, how's it going over there, guys? You having a good talk? Because I got a lot to report on, all right?
You're pacing very angrily.
I'm not angry. I'm just waiting patiently for my turn, okay? And I'm here now
Take it away.
to do some reporting. Thank you, Tsunami. We are here outside of OG's booth, and let me tell you, after the game won, we're talking smiles. We're talking laughs. They all left. Seb said it was bright. He said it was bright. I don't know if he was blinded by his own plays that game or if he was talking about the general lighting of the area. There's still 2 dudes in there. They're looking at the replay right now. Everybody else left for some reason, but I'll tell you, our on-site report, if you follow me over here, we got Extreme Gaming has not left the booth. Follow me. If you come over here, oh my God, get in there. Only one person has left the booth so far. They're very focused. Let's take a little peek in here, okay? Come check it out. Pump that little camera in. Wow. They're focused. They're not happy that they lost that first game. I can tell you that. No laughter coming out from that booth. Only 1 man leaves, 4 man remain. We will remain here to continue to report on the happenings of these games. Oh my God, I can see this from here. Look at that. This is some PMP action. Hey, that's close, baby. We're close to the action. We're reporting everything that's happening. That guy just left that booth. pretty hype. Any questions, panel? You guys want me to do anything? You want me to go in there?
No, we gotta pace yourself. It's a long tournament, Slacks.
All right.
And I don't want you to fully dehydrate yourself because, man, you are growling. You're.
Take it back. Back to you.
Thank you, Slacks. Appreciate the on-the-ground reporting. You think that maybe Ame is getting a talking to right now? Because, I mean, that was 2 slip-ups in that match right there. That was a little uncharacteristic.
I don't think you berate him for that, because it was more a case of Sub playing exceptionally well. And in one of the first scripts that he got caught out in bottom, where Sub was hiding in those trees for 15 to 20 seconds. Like, he was down there for a while, and they had just forced the Luna BKB, so Luna TP'd out. They knew Luna had no BKB. Ame felt safe pushing that wave, right? So it was just an instance of not getting caught off guard. Like, there's no way you blame Ame in those situations.
That's fine. We'll give him a pass for that one. Closing thoughts, Cinderin.
I can translate. He needs to wash his face.
He needs to wash his face. And on that note, we will let him rehydrate his face, and we'll let you rehydrate at home, because we're getting ready for game number 2.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
So tell me, baby, what you got for me? We got desires, gotta set them free. No use denying what you want from me. 'Cause we're just looking for some company. So tell me, baby, do you like what you see? 'Cause Friday night, girl, yes, I'll be free. I know your friends said to forget about me, but I can be everything that you need. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. Empty bottles on the hotel floor. Blurry vision, but you're hard to ignore. Kinda feels like we've been here before. I feel your energy, girl, I want more. So baby, hold on, don't let go. I bet for you what you know. I'll meet you after the show. So baby, come on, don't let go. Give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. So give me a loving. win without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lies from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today. Yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. When you face by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiven. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you see.
Thank everybody to ESL 1 Birmingham. That's right, our microphones work again, Purge. It's so good to have you back.
Yes, it is, Cinder, and my mic works too. Very happy to be here. We had a great game one. We're going to have a really good game two. And boy, OG beating the best team in the world in the first match. Just like Ari said, it's coming home.
You guys are so dramatic. Best team in the world.
Born Naturals, best team in the world, defeated.
I mean,
They're going to win.
they're currently, I mean, they won the last tournament, but can we really say who the best team in the world is right
It's
now?
Extreme Gaming.
Okay.
There you go.
But
It's
they-
either them or Falcons. For
Falcons
sure.
who?
Or maybe now OG.
I have the memory of a goldfish, and I only believe in recency bias.
Very fair. I mean, they did great. Honestly, OG are a team that you cannot ever count out. Like we were talking about before, they have such a good track record against these, these Falcons and these Extreme Gamings. They have taken multiple games off of them in the past, so it shouldn't come as a surprise if they get a good draft, if they have some good performances, that they can potentially even 2-0 Extreme Gaming here.
Well, are we looking at any surprises here as we begin the draft for game number 2? The bans, not so much. Chen, IO, Disruptor, Shadow Demon, taken up by Extreme OG. First phase ban, the Pango this time, take out the Kunkka and the Sniper, and they opt for a Magnus first pick.
No surprise that the Rubik comes out. I mean, Xingqiu is no stranger to the Rubik versus Magnus matchup. This hero just counters Magnus's initiation, can steal RP, can steal Empower, can lift him when he's going to skewer back. So lots of counterplay potential here.
And you can skewer even farther than Magnus can himself while dealing more damage. Just
That's
drag
true,
your
but then
body.
your melee range.
whatever. Until you skewer back to where you used to be after you blink.
That's so true.
Also, Rubik is good against Bane. So maybe they're not going to ban it, and they feel like they've covered their bases there. The problem is, if it goes like last game, the problem was actually finding the Bane. So you can't steal Fiend's Grip if you can't see him. And maybe that's something we're going to see Extreme adjust from the previous... I mean, let's see. Maybe there's not even going to be a Bane in this game, but a lot of the time when you have that stellar of a performance, you really want to run it back. You're in the zone, you're feeling it. But Extreme will probably be a little bit better prepared this time to solve the problem that they had in the last game, which was either vision or saves, right? Which we didn't really see many cold embraces on the grip target, to be fair. It was like Jinkyu was never truly in range to save Ame on a couple of occasions, and maybe just a little bit of a...
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if it's fair to say it was a sloppy game by Extreme, because I just want to give OG a lot of credit, but I will say we've definitely seen Extreme play tighter and better in that mid-game.
It felt like one of those games where the winning team was just ahead of Extreme in terms of map positioning, and they got a lot of ganks and positioning and kills off that the enemy team just wasn't ready for. Whereas, like, if the other team is ahead of your team, every time they go for a grip, the whole Extreme Gaming team is there ready to counter. So it was just like one of those map movement things where OG's just outplaying him.
So you guys proposed some reasons as to why Rubik would be picked for Extreme. Didn't hear too many justifications as what makes Magnus a first pick these days. I don't even really consider it to be like a Whisper signature necessarily, Effie. So what do you suspect makes Magnus so high priority for them right now?
That's a good question, because I'm looking at OG's past match history, and we have not seen them first pick Magnus in the last, 12 games that I'm looking at.
Yeah. I don't even think this hero is that popular, in the meta in general.
It's not really, but I could see this being a Whisper hero. It's Mars-like, big teamfight ultimate, rearranging skill, some nice lane nuke, or it could be an RE4 thing. I feel like that's a thing too.
Whisper does play it, though, and we have seen him play it before. It's just been a while, and we haven't seen him open the draft with it, but it does open up for a melee carry, or potentially something like a Sven or a Troll to pair up with this Magnus. It gives you good farming, potentially good scaling potential. You could also pair it with one of Ahri's specialty heroes like Batrider or Hoodwink, so we could see a different kind of support performance come out of Ahri this game.
Or, hear me out, it's going to be a 5 Seb Mag with Shadow Amulet skewering people from the trees.
Into the trees.
Or into the trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not happening. Okay.
I like the Phoenix response, though, because if you do RP a couple of heroes, you just put the heal on top of them. That's going to go a long ways towards keeping them alive, and helps offset the team fight. Even if he gets an RP off, if you drop the egg, that's a lot of dangerous things. You can't commit necessarily RP targets because you've got to worry about the egg explosion.
It's also just what XG default to when they have to respond to a melee offlaner strength hero type. Well, it's universal now, but you know what I mean. That type of pick, if you see a Centaur or a Timber or a Magnus on your Extreme Gaming, you go for the Phoenix because of the percentage base damage from Sunray. You're always going to have damage, and you're not really threatened on lane as a Phoenix because you can just dive out of skewers.
And even the attack speed reduction is great with Magnus because he's going to give somebody physical damage. So
what are OG up to in this game number 2?
All right, Ahri lied to us. He was like, "Oh, we're not going to do any weird picks today, probably." And then game 2, there's like boom, boom, right off the bat. The silence against Phoenix can potentially be good. You can also use Deadshot to break the Sunray even from long range, which is kind of convenient. And even empowering the Muerta isn't terrible either because you're just amping her damage up. So it could be support. They're flex ready with their draft so far.
Muerta versus Phoenix is a old school counter. Well, it's not old school because it's a new hero, but she presses ulti and then she hits Phoenix Egg, right? That's always what's happened. But early on, Muerta versus Phoenix can suffer a bit because Phoenix has an immense amount of magic damage and can cut through the Muerta. Because of that, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see this as a 4 for Ahri. I mean, paired up with the lack of synergy with Empower, OG still should be looking at a melee hero for Tomato.
I'll tell you this much. I don't think Extreme know what's going on. And whenever you're curveballed this hard in a game in the draft, there's 2 ways you can approach it, right? You can stick to your confident, be like, we are confident in our strategy that we usually play with our Phoenix. We'll get our Mars, we'll get he's banned. We'll get our Centaur or whatever, right? And play our standard cut and dry lineups that we do. Or we start seriously counterpicking threats that are very unusual to play against. So far, this is pretty standard. Them grabbing the Slardar, they're just like you, they're anticipating a melee carry, right? So now you're forcing OG's hand a little bit in that sense by playing the Slardar.
But also, I feel like it could actually be a carry Muerta now. Sorry.
Yeah, I think so too.
The Invoker Alacrity, if you're Alacritying and empowering Muerta, you don't really care if she can cleave and farm fast. You can just build a Maelstrom. All you need is a hero to babysit her on lane, but she's going to do insane amounts of damage in that late game. And like we mentioned, this Phoenix Egg is not a threat versus a BKB carry Muerta.
And I feel like playing Muerta carry against Lifestealer is probably not that bad anyways, because you can also just ulti and then Lifestealer can't kill you anyways. Obviously, there's a little bit of a mix. If you press your ulti, usually you want to kill heroes, so it won't necessarily always line up when Lifestealer goes on you, but they have pretty good options right now. Laning stage versus Slardar, that part might be a little spooky, because if you miss your dead shot, I feel like Slardar is going to run you down pretty well. And Muerta's not great at being ran at. Lifestealer, Slardar, Rubik can be quite annoying in that way. So they'll go Troll instead. It's a great pick. The blind against Slardar is fantastic. In the finals that Extreme played against Falcons, the first game Extreme Gaming picked a Slardar, and they got pretty trashed by the Troll Warlord that Falcons used. Once you get BKB on Troll, even if Slardar buys BKB, you just ulti him. The Slardar gets netted through BKB and is like, I'm useless. And if he tries to fight you, he's blinded from the axis. It's just a bad time. So OG is going to go with the Troll, the great counter to Slar.
It's also the best carry pairing, honestly, with Magnus. No hero benefits as much as Troll does from having a Magnus, and the Roche control you get is pretty crazy. You can play for these really early Aegises, and off of that timing, you just destroy buildings. The same way we talked about Muerta potentially being buffed by Invoker, now it's just the Troll. He's going to be able to do the same thing, also a counter to Phoenix. The Lifestealer versus Troll carry matchup has changed a lot with the addition of the Aghanim Scepter build on the Lifestealer, but Troll can definitely win if his team can set it up for him.
Also, over time, Radiance has become a much stronger item, right, in the last year or two, and Lifestealer loves going for that. Having both the evasion as well as the blind against Troll really shifts the dynamic in a matchup of that kind. And he has the he has the huge amplification from his Slardar, right? So I think that's going to offset almost any carry-to-carry matchup. I would way rather have a Corrosive Haze than an Empower in this case. I think that's more impactful in a team fight most of the time. So I feel like Extreme Gaming have their bases covered quite well. The question is, for me right now, is this Magnus actually even offlane? Like, what is the logic for OG to absolute last pick Seb's hero in this game when all the cores are on the table, right? I guess you don't see the mid hero, but you're not going to save your 5 picks so that you can counter the mid the best possible way, right? So I just wonder, is this some sort of a thing that they've practiced where the mag is a flex between 5 and 3, and they're gonna get away with it here because the enemy team is playing an offlane melee Slardar, and you can maybe skewer into the Troll or something? I don't know. It's
even like the Muerta support feels a little bit weird to me now as well, because again, yes, you can press your ulti and you're not going to die to Slardar and Lifestealer when they go on you, but outside of that window, I feel like your spells aren't that useful against them once they get BKB on Slardar. So it's cool that they had flex potential here, but Extreme Gaming's like, we're just going to pick really good cores that are good in the patch, and you'll deal with it, I guess.
And they'll cover their bases, right? They ban out a Whisper hero in Timbersaw on XG, and also the Bane in case that it is going to be the sub-last pick here. I am a little bit concerned for Extreme Gaming because I feel like if you have a Slardar as your only stun, and then he's playing against a disadvantageous lane like the Troll Warlord, your timing is going to be really slow, because with Slardar lineups, you want to win the lane. You want to get your early blink timing and then play with your team, or just sit on the lane for a long time and force the carry out, but he's not going to be able to do that in this game versus OG's draft.
Is maxing stun and then doing ancient clears good enough as a way to catch up if the lane goes bad? Because I've seen some teams do that. Max stun, double stack ancients, clear it by crushing, 6-7 times. It can work, I feel like. It's maybe not as fast or as good as winning the lane, but maybe that would be an option if the Troll matchup's too bad.
I think having to retreat to the jungle in any sense on Slardar is just really slow. But if it's, sometimes the best play is bad, right? And if that's it, then definitely a possibility. Okay, so I feel like the Magnus is locked in the offlane, and this is a last pick 5 Ench. Very creative drafting from OG here, I want to say. Like, I can't really fully wrap my head around whether I truly like this or not, but there's no doubt that Extreme are definitely a bit confused with how this went down, and then that can either end up looking amazing or like a complete flop.
I like OG's draft a lot on paper. Like, it looks good to me. I think Magnus plus Muerta is a very strong lane. Muerta as a support has fallen off and is not that good, but versus Phoenix, she can have incredibly high impact because you can actually kill him. You have the silence for the dive, making it so that the Magnus skewer actually does threaten the Phoenix. Like we talked about how he wasn't threatened before, right? And the Enchantress versus the Rubik on lane, Enchantress should be able to dumpster the Rubik, honestly. Rubik doesn't have that many tools outside of blocking camps to fight into an Enchantress creep. And we talked about the importance of the Slardar lane going well. So if OG win their lanes, feels like smooth sailing for them, honestly.
But speaking of winning the Slardar lane,
Slardar Invoker matchup that we see.
They're shifting him to the mid lane to just dodge the problem against the troll and against the Enchantress. So
and they
instead
picked
of
Doom.
off lane.
Yeah,
You just eat the creep.
I was just wondering, like, why, if you are going to swap your Slardar into mid to dodge this problem, is Doom going to fare well against Ench Troll? I think that's a bad lane too. So wasn't there a better option for XXS if you wanted to pivot here?
I mean, the anti-healing is very good against Troll. If you doom him later, then he's not going to get healed at all. If you can catch him before his ulti, it's also very good. So maybe it's like the lane's going to suck no matter what. At least we'll have better kill potential against the scary guys.
I actually don't think it's that bad. I think it's a pretty strong lane because you just save your Devour for the Enchantress creep, you play on the lift back into the Scorched Earth after you get a few levels, and you can pressure the Troll because a lot of your damage isn't going to be coming from auto attacks, it's going to be coming from your Scorched. So it's a great pivot. And also, you doom the Troll in the late game, can't press ulti. You know, it looks good. Extreme Gaming did a really great pivot there towards the end. So I believe in their draft a little bit more now.
And what was the motivation behind the Enchantress pick in general? Because is it just comfort? It was your very last pick, and that was the support that you wanted?
I mean, it should be able to, in theory, would have pressured the Slardar well. You can dispel him if he tries to sprint away. It'll give them some tower pressure as well, which will be nice with the Troll. If you put a tanky creep, the tower hits that, and then the Troll comes up, that tower's dead, unless you glyph it. So there's a lot of good things with the Enchantress here.
Well, let's see if the creativity is going to benefit OG, or if it will be their downfall. Let's find out as we get ready for game number 2 with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yes, indeed, time for Game 2 here between Extreme Gaming and OG. As Fogged, we've seen with the lineups quite a bit of a different approach, in particular from OG, and then in the way that Extreme Gaming closed things up. We're going to be getting to see some mid Slardar for obvious reasons, right? Because there wasn't no way that XM was going to go down to that lane against what OG had.
You mean XXS, but yeah,
I mean,
of course. Of course. Slardar, of course.
Yeah, XM. Yeah, XM doesn't want to go to the off lane.
Oh, yeah. Slardar.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I wonder how this matchup's going to be. It doesn't sound like it's going to be that bad for Slardar.
I think it's going to be
It sounds pretty fun. He's got the
Slardar,
river
mate.
stuff
Yeah.
too. You get some points in your sprint. You get that extra regen if you want to play along that kind of style. Doesn't sound horrendous, I guess. Invoker does have some difficulties of bullying heroes overall. BZM, one of the experts though. Let's see if he can maybe go for something down. You know, maybe he does like some exort and stuff so he can get this Forge Spirit, because that's how you bully melee heroes usually the best. Or if he just does his Quas Wax. We'll have to see. He doesn't have the best setup for Sunstrikes on the map, so that's why I'm thinking he just does Quas Wax. He's also got Urn queued up. Probably he's just going to do it, but yeah, he's just going Wax. Okay, let's see how it goes.
And what do you think sort of overall of the way that, in particular, OG sort of started this draft off, coming up with the Magnus and the Muerta very early as the first two this game?
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. Maybe something that they've like theory crafted. Nobody's really playing Muerta at all. So this is just Ari being, Ari saying, guys, I'm confident with this versus what we're up against. I know how much I can do versus a Rubik and Phoenix. So yeah, it's very different. It's something like, I think these drafts are probably the strangest ones we'll maybe see in this tournament. I say that, but we have Thompson here, so probably not. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting, these pivots that we've had from both sides. Last pick Enchantress. Right, and then you divert your Doom to the top lane and pick, so it's really interesting stuff coming out.
Yeah, and overall, what do you sort of consider the offlane to look like for that Doom in this way that they switched it up? Got XXS playing the Doom, and it turns the Slardar towards the mid. Will have a better time on this Doom?
Yeah, I think it's exactly how Effie was saying. I really like that she finally touched up on that one at the end there. It's just the damage, it's magical damage. A ton of magical damage that can come out with these two, and you're able to prevent a lot of the pressure that Ench did. Because this Ench pick seemed like it's like, okay, Slardar now is so ruined. He's versus an Ench troll lane. So the fact that they switched this up, now the Ench maybe has a bit more difficulties in how much he can do in laning. In game, he's still going to be able to get his creep push towers and stuff like that, but no longer able to dispel sprint in the lane, crush the Slardar. And yeah, let's see. Talking so much about Slardar, let's see. He should be able to farm, but BZM is also going to be able to free farm. So
yeah, true.
Trade-off.
And the combos eventually are going to be quite annoying for XM, and at the least, it's very unlikely that XM ever gets on top of BZM.
Taking quite a beating there, actually. Nicely done. Hit level 2 on Whisper first.
I mean, this bottom lane, do you see there sort of being any kill potential for either side with these duos? Like what can the support wear to achieve early on? Can you get some cute little plays?
Absolutely. You can use your W, you catch the Phoenix mid-dive, right? He falls back to the same position. There's definitely some cool plays Ari can do. He has they actually have like 3 or 4 different ways to cancel the dive in this lane, right? Well, not cancel, but like mess with it. They have Skewer, Shockwave, Deadshot, and then they have a Silence. So could see DY get set up on Ame, probably not. But yeah, the Doom versus this troll is really cool because you get the bonus armor, of course, too, from Devour. You're doing pure magic damage, or you're doing magic damage to him all the time. And XXS, I think he found a Dream Creep. He sure did. So warded up there, they are able to scout out that ice armor. That's going to make him have a real good time. Well, a much better time than usual versus a troll. That's cool.
7. Tomato did try for a bit of a chase down onto Jin-Q, but didn't quite have enough damage at this point.
Yeah, they'll have the Dispel from Seb timing like a few times there for the ice armor, but he can just reapply it, so it's not really something you want to prioritize too much. And he'll be actually able to get that Lotus on the Doom. That's kind of big.
We'll have to see what OG do about that top lane.
Yeah.
At the least, they can be happy that Tomato, of course, is getting free farm. But you can definitely imagine that indeed XXS is going to be able to begin picking up quite a bit from that top.
And look at how much the game has become to like, he knows he's going to have a pretty free lane on Tomato. They can't pressure him, so he actually starts with the null. He doesn't get the Wraith Band to lane.
The new trend, right?
Yep.
On some of these carries.
Just wants to have the mana regen to farm. He doesn't need the damage in the lane. He doesn't need the damage to zone a Doom. It's just about efficiency, so yeah, interesting stuff that we're seeing come out here.
Yeah, and I guess it allows, at least on some of these heroes, what you kind of cut the Falcon Blade out of your build.
Yeah. He's going to go Battle Fury anyway, right? But yeah, Ame's actually getting a bit of damage here.
I'll see over in the river.
XM, he's got a bottle.
And we'll be able to get the refuel there. Because I'm not quite in position to interrupt that.
This just looks so funny. I love it. 22-8, a nice amount of denies here from on BZM, and he also dewarded the mid ward, so he's got a good XP advantage right now over this Slardar. And at this point now, EMP is burning pretty much the entire mana pool of this Slardar team. But can he get away? Yeah, he's speedy enough. Get a bit of damage onto BZM.
Nah, BZM.
Another big hit. And the bash with the creeps on him.
Quite a few punches.
Nicely done there from XM. He's going to keep pressuring.
He's going to keep punching.
Dispels the sprint. Nicely done from BZM.
When the 6 hits, though.
But look what he did with this. He was able to push him off to be able to secure that secondary water rune. Pretty cool play.
That's played well by XM.
Yeah. Troll free farming, though. They're pressuring the lifestealer as well, too. So all in all, the 3 lanes are looking good for OG.
One top. Close there, Seb, to being able to find that first blood against Jin-Q, but the Dukes around the trees keep him safe. So all in all, XXS definitely having the slower starts this one.
Ame again, just over and over again. He just keeps getting skewered in. He's got, of course, no points in rage, so it's likely to happen.
That's a hot start on all 3 lanes for OG. They've got that slight lead on all 3 cores in these first 5 minutes of waves.
Looks like Jin-Q's been securing quite a lot of last hits himself, too, though. He's got 12 on the Rubik, so they kind of have more than it looks like in the top lane. It's 21 on the Doom, but then 13 on a Rubik. So ideally, they have like, what, 34 between the 2 of them? It actually looked, when I first was looking, I was like, wait, that looks really bad. But yeah, the Rubik actually has a bit more.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
6 minutes. Power rune, support's moving. Ari set up on bottom.
Yeah, they don't want to
let... He's close to 6. When he has Corrosive Haze, it is scary for a lot of these heroes. They're pretty fragile on the side of OG early. He's moving.
He is going to go straight into the jungle of OG. At least see if we can catch anyone out here. Check out the sort of the creep stacking situation, if anything was going on.
It looks like he wants to make the move.
I mean, we'll see how prepared Seb and Tomato are for this.
Tomato
very
is
far
so
up.
deep.
They don't expect this to come in from XM at all. They step incredibly far down the lane, and Seb looking pretty dead, but okay, maybe not. BZM, he's in with a 3-man tornado and EMP. It's actually going to be OG that secure first blood. And there we have it, Seb and Tomato, they were feeling aggressive with their positioning there because they knew the backup would be inbound, not only from BZM, but from Ari as well. They get both kills. OG, it was all a bait.
And look at the time on the clock, 6:48. Look at Seb, they're pinging it already. Jinq is like, get him away from my rune. Ari's also, oh man, a battle. XM is the strong one here though.
I mean, OG might lose some lives here. Yes, Seb is going to get caught by the crush and the bash is there. I'll step forward to try and go for XM. XM's able to peel back and get the pickup on the Wisdom rune.
Does mean that he gets the XP though, right? So the two supports, or one of the supports is going to be a little bit upset on the side of XG, but doesn't get stolen away, so they're happy on that. And Whisper actually takes the Wisdom on the other side, so same kind of situation. Ame, though, with the rotation from it, the Muerta does get fully alleviated. Now he's free farming down bottom. But a sick move. I mean, OG, really cool counter ganks that we're seeing. Unexpected moves. BZM with a quick rotation.
They're looking to turn up with the numbers on mid now. OG, they've got the three of them. Two supports here, Seb and Ari moving between the top and the middle lane.
Hey, this Doom is
chance to go.
He's level 4, so they know that these supports are very strong on the side of OG right now to set up and control the power runes versus the Slardar, who kind of really needs those to make rotations around the map.
Oh, without a doubt, definitely.
Taste.
And with this sort of last sort of switch up of where they wanted to take the heroes with the Doom going to the off lane, it's definitely not been easy for XXS up here. Even with, as you mentioned, finding the good creep, it's not really allowed him to have a super easy start to this game.
I'm hoping that they buy some arcane boots. I've been seeing a lot of games Jinq gets a bit greedy and doesn't get them. They need arcane boots on at least, honestly, on one hero at least. You're playing versus EMP. You need to get some type of mana restore, because I'm looking at this for XM and for the Doom, and even for the Lifesteal. Everyone's whole mana pool is going to get burnt in these fights, so yeah, I see he does have the arcane boots queued up. They need that. Maybe even get arcane ring on one or two heroes too. Just something to make sure that these very low mana pool strength heroes are going to be able to actually do something in a fight if they get hit by an EMP. DY.
Dive still at the ready.
Worth it. It's a bounty rune for it. Nicely done. And BZM is actually, he's going for more scaling, it looks like, because he's having a good lane. Swapped away from going for Urn. Tried Witchblade. Since he's playing versus a lot of physical damage, prevent that corrosive haze from doing as much. That can be pretty cool. And works well with Quaswa X always.
Next time you really wanted to try and be able to have the chance this game to make early moves up and down the river, but with that first failed attempt up to the top lane, hasn't been able to go for anything and is having to just sort of sit back, get that farm, try and get that Echo Saber complete.
Looks like we're probably going to have another one of these like slow early games again, right? Compared to that last one. I see 3 points in Empower on Whisper. He's wanting to slow things down, get those buff ups onto his cores, and with this Ench, they can take towers easily, and Tomato is definitely getting a good advantage here to get that battlefield at good timing. Imagine we're going to see stacks coming out for them soon. And they're swinging toward mid. They can naturally push these towers. If he keeps this Dark Troll Summoner, these towers are in trouble. XG, Jinq, he's got to be the one to go for the deep push.
Stepping up pretty far here, but over in the river. Power Rune's going to spawn. It will be up top the Invis. TP's to be coming in on mid from XG. They want to fight this. They get the telekinesis back onto Seb. XXS, he's going to have his mana completely burned. Will pop the one charges, but he's not able to get anything else off. As he TP's in, dies immediately, and now OG, they're onto the tier 1. The fortification will come out.
They have to swing heroes over. They do not have great deep push. It's just really Jinq for the most part. 4 heroes for the side of OG here.
Quick shot onto XM as well as the cold snap.
Nice lift.
He's on BZM, but the stolen dead shot. Not going to catch on to BZM. BZM's fine. He's able to step back, turn with the Tornado MP combo. Down onto Jinq. Tomato, he's even considering wrapping around the side of the trees here.
No need.
Won't go for it. It's a bit too much of a dive.
Forced a ton of reaction, though. They brought so much mid. Otherwise, they have to do that on next year. They lose a mid tower this early. It would be devastating. And so far, Seb's Ench, that last pick, definitely working out. Even though he wasn't versus the Slardar, no. Doom is underfarmed, and he's now caused a lot of havoc, taking top tower early, and he can do the same to mid. He can keep putting pressure on towers.
It's going to be rough for XXS. With this sort of start, it's going to be a slow timing on the Midas.
Yeah. And XM too, he did fine in mid, right? He's only 200 behind.
It was an okay start, but it really was that first move top
that
OG just put a complete stop to and sort of baited XM in towards going. And just it slowed down his early momentum massively.
Honestly, these EMPs are going to be so devastating.
The towers are falling. They're back onto the tier 1 mid.
This is real smart from OG. The blink is
They're
already
just getting
finished
away
up
with
too.
it. There's
Yeah.
nothing to stop this.
They're
Another
just-
tower taken.
Whisper's free farming, and they're applying pressure on the lanes. Whisper, I think he saw the TP coming in. His blink's not on him, but he gets away as well. Real smart moves, and they're making the move bottom already too. Like Whisper is probably telling his team, guys, they're here, but maybe we can make a play. We're ahead by a lot now.
I mean, same time in the jungle. You got BZM scanning things out. He's got eyes upon both DY and XM.
Can he get away?
There's
He
the
gets caught.
Tornado EMP. They've got the setup, and they've certainly got the damage. That's
Oh,
takes
boy.
them out.
It's looking rough.
OG crushing this first 12 minutes.
I mean, BZM, every move has worked. Every Tornado EMP has hit. He's part of all 4 kills. And it looks like he doesn't want to slow it down. He's been, I mean, again, like last game, controlling pretty much every single rune, I want to say. And looks like he is ready to maybe get some Ghost Walk plays happening early. Support level 5 DY.
He's got eyes on XXS. Has got the backup of DYND behind him, but S6s are not there yet.
Oh, not quite burning the mana. Tries to get it, though.
In terms of timings, yeah, it's going to be so this 12.5-minute Battle Fury on Tomato this game. A crazy timing here for the phase Battle Fury on a Troll. The
And
farm
he's-
is going to be real. And yeah, he's got
so
a
much
Magnus.
amp up. He's got a Magnus,
Yep.
he's got Alacrity.
Yep.
I'm assuming that we're probably going to see like drums and Solar Crest, I imagine, built up something like that. We saw the drum and the Solar Crest last game, at least from Ari. I see that Seb's probably going to do the drum, so...
Yeah. And all in all, what, especially when you're looking from the draft and such, it's also a pretty good Troll game.
It is. He's versus a life. I mean, the Lifestealer matchup can go both ways, but when he's this far ahead, he's just gonna be able to win that matchup pretty easily. And XM another burn.
A rough start here for Extreme Gaming. We'll see how they try to get their way out of this.
Because the thing is, them bringing stuff back together is ideally through some type of team fight and catches with like a Infest or something, but it's a mid Slardar, so it's not your Rush Blink Dagger. So where's your Infest ganks and your kind of catch-up going to come from? I feel like they're going to have just a hope OG overextends in these next few moments to catch back up, besides just sitting back and farming. I think individual plays for them look quite difficult.
Smoke time from OG.
XXS, yeah, I actually think this might be the right move. I don't know if he can actually just go the Midas right now.
I don't think so. They're going to make plays.
Someone has to do something on the map, and if your off lane or if your mid laner has to go for his, like, you know, Echo Saber whatever build, then your off laner probably has to sack himself a little. We'll have to see.
XXS though, they've got eyes on him. He has got backup. XM and Jin-Q in the neighborhood. OG won't push for more. XXS able to secure the Wisdom.
Whisper is just waiting, though, from the side. To be very careful, that RP at the ready. Now they're farming so much. I'm just watching Seb take the entire jungle, too. I believe that I see, like, Ame walk in, and he's like, yeah, actually, there's nothing for me to farm over here. Seb's farming... I don't even know how many of these camps now I think I've seen him do, like 4 or 5. But very relevant. Yeah, Tomato's just absolutely enormous. Level 11 as well.
And they have very little areas of the map right now. Extreme Gaming.
They're getting their triangle stolen, and they're getting their own jungle stolen. Ame's just having to farm bottom side of the map, and that's pretty much it.
Except steps up in the mid. I mean, BZM and Seb have got their eyes on, and they'll get the setup with the combo straight away onto Jin-Q. Should be a bit of a freebie. The telekinesis is out, but the deafening blast from BZM pushes back any attempt from XM to get in on top of him.
Whisper.
And they're just chasing him down the mid lane. They'll jump forward, no hesitation with the RP drop to secure the kill onto XM.
This is looking real rough. Yeah. I'm like, the greed has been punished completely. I
mean, it really
don't know
has.
what they do.
And you've got to kind of ask yourself, you know, from Extreme's perspective, they obviously had a plan with, you know, having to make this last minute change, get this kind of last pick Doom, saying, hey, we don't want to put the Slardar off lane, let's get something else to put in the off lane. But putting the Doom there, it hasn't really looked like it's worked any better than what would have happened otherwise.
No, maybe you would have preferred just having a normal mid laner to not be playing versus BZM, who just kind of also counters Slardar entirely, right? Yeah, the Invoker just is seeming like also the perfect pick versus what he's up against. He's so good versus these physical cores. Fine, Seb.
Well, they get
finally.
Stuck, but there's a small pickup in the grand scheme of things as the lead for OG continues to grow. 8k advantage, 16 minutes in. And as we mentioned earlier, just all the free farm in the world for Tomato. Crazy Battle Fury timing. And very unlikely, unless Extreme Gaming can find some sort of way to get on top and gank this Troll, that this game's going to allow any chance for Ame and his lifestealer to keep up with the pace of this Trolls farm.
Absolutely. I mean, this will be a testament in itself if Ame is able to catch up in the farm and then try to man fight versus this Troll at some points when he's going to be so buffed up as well from everything. And Ame will just really have the Corrosive Haze in particular. Not really any other amp ups going to be coming out for him from his itemization from his team. Well, Troll's going to have, yeah, as we said, tons of stuff, drums, etc., and they're going to have Alacrity. And it's 16 minutes, they're actually just going to go for that Roche. They're going to accelerate things even more on the side of OG.
No chance for Extreme Gaming to get up and contest that.
Nah, they just, honestly, it feels like for XG at this point, it's just let Ame finish Radiance, get your Blink on your Slardar, and then look for plays. Unless someone is super overextended, you can get a pick off. Just let Ame get the Radiance and then look to make things kind of work back together after. Because that is the one thing they will have. They will be able to, you know, greed it up. The Midas is soon finished, Max Devour, Radiance too. But yeah, there's that Aegis and OG. See how much they want to speed things up here. Because the other thing too is they scale pretty hard on OG. Like everyone does. Enchantress scales, Muerta scales. They all do get some type of scaling. Even the Magnus. In the past, we used to see, you know, the universal build, the Mantas, etc. Sure, it's died off a little bit, but yeah, they can scale massively. Getting confident to control triangle as well, prevent more farm.
Extreme trying to keep as far back as they can.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to show around the waves when they know that OG's in the neighborhood.
Almost Blink on XM and almost level 2 Corrosive Haze. Maybe that could be when they look to get some type of extra pick off. But I think most of the name of the game, yeah, farm lifesteal Radiance. Just wait till they overextend.
Tower is under attack.
BZM. They're going to have eyes on XM. It's the high ground, the bit awkward of a position for OG to try and lead in onto.
Yeah, a little scared to just run up. Tomato not scared to run up, but the rest of his team a little hesitant. Tomato showing himself. He's hazed up. But XG will back away. That's a nice pickup for XM. Little things, of course, are going to matter a lot in this game. He's got the Orb of Destruction. Any little bonus that they can get at this point is very needed.
BZM still with this Ghost Walk, trying to set up onto anybody that steps out. But Extreme Gaming, they're playing incredibly cautious. They'll try for a smoke themselves now.
I love BZM's itemization. He goes for the Force Staff afterwards to be able to get reset of positioning, and he has the Gossamer Cape too, which is so good versus Slardar.
He's putting a stop to this smoke move as well. DOI will pop the dust, but BZM's already out.
Plays immediately toward his team and toward his ward as tier 2 it's dropping.
With the way that Extreme stepped out to look for that play, they have difficulty in trying to put a stop to this mid push. The fortification comes to an end, the tower falls. OG continue the pressure.
2 minutes left on Aegis. They're going to look to back up and set up DY.
And they're TPing back for this. BZM's looking for the wraparound. Gonna get the angle to set up onto DY. Silence to follow up. The Phoenix is dead.
Oh, and Whisper gets the RP.
It's gonna be able to make sure they pick up another one.
Beautifully done. This is as clean as it comes from
they're
OG.
Making it look easy here, OG.
Yeah. Just a swing from the mid to the top, and oh, look, a Tormentor as well. These timings could not be better. And I love the no hesitation from Whisper. How ahead they are right now. He sees single heroes, especially cores, just throws the RP, skewers him back. Another
Absolutely.
kill.
Yeah, you take any core away from Extreme Gaming right now, you know that the rest of them are going to have no chance of fighting back.
He's quick, too. You see that attempted steal there from the Rubik. Just gets a shockwave. Minute 40 seconds still on Aegis. Level 15. Pretty much full map control. Look at the places that XG's farming on the map. It's pretty much nowhere. Ame's just started farming like 1 or 2 hard camps.
Got a bit of a wraparound coming in here behind the tower, and indeed the grabs there. Look at the skewer back onto DY. He'll pop the egg. Tomato trying to get in on top of it. He's been caught by the stun. He'll pop the ult here.
Okay, I mean, Tomato is in a pretty deep position,
he's
but
gonna
oh
be able
my
to get the kill.
god!
In fact, he got the straight up Manta dodge there on the Supernova stun, right?
He did!
Easy Manta dodge there for Tomato. Arme, he's on a cliff!
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no. Goodbye.
OG 2-0'd Falcons in that last tournament. I think they came here with some power.
They're showing up big time in this first series.
Holy. This one's not even... The last game, they made some really cool moves, especially with Step. This one, they dominated from... I mean, what looks from start to finish, this one's looking almost over.
From before start as well with the draft setup, it kind of broke XG. They felt that they needed to change things and go for some sort of a different approach, but this has not worked out. XXS just not having a game on his doom. Xingqiu will live his final few moments here with a stolen ult from Troll, but it's 21 minutes in. The Rack's taking heavy damage here from OG's push.
Ahmed, he didn't even have the Radiance after he got caught there, too. No timings, 15k lead. Yeah, wow.
XM.
Another man to dodge.
Easy dodges here from Tomato today. You can't stun this man.
He might just call this.
And in the mid, DUI with a quick dive, will dodge the skewer back from Whisper. XXS is going to try and get the grab in on towards the Magnus, but the force is there. He's down to the low ground. The Doom should tick him out. So they get a kill, but at a very heavy cost once again. Sunstrike comes in from BZM. Not skipping a beat this game on his Invoker. Xingqiu dying under the tier 4s.
They can get at least 2 sets of racks. I mean, Ahmed's like, I just want my Radiance before the game ends, guys. Let me just get it on the screen. Killing a creep wave top, but the game is definitely over.
I mean, yeah, this is crazy stuff from OG today. Yeah, great play in what was a close game 1 for the most part. And then, yeah, this game 2, from the draft to the play, an absolutely show-stopping performance here from them.
Every move has just worked. BZM, 409, right? 13 of the 15 kills, matched the rotation of the Slardar. What more could you ask for? This is just gorgeous. And it's doing it with a little bit of flash and stuff, too. Very bizarre start to the draft, right? Pano was saying it's a Magnus Muerta opening. Last time that we had something like that, I don't even know.
I mean, both times their first game, they do the Bane first pick, and then second game, as you described. Now, OG, very much winning in the OG fashion. They turn up, they do it their way, and sometimes it really hits just right on the lands.
And these are really important because it hasn't been a whole day of 1-1s, but it's been a lot of 1-1s. Anytime you can secure a 2-0, it's pretty massive at the moment. Especially over, I mean, the strongest teams, right? XG.
Big names, big team. And OG certainly not making it look like that here with this game 2 performance. They're walking all over them.
I mean, they're looking to just close this one up. It's 1 racks left. There's pretty much nothing on XG to fight. No BKBs. They're so fragile. Everyone is just, 1 connection from just dead. 1 spell connection.
See what XG's got in them. They've got 1 more defense here to try and put together.
Fancy. Okay, stolen skewer. Maybe this will be some type of fun plays under some fountain, right? But the Raxes are dropping.
Next comes in with a crush. Stop pushing them back with a ray.
Okay.
See if OG really feel like they have to back off that much, though. They've still got the creeps coming in.
They can just stay down here. Other 2 waves will shove in naturally. How long on Roche if they want to be a super safe? 40 seconds.
They're going to try Xingqiu.
There's the skewer.
There's the skewer into the Doom. Is there any way of saving this troll? I don't think so. This time round, they'll get him. It's a big kill, and the money does go the way of Arme.
Can they get chain kills after? XM has to chase for more. Invis on BZM, Invis on Ari.
Everyone else is out.
And everyone's out.
It's something. A little bit of something here for XG.
Cute little steal there. I thought it was going to be needed to go under tier 4s or something, but they will be able to just doom him up, get at least 1 kill. Roshan, 4 seconds. We'll find out. If they could get a couple sequences of kills after that, then that's the dream. But yeah, they only find the 1. Everyone else resets away. 1 minute until Roche. Ooh, Ame.
I mean, OG's already ready to go again. Arme is caught by the RP. Do they have the lockdown? They don't. He's able to get the rage off. He's going to turn over towards Whisper. Sep's here as well. They'll turn towards Arme. Whisper is dying. He's
Another
out.
Orchid.
They get the fear pushed back with the dead shot once again onto Arme. He's ticking down over the arm. Let's put back on. Arme's going to live.
Arme's alive.
Arme goes down. Arme's considering going back in on this. He's looking towards BZM. He's in with the rage on top of the Invoker. BZM's caught up by the telekinesis. They're going to get another.
Holy.
I mean, Tomato is back in action. Xingqiu won't be able to TP out, so Tomato will get back in action and take out at least the second support.
Seb looking for Ame. He's got the Orchid.
I think Ame a little too speedy. He's actually going to be able to walk out of this one.
Holy crap. Thanks a lot.
I mean, that certainly was something for XG, getting kills like that. Tomato won't be able to put a stop to this. XM with the crush and the TP out.
OG, they get a little bit overconfident with how dominating they have been. They go a little early with the RP. He jumps before Seb is there with the Orchid. I think if they wait like even maybe a second or two longer, then Ame is going to probably get burst down. But either way, much needed kills. And perhaps
It's a little bit of hope for them.
Small hope.
They're going to keep going again. Smoke up.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Gaben does not believe in the small hope. It's a 0%er. Which I think is pretty appropriate, but...
OG back in business with the Roshan. They'll take this very quickly. An attempt was being made by Extreme Gaming to get up here, but no chance of getting there in time. Roshan to fall. Aegis picked up by Tomato. And he also now has the Aghanims complete.
Jeez. I love that we've also seen the two supports on the side of OG actually built for themselves. Drums on Snap, and then he just goes Lance Orchid, and Ari just goes for Shadow Blade. Knowing how ahead they are, they can do
Tomato's
this.
is charging in with this, of course. He's got nothing to fear. He's even going to start trying to take the outpost back, try and bait a bit of a fight. Ame will take the bait. He goes for the rage, goes straight towards Tomato, but Tomato's forced down to the low ground. Jump back here from Seb, turns with the silence. The Tornado attempts to catch XM, but it won't quite clip him.
It's a little awkward there. Vision, of course, from XG, helping them quite a bit. Does get taken away. Ame trying to hold his ground. Hero range creep in the mid lane, finishing off a building. I like it. Wisdom Rune. It's at level 20 for Tomato if he takes this, pretty much. Jeez.
He's having a crazy game. Did get caught out that once, but other than that, it's a pretty terrifying troll performance.
Yeah, and I actually really like this Aghanims build too. Gonna be very good to just constant dispel. Doesn't have to worry about any of these things being applied on him. Fire spirits, corrosive haze, etc.
Look to move towards bottom. I mean, each and every time Extreme Gaming using one of their players each time to try and push a wave out. This time it's XM working on the bottom.
Hey, they're trying their hardest to keep prolonging this for Ame.
Mardo's heading over. Blink will be back up in a second. They try and get some vision or set up with the Sunstrike, but XM, he will get out. Let's see what they can look towards next here. OG.
Zero, but wait, zero?
No.
No one hit attack. I guess it was just creeps.
Wait, what?
It must have just been creeps.
Actually zero.
Yeah, it's just creeps.
Oh, that's we don't see that a lot.
No.
Zero. Well,
Crush.
They're going to try, but the Silence immediately catches onto XM. Silence down towards Tomato, but he's able to take it off with the Manta style. Ame is attempting to stand his ground against Tomato, but the BKB and the ult's out.
The battle train
will be dropped. Ame getting low. There's Whispering with the RP onto the two of them. It's Ame and XXS out for 50 seconds. No buyback on the either of them. They get the Aegis out of Tomato, but I think that's all they're going to be getting here, as they'll lose their bottom racks. Fortifications there, but with just the three of them, very little hope at a defense.
They even spray on top of the building for the fun of it. And yeah, that's Megas.
And onto the tier 4s.
Wow.
I mean, is there any chance of buying time here for the respawns? I mean, still 20 plus seconds here for the two cores. The first tier 4's gone. XM, he might try one final jump. Whisper, he's gonna get a bit close to the fountain. Won't quite get dragged back in by the telekinesis. The tier 4s are gone though. He'll get the grab back on towards the Phoenix. DY dragged out of the fountain, taken down. This game, this series, it's over, as OG will get both games here today against Extreme Gaming.
That was very impressive. What a showing, and so much momentum, I guess, coming off of that first game. They broke them in the draft, broke them in the lanes. I don't think you could ask for anything more if you're an OG fan. A kind of beautiful ending to the last game of Seb, just getting all those Fiends grip catches, as it was a super close game. And then this one, just a stomp. A total stomp.
It really was. This was... yeah, I mean, smiles all around here from OG, understandably so. First series of the tournament, and you're able to pull off a result like this. And against Extreme Gaming, they will not be happy with the result of this this series. They definitely expected a whole lot more coming into this one against OG. We sort of started to see in Game 1 some sort of shaky plays being made, some mistakes occurring. that just really continued to culminate in Game 2's performance, Game 2's draft. They had to, or at least they felt they had to do something different with the switch around, getting the Slardar in the mid, picking up the Doom as that last pick to try for the offlane instead. It just didn't work out anywhere close to what you can imagine they were hoping to try and catch OG with that switch around fall.
Yeah, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. They thought that this Doom would end up being able to do a little bit better, but it ends up being that Tomato's just anyway free farming, and there's actually the problem of now Invoker is absolutely free farming, and your Slardar's first rotation gets completely crushed and just continues after that. So yeah, OG, huge commends to them. Great showing today.
Absolutely. Taking away these first very valuable points, as you say, in a group situation where we're getting a lot of 1-1s. Not the case here in this one. OG, they'll take both games against Extreme Gaming.
The Kingslayers come into this tournament strong as OG claim a 2-0, the first 2-0 of the mainstream over Extreme Gaming. And Effie, here I was thinking that you were just giving me some platitudes before the series began about like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if OG 2-0. And yet here we are. You knew it. You called it. You saw it. And they manifested it.
I mean, OG is such an explosive team, and you never know what kind of form they're going to be in. So if there's a team that can sneakily 2-0 one of the best teams in the world without the other team expecting it, it is OG. And even in the last Dream League that just happened, in the games that they were losing, in the series that they were losing, they were often the longest series in that tournament, and they were incredibly competitive. And they always went to the late game. They were taking one game off in the series that they were losing. Like, this team is capable of a lot. They've always been one match away from greatness. And if they can just, you know, fix a little bit of their problems, get a little bit more creative, like we saw today, they can look this good.
Oh no, Purge is gone again.
Hello? Anyone hear me?
I hear you, Cinderin.
You hear me?
I hear you. Speak up and let the people know what's on your mind.
I was wondering what Purge thinks.
Don't wonder what.
I'm a professional interpreter now. If you wanna tell us
You
something.
speak Persianese? He's good, he says. Okay.
I mean, what can I say? That game was just an absolute smackdown, right? We were talking about, is this Doom offlane going to work well? You thought it was going to do better in lane than it did. Even got the ice armor, but it just didn't really... They weren't able to set up the type of play that you were talking about with the Doom actually being able to run at Troll with Rubik. I think the Enchantress is just a tough wall to get through in that kind of lane. And ultimately, you also end up forcing your Slardar into mid, who is now playing against Invoker, where even if you draw the lane, your hero just doesn't have the same playmaking potential to enable their teammates around the map. So I personally feel like the Doom was a complete miss. I understand what they were trying to do with the ult against Troll. I just think that's a too narrow timing in the game that you're looking at. You have to look at the big picture of even getting there. And you're running triple melee core in losing lanes against a team of this caliber. It's not going to work.
But what options were there for Extreme Gaming? Because at that point, we already talked about how good OG's draft looked and how difficult it was going to be to play into. But at that point, what do you do really? You can't put the Slardar top. It has to go mid versus Invoker, which isn't even a great matchup for Slardar. So what heroes were remaining outside of the Doom, right? It felt like OG just put them in a position where they had no options, and the best option that they had was subpar, like you mentioned. So that's definitely just a draft win by OG, and just them being in top form today, it seems like.
I wonder if the Slardar would have done worse top. I think both heroes just suck in that lane. And then you could have had then it's about, okay, is it worse that Slardar is having a bad game with Doom? And then you could put another hero
no,
mid
we
that can
lost him
actively
also.
get something done. Am I done?
Rest in peace. You turned into a robot
it's over,
briefly,
guys.
but that's okay, because I don't
Been
need to
real.
hear from you guys anymore. I want to hear from some winners. Specifically, I want to hear from Tomato, who's standing by with Slacks.
We're live? Hello. Yes, absolutely. Completely ready for you here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Tomato. How you doing?
Hello, sir. Hello, brother, sir. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm so good. Now, before we started this thing, he said, can you not ask me a boring question? He said he wants spicy questions. He's sick of the old. How did you guys beat the best team in the world? They just won the last tournament. You came in here and you absolutely dumped on them, sir. Why? How? What did you do to prepare for this?
Luck. It's always luck.
Bullshit! Tell me the truth. You said you want a spicy interview. Now you got it, all right?
Okay. So Seb did a back-to-back speech. It was like a speech into a speech, and then we got a speech from the coach.
Damn.
We had the BCN special birthday ritual. You know, we took him to all the bars. He got super drunk. You know, you always gotta drink before the match. That's super important. Me myself, I lost like 300 MMRs, all double downs. Don't double down, guys. It's
right.
worse than gambling addiction. The double down, don't do it. And that's pretty much it. That's the prep.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for that in-depth interview there. I do have a serious question, though. Game 1, you guys let them have a Mars last. It seemed like a really good game for Mars. Did you know that was going to come? Did you just let them have it? Were you prepared? Or was it kind of shocking?
I mean, you gotta play against something. You just gotta man up. You gotta be like, what are you gonna play against? I think we banned. Actually, I wasn't paying attention during draft. Honestly, we banned Centaur.
Great.
I think we argued that Centaur better ban. Mars not too scared. Mars is like, okay, he's Pierce, and then what? So yeah, we just felt comfortable giving them Mars over all of his heroes. And I mean, it worked out, right? You win, you're happy. You lose, you flame your drafter, right? That's how it goes.
Absolutely, every time. And before we do go, we do have one special announcement. It's actually BZM's birthday. He's walking right there. So I thought we'd go over and sing him a little song. BZM, he's leaving right now, but we can catch him. BZM, happy birthday! Don't flip me off. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Slow down. All right. Back to you guys.
Happy birthday, BZM. What better celebration could you hope for than avoiding an interview with Slacks? But getting a 2-over extreme is a pretty good gift as well. And Tomato was saying it, that secret to success was just speeches on speeches on speeches. Seb in rare form. And OG firing on all cylinders. I'm talking because I don't know if my panel is able to use their voices or not. I will test it. Effie.
Hey.
No. Purge?
Hello?
No. Syndra?
Yo.
No.
I can hear him.
No for me
Yeah, hate
as
to
well?
see it.
I can hear all of these.
Yes,
Really?
I know. You're all muted.
Really?
Really?
I finally got...
It's working.
Oh, no, you are working. I lied.
Why are you pretending?
You just can't hear it? I'm just impressed that BZM got so much movement speed that he dodged an interview. It's actually, I've never seen somebody do that strat before.
My man
just
got surged.
Run faster than the cameraman, and you're fine. They're never gonna keep following you. Watching the cameraman slowly run after you, that's easy. I'm gonna do that in the future. I'm just gonna sprint away from Slacks, and I can avoid the awkward situations.
Yeah, what if he ups the ante, though? What if he starts ambushing people?
Oh, he was right there. He was going fast. Again, the cameraman's got to hold the camera, and it can't be too bouncy.
It's true.
So the faster you run, you're safe. You're just safe. Hey, Struun.
The little do you know about Slacks is he
filmmaking,
IO
though.
tethers enemies.
That's
He can
right.
take their move speed. He's different. He's built diff.
The team synergy on that team right now. OG. What will they bring us next? Well, I'll tell you what they'll bring us next. A match against Tundra. Because that is going to be our 4th series of the day. And our last series, we are going to get to that while we also sort out the very complicated nature of audio. We'll be right back after the break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
What about if you open up? When are you gonna tell all about you? All about you, I wanna know. Come on and tell what you want with all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 What about if you talk to me? And in the secrecy, the smile that you're giving me. Oh yeah. Come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you
Welcome back, everyone, to the final series of the day. Day one of the group stage here at ESL 1, Birmingham 2024. Look at these smiling faces that you're seeing. It was Tundra Esports making their, well, not debut, actually, because they already played one series a little bit earlier today, and it was a 2-0 for them. They ended up beating Game & Gladiators. As I welcome you to a new face joining me here on the panel as well, Fogged.
Hello.
Pleasure to have you.
I'm loud in my ear. That's fine. That's okay.
fine.
I'm good. Yeah, I just casted. It was fun. I didn't expect OG to come out that great, but I didn't want to I didn't think that they would be bad by any means because they're the only team that really looked really good versus Falcons in the last few weeks. So yeah, it was a good showing from them, and Seb definitely put some feels in there. Yeah, definitely. We've all been talking about Bane for a while, and now we're glad we're getting to see it first 2 picks. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and then them going off the beaten path with their picks in game number 2. I'm looking forward to what OG have and the tricks up their sleeve that are planned for this event. But yeah, Tundra also getting a 2-0 over Game & Gladiators. We didn't get to catch the game, Purge, but what's your impressions right now on Tundra as they have now seemingly brought Toby into the fold as a full-time offlaner?
Yeah, Toby's a pretty solid player, but he's seen as not the best offlaner in the world by any means. So of his 5-man squad, I would say that in his position, he's maybe the weakest because there's just a lot of star power in his team. Pure is such a good carry, tops in 1 TI twice, and is still a very amazing, versatile player. So I really like their squad as a whole. They're kind of OG-esque in that you're like, yeah, I could see them doing well, but they aren't quite there yet. But at the moment, I think they're just worse than OG personally. But we could really be surprised here.
Well, we can take this opportunity to perhaps learn a little bit more about the team. Let me show you this video on Tundra.
Tundra Esports, an organisation everyone in Dota is very familiar with at this point. Winners of the International 2022, they were once considered the best team in the world. However, times change, and so does Tundra. After a turbulent 2023, they decided to rebuild the entire roster from the ground up. With a TI winner plus some fresh talent, it's easy to see how they made it. On paper, they really should be one of the strongest teams around. In reality, they haven't managed to show that side of the team yet. With some lackluster results after formation, like a 10th place at Dream League Season 22, they really didn't hit the ground running. Unfortunately, Tundra's bad fortune kept going, as they've had to show up to the event with quite a different roster. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt and come together as a team with minimal time to prepare. Hopefully, ESL 1 Birmingham will be the beginnings of the fresh start they were looking for. Only one way to find out: trial by fire. Good luck.
The only British organization here, although the one British player is on the other team. Effie, your expectations for Tundra, because you were really on point with OG earlier. Maybe I should get your reads on Tundra right now.
I think this will be a 1-1. Actually, I think Tundra are really solid. They're a good team. They had a lot of potential when they were formed and at Dream League, but they fell a little bit short. But recently, it seems like they've developed a style that really works for them, right? They've been playing pure on these Drow Rangers and Lunas. These ranged carries, they pick a melee carry for Whiteman, like Clockwork or ET. They protect the Drow. Purge talked about Toby maybe not being the flashiest offlaner, but he has looked really good in his Brewmaster, so they do have a lot of heroes that look like they're working very well for them.
Similarly, though, they always seem to be one step away from greatness. So their most recent performance that we saw was at Elite League. The group stage was basically all splits for them. They got 1-1 splits against everyone other than Boom Esports, which they got the 2-0, and then they proceeded to go into bracket and lost to PSG Quest. Which, no shame in that, because it turns out PSG Quest is actually much better than any of us were anticipating, but still, Tundra are missing something that brings them to the next level. And what could it be if not a 2-time TI winner? What more do you need in your corner?
Probably just experience. The team is still pretty fresh. All the players together. It's a lot of ideas coming together too from a lot of regions as well too, right? It's like Europe, SEA plus Eastern Europe and stuff like that too, coming in together. And I don't know. I do love watching this team of how much that they can build together, but I do think that they just need some time. 9 classes is his first 4 months in Pro Dota.
True.
Pretty much, or something like that, right? And Whitemon, I think this is one of his first times transitioning from an SEA team
to an NA team.
Europe/NA team, right?
And then now a Western European team.
So I feel like he's been kind of all over. So it's just kind of cool to see, and I think this team has got strength that's just going to get better and better.
Yeah,
So
well,
correct me if I'm wrong. Did Tundra not beat OG for the qualifiers for this specific tournament?
they did. So originally there was one slot for Western Europe because every single team, every single region gets one slot to qualify for this, aside from the EPT leaderboards. And Tundra ended up claiming the Western European slot.
I think that was the one where we saw the clip where he wrote just better.
Just better. Yeah, I was
Right.
casting that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a spicy game the whole time. They were tipping each other nonstop.
So you're
The two of
saying
them.
this match
It's a
is going to be
grudge match.
spicy too?
Yeah.
Because Tundra gatekept OG from playing this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
OG miraculously gets here. They completely pop off in their first series of this tournament, and now they get to play against the team that initially gatekept them and were toxic to them.
Mm-hmm.
And that sounds pretty exciting to me.
I think it's going to be a lot of tips, and I think we saw a good display of the all chat. I think a couple last week or whatever it was between Falcons and
yeah,
XG,
and
right?
Extreme.
I think this could have a lot of all chat too.
I'm appreciating it very much of the spice that we're seeing because I saw Skitter was also bringing some notes about how he thought the discourse surrounding the teams that he's on is always flip-flopping. He's on the old Tundra, the TI winning Tundra, and everyone's like, oh, this team's so boring. They just build Wraithfact all the time. Nothing happens and they win. And now he's on Falcons. He's with some spicy teammates, ATF and Malrine. And yet again, everyone's railing on him. Be like, oh, where's the respect? ATF doesn't show any respect to anyone. Malrine's just some young kid on the block. What do the people want, Perch?
That was just the people upset that there hadn't been a patch yet. And when they expected the patch to finally come and it didn't come, they really focused on that instead. So I'm sure they're very busy collecting their tokens now, so I don't think they're going to care too much about the drama. They're just here to enjoy it. They just won't whine about it afterwards, I think.
Good.
Too many tokens to gather.
Too much fishing to do.
Mm-hmm. Fish, get those coins, buy those Arcanas.
Have you been crown falling, Giannis?
Not that much, really. I don't know. For me, I love the Arcana thing and everything. It brings the most people back to Dota, but I've never been the biggest cosmetic kind of guy. If they bring back ES Arcana, then I will play the hell out of this Crownfall. But
Planetfall?
Or yeah, Planetfall, that thing. So it fits the name kind of there too, right?
That's true.
So if they brought that back, I would play a lot more of it.
You mean Earth Spirit?
No, Shaker.
Shaker?
Yeah.
Earth Shaker, Earth Spirit, Elder
Amber
Titan.
Spirit.
I was
There are
thinking
many
Elder
ESs.
Titan when you said ES for some reason.
No,
So I was
Earthshaker.
like,
That was just the cool Arcana because it's just super distracting in games. But I mean, it's excellent for the game. I think a lot of people underestimated how cool Crownfall actually is. So
Is it excellent in the meta? Were you at all surprised by what we've been seeing on day one of Birmingham as it's been evolving? We don't have a large sample size of games to go off of, but the fact that there hasn't been a real gameplay patch in quite a while still seems like things are changing. Freaking first phase Muerta Magnus in this last game. Disruptor was popping off like crazy in Elite League, and I guess it's still getting banned out a lot. Anything else strike your fancy?
I mean, I got the Bane. It's just this Bane first pick and stuff like that. I mean, I feel like it still is quite a lot of the same stuff. I got to be honest. Like I'm still seeing these Chens and everything banned first too, and I will never see Chen picked. But I don't know. I don't think things are going to change too much in this tournament for a bit.
I thought you had a strong read on a hero that you thought was going to emerge.
Which one?
You said Bane, and then you said, oh, was it Sniper?
Sniper and Shadow Demon, I thought were going to be the two
Sniper.
other super high ones, yeah, but...
They're too high. Too good, so they're getting banned. All
They're
the
just getting
heroes
banned every
that
game.
were so popular in the last tournament are now first phase banned. I mean, I think in the Elite League, the most picked hero was Disruptor, and his win rate was like 56%, which is crazy for like a first pick hero to still have such a high win rate above 50. Usually when you pick it first, people pick counters, but because it's the support, it's kind of like, well, what are you going to do, build BKB? But it's still very annoying. So I just like that all those best supports are solidified as best supports. They get banned, and now we just don't have to watch them as much. So we get some variety. And
It's early days, Purge. I'm sure everything's will become very predictable as time progresses. I know something that's very unpredictable, though, and that's our reporter on the ground. Slacks, what's happening right now?
Hey there, Tsunami. So good to see you yet again. Yes, we have Tundra and OG about to get into their game. Let's go ahead and have a little peek ski in the booth ski and see Tundra for the first time on the main stream here. Take a little peek in there, Mr. Camera Guy. They're looking really serious. They're getting in. We got, I believe someone's checking their nails there. Very good. Thompson is seeing us. Oh my God. Okay.
Wow,
I'm coming
I
in.
can't hear anyone.
I'm coming in for just a sec. You've been working out? Look at these guns, dude. Can we give it one flex? One big boy flex?
Tournament.
If you win the tournament, you'll give me a flex?
Yeah, I'll give you a flex.
Such a tease. All right. Well, everyone else is looking very calm. Moon's already logged in. Very nice stuff coming out from here. Let's go check out OG. How are they feeling? Here we go. Walking by. Maintain eye contact, everybody. Everything's good. Gentlemen. Sir, good luck. It's good. All right. How's the OG feeling after their first series? looking pretty calm. Oh my God, they got bonkers at one of the computers. That's going to have a virus on it. That's not good. But they're looking very calm, very good. We'll see if we can sneak up on BZM and wish him happy birthday one more time. Hold on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Any wishes?
Fuck off.
All right, great. Well, the players are very happy. Thank you guys so much. Great time. We'll see you soon. That's my birthday wish for you too, baby.
Thank you very much, Flags. What a cheerful birthday for BZM. Like I said, what more could he hope for? He avoided the interview the first time, and this time, just tell him straight to his face, Effie.
Sometimes it's just your birthday and you need a bald man running at you so you can be happy that it's your birthday. So, great job. Happy birthday, BZM.
Happy birthday.
The Shadow Blade approach was smart. That's good.
The Shadow Blade.
He didn't have a sentry down or the preemptive dust.
All right, well, let's see BZM pulled up on our screen so we can see the birthday boy in all of his beautiful glory as he's front and center. And I'm glad he's front and center because I feel like he was receiving a lot of criticism over the course of Elite League. Now, oftentimes I like to compare the actual performance of a team to what the perception of a team is. And I feel like if you were just casually browsing the match threads on Reddit, you would have been under the impression that OG were just bombing out of every single thing in the group stage, in the Swiss stage specifically for Elite League, because everyone was just like, oh my god, what are they doing? Seb's trash, Tomato's looking lost, Whisper, his English needs to get better, and BZM specifically, I feel like the bar of expectations is so high for him that even if he doesn't get even close to it, everyone starts destroying him. It seems like what I saw from today, he seems in prime form.
I agree. When he first kind of blew up on the team, there was a lot of focus on him, but he was like one of the players to kind of just survive on the squad for forever. So I think he just gets a little ignored in terms of the perception because like it seems like there's other people that had been playing worse than him. That's why they're no longer on the team. So now he's again maybe a target of the spotlight. There's a lot of competition on his team to be the best that's performing, and I think he's been solving that. But there's also been like a lot of hero shifts too. The mid heroes are less the flashy like carry from the mid lane and more like the initiator, and that fits him sometimes. But it's a little bit easier to be under the radar that way. So I think that's part of the up and down that we've seen.
I like this guy. I don't know. He's been great to watch since he's come into the scene. He's still so young. I think he did something like, I mean, you don't forget it because he looks very young as well too, but he's 19 now, I think.
Today is his 19th birthday.
Today is his 19th, so
either that or the 18th birthday. I don't know. Today is his birthday.
Today's his birthday.
He's either 18 or 19.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, super young and I don't know, confident young mid players are just something always to be sought after, and I think he still always shows his confidence. I think he's a pretty aggressive player. I think he never really like gets back and like sits back and farms.
Unless Flax is chasing him, then he runs. Then
yeah,
he sprints
sure. That's very true. But yeah, I mean, I think that this guy I never really like look at a game and I'm like, wow, BZM is 0-8. He's just hitting jungle creeps, right? He's like, even if he's like 0-4, BZM's making a play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he died. Whatever. You know, this is always just a good thing to see from your mid laner. So.
Yeah, and I'm on board with Purge. What you were saying is that somehow BZM is now the most legacy player of the roster that he came into with.
At the age of 16.
At the age of 16, and now he's the most long-standing, I guess, consistent member of OG. I mean, obviously, Seb has popped in and out, but not as a main roster staying, so maybe he is the new scapegoat, because the OG just needs to keep rotating players left and right. But so far, what we've seen today has been impressive. How will he stack up against Tundra, though, Effie? Because maybe against XM, he's feeling comfortable against that, but are the Kingslayers of OG as confident against another team that's probably on their level with Tundra?
I think you're feeling pretty confident after the way that you just won versus Extreme Gaming, who won the last tournament, but Tundra just came off of a 2-0 from beating Gaming Gladiators as well, so they'll both be feeling themselves. I think the mid lane, if we're talking about BZM versus Thompson, I mean, you just have to have a solution for Sniper, because they're just going to pick Sniper. I mean, Tundra, it's been nice to see them develop stylistically, but I feel like every time I've tuned in over the last couple of weeks, I've just seen Sniper on the mid lane by Thompson. So It just depends on how they've prepared draft-wise to play into this hero pool.
I've seen the Sniper, and I've seen the occasional Pugna as well, whenever he's feeling especially spicy. But Thompson has his own specialties that no one else really does, which is why I love seeing the sniper, but everyone's doing sniper. I'm sure he was prepared for XM sniper as well.
Well, it's good now that it's popular because then he's going to be like, this is not for me anymore. He's going to find something else new to tickle
the
our brains.
hipster mid lane picks.
Yeah, just pick something weird. Play some other support in the mid lane. Whatever.
I mean, he played Omni Knight too.
Yeah, true.
There was an Omni Knight mid game and a Pugna mid game, but mostly it's been Sniper, DK, Puck. So I expect we'll see Sniper, DK, Puck. As for BZM's performance, I believe it just depends on how he is enabled in draft, because the mid lane has shifted recently to where it doesn't have that immense of an impact the way that it did 3 years ago when we saw BZM pop off for the first time. But I mean, the way that OG drafted versus XG in the last series in that game too was so clever. If they can pull off a gotcha like that where they have to potentially flex a lackluster hero to the mid lane, then I can see BZM having another really solid performance.
Well, look at your bans. So I think we already got a couple of the Thompson annoyances not having to be
Take it
worried
out.
about. So maybe we'll have some nice, fair 1v1 matchups. Hopefully not an Invoker versus a Slardar though, because that was, I mean, the matchup itself is whatever, but the mid game is just horrific, as we saw.
It was a game where we didn't really see Slaughter do that much.
He just couldn't. Yeah.
There was like one small moment where he got aggressive on Invoker, and then he's like Tornado, and you're like, oh, okay.
And then he has Deafening Blast as well. He just has 8 different spells versus you if you don't get ahead or get on top of him. So
Yeah, to be fair, that was a very difficult matchup.
yeah.
But when you're target banning Thompson's hero pool, you also have to think about the way Tundra have been playing, right? So you're going to sacrifice potentially giving away Brewmaster, which has been a hero that Tundra have thrived on. I mean, Toby's looked like one of the best brews of the recent offlaners who've been playing brews. So you also have to worry about the potential Drow plus Clock coming into that first phase. It's something that Tundra have been doing pretty actively.
I love that they're doing that, honestly. I think Whitemon is probably the only player in the world that's doing something like this, right? The Clockwork 5 position. I feel like I'm not seeing anyone else do it. And I think he's actually, for me, he's the best melee 5 position right now.
It's kind of a good position to be in because as all of these top tier 5 heroes get moved up to first round bans, having like the next level of strength of heroes being something that you're good at, it just gives you an upper hand, whether it's Bane or whether it's Clockwork or something like that. So he's
ET, right? Like
at
he's a
the
big ET.
yeah, at the very least, it should give him a nice advantage for this first week of the tournament until like the second string of top tier supports gets identified, and then teams spend their pub time to adapt to that. So could really help with this first part of the group stage to get them some nice wins due to his skill.
Yo, where's my Whitemon Treant Protector? Yo, give me some. Where's the Treant Protector?
If
The hero's dead.
Celery isn't picking Treant Protector, no one's picking Treant Protector.
But Whitemon's the other guy that really loves that hero.
He did love it. Instead, they will opt to pick Marcy as their first pick, because the bans are the Monkey King, the Sniper, the Rubik, Tundra take out the Chen, the Io, the Disruptor, and the Pango.
So much like last series, they did this in the first game, even though the Eye was banned, so it's not necessarily a flex. This is Ari's new Hoodwink, I guess, where he's like just confident on the hero. It gives you great kill potential against a lot of carry matchups. Could force your opponents to focus more on laning supports, not necessarily heroes that make their draft super, super good. And that can give you a nice advantage.
I just like this hero is just always just great to play as like any carry. I feel like you're always happy if you have a Marcy. It's a built-in steroid, and you're gonna itemize. At least from what I saw, Ari, he's not scared to build for his team. He's not always gonna phase BKB. Last game he did phase, drum, solar crust, threw it all onto Tomato. Tomato's a monster. So I like that there's the variety of that, but also that it's gonna be great with almost any carry.
That's a good point. I really underestimated that in the first game. I saw it as like, wow, Tomato's just tanky, doing great. I totally forgot about the ways that Marcy's facilitating him, because he looked abnormally strong.
And he did do cool stuff too. Little things, but he was doing the sidekick on the Earth Brewling as well, and then he was pushing buildings with Whisper, doing the Earth Brew with Marcy sidekick. So the buildings are dying quite a lot faster. Small things, but just
and drumming them too, probably. So it's like multiple ways that he made the siege better.
I do wonder though about it, because I don't think that all of the heroes available that the overall first pick Marcy looks very good. And I think OG are trying to do a thing where Ari has been playing very well on it. It enables a lot of their hero picks like Timbersaw and like Brewmaster. But when we saw it happen in the last series, it was after the first pick Bane, which countered the Pangolier. So there's already a lot of value in their draft that I don't really see this Marcy giving, honestly. And if you're looking at the support to support matchups, Marcy versus Batrider, it's nice to be Batrider against Marcy. She tries to rebound, you just flame break her back, you can out trade her on lane, you can rotate when she rotates. So I do wonder what take OG have with this first phase Marcy, because right now I don't see the value.
Okay.
I'm on board with Purge's analysis that this is his new Hoodwink.
The new
Because
Hoodwink?
in Dream League, I don't think Hoodwink was necessarily a top-tier support, because no one else was really picking it other than Crit, I think. And they were just ramming it in every single draft until people were like, oh, Ari's winning a lot on Hoodwink. Maybe we should ban Hoodwink. And then they're like, great, we got a free ban now.
Mine is just interesting because like now we've seen the 2 games before from OG where they've done not just the Bane slam down pick, but they did a Magnus too, where it's the same kind of concept. Where is this the absolute best pick on paper, right? It's not on paper, but for them, they have an idea that they want to build off it. So, but I would prefer to be that.
The cool thing about that Magnus, though, is that it forced the Rubik pick by Extreme Gaming when they don't necessarily like to play that hero in ZenQ anyway. It's not how they've been playing or winning. And by forcing the Rubik pick, you weaken the enemy offlane, which is what they were trying to do. It was a very interesting draft approach. Here, I don't really see the same thing. I think they're just trying to experiment with their Marcy and see how far they can take it. That's what it looks like right now.
And I always like teams that take this position where they pick they open something a little weird. It becomes essentially difficult to prep against for the enemy team. It's not necessarily something they practice. Like, hey, what if they pick some other random hero for Ari and they open with it every game? They don't run those situations. Whereas on the other side, Tundra Esports, they open bat. Okay, that's kind of expected. That means OG should have more prep against what they do in these draft opportunities, especially when they open a Marcy.
I mean, they gave Tundra their brew, though, right? We were talking about Toby and his brew and how good it's looked. And OG have looked good on their brew as well, but they opted to just not take it here. So now you have to find an offlane pairing, potentially something like a Timbersaw, that can take advantage of Marcy's roam potential by being self-sustaining after a few levels.
Which you could be put away from doing that Timbersaw because there's that bat always. So, yeah, they're going to go just for their carry.
Is there a possibility that they do 5 Marcy instead and have Seb play it, or do you think it's definitely Ari? Because obviously sidekick on Morphling is great. It's like free Morbid Mask at the start of the game if you get put 1 skill point into it.
I think that you need a bit more levels of sidekick for it to be valuable, because usually, like that level 1 of sidekick, you lose potential as a lane support. If you're getting it level 1 to help with CSing and sustain, you don't have dispose, you don't have rebound to help secure any kind of range creeps or give that move speed or potentially disengage. So I would still like to see it on Ari. I think experimenting with it as a roamer and a hero enabler later on makes the most sense. But I like OG's approach of stealing the Morphling from Tundra.
Yeah, I think it's super nice versus, honestly, that lane. Sure, you're going to be playing into a natural vessel builder, but whatever. You're going to be going for your own build, your Manta, your Vlads, etc. if you want to do that, so.
Radiant team pick.
And just feeling confident. I guess they just really like this Magnus Marcy, the combination of what they can actually do inside the game overall.
There's a lot of repositioning on that lane.
Yeah.
You can get the dispose into the skewer back into a tower. It's kind of like a tiny Magnus lane light.
And giving a Magnus like that movement speed from rebound, he's going to get these skewer setups a lot easier and stuff too. That's very cool.
And if he grabs somebody and pulls them back, it's easy for Marcy to follow, but the chain stun without having to commit RP, so.
You have double buffs too for your Morphling, right? You're going to have the sidekick plus the Empower. But on the other side, Tundra, we haven't talked about their draft. They follow up with the Zeus ET. We've seen this combination do some crazy things at the Elite League. You have the Spirit with the Aura to amp up all of Zeus damage, and you also have ET as a means to scout out the Magnus, right? If you're worried about this Magnus initiation, this Magnus blink into the skewer back, into the RP, you have the Spirit stopping the blink dagger with the damage and scouting him out, while also amplifying Tundra's teamfight. So it looks like a great pick.
Yeah, and they're now going to be able to, they can actually match even scaling because this ET throughout any points in the game now. If they pick a good counter pick versus like the Morph, the ET Aura, if he's able to ever utilize that, or just with Zeus. I've seen literally at the last tournament, Ori got one-shotted, quote-unquote one-shotted. An Astral Spirit went on top of him, and he got Zeus ult, Nimbus, Refresher, Zeus ult, Nimbus, died 100-0 with 3k HP.
Yeah, and the point about his Aura helping you against Morphling is so important, because before you mentioned that, I'm looking at Tundra's lineup, I'm like, it's all magic damage.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier to itemize against that. You all buy BKBs, maybe somebody picks up a pipe or two, a Mage Slayer, possibly on a core, can make a big difference against that. So that at least allows them to have a potentially good carry-to-carry matchup against the Morphling with their last pick.
Yeah, Morphling definitely hates playing against ET. And surely OG take out Drow, right? I mean, it's
That's
pure
exactly what I'm
most
looking at.
placed hero. Most by hero. It would have been great versus Morphling too. The Gust also very good against Magnus.
Or Puck. Lots of heroes.
Or Puck. Speaking of the Puck, I do think that's Tundra's primary concern at the moment. They don't necessarily have the most reliable lockdown or means to catch this Puck. They will have Lasso later on, but it's still a lot harder to pull off
What
a
about
Lasso and Puck
Meepo?
than like a Hex on him.
Pure did
both for
play
Tundra.
it in Elite League twice. He
They
didn't
lost
win
twice.
with it.
They lost with it though, right?
They lost with it both times.
Normally I'd be scared playing against the mag, but if you've already got a Morphling, so it's not like he gets all this free cleave or anything. So, but they do have a lot of jump and a lot of AOE stun.
I think the Drow's more.
And silence.
Yeah. Now the Darkseer ban makes it looks like.
They're gonna pick TB with the Darkseer ban.
TB versus the Morph is weird. If they wanted to do
10
that.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Not PL, right?
I still think you go for that draw. I mean, if OG gives it to
yeah,
you on a
of
silver
course.
platter, you eat that up.
Maybe they're trying to mind game them with the Darkseer ban, right? Because just like the Darkseer ban maybe makes them think like, oh, maybe they won't go for the Drow.
Or a Dusa, maybe.
That's that. Yeah.
Maybe better than Terrorblade.
I love Drow. Honestly, Drow looks so good here.
OG have left last pick, overall last pick, again to Seb, and we saw how much impact he was able to have as the Enchantress. What kind of 5 hero can come out for OG, though, that can have the same kind of impact in terms of completely crushing the lanes? Because that's what you want to give your Morphling in this game, because he's going to be at disadvantage later on because of the ET aura. So you have to make sure he gets the greatest start ever. I mean, maybe it could still be a Bane again.
I'm thinking, honestly, it's either the Bane or the Ench again. They're super strong laners, and the Ench gives them tower push if they want to go down that route, too. Because that last game, he took 2 towers because of a Dark Troll Summoner, which kicked tempo up as well. So, I mean, if he just wants to stick with the guns that worked before.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of works. You'd be semi. Brewmaster doesn't really like playing against it. You turn on the heal. You've got the ultimate, so Brew doesn't get easy kills. You get a little magic resistance, maybe a pipe on you. It's going to really help your team against Zeus. You can frontline, which is going to be great scouting for Magnus or Marcy or Puck.
Yeah, maybe the Ench is better just because the pipe. Bane's not really going to do something like that. Help your team out with any auras. Let's see.
15 seconds remaining. I mean, we vaguely mentioned that Magnus could be flex, but I think with a Morphling on your team, they will go with the Enchantress.
I like the Ench more. I think the pipe is going to be godly if he goes down that route.
Yeah.
And he would be the pipe builder, or I guess maybe Mag, but I don't want to see.
I really like pipe against Brew as well. I played a game with it recently because when he splits, you're like, oh no, he's Radiance burning and being annoying. If you just pipe your whole team, you're like, okay, that's 10 seconds of Radiance burn. That was just going to tick on them, kind of guaranteed on the fight. It really does make a big difference. And with Zeus being also there, that extra magic resistance reduction is huge.
Pipe Enchantress, though, that's going to fall off really hard. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like, you do, like, just some, like, aura stuff, though. Like, you're playing for your Morphling in this game, right? But...
And they have enough damage between... Like, you can empower Morphling and Marcy support, and that alone should be, like... That's going to help make up for a possible aura item from Enchant, I feel like.
What's the carry choice for Pure? His Drow Ranger's gone. Meepo is still a possibility, perhaps.
Not Meepo, for sure. I don't like Meepo here, but maybe another ranged carry like Wind Ranger, something like that could work. It is going to be threatened by Coil and RP, but you want to take advantage of having an ET on lane, and you want to be able to trade with Morphling as a ranged hero, because there are a lot of ways to protect this Morphling versus any melee hero. It looks like I'm wrong, and they just go Sven. They think that the melee hero route works here for Tundra.
Interesting.
Well, if they stun Morphling and ET's nearby, the Sven is going to be the best hero for just instantly killing it. It's going to be a huge amount of damage. He's going to be able to protect his team with physical, with Warcry, and he just does all the physical damage they might need. So it definitely, if they get a disable setup with Lasso and Pure jumps on like BZM, they can kill those heroes really fast.
This Morphling's got he's still got good matchups. He just has to worry about getting burst from the magical damage, but like carry to carry matchup, Morph doesn't mind that much versus that Sven until
not at all.
Way later when he's got Bloodthorn and crazy stuff like that. But
agreed, not at all. I think the idea behind this Sven is just you kill the entirety of OG and then you just leave Morphling for last potentially. They also lacked stuns. We talked about it before, not really reliable stuns. There was the Lasso. I mean, Stun isn't good at catching Puck, but maybe he can follow up on something like a Lasso. And he's going to hit a really nice timing when he gets the BKB and the Ags, where he's going to be able to, dispel Enchantress, go in, just crush that backline really quickly, and hopefully they can end early off of the back of Stun. Because if they do that, it looks like a really good pick. But the overall late game, you're talking about all of the heroes on OG scaling, it's going to be pretty scary, because then your Stun's just going to get RP'd, right? He's going to get RP'd, he's going to get controlled. There's going to be vision, there's going to be kite items, there's going to be aura items. So it's scary, but it can work.
Yeah, I can see it work just because if the Morph dies a couple times early, that's where the Sven can pull ahead because he farms so fast, right? Compared to something like a Morph who could get a Zeus ult. Oh my god, he's jungling at low HP, right? Like it can happen. I've seen everyone die to something like that. So I think if Sven gets ahead, there's a chance, but if if this Morph doesn't have a bad game, this Morph is probably going to have a free one.
And Sven has to do it early because this magic, it's basically like 80%, 4 out of the 5 heroes on Tundra are magic damage primarily. Sven is the only instance of physical damage. Once BKB start coming online, then OG shouldn't have much to fear at that point.
It seems like it. I mean, they shouldn't have that much to fear, but don't forget that it's not just the Sven you're playing against. You're also playing against Elder Titan and Zeus, and that is one of the scariest late game combos in Dota, especially with how Zeus's are building as carries, right? With Mantisile, Shard, Conda, Refresher, playing into the aura. If the BKBs go down on OG, get down to the lowest duration, then there's still counterplay from Tundra from their other combination in the game.
Well, it's two teams coming hot off a 2-0 victory so far in this group stage. Let's see which one's going to get their third win in our game number 1 with Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Welcome, everybody, to OG versus Tundra here, the ESL 1 Birmingham. Sunsfan here with Cinder Meister. Greetings.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm warmed up. I've just been, I've been paneling 2 good games that we just saw OG absolutely crush Extreme, I think is fair to say, especially in the second game. So curious to see if they can keep that momentum going after their first serious performance of the day. Tundra, no strangers to winning, though. They took a 2-0 against Gaming Gladiators. So some of the big names off to a bad start in this tournament so far. Curious to see who's going to draw the longer straw in this one. I feel like the lineups are very different in style, as the panel talked about with pacing and with matchups. Zeus is gaining a lot of popularity, and you're running that together with Elder Titan for a massive magic damage burst combo against Morph. I think that is going to be the name of the game, and Sven will be farming a lot.
Yep, as always, Seb, you might get first blooded here. Finally, we'll go down to Mr. Who was that? Was that a split?
That was the fastest tip I've seen.
That was a split of first blood.
Oh, it was Seb we killed. Tip him.
I mean, these players have very fast reactions when it comes to tipping, Cinderin, as you know.
All right, there's one. Pure's a little bit slower today, but it's okay. He also tipped the wrong player. So, bit of a mistake. Oh, D-Ward coming out from Thompson will give him a nice head start in the mid lane, almost level 1. Almost half a level ahead of the puck from this, just getting the first blood experience plus D-Ward.
That's a good start, but most importantly, do you know the name of that character that is spray painted on?
Yes.
What is it?
It is Curse Bird.
No, it's Skriok.
I know it's Skriok, but it's boring to give you the correct
answer. It's the
answer.
coolest name in Dota now.
Okay.
Lots of Smurfs are naming themselves that, I hear.
Okay.
Very important to note that beforehand here. As Ari getting chased off by Whitemon right now. And yeah, both teams 2-0, as you said, in this early group stage. But it's only a couple-day group stage, Cinderin, so each game is going to be very important as opposed to some of the group stages that we've had in the past where it feels like it's been long and drawn out. It's not the case here for Birmingham.
Yeah, so you're playing 10 total games, right? Oh, hang on. Pure.
In a lot of trouble, but Ari's going to go down first. And it looks like they will get the eventual trade, so Pure does fall. As Whisper also pretty low. Whitemon doing quite a bit of damage, but now just going to walk away, get some last hits in the meantime.
So yeah, you're playing a total of 10 games, right? If either team in this one 2-0s and you have 4 wins, that is kind of close to secure a top 4, right? Which is where you don't get knocked out of the tournament. So on day 1, you can essentially secure yourselves getting through stage number 1, which is quite crazy.
Skewer from Whisper. Yep, he's trying to get away. Echo Stomp, not going to clip, will actually cancel from Whitemon. And it looks like Whisper will be able to get out just fine unless Whitemon finds him in the tree line. He will. 1 right click, make it 2. 1 more will do the job, and indeed, Whitemon finishes off Whisper in style.
A nice early advantage here coming the way of Tundra. First blood, they're crushing mid. Thompson with a big lead against BZM, 15-3 against 7-0. Getting all of that advantage out of the first blood experience.
Arc lightning.
Just relentless here.
No vision to finish the job, but yeah, BZM taking a beating like you said. And that first blood really does pay dividends here in the mid lane. That is something that has not really changed in Dota's history. The question is, what kind of support can OG find to help out BZM? I mean, you have the Enchantress.
Yeah.
But it's a little early, it feels like.
It feels difficult to find a kill on Zeus with an edge rotation without level 6 on Puck, right? Like, you kind of need that coil to lock people in. Skewer from Whisper, not bad onto Pure. The Whitemon is quite strong to turn around here. And that will be the end of that exchange, so... They're trading punches, but the big winner in the lane probably is still Sven, just sitting on a comfortable CS lead against Magnus. And in comparison to OG's earlier games that we saw today, this is not the laning stage that we saw against Extreme. That generally was going very well for them. Just this time around, both mid and the enemy safe lane are having a quite good time overall.
Yeah, Pure kind of taking a beating here. Has to reposition constantly, missing a few last hits as a result. So Whisper definitely, I mean, he did fall, but it feels like OG are controlling this lane a good amount. As Whisper will finally get nice right click, a rebound into the potential dispose, back into the fray, but the Stormhammer comes through as Pure will just barely get out in time.
Whitemon strong here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage go through as Whisper comes in with the skewer, finishes off Pure. And now Whitemon trying to get some residual damage, will get the trade again, but still, your position once Sven dying twice in the laning stage.
It's such a heads-up play there from Whisper to go for that turnaround Shockwave Skewer kill onto Sven. It's really well done. Like you said, he does trade, but I think he should be feeling pretty happy about that. He was already going to be forced to skewer defensively against the ET and then have no resources, so I think getting that trade is much better. Toby in trouble bottom, taken out by, okay, a couple of misses.
A lot of evasion coming through. Toby, he's still evading. He finally will die. My goodness.
They were really trying to give the kill to Tomato.
Burning 2-9 class. Looks like it'll be a trade, but comes at a heavy cost.
I think they missed 2 or 3 Morphling attacks in a row.
Yeah,
and Seb really wanted to give him the kill. Nice skewer here from Whisper will probably lead to the demise of White.
Oh,
okay, maybe not. Good stomp. He'll get out.
Pretty fast now. Looks like he'll get out of dodge just fine. He'll take a blood grenade on his way out.
And worth keeping an eye on here is the way these lanes are going. Both teams are playing exceptionally aggressively on their side lanes. Zeus is the perfect wild card to have for this kind of scenario. Thompson is going to hit level 6 in half a wave. If he can get himself either... I guess there's no bounty rune to refill the bottle, so unless somebody TPs in and gives him a refill, it'll be a little bit before he has the resources necessary to offer that coverage in the sides, but I definitely think that they're going to use the Thunder God's Wrath to find a kill, especially in the Sven lane, and stabilize that a little bit. And hopefully buy a bit of space for Whitemon to go and stack. Obviously very important when you're playing with Sven to try to stack both your triangle as well as a camp in the easier accessible top area of the jungle. Skewer again. Whisper really not letting Pure farm.
That is really annoying. Rebound will connect. So more than just damage now. Potential kill as a TP comes in though.
Zeus will kill here.
Yep, Ari getting chased by the Astral Spirit.
He's dead.
One more right click will suffice. Yeah, no mana for the Thunder Gods it seems, but they'll get the kill nonetheless. As Seb trying to prevent this invis, but he'll have to grab it for himself. As 9 class. Level 4 right now on that Bat Rider. Any surprise picks now that we can talk a little bit since there's been so much action so far? Anything that you're not agreeing with in the draft?
I think the most surprising thing to me was the time that Morph was picked in the draft. Aside from that, most of this stuff was pretty standard for both teams, but they didn't have the most information to pick the Morphling with. And despite that, it's still looking like a pretty solid Morphling game. So arguably, both big surprises revolving around that hero, the order of the pick and the relative lack of countering from Tundra. I definitely do think they have some solutions, but not the most that you could have expected. 7 minutes time coming up. Gonna be having a look at the Wisdom Runes.
Another rebound disposed back into the tier 1. We see TP's coming in. Seb making his way over as well as the coil connects. Pure will be Shockwave back into the right clicks of BZM, and down goes Whitemon as well. So a nice little engagement here for OG, and a third death for the Sven. Pure getting dominated so far in this game.
He does have some nice comeback stacks in the Ancient camp as well as the big camp for later once he reaches level 6 and especially 7 or 8 and has one item that would make it a lot easier. But yeah, slowing down Sven is very, very good news for OG. Morphling starting to build a pretty significant advantage, and they'll try to put him to the test here. You can see it find a way out of this one. Probably not happening.
4 members against Tomato. You would think that this will be a kill going their way eventually, and it does.
Never even waveformed.
2 tops in. Yeah, why bother?
Yeah. I guess so.
You die, you come back faster that way, so you can TP back and get that XP.
I guess so. I mean, yeah, if you're sure you're going to die, might as well die quickly. Then he shouldn't have used his attribute shift either, though.
That's right.
Or, well, he should. He should have used the agi one.
Yeah, full agi for the win. Then you have to worry.
Gank, guys.
Yeah, full agi, but then you have to worry about Thunder God's Wrath when you respawn.
Oh,
you know?
right. So you have to find the balance. You need to have like 400 health.
Yeah, very important. Pure now getting chased off, just trying to find any farm as Whisper will find the RP. Do they have the damage to follow this up with, though? TP coming in. Ari is there. It's a 3 versus 2 now that Toby's made his way over. The Thunder God's Wrath goes off as well. Not going to be enough to finish anybody off initially as Whisper getting really low on HP and mana. Looks like he's going to get surrounded by this Primal Split. They throw Seb up into the air. Oh, the Pure is on the cliff. And he doesn't have a TP for a few seconds. Whisper will eventually get finished off, but Pure, okay, he gets pushed to the ground. That's a handy one. And finally, he's able to live through an engagement here.
And ironically, he gets pushed off the cliff by the what's that called again? The Void Panda. And then he TP's bottom anyway instantly, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a weird sequence there. OG with an exceptionally deep dive. It feels like they go into this game with the mindset of, okay, let's just ruin Sven as much as we possibly can. Like, they have put so many resources into slowing down Pure. And, well, with this Ancient stack, he will recover a bit, but it is definitely one of the worst starts we've seen from Sven's in a long time. He's still, despite finding this double farm, or I think it was a triple Ancients and Big Camp, he is still behind Morph by 400 minute 10. So,
yeah,
job
this is
well
a
done
hero
for
that
OG.
needs to be ahead pretty much the whole game.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, with the built-in cleave, basically just balanced that way. As this tier 1 tower taking a lot of damage now, and will be taken out in OG's favor.
Time for the 10-minute power rune will be bottom. And we'll be going the way of BZM. So we'll be picking up this haste. Have to wait and see if they try to put this to use for maybe a smoke move into Sven's jungle again. Wouldn't put it past them. They've showed their hands so far.
Yep, Seb sacrificing himself to the gods just to avoid any further casualties on the side of OG. We'll take a tumble. Your thoughts on Enchantress, by the way, because as of, what was it? Every tournament, I didn't really watch much of the last term, I'll be honest, but the 2 tournaments before that, Enchantress's win rate was atrocious, yet was picked constantly.
She was doing so well in the first 15 minutes of basically every game, and then something went wrong and she fell off.
Yeah.
Basically every time. Well, Seb put on a masterclass last game. I think this time around, the conditions are a lot worse already. And this is where I think part of the reason, if you think about Enchantress's win rate in that phase that we're talking about, is that in all of the games that it goes exceptionally well, you have a good shot, and all of the games that it goes wrong, you're just feeling awful, right? So it's kind of high risk in the sense that if the early rotations don't go according to plan, plan B for Enchantress is honestly pretty bad a lot of the time at this level. So I'm already a little bit worried looking at this from OG's perspective with how do you get your supports online? Look at the discrepancy in net worth right now. Ench sitting at 2K, so is the Marcy. Batrider almost has the same net worth as both of them combined minute 11, sitting at 3.2K there on 9 class. So this is going to start becoming a problem. If Ench doesn't find farm, she's just a ward, right? Walking in, has a creep. She's managed to take the top tier 1, which is good, but it's not... It doesn't cut it. Got to find more than this.
Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, I've seen this work out from time to time, but the Marcy-Ench combo, both are kind of greedy. You're having 2 greedy supports in a way because they both scale. They both want items. They both do a lot of damage if left unattended.
And at the same time, neither of them have very good wave clear, right? So they kind of want to scale, but they don't have inherently great ways of finding farm. So a lot of the time it comes through early pressure and kills. Nice job from OG getting the mid-tier 1. That'll help progress them, but still, as it stands, both of their supports level 5. As you look over the side of Tundra, 9 class level 7.5 on Bat. So it's definitely some work to be done yet here for OG. I'm going to get started onto Toby. We'll drop the coil.
Yeah. Do they have the damage to rip through before the Primal Split comes off? Dispose, but the Primal Split finally comes through. And at the very least, they forced that out, but not able to find the kill onto the... Oh, we're going to see the RP in the bot lane, but immediate lasso to try to cancel this out.
Oh, nice.
As the ET ult comes through as well. Skewer back into the tier 1. Pure, he gets ripped apart. In the end, again, the Sven dies. As Ari's going to take some burst damage from Thompson. Looks like that's going to be a freebie for them. So 1 for 1 to start. The tier 1 is pretty low, and they'll likely go back for it. Not sure if they're going to find anything more. Although Seb, Echo Stomp does hit. Thunderbolt to follow. Flame Break. And they should have the chase. Might take some time, but eventually Bambi dies. So 2 for 1. Still 2 supports for the Sven.
Yeah, that's the big thing here is Pure dies once more. And I think the way he's playing the map right now, I think is very uncharacteristic for a lot of general Sven play that we see at this level. The fact that he's down there forcing into this tower at this point instead of just farming triangle, building stacks, and playing safer, he's really trying to put pressure on the map. And I think in this instance, didn't really turn out to be worth it, but he's straight back down there. He doesn't give a crap. This tower apparently really needs to be opened right now. OG will do anything in their power to try to defend it. Seb TPing in with a heal on.
Yeah, Pure. He wants to go on for some more. Yeah, Seb, that's the true sacrifice right there.
All right, he did not defend the tower. He just gave them an extra little snack there on their way out.
That's right. I've had reindeer before. It's delicious.
Yep, turned into roadkill there to the Sven bus.
Well, I don't think I'd eat roadkill. That's the thing.
That's a
little different.
Pure has different taste. I guess it's different if you are the bus.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Sure. That's a very good analogy.
Let's see who gets this Wisdom Rune. If they're going to give it to Pure here, looks like it is the case. Level 12 imminent, and Echo Saber almost complete. And going to be a good timing here for them to build 2 more stacks for him. So still...
Oh, nice skewer, and Echo Stomp's not going to go off. Whitemon finished. Ari will take that for himself. And yeah, Tomato right now, top net worth in the game on the Morphling. You can see Pure on this Sven, just desperately trying to catch up in this triangle area. The fact that he's only 1,000 behind is actually shocking to me. I know that he's had some stacks, but it's a lot of deaths.
Yeah. It's a quite uncharacteristic just gold distribution in general, right? You have top net worth, he just got overtaken by the Morph, but you had Thompson 1, then you had Sven in 5th, and then the next 3 were clearly on the side of Tundra. So, all right,
Lasso will find BZM. Echo Stomp to follow. The ET ult, but the phase shift is there. BZM getting some extra move speed thanks to the rebound. Looks like he's fine. Not sure if Tundra... I'd have to look at the replay of that one to see if they could have potentially gotten that kill. That was really close.
I think they more or less cast their spells perfectly, actually. I think that was a really good sequence. They just got the stomp off the lasso. Hang on, Toby.
Skewer initiation, Waning Rift onto the Brew. Looks like they will kill him off before the split comes out. There's Tomato. It's going to waveform back out as the tier 1 tower will be defended for the time being, as a Blink Dagger now online for BZM. How close are we to this? It looks like the Brew, Mr. Toby, went for the Spirit Vessel first before the Radiance, so still quite a ways away.
Pretty standard pickup against Morphling, and you can argue it's secondary okay against Ench, but yeah. This hero likes getting that item anyway, so if you're giving him a reason through draft to buy it, it's a lot more obvious for him to elect to pick that up. And now that Tomato went for the Lincolns first, there is a decent timing window where this vessel is actually going to be very powerful. The Manta is quite far away, so could try to put this to use with perhaps a smoke rotation. Brewmaster isn't exactly the best hero at ganking Morphling, but they could catch him in some way and then chain that vessel. That could seal the deal with some nice Zeus burst. Interesting. Thompson actually farming the Ancients here on Zeus, not leaving them for Sven.
Yeah, well, he's been dying. Why would you? You got your
enough
shard?
Of pure shit. This is mine now.
Of course.
I am the carry.
Yeah, you learned that in pubs as a young boy.
Yep.
And you carried on to your professional career. And it helps you win TI Cinderin.
Apparently.
Maybe 2 in Thompson's case.
Yep.
BZM looking for his shard next. Looks like has his Blink Dagger and the Witch Blade. Might be getting ganked though. Illusory Orb comes out. A waning Rift, but
that's awkward.
Stormbolt is there, and Pure actually finds the kill.
Yeah.
So able to bait out those spells. Very nicely done from Tundra. Ari, that is a long rebound, but eventually killed off as well.
In the meantime, Toby has become a Vista. He will now TP top. He was cliffed by the Magnus down bottom. 2 quick picks here coming the way of Tundra, and this will also give them a tier 1 tower. Pure continuing to really look toward building damage on his Sven. We'll be cleaning this one up. Very, very even game with a lot of... I think both teams are doing a really good job at finding the opportunities that their lineups can. Sven will now fully be caught up to Morphling, which is quite important. Reckon he will overtake. He will now. Alright. Eyes on Whitemon.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows how fast Sven can farm, I guess, as Whitemon on the run. But we have more initiation down here. Thompson trying to TP out. He will be able to survive. My goodness. Close call. So the Bat Rider, only casualty so far in this fight, and the Warcry will secure the exit for Whitemon. But the tier 1 tower not able to be defended by Tundra, so that will be OG's to claim.
Bit of a power play coming up here from Tundra probably, because they killed this Bat Rider, but they used RP and Coil. So I think the OG lineup officially on a little bit of a rest right now. And Tundra, if they find any opportunity with Split, with Lasso, with Zeus ult, I don't think they can lose this upcoming fight in any way, really. It's a matter of OGs just try to play keep away and see what Tundra's plans are. Obviously not the best lineup for killing Roche in a moment like this. A lot of the time, that's how you would punish what OG just did. And we'll try to find a way to access BZM here. Nice
phase shift. Blink. Gets decent safety, but Pure is in the tree line with the Stormhammer again. So another quick death for BZM. That's really going to cost them. It's going to be a tier 1 tower top.
And the Tormentor probably.
And Tormy about to spawn 8 seconds away. Yeah, that'll be quite nice for Tundra.
So this is obviously it's the same logic, right? The enemy team has long cooldowns, they're unavailable, you made your strong move with a smoke, you get the biggest objective that you can, which will be the Tormentor here, not Roche.
Unfortunate shard, of course.
Yeah, not the one they were hoping for. Well, I guess. Would you rather have ET or Bat?
That's true.
Who do you want to choose for your garbage support shard in this game?
I would actually say maybe ET's better.
Probably. These are 2 of the worst support shards in the game right now. I think the shards have value on core primarily.
Oh, this is cool.
Oh, boy.
Ari, okay, actually getting quite low. Echo Stomp is there. And that is going to be the death of Whisper at the very least. And likely to be another as Ari takes the tumble, and they end up getting their own Tormentor anyway.
And this one went to Brew, not Bat.
Yeah, that's a good dodge from the likes of Tundra.
So this is a pretty solid shard. Definitely way better than getting it on either support. As mentioned, both Bat Rider and ET, it's kind of a core item. But the way you itemize these heroes as supports, it feels like it almost never really comes into play. But the Brewmaster one obviously going to be good all game. But yeah, this was a very high-risk play, and what a great stomp here. Getting both those heroes slept. The fight is over before it even started. OG also killed themselves to half for them, so it made it very easy.
I mean, I like the thought, though, but just not fast enough on the Tormentor. And I mean, that's the beauty of Elder Titan. This is why this hero, despite being out of the meta for a long time, just comes back in these big tournaments. You have the Roshan Pit, now you have the Tormentor. If there's any of these big AoE areas, the Astral Spirit is absurd for vision, for AoE control. As Toby gonna find Seb. You can see Whisper in the tree line. But Pure's gonna come in and...
this could be a setup.
Yeah, RP is gonna hit onto 2. Do they have the follow-up, though? ET ult goes off, not doing too much here. Now Tomato left basically to his own devices, but Pure is separated on the other side. We'll pop his newly picked up BKB as Whitemon is finished off by Tomato. BZM accoring Roche for some reason, who bashes him. That's what he deserves. And the chase is on. And the Stormbolt goes off. In the tree line is Pure, trying to do some damage for his inevitable death, but will not be able to find anyone. Instead, it's a triple kill for Tomato. And now they're next to the Roche Pit. They will take this one for free.
Time to find no kills. It's a nice RP to start. The Stomp was really good, but I think it got instantly broken somehow on the Magnus. I don't know if they miscommunicated there and broke it with the Thunder God's Wrath or something, but that Stomp immediately canceled and allows OG to continue with the kill. And Pure in that situation got a nice stun on Ahri into blink away. He had the choice of killing Ahri, but tried to survive, did not manage, and OG strike back in a big way. That's the entire lead of Tundra gone. It's the Roche the other way. And Morphling now comfortably again in the top spot. Seb with the completed pipe, obviously doing a lot of work in these situations. And I don't know if this is good enough for Tundra anymore. Like this 5k lead was quite comfortable. Being even at this point in time is a little bit worrisome with what we've seen Morphlings be able to do against these types of lineups. If the Sven was looking good, my opinion would probably be quite different. But Pure not having the time of his life, to be blunt about it.
Yeah, 3, 5, and 5. I mean, we keep harping on it. The fact that he's still top number on his team is mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, well, it's Sven. I feel like that's...
Even so, I mean, 5 deaths. That's a lot. And finally, the Radiance comes in for Toby, so that's going to help out quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a big item. Tundra, you could argue they haven't really tried to wait for it. They've just been looking for opportunities whenever they arose, not really focusing so much on item timings, more so about cooldowns on spells from the enemy team.
Oh, Pure. He's
he
found out in the tree line. Skewer will cancel the TP.
Oh, boy.
All he can do is War Cry, and now it's just getting chased. Pops his BKB, but more reinforcements are here for OG. Actually gets the blink off.
He's going to live.
Might just be fine then. It's a Waning Rift there from BZM. Gets off the coil. Whitemon is here with the Echo Stomp. Will be dodged by BZM, so Pure will eventually find his 6th death of the game. The rest of Tundra, a little bit too late to the party, of course. Pure was on the other side of the map, so...
I no longer think he's going to live. Okay,
BZM wants to even the odds here, but gets the phase shift off. There's the Whisper RP into the waveform. Skewer to follow. Thompson still pretty damn healthy as the Primal Split's already off. Trying to cleave it down is Whisper. And meanwhile, the Dispose onto Whitemon in the tree line. He's going to be the sacrifice for Tundra. So far, 2 for nothing. Toby, is that his last Panda up and running?
He has one more.
So they get the Earth Panda, but the last one survives. So Toby will be able to get out. Still Aegis intact as BZM. Really ballsy play and ends up paying off there for OG.
Yeah, there seems to be there was some clear communication there that he was just trying to bait and give vision for Mac to find an RP, and it worked out beautifully. Very well done. Tomato will be dissuaded from pushing this tower as the safety of the Aegis, so will never be a kill there. However,
Lasso.
Whisper might.
Yep, has your nice flame break to cancel that out. Rebound is there onto Ahri, trying to find somebody, but looks like it's Whisper who's taken up by Pure. Pops that God Strength. Getting controlled, though, is BZM showing himself. Will be a very evasive target for him to go on, though, as Thompson getting right-clicked by Tomato. Echo Stomp a little bit too late. And now... Oh, the nice cleave from Pure. He's continuing on as Seb. He's untouchable with that ult. So Pure will have to back away, and BZM and company will now just focus down the Brewmaster. Not able to get to the low ground, so down goes Toby. 3 for 2. Still favor OG. Still Aegis intact. You can see the replay there, although we can see Pure actually getting gone on in live action, and he is dead again. Death number 7 for Pure.
We're reaching the point where Svens just don't win games with this amount of deaths. Like, what is going on? 7 deaths minute 25 on Sven. Yeah, OG, they just keep finding these moments of opportunity. I feel like one thing that they're doing a really good job at this game is finding vision at a relatively low cost. It's one of the strengths that Enchantress has as a hero when she has Pipe, that she's a pretty difficult kill. So a lot of the time, Seb will just run in front, give vision for his team. If the enemy team goes on him, you find a big RP or a good coil. You free up the Marcy to go in and get a good unleash off. And otherwise, the puck, right? Just blinking in, casting an orb and phase shifting to give information and just allow Whisper some really good conditions to play this Magnus under. So very, very well done by OG. And at this point, this is starting to look like a solid advantage. Numerically, not the biggest deal, 4,000 you could say, but just looking at the draft and especially the distribution of the gold, the Morphling way ahead of the curve now.
Middle tower is under
And the
attack.
fact that Marcy is poor, I actually don't think matters that much for this game. I think if Ari at some point gets a BKB, that's good enough. Like, it doesn't have to be 3-slotted or anything. Smoke up from Tundra. They'll try to make their own move now. Pure will push out mid. I feel like this is a quite telegraphed move when the Sven runs across the river and pushes this wave out, but maybe they can still catch them by surprise. OG with a good setup on the ward, though. And the first point of contact would be the Ench, which is kind of the dream for OG in this scenario. All their spells. And Seb is just really trying to find this smoke.
Looking for the high five.
And he will.
He's one.
Yeah, this play's
Pure.
over.
Yeah.
Call it off.
He's spotted now.
And even gets the D ward. They're actually
Like they
sticking
still wanna
around.
fight. I mean, there's no Aegis any longer, so now they can try to kill off Tomato in one go. Manta's not going to be able to dodge the Storm Hammer. They pop the Lincolns. He's already at half HP. Spirit Vessel applied as well. The Primal Spec continue on, but there's the RP from Whisper. Thunderbolt on top of Tomato along with the lasso, but he's still surviving. Warcry turns into Sven, but finally cleaved down. 2 cores dead for OG. Well, trying to counteract this now, but Seb is going to go down as well. So a triple kill for Toby on the Brewmaster. So despite having the vision, OG get crushed in this fight.
Yeah, this I didn't notice how exactly they broke the Lincolns on the Morphling, but that was a really solid setup of catching Tomato off guard. He felt a little bit too comfortable for what he actually was. They break the Lincolns, they find all of this burst damage, they get the lasso once he escapes. And I think this is the kind of situation where even if you don't kill Morph, you're still winning the fight because he had to use everything defensively. So if you would have forced him out and he would have lived, the teammates would have still had to come into cover and they would have died regardless. But they even get him. This is a wild game. Like, it feels very unpredictable what the next outcome is and who's going to find the better engagement. Both teams well aware of what was going on, and still Tundra.
Yeah, they're still in it.
Maybe OG felt surprised because they were like, they must have called this play off, right? We broke their smoke, we de-warded their ward, and then they just still went.
Like, how many times do we need to kill this Sven before he's irrelevant? Are we going to see a 10 death, a double-digit Sven death win, Cinder? Is that possible?
Not out of the question.
3 away.
I'm considering Bloodthorn on Pure here. I mean, it's obviously playing against both Morph and Puck. Definitely feels nice, but I think a lot of other players in this situation would opt for that Daedalus just to get that really quick kill on Morph.
Yeah, they have the damage rune out on Pure, so the smoke comes through, and we'll see what Tundra can get out of this. Another little engagement going in their favor would be huge, as Seb is going to be spotted, and that is going to be a quick death for him.
Yeah, Pipe isn't good there. Maybe 4 hearts.
Yeah, I think that might have done it.
And now we're back to Tundra equalizing the game. Funny draft, this one. The gold is gone for some swings, to say the least. A little bit of a...
Yeah, it's a Six Flags type of roller coaster, I think.
I'm pretty sure that is too many G's on the way down there. I don't think that would pass regularity.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Regulations.
I was going to say, is that a European way of saying regulation?
It's British.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Cheerio. 1K lead for Tundra. As we have a smoke now from OG. I mean, Whisper, I have to say, has played really well this game. His RPs have been on point. Toby's going to be spotted. Does have his split. He does, but this will be a tough one. Does get it off. Now they're going to RP on top of him, but that just means they're going to clean it up easily. Cancels it thanks to the shard, but it matters not. They have the damage, and then some.
I'm surprised he RP'd. I mean, maybe that's necessary, actually. Fair enough. Like, probably going to become a problem when he starts using all the different Brewlings and just running away the Storm one, but I think there was a world there where that Brewmaster dies without RP if they just have a dust.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have it for 90 seconds now, so forcing that out is pretty nice.
Yeah, there will. I guess if it results in a Roche, it feels even better, but I'm not sure they're going to get this one for free. Nice stomp. Well, I guess, never mind. I take it back.
Free. Yeah.
There's nobody able to connect to the gate in time.
Is this a Roshan's banner, Roche? My goodness, Seb.
Scouting out.
Scares away everyone.
It looked like Tundra kind of wanted to actually go contest that, but just not fast enough. 9 class was connecting to the top gate. and the other hero's just like 10 seconds too far away, so the RP ends up paying off big time. Because I was going to say, now that this RP is on cooldown and Brew is spawning, you've traded these ults off. I don't know which one is more important for the teams, but Tundra could have maybe thought about going for a play with this Bloodthorn reveal. But now that the Aegis advantage is on OG's side, maybe you just have to chill a little bit and try to get the fight on your side of the map.
Yeah.
Find an easier engagement. 9 class, BZM, nice on the phase shift there.
Shift and blink, he's fine. Has enough for his Ags right now as well. The coil onto Pure, pops the BKB in a retreat. Stormhammer is there onto Tomato, who turns into Sven, of course, gets off a Stormhammer of his own, and now Pure in a lot of trouble. Adaptive Strike applied with that Conda, and you can see Whisper coming in.
8.
That is death number 8, so we're 2 away from the dream, and then Tundra has to win for this dream to become a reality, or a nightmare if you're an OG fan. But quite the back and forth game indeed. As 9 class spotted out, Whisper. He's gonna get lassoed.
Is that going to be the new Milk Award? Is that the Pure Award? Dying 10 times on Sven and winning.
Yeah, it has to be Sven though, right?
Yeah, specifically Sven. Dying 10 times on a carry and winning does happen occasionally, but on Sven, that's gotta be quite rare, I would imagine. Now, new item alert picked up here. Thompson finds the Ags, so Nimbus now available.
Okay.
Very powerful potential global burst, especially when Refresher comes out. I don't know if you saw the clip from the Elite League. I believe it was a sniper that got full-on killed by Zeus using 2 ults and 2 Nimbuses on an ET Spirit.
Yeah, that was good.
This is something that could end up becoming a problem eventually for OG if Zeus gets there. He can absolutely blast someone like a Morphling.
I mean, Elder Titan used to be the hard counter to Morphling. Back when Nature's Natural Order used to work on both the physical and the magical. For
with just the spirit. Oh my god, it was so strong. It was a quite elegant change, actually, to split them into physical aura on you and magical aura on the spirit. But yeah, when it did both, it was the first pick in Pro Dota for quite a while back then. A lot of things were different back then.
Yeah, back in my day, there's no neutral items. Oh boy, what a dream come true.
That was a different time. All right, Ench. We'll get ourselves a little Sprank for free.
Yeah. Well, OG, that's their first Tormentor, we should mention. So finally able to get something in terms of the Tormies.
Now BKB picked up for 9 class. Still keeping up a very good pace here on the Bat Rider. Will actually be overtaken by Ench, but it is a little bit inflated from that shard that Bat Rider didn't get, and Seb did. Okay.
Spotted.
He's in trouble.
Yeah, that's an understatement. He will tank the gank again.
9 class's usage of Flame Break has been stellar this game.
True.
He used it mid Ogre Seal Totem there onto Seb.
Beautiful. Pure. He's going to get solo RP'd, skewered back. Will this be death
Pure.
number 9? Potentially for him. Indeed it is. It'll cost Whisper his life. So 1 for 2 to start this fight out. Ari, that was a BKB charge. Now no more. Tomato focusing on the Brewlings. Toby with the Storm Panda alive, but turns back into the regular Brewmaster just in time. Tomato's going to get Echo Stomp now.
Oh,
that's a lot of damage coming out from Thompson. That is the Aegis down.
Holy moly.
9 class ends up seeing that Ari's still in the tree line. ET ult, not going to connect on Tomato, but he's already at half HP. The Spirit Vessel on top of him as well. The rebound try to give him some extra move speed outside now. On the cliff, indeed. Has a waveform up in 1 second. Gets it off to the north, but 9 class is there to greet him. And this will likely be the death of the Morphling. So 3 for 2 as Thompson continuing the pressure here. The BZM able to get out of dodge. All right, so that's 9 deaths, I believe, for keeping track here, Cinderin.
It feels like this tournament hasn't generated very many very close games so far, but this is definitely absolutely a banger. Neither team has had a meaningful advantage, I feel like, so far, 37 minutes. And most of the games at this point have been largely either decided or close to. This one could still go either way, just very much down to clutch spellcasting and who has the vision more so than anything, really. No, Thompson had a really good fight there, so that refresher is closer than you might have thought, actually. Only 500 gold to go.
Okay.
Giving some vision for Pure here, and it's enough.
All right. So BZM taking a tumble this time. Pure feels
Finally
like
a good moment for him.
He gets more enraged with each death, and that's a lot of deaths. We're going to see the lasso now onto Whisper. He's surrounded by illusions of tops. He's going to get the kill. RP is there with, okay, the help of Ari is in addition, and now Seb coming to play as well. Thompson has to try to get out of dodge with that Ogre Steel Totem. Looks like they do find the Magnus in the end, but Thompson will die. And now a little couple cleaves here from Pure. Ends up taking Seb out. And this is a 4 for 2. Just so much back and forth, and now Ari deleted. So if you count that Morphling death earlier, basically a full team wipe here.
The gem will be recovered by the courier, so Tundra now able to push out all the lanes, really. They have 50 seconds on 4 OG heroes, so they can get complete map control and think about their next objective. And this was the item I was waiting for. This is scary territory because any sort of stun connecting from the side of Tundra, Tomato can actually just die in a lasso to almost Zeus alone, right? Like, he has to start being really careful about knowing his limits because they've changed drastically now from 5 minutes ago. I want to say globally that Thompson can probably output, what do we want to say, about 1,500 to 2k damage. And if you put that under the ET aura, that's basically Morph's entire pool. So very, very scary. Look at those damage numbers from the game so far as well, doubling up anyone else.
Yep, the Zeus special.
Classic Zeus, but of course will thrive under the circumstances where the teams are brawling a lot.
Could we take a look at the death counter again real quick just to make sure we're all accustomed to what the hell's going on in this game? Is the coil onto 9 class.
Big
Has
damage
the
on him.
BKB, yeah. Whisper following
Actually,
through. Not even going to need the help of the Magnus, as BZM will claim the bat. There's the death counter. We can see Seb, Ari, and Pure all tied at 9. Who will win in the death department this game? Find out soon.
Do you want to predict?
Well, I'm going to say it's not Pure.
Yeah, I'm going to go...
I'm rooting for one more death on him, though.
I'm going to go with Seb having most deaths by the end.
Seb?
But it could be any of the 3, to be honest.
I'll say Ari, then.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, Seb has been tanking it a lot, though.
It's a pretty big one. I think 9 class was carrying the gem at the time, so it's a quite significant loss for them. BZM with that Ags. Tons of damage to put into the bat, even with BKB going off. He just got so many attacks off on the way out.
Damage rune again. Pure takes it for the second time. I think Tomato spotted it, though. So
yeah.
He knows that they picked it up on someone.
Satanic now for Tomato. And the Lincoln's on Whisper. Big items coming out. Don't underestimate Magnus scaling, of course. At some point, if Whisper decides to go a crit route, he currently with Empower hits for 500 a pop. So any critical strike would make this very nasty, but he is queuing up the BKB first. Don't know if that's the right approach, actually. Maybe he has to get it, but just the risk reward of having a big crit here, I think, is a quite interesting idea, because if you do find that good RP, you can just get the job done very quickly. Well, up for the safe
Roche
path
is
for
up.
now.
That means Roche offs will be a thing again.
Smoke on smoke. Puck's quite
Class
far.
leading the way. Pops the smoke of several heroes. In fact, 4 on the side of OG. He's going to be spotted, though. Shockwave will connect. There's the skewer out, and that is the death of Batrider immediately. We'll buy back, though. Ari focusing now on to Thompson. He's going to use the Manta on the other side of the tree line, so he's fine, actually, as Pure trying to focus on the Marcy, but looks like he'll finally get into arm's length. We'll be able to take out the pesky Ari. There's the RP to come through, though, and now the damage being applied. Pure getting brought back with that skewer, but that's the death of Whisper as Pure is doing so much damage. Now it's a 3v1 against the Morphling. Tomato is dead. And just like that, it's a 3-for-1. Make it 4 as Seb is brought to his knees. And Tundra winning a huge fight, which should lead to Roche number 3.
I don't think they can let Thompson be this unaccounted for in these fights. It really feels like the difference maker. Thompson just gets to sit on the side, outputting ridiculous numbers. Sure, this instance, Sven is quite close to him, but just the state of every fight has been, they tried to get on Thompson here with the Marcy, but there was no follow-up, right? They weren't able to combine something meaningful onto the Zeus, so he got to reset out. I think you have to either find the Zeus in the RP or the coil, and then Morphling needs to connect on that kill. Otherwise, Thompson's just going to dictate the pace of the fight, and you just run out of resources. Like, Zeus's mana pool is very, very deep. He can cast all his spells multiple times. You don't have enough regen on your side. You are going to lose that battle eventually, and seeing it there, Tundra will try to turn this into something big, going for bottom racks as it looks, and don't think OG can do anything about this. This is at least one lane, maybe two. Mid is open as well.
60 seconds of no Morphling, and obviously the Magnus is another here that you have to really worry about, but it's still 30 seconds away.
Yeah, God Strength in 15. Oh, BZM.
BZM. Oh, he's spotted. Phase shift. And the question is, does Tundra want to go for more?
Oh,
it looks like
for a
no.
melee only, showing a lot of respect here. I don't think OG were likely to buy back with 15 seconds on their death timers. I definitely think you could have squeezed for more here, but perhaps that would compromise the Roche position, and this way you get a lane and a guaranteed Roche. So might actually turn out to be the best play. Roche not long for this world. Wonder if the Aegis goes on Pure or Thompson. Looks to be Pure.
Refresher Shard and Refresher share cooldowns, right?
Nope, they did put on Thompson.
How did they change that? I can't remember.
Yeah.
All right, well.
So they're putting the Shard in Sven's backpack, and Zeus now rocking the Aegis. So now the path that I just talked about for OG to access a good team fight, I feel like it's out of the window here. I think killing Zeus twice is borderline impossible with the cast around him here. It's going to be way too expensive. Try to go for that. So actually a very awkward spot now for OG. I don't really know how you access a good fight except skewering someone back to tier 4s and building that way. But what if Tundra just don't give you the option? What if they just play the map? Eventually, maybe one of your heroes gets caught by lasso and things can go south quite quickly. Pure only one death away from the Pure award. Has to get there.
I think everyone's rooting for that. It's the most interesting thing right now, as Tundra with a pretty damn good lead at 11k, but this is high ground we're talking about, Cinderin.
Yeah, Magnus patch, always spooky there. Yeah,
that's to say the least. There's Pure going to throw out a Stormhammer now. Will blink away though. Has the overwhelming blink. Doesn't have that much more room to grow. Thunder God's Wrath will scout things out. Whisper takes the double Nimbus. Surprise as Seb will get to the low ground, greeted by Thompson, who's now out of mana. Understandably so. Seb just being bounced around like a ping pong ball. Will eventually die, surely. And it'll be the right to Thompson, I should say.
No buybacks on either.
Yeah, so this 2 dead. 5 versus 3. Tundra looking to finish this game number 1. Fortifications pop Pure, looking for that 10th death. Everyone's rooting for it. Will he dive the fountain? No creeps right now.
Yeah, the mid wave is semi.
He has a refresher shard, so
bottom is coming in.
Can pop the second ult now if he wants to go for the finish. Obviously doesn't know about the buyback situation. So this will be a second set guaranteed. They cannot go for the top one as BZM is going to be forced to use his BKB on the retreat. Pure uses his as well though. Of course with that refresher shard, not going to sweat it too much. Tier 2 still up top lane. And looks like they will not go for the throne. We'll be playing it safe here on Tundra's side.
Yeah, they didn't even have to expend their Aegis there. Just, this is what's so scary about this game state when you're against this farmed Zeus in this patch. Is like any glimpse of vision and any stun. This Magnus is pretty big, right? Like he has a decent chunk of net worth. He has 4k health. He just vanished. No counterplay available. And as soon as he's down, the map is wide open for Tundra, and they just chase down bonus kills and a full set. Now 20k up. Zeus, still 2 minutes left in the Aegis. They could honestly just look for another forced fight here. I wouldn't put it past them to just look aggressively. Zeus trying to get some info. Seb bravely going here to de-ward on his the team in his back, but if the enemy team was there, he would just have been toast. They did have a little bit of a retreat going on here. I wonder what the plan is for Tundra, if they're just going to chill and actually just let this Aegis run out. He is playing mid. No, they will use it. I like this. Don't let it go to waste. Straight back in the action.
We'll break the smoke. Back into the high ground, though, and see the butterfly now on Tomato. Gonna have to do something with it. As Toby, again, Seb just completely surrounded as Thompson and company. That is another insta-gib. This time it's on to Ari. So both supports dead for OG in this high ground defense. And now it's looking quite impossible. You do have the Magnus, though, with the coil, potentially. It's Mjolnir now onto the puck. Try to counteract this a bit, but with that primal split as well, Whisper, the cover of darkness for the time being. That's going to be Mega Creeps, and BZM destroyed right next to his tier 4 towers. Does have buyback. It's a waveform already used. Pure's going to pop that refresher shard, get the double BKB, double God Strength as well. RP not going to be used there. Finally is onto the Zeus, but again, the Flame Break to cancel the Skewer. 9 class has been out playing everyone in this game.
Outclassing them.
That's true. That's another way to put it. As Tundra will take game number 1.
Pure.
And Pure, unfortunately, will not die a 10th time.
Pretty big mistake to use the Satanic there and not get the Pure award, I have to say.
Yeah, look at his HP at the end of the game. So close.
Could have definitely got it there. Man, what a great game, honestly. I think both teams played really, really well. I'm curious to hear the panel break this down in a moment, but for me, the highlight of this game, honestly, I think 9 class played an incredible game on Batrider. So many good flame breaks to break skewers, so many good catches to open up fights, giving information for Thompson and for Pure sometimes to get in and get the burst kills. Really, really the support duo for Tundra here. Absolutely loved watching both of them play here.
Yeah, as we see from the side of Tundra, 14-9 for Pure, so a respectable scoreline after pure atrociousness early on, I have to say. Died, I want to say 5 times in the laning stage alone, right?
He got targeted hard.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Sven get that wrecked that early, but they came back and won, and he's not going to get the Pure award, unfortunately for all of us. Panel, break it down.
Tundra do it with 9 class, and Pure does it with 9 deaths. That's Sven performance. That man just kept going into the meat grinder over and over again, but he had focus, determination, will, grit. He did not care how many casualties he was the victim of, because he knew, he saw it in his mind's eye, the long game. His Sven was eventually going to get too big for OG to deal with, and that Morphling was just going to get insta-gibbed at a certain point.
And you know what? If he's got 9 deaths, that means Thompson won't have 9 deaths, right? Thompson ends up only dying twice. Even some situations where they caught him, he lives. I think this fight in particular was that he just survives and cleans up the whole fight. So Pure maybe taking a step back on being the super carry with some of these deaths, and Thompson kind of bringing that in for his team.
It felt like Pure was able to be the tanky frontliner guy that was hard to kill. They had an option here, maybe the RP a little disconnected, but he had lots of HP, he had lots of lifesteal. There wasn't that much single target damage on OG outside of Morphling, but Morphling's not necessarily like a huge amounts of DPS in like 5 seconds unless he's like close to melee range. And on the other side, Thompson's doing percentage-based damage against a Morphling. He does not care whether Morph is morphed heavily to strength, he's still going to do the same amount of damage no matter what.
And yeah, the ET, like most of the fights, I think Whitemon was also survived, right? So the ET Spirit with the Zeus, like it actually, yeah, that was cool. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, you guys talked about everything except the Brewmaster. I think the Brewmaster completely crushed that game. I mean, that was a really great performance by Toby, and honestly, it feels like they won in spite of Pure in that game. I mean, he did have some good moments, like when he solo killed BZM top with his Orchid, and then they turned it into a white bottom, right? But the reason why Sven was able to come back in a game like this was because of how good of a game that Brew and Zeus played.
Yeah, and I mean, also, it is, we can kind of always talk about everyone, but also I think Shannon touched at the end was in particular the saves from the Brew and from 9 class. These little plays of just disrupting people, either lifting them up with the Wind Panda or getting these flame breaks and 4 stabs off to reset positioning. Actually, was pretty huge. So, I mean, it's tough to ever like say the whole team is the MVP or anything like that, but everybody was kind of doing their job really nicely in this game. Like from start to finish, Whitemon fixed the lane top. He got these kills to fix things out so there wasn't a total disaster, and then everyone else followed suit.
And sometimes it's not even the heroes that we can shout out, but perhaps the items that they purchase, like Observer Wards. Kevin, would you like to walk us through our Kadia ward of the game for this game number 1?
I would love to, except it's not about an observer ward. This is about a sentry ward.
Oh!
This was after that large failure, that blocking the large camp. This was right after Tundra lost that team fight in the jungle. He ran to the right to go check to farm. There wasn't a camp there, and he's like, damn it, I'm losing, I'm having a bad game, I need to farm. He goes to the creep wave, and that's where he gets ganked. It blocked him, and that's why he died there. That was like his 8th death or something. Weren't too many after that. But he was getting close. He was getting really close. The sentry. This was the Kadia ward of the game.
I think they placed that sentry too when they went to take the Tormentor. When they did their Tormentor play on OG, that's probably when they blocked that Ancient camp. So it's cool how that played out. But honestly, looking at that, Sven shouldn't have died there. I mean, the fight literally just happened. Why are you walking down? I mean, it felt like there was a little bit of tilt coming out from Pure that game, but he really brought it together towards the end. And honestly, Tundra played so well around their draft. I love their take on the ET plus Zeus. Feels like they played better than everyone. I mean, Thompson is just a specialist on this hero. Even when Sven fell off in terms of damage, Morphling could not do anything if Zeus was alive and right-clicking him with ET. He was just dying way too quickly.
We know that he was a specialist on the Zeus, but let's put some numbers behind that as we take a look at our Acer Predator head-to-head for this game number 1. We put BZM toe-to-toe against Thompson. And oftentimes we look at Zeus games and hero damage is wildly inflated, but Fog, you're saying that this was a earned hero damage. It wasn't just tossing illusions down the lane and pressing R every once in a while, but this man fought for it.
Yeah, sorry, Thompson is like staring into my soul. I don't know why, it just seems very aggressive a bit here.
Does he look like an American trucker or something? I don't know.
I mean, sometimes you just see it's like these Zeus casting from the back lines, just throwing their spells out, throwing double ultis, Nimbus, etc. This is a Zeus who's in the front lines, hitting people with his right clicks with an aura and stuff like that. So that, yeah, well-earned damage. It's not some inflated 160k damage just from him sitting in the back all the time. So it's just, yeah, he's hitting. He's getting into it.
They both had really good KDAs though. Really good KDAs, good game impact, but it was just harder for the puck to get kills. Zeus got to just damage everybody. Easy.
And we saw more value, too, coming out of Zeus in terms of vision. Towards the end, when Tundra took that mid-rax, they took it off of the back of the Zeus ult to scout, which set up for the 9-class lasso, which then turned into a 1-fight into a Rax. So not only were they abusing the damage aspect of Zeus ET, they also had the vision aspect down, too.
I'm glad we're seeing that, because I think that was one of the earlier games that we were casting where just like they can't actually make the moves to get these backlines because there's no way to get vision. So I always love when we see like the Spectres, not so much now because his ult's changed, but the Spectres and Zeus's and stuff like that to give vision, to give your lineup actual ways to get the backline. So yeah, good call.
We have someone giving some vision of our own in the backstage because we got Slacks standing by for a check-in.
What's up? What's up? Hello, my friends. I had a great skip prepared. I snuck into OG's booth and got all their behavior scores ready because they weren't there, but they just walked in. So now they know that I touched all their computers, which is probably against the rules. Sorry, Mr. Referee. But maybe we can still take a little peek. Oh, they're filming too. We're filming. You guys want to film their film? Maybe we should film their film crew. Wow, look at that. What are they filming? We're ruining this shot. Hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, so I can't show you their behavior scores. A lot of 12Ks, though, over in OGs. Maybe we can ask, what's your behavior score right now?
12K.
Damn, what a god. Comm score, too?
Yes, I don't speak in pubs anymore.
Okay. Can we confirm that?
Yeah, you want to go on my PC's at the hotel.
Oh, you left your PC.
I mean, it's at the hotel. I can't log in here. My player.
Oh, right. Okay, are you sure? Who do you think has the best behavior score on your team?
Whitemon.
Okay, let's go find out. All right, let's go. Come on, guys. We're going to go check. Okay. Oh, they're getting ready for game 2. Wonderful game 1. Wonderful game 1. Very good. Wonderful game. We're going to pop in right here. This is just, we're going to do one behavior score check. Is that okay? Can we look at your comm score real quick? Oh, you click on that. Is that a win ranger on your profile? 12K. Beautiful. We're going to just skate in and just do this real quick for everybody if you don't mind here. Here we go. What are you guys doing? You working on actual shit? Can we click on that? I'm looking for your behavior score. Can you click on that? Right there. That's a 12K, baby. That's a 12K. Pure, this is going to be a dangerous one. Nothing. That's 11.6 right there. That's not good. What do we got here? That's a perfect 12K. And Top's a perfect 12K. You are a toxic animal, dude. 11661. Absolutely shameful.
rank. I'm 94 rank. Trash. I can't.
I'm sorry. Well, please work on your toxicity. Love the Jujutsu Kaisen profile picture there. He's a weeb, a toxic weeb. We'll throw it back to you guys at the panel. Very toxic.
Nobody's perfect, Slacks. You always gotta look for a room for improvement. And Moonbiander reformed. I vaguely recall that his Han personality was much different than 12K.
He just said he doesn't talk anymore in pubs.
Yeah, that's right.
So he just doesn't open the mic.
I mean, that was pretty hypocritical. I know for a fact that Slex's comm score has been dropping again. He learned how to play music through his microphone, and he's lost about 2,000 voice communication score from that. It's funny, but people don't like it.
Who's going to have less comm score by the end of this tournament, Jack or Slacks?
Oh,
Definitely
man.
Jack.
Definitely Jack.
Definitely Jack.
It's Jack for sure.
He was angry.
The sea was angry that day, my friends.
Did you see their names, by the way? Some of them? We had Toby's was Naruto Max Motivational Volume. So we got a bunch of weebs, you know. These guys like their anime. I think we had 2 or 3 different ones. And then we had Tom Riddle, I think, on another one. So some cool
Who's
things.
Tom Riddle? That's bad vibes. I'm calling the yellow.
I think it was 9 class was Tom Riddle.
Oh.
Bad vibes. Oof, they've cursed themselves for game 2. You'll see.
The man who shall not be named, maybe the man who's going to get some more wins, because Tundra are coming off hot of 3 straight wins. They're going to get their 4th? We'll find out after the break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Everyone gets their chance in life. Take it or leave it. To go to the edge and still survive. If you ride that laser beam, it's a light that brings your dream alive. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a call to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Cover the raindrops in your eyes. Seeing is believing. Let every heartbeat energize. Never mind that thundercloud. There's a time to shout aloud and cry. I'm having a feel-good day, and it's all on the bright side. It's starting to go my way, from a call to a joyride. Though I don't know why, I could jump the fire and dance a wild ballet. Just enough, shake the blues off. Now we're changing, it's all on the bright side. Life is better when we're headed, rearranging, a crawl to a joyride. I'm having a feel-good day. Now we're changing, feel-good day. It's starting to go my way, so go my way. I'm having a feel-good day. that you're giving me. Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Yeah, all your fantasies. Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 Plain as the stars at night, sure as the changing tide. To you, I surrender.
It's time to begin our final game of the night here at ESL 1. Birmingham 2024, day one of the group stage. Tundra taking on the illustrious OG and knocking them down a peg as they get their game one victory. And perhaps OG need to stop going off the beaten path so much. Because Amira, I know that you were mentioning it, these first picks from OG, they're going all over the place. They're doing some Banes, some Magnuses. This time they bumped Marcy up the list. You expressed skepticism, and seems like maybe this time the Marcy was a little too overeager.
And I see what they're doing with the Marcy. I feel like if they can create a first phase hero for themselves, specific to them, then they free up a ban in the first round of bans, which is always going to be valuable. But I think when you're playing against Tundra and almost every team exclusively bans Brew or has a Brew solution versus them, and you use your first phase ban to not steal it for yourselves or develop something other than the Marcy, you might be in danger, because we saw the impact that Toby was able to have in that game.
I also think that pairing Marcy with Morphling is just a little bit anti-synergistic. Like, Morphling does love damage and lifesteal, but arguably I feel like Marcy is better paired with carries that don't normally get as much lifesteal. It's like getting a free item, whereas Morphling's already kind of like, I can stay alive by morphing. And if he does morph a lot, the lifesteal is less effective. So I'd almost say that it's just a little bit not as cool as it could have been, even though it was a good Morphling game.
Kind of utilizes the movement speed less in the way that some other heroes would too, I guess. Kind of, right?
That's true, because he doesn't need it.
I can see that, yeah. They are moving up priorities of Whitemon bans. We have ET in the first four now, so I mean, he did have a crazy game.
That ET popped off, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree with Marcy and Morphling not being good. I think it's probably one of the best Marcy pairings, just because that lifesteal becomes like a mini Satanic, especially if you go for an alternate form. I think OG had a lot of issues in teamfight execution later on, and also their Ench wasn't scaling. Like, we talked about the pipe build, stopping Ench from scaling, but Ench went all in on buffing the Morphling, right? Went pipe, Vlad's drums, and Force Staff later on, and the Force Staff came as the last item. It didn't even come early. So you don't have this Ench dishing damage in those late game fights, whereas Tundra, all of their heroes were scaling in that game.
So maybe the problem was just that Zeus is good enough against all their heroes, and they had to, like, you know, they were trying to protect a Morphling who's taking percentage damage. They bought a pipe to try to protect against the Zeus. Maybe if Zeus just isn't there, Morphling stays like heavily on edgy, and all the lifesteal and the damage just owns. It's a possibility.
First phase picks and bans filter through, and if you're going to dedicate all these bans to Whitemon's melee supports, guess who slips through the cracks? Disruptor gets picked up, but OG return in kind and they steal the Brewmaster away.
But isn't that like, that's like one of the better heroes versus Brew forever, because it's now even the case where now you used to be able to like, you could put your status resistance, right? For some heroes, you could status resist to be able to avoid how much the silence lasts. Static Storm is just placed on the floor. So I feel like it's still just as good overall versus Brew as it has been in the past, even though Brew's gotten to be a better hero.
I would say that Brew is pretty happy to solo kill Disruptor in lane though, is one upside, because they don't really get, you don't have to get kinetic field pre-6 either, so there's good and bad things. If you get glimpsed, you can ulti as well, hypothetically. So there's definitely counterplay, but in terms of static field, yeah, it's a really good solution to help guarantee the lockdown against Brew, which was something that OG struggled doing, was solidifying those kills on Toby last game.
Yeah, Toby made so much space to allow Thompson to just
do
his lightning guy thing.
So. Such a good game.
You just need vision of Disruptor if you're playing Brew. Like if you can see the Disruptor, then you can take the fights. I mean, it's scary for Brew if he gets stunned and then it gets followed up by Static Storm, or if he gets smoked on and they catch him, because Brew isn't a BKB buyer. It's not how people play this hero. You want to hit your Vessel into Radiance timing quite early, and you're not usually going to follow up with a BKB after the Radiance. So you do get countered by Disruptor ulti, but like all you need is just a hero that can control the backline, right? A hero that's going to soak spells for you. Maybe another frontliner through position 4 or 5. Anything like that that can just keep Disruptor preoccupied.
OG go for their carry pick right off the bat. They scoop up the Luna. Is that early? Why is Luna showing up already?
It's because the Morph gets taken out. They have to steal the Luna from Pure, because Pure's had his best performances on 3 heroes. He does well on Drow, on Luna, and on Morphling, on his 3 range carries that they can then pair with a Whitemon melee support. In the last game, they stole the Morphling for themselves, and they forced Pure into a hero that maybe he hasn't been so successful in, and this time around they steal away the Luna, so the only concern that they have is a Drow. I don't necessarily think the Drow will come out now for Tundra, though.
I think Drow is good against the Luna, but if you're picking at this phase, it's just so much safer to grab Luna yourself. It like solidifies yourself against possible Timber a little bit and some other lane matchups. So I agree. I think Tomato played excellent on Luna earlier today, so I think it's just a safe position to be at, and then they can be flexible with their supports as needed, whether or not it's Marcy or somebody else.
I really like Luna with Brew also in general, because Brew's that front line, and also Lunar Blessing goes on the Brewlings. It's great. It feels super nice. You have extra solo kill potential on your Brew because he gets plus 24 damage on everybody, so it's really, really cool. And yeah, Luna needs protection.
For sure.
So, yeah. Look at the Bat. Honestly, I think Bat is still a top 2 support for me in almost any game. I don't think that there's games where, they picked Bat, it's going to be a bad Bat game. I think Crit showed that a lot, and I think 9 Class has been showing it for the last month and a half or 2. Even though the hero got nerfed, Mage Slayer got kind of deleted from the game, and then Bat Rider came swinging right back because you don't have to worry about it as much.
It was really effective last game too. Like there was a lot of like lassos in the team fights that just made it easier for Tundra to win engagements because they got to go first.
And Vision you're talking about, right, Effie? And now I would say Tundra, they have like a double edge of Vision in a way, while they have a nighttime advantage Vision with the Luna kind of thing sometimes, but Tundra now have 2 different ways to scout.
And the Spat Rider is going to be pivotal in stopping the Brewmaster, right? Because you're going to have the Spat Rider fire flying around, trying to get the lasso on the Brew. Well, I love the lasso into the Stampede. You just run back and you instantly reposition back to your team. You're put in safety. You bring this Brew back, he gets static ulted. There are ways to fight. If this Brew is down, then the Luna is so susceptible, especially if this Drow comes out on 18 for Tundra.
And repositioning and burst in lane, a Bat Centaur provides constant kill threat onto a Luna in lane. You get bonked bank into a Centaur stop plus double edge, you're very, very likely to go down a lot in this lane.
Which is probably part of the reason we've been seeing Lunas buying bracers all day, basically, because you don't have that much raw HP, so if you are dealing with all that magic nuke, that extra 100 HP could be the difference if you survive in some of those cases, but it is a big threat.
Man, this Centaur pick is really good. Good to get on the Luna, can be disengaged versus Brew. Gives you, like you mentioned, the ways to drag people into static storms, etc. and stuff, so.
And once he buys the Eternal Shroud as well, you don't worry that much about a lot of magic burst, which was something that Tomato utilized really well earlier today on Luna. Just his eclipses were looking very good. So if you have this like 4,000 HP Eternal Shroud Centaur, you're happy to eat those beams, honestly, compared to other teammates.
Also, OG are in a position where they now need to correct their draft with some form of lockdown, because what's going to happen is with the 2 heroes that they opened with, if they try to take this fight, let's say that the lasso doesn't happen and they're trying to play aggro, they're just going to press Stampede on Tundra and run away. So you need heroes that are just going to counteract that, and the Bane comes out for that reason.
It's cool too, because like I feel like one of the biggest counters to Centaur has always been the Mars, right? Boom, you try to put Stampede, they already have Brew. You can't pick some Mars, different offlaner of catch. You're gonna have to provide that catch and keep from the supports now.
An unlabeled cup of coffee, as we like it here on broadcast.
I only drink Monster Energy.
They did it again. I mean, Ari just wants to play it. I guess that's just, it is what it is.
It looks good here.
Yeah.
It's a good Marcy game because you're buffing up your Luna with Sidekick, you're buffing up the Brewlings, you have your Brew plus Marcy lane that you look very good on. You're going to have a means to threaten the enemy supports on Tundra, so it looks better than the first phase Marcy, 100%.
It's just going to be so easy for them to run somebody down in the lane between Brew, Cinder Brew, throw a little blood grenade, chase him down, throw him back. Like, the chase is incredible. Like, it's really hard for Disruptor not to have to all in the second that begins. And if the carry's slightly out of position or the support's slightly out of position, you're dead.
That's a good point, because that's a very difficult lane for Disruptor. Versus this lane, you need an early boots. You need the earliest boots possible. And you just get a few branches and you rush boots, or you're just going to die over and over, it feels like.
Unless they have like some really, really strong hero that just plays next to him. I'm just wondering what Pure wants to play that would be like that, because I feel like he is going to go down maybe that range route. But I feel like they're both going to get banned, right? The Drow Morph.
BZM gets a chance for redemption facing off against Thompson's Zeus. The puck is banned out this time, though.
I feel like it's going to be a lot harder for Bane to play the game now because of Zeus. Zeus is one of those heroes that just has such long cast range that Bane is good against like melee heroes, not very mobile heroes, because if he makes a little mistake, he's just getting like bolted from 800 range and he never gets to cast the spells the way he wants to.
He also can, like, doesn't have to do with this first early item, but he did do it last time. He still can go Nimbus. Nimbus is going to be great versus Bane Fiend's Grip. They already have Disruptor scouting or glimpsing with like his Q.
It does make Enfeeble really good though. If he slaps Enfeeble on Zeus in the same vein, that's also excellent. Lowers the cast range. You can take the Talon as well. Good against Bat too.
Void bans. So they're not worried about the Drow. They're more worried about the hero that plays. Yeah, just straight up in there.
I think if they Drow here, then they're just going to get run down by the Marcy Brew, because a Disruptor alone versus these two is already suffering, so he needs to be protected by his carry. And I think Drow just suffers the same fate of being run down. So Void would have been good, because you can just time lock out, break the distance. Same with Alec, you can just push out lanes and then pull on Disruptor. That would have been a way for them to play that lane.
Do you think that there's a chance they just Sven again? Because
you definitely
the Luna, they have the Cleave versus the Brew. They'll have protection for the team with the armor if he wants. I mean, I don't know if he wants to play the same hero though. But
They do need a stun as well, much like they did last game. Like they don't, outside of like Lasso into Stomp. Once the OG gets BKBs, they just don't have good like chain disable on the Tundra side. So they need like one more stun option.
I'm like Sven or Lifestealer are the two I'm looking at, but now I see a Kunkka ban, and I think I'm wrong on both.
The thing about Sven, though, is it didn't even look that good last game, really. It felt like it was carried by the Zeus plus ET combo, and they don't really have that here. So Pure has to untilt and play a better early game, because if you're losing the early game versus Luna Brew, they are going to run you down early. You're going to give up these Aegises, and there isn't that much security of your late game being better because you're lacking the ET aura. So you actually have to not die this time around if you're playing this Sven.
Yeah. And normally Fiend's Grip is kind of spooky, but they do have good solutions against it. I just feel like Disruptor is going to glimpse him every single time that there's a Fiend's Grip for the majority of the game. And as expected, they need like a jumper from the mid lane. They go for a Void Spirit. Get on the back line, maybe buy an Ags, kill Zeus, stop 9 class from initiating, kill Whitemon. But that's the name of the game for BZM here.
Almost an identical draft to what they had earlier today, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had the Void Spirit, the Marcy, the Luna, and the Bane, I think. I don't remember what Whisper was playing in this game, I think.
He was playing Brew as well in that game, no?
Yeah,
so was it this identical draft?
It's the exact
same draft. Okay.
As game 1 against Extreme.
The thing is that this Void Spirit is a little bit of a double-edged sword, because while it is going to pressure the Zeus and have a good lane and maybe good rotations, if Tundra make a couple of good moves, there are a lot of ways to kill this Void Spirit and lock him down. And even in that game earlier today where BZM was playing Void Spirit, it took him a while to come online and hit his timing. So he's going to need a lot of help from Ari in this game.
Agreed. Honestly, Seb carried that one for me, right? Like he actually did. So, whew.
I feel like it's a harder game for him though. There's a lot of ways for his grip to get interrupted, Zeus Bolt or Glimpse. So not to mention the Sven or the Centaur. So harder for him to channel good ultis, but his skills are still going to be important.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that Pure, I'm sure he does not want to die as many times as previously, but it definitely can't happen this time because his sacrifices enabled the Zeus to do work, mainly because the ET was there to be the steroid. Here, if he dies that much, Zeus still can't solo carry the game.
No, he has to be the win condition for his team in this game. And it's not a hero that we've seen Tundra play that much, especially at the Elite League. Whereas with OG, even if it's not, say, the clearest Void Spirit game, it's still signature heroes for every player on that team. So you have 5 signature heroes versus a couple of question marks on the side of Tundra.
Can they run back the exact same draft to success in this game number 2? Let's find out with our casters. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. OG versus Tundra, game number 2 in this 2-game series for the group stage here at the ESL 1 Birmingham, if you're from Alabama. Sunsfan here with Cinder.
Birmingham, if you're from...
I think that's in Nevada.
Okay, good. I'm not going to question that. I have no idea, but...
Pretty sure it's in Nevada.
Yep.
Good job, Cinderin.
Yeah, good question from the panel. Can it work again? My verdict is going to be yes, but let us see if Seb can put out a masterclass on Bane just like he did a couple of games ago. He absolutely crushed it against Extreme in that series.
Yeah, but
on
how
Bane.
often do we see 2 good Bane games in a row, Cinderin?
That's fair.
Truly.
And the other question is this as good of a Bane game as that one was? Because while Tundra don't have a direct save for grip, which was similar to the case for Extreme in that game, there are some things that Bane has to be wary about. He can get glimpsed. So if he's ever in vision when gripping, that's a very long-range cancel BZM, by the way, speaking of being in trouble.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's very fine,
Oh, that
Cinderin.
sucks, having to skill dissimulate. That's
True.
very
Oh,
bad.
Pure. Death number 1, potentially. Out of 10, we'll see. Seb gets first blood, so good start for the Bane Elemental again.
All right.
Yeah, they have a lot of cancellations for the grip, like you said. Not just the glimpse. Obviously, you got Lasso and Stormhammer, but Thunderbolt, and then eventual Nimbus, so global cancellation potentially onto...
True. Nimbus is extremely good against Bane. That's fair.
But we'll see. We'll see.
And also, okay, so to look at Tundra's lineup a little bit more, if we consider what worked last game, what happened was eventually they reached a point where the burst damage was just... It was unmanageable for OG. Like, the damage was just too high, too quick. This is similar in nature, right? It was the Sven plus Zeus doing it, and then they had some sort of catch on, in that case, the Batrider. This time they have Batrider and Glimpse and Stomp from Centaur plus Stampede. In some ways, this is an improved lineup from last game in my optic. So, very curious to see if OG's solutions are going to cut it here.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Titan was very good last game.
That's fair.
To be fair,
They are
but
missing that one.
The
for
Astral
the amp.
Spirit, very powerful.
Yeah, that is true.
If nothing else, for the vision. Even when it doesn't do much else, the vision is always important. As Ari going to take some right clicks from Pure. I think he's died less this game than he did last game already at this point. Stormhammer into a couple more right clicks. Ari will fall to Pure.
This laning stage is already looking very good for Tundra. Zeus again off to a great start in mid. And keep in mind, sure, BZM didn't die on the Void Spirit, but Dissimulate is a really tough spell to use well in lane. You generally see players skill 1 point on it just for disengagement purposes and maybe sometimes for chasing. But in laning, the damage is so delayed from when you go into the form that it's actually hard to ensure even range creep CS with. And you can see Zeus maximizing. Oh, nice stun from Pure. They're stacking up for him to get some nice poke in here. Whitemon getting maybe a little bit too cocky, running past the brew. Will hurt him on the way out. But yeah, so far so good. Tundra's laning. Looking to have a nice little head start here.
And BZM, again, will be losing the lane CS-wise to Thompson. This time can't blame it on the first blood, Cinderman.
But the Dissimulate's almost as bad as dying, honestly.
Yeah, what level do you pick that up on? Like 4 or something?
I think the last game I saw from BZM on Void Spirit, he went 2-0-4, so he didn't even skill it in lane at all.
Okay.
I don't... Oh,
Whitemon, he gets brought back into the fray. Whisper looking for the right click. He's going to die one way or another. Whitemon will survive, though. And that is very unfortunate for OG, as Ari will be left to his own devices for the time being. So that top lane, definite Tundra favor. Mid lane, definite Tundra favor.
Yeah.
And then the safe lane here, looks like OG are having a pretty good time.
It's pretty even. Luna might be ahead by a few CS, but there's also a wave and a half coming the way of Tundra soon.
Yeah,
so
true.
I guess this is a draw right now in the bottom lane. But yeah, this just to finish off on this mid matchup, I think this is a theoretical Zeus win regardless. So if you're already in a favorite matchup and you have a player like Thompson who's known to be very aggressive, you put him in a favorite matchup, you force the enemy to skill something he doesn't want on level 1, you bet Thompson is going to maximize and really try to squeeze everything he can out of it. I honestly think BZM has done quite well here to be 17-2. Yeah, I'm impressed. I thought this was going to go worse for him than it has.
I guess the 9th, 8th remnant there. As the 4-minute water runes will spawn, and it'll just be 1 for each mid laner.
Nice. BZM goes down there, gets a bottle of water. Back to mid.
As bot lane, Tomato in a bit of trouble. Blood grenades applied to him right now, and the Firefly continuing to do a lot of damage. We'll get a little heal thanks to the one as Ari is here, disposes the batter back into the tier 1. So nice turnaround from OG as Toby, well, he's a fat piece of meat, so he's going to be just fine.
That was a healing Lotus on Tomato, right? I actually think he might have died. No, it wasn't. Or was... Wait, did Ari TP and Lotus him?
Yeah, I think it was a Lotus from someone else on him.
Yeah, okay.
He's either that or the stick, which I assume he does not have.
I think that was already used. But anyway, good rotation to save him, but of course everything is going to come at a price as top lane now will be completely free for Pure. This is a very easy 2v1 to play as Sven. And I think he will be off to a much faster start than in the previous game. 30-10, he has a kill to his name in the lane. And I think Whitemon will have a lot of freedom to go and stack camps in the jungle. I would love to see him not hang around up here too much, just accept, or rather, just let Pure do his thing. I think this lane plays itself now. And really focus on maximizing stacking there. Triangle stacks have not been started just yet by the Bat. I feel like last game 9 class was already at it at this point. But surely they will be coming sometime soon.
It was definitely more necessary last game.
Yeah, that's true.
With as many deaths as Pure was having. Seb will TP back to the bot lane. And Tundra now on the retreat as Ari looking to pick someone off. Centaur, though,
nice stomp,
will be difficult. Yeah, the stomp was there, but Nightmare into the dispose. Tomato with the Lucent Beam. Rebound will get the stun off as well. Toby will pop the wand. Is it going to be enough to survive? No, he is dead. Thunder God's Wrath was there, though. That'll be used to turn around onto Tomato, so at the very least, Tundra get some sort of trade. 9 class getting all the XP for that. As Whisper taken out by Pure in the top lane.
Oh, Ari gets wrong
continuing
there.
on here. Whitemon TPing in. Seb with 4 stacks of sticky napalm. Flame break on top. Thunderstrike doing a decent amount of damage as well as 9 class finally woken up. Now Toby coming in. Trying to get something out of this as 9 class trying to survive, but the brain sap will be enough from Seb as Toby hoof stomp into the double edge onto Tomato. Here comes Thompson as well. Toby gets disposed back. He will fall. Ari's going to be down as Tomato looking for potentially second death in just a few seconds here. But Thompson now has to retreat. Very low HP, very low mana. As Whitemon trying to retreat into the path of no resistance. Nightmare will keep him in place, though. And eventually will be taken out in tow. So Seb with a mega kill streak as BZM makes his way over, trying to finish off Thompson. That's not going to happen. Tomato, another Lucent Beam. Pure, looks like he picked up the Wisdom Rune. Whisper's going to be very upset about that. And dispose from Ari. Pure's just getting kited now. Rebound not going to connect. Which side of the map are we watching? I don't know, because nothing's happening apparently.
I want to say this was really good for OG, but it's hard to kind of factor in all the variables and what happened there. But they trade Wisdom Runes. One goes to BZM, one goes to Pure. I think getting the one on BZM is going to be really helpful, getting more levels on him. Oh, Whisper, careful, buddy. And I guess the overall trade bottom OG favorite in terms of the number of kills. So slight win for them, I want to say. Whisper gets the 6.
Yep, there's the primal split. Pure, he is completely surrounded by baby pandas.
Oh, he doesn't have a point in Warcry either.
I feel like this is more than enough damage. Indeed, it is. Whisper taking out Pure in a 1v1. That will bring him back in terms of the levels.
Yeah, Pure was doing too well. Now up to 2 deaths.
Yeah, Pure been very aggressive these last 2 games as Thompson makes his way over, uses the ult and gets the eventual trade onto Whisper as Astro Step from BZM onto 9 class, using that Firefly to get to the low ground. This is a 3v1. If they just have vision, they'll take him out. And it's going to be a little bit of a delay, but Ari will claim it.
This has been two of my favorite minutes of Dota that I've watched in the last year, I think. Just all over the place. Tons of awkward moments. Just very entertaining, though. And OG get another kill there onto 9 class. Now, still, the net worth looking extremely healthy for 2 of the cores on the side of Tundra, especially the Zeus, who is pulling far ahead of everybody else. But OG are keeping it competitive, especially the solo kill on Sven here. Very important. Gets Whisper up to level 7.5. Gets him a good chunk of gold, which he might need because he might just die again, back to back.
Yep. Flame break, and now surrounded. Whisper getting some move speed, but he's going to get some more action from the rest of Tundra, who finish him off. Now BZM has to use an Astral Step to try to get away. Nice Aether Remnant onto Pure, and we'll be able to walk away as a result.
Now, Whitemon opted to glimpse away instead of maybe getting BZM on the way out. But still an overall good result there for Tundra. Thompson on the Zeus. 2 back-to-back games. Massive impact so far in this one as well. And, okay, so we haven't talked too much about the guy on your screens right now, Toby. Well, we don't have time for that. Now we're talking about Seb.
Briefly.
Seb will be just dead. Time to talk about Toby.
He'll be just dead, yeah.
So Toby's going to find his level 6 soon. He is having a much worse game than the Brewmaster in terms of level. The net worth is equal between the two, but 2 full levels ahead on the Brew from especially the kill on Sven. But the reason I'm highlighting this is I think Stampede is actually going to be a massive spell in this game. And they have had to wait on that. It's going to allow the Zeus to freely get away from the Void Spirit a lot of the time. It's going to allow them to potentially disengage from some awkward Brewmaster situations. And just for himself as well, his hero has effectively been a lightning rod, right? There's been like 2 or 3 kills bottom on him. But despite all of that, he is still going to find himself an okay game. We've seen this burst from the Sven and the
BZM, Static Storm right on top. Stampede will be used to slow him down, and BZM dies. Nice gank there from Tundra.
Yeah, very well done. The Static Storm reveal to major effect. Seb thinking about something up here, but doesn't even have the grip yet, so has to sleep, and then the enemy team can TP in and probably counterplay, so not even going to look for it, just let him farm. But yeah, you consider the Sven-Zeus combination from last game and the burst they output, put a Stampede on top and let them run freely and just chase you down, and it gets even worse. Defense being mounted here by OG.
Whisper.
Oh, that was not a good
primal
jump.
split in the trees. Thompson's taking the brunt of the damage, and now trying to get away. Flame Break to give him a little bit of space, but BZM makes his way over with the Astral Step. And down goes Thompson now.
Yeah, Stampede sure would have been nice there, but as you pointed out, they used it on the kill in the Static Storm, which I think was a complete waste. So, could have definitely been handy in that situation. A nice kill for OG. The biggest one of the game so far. 7,000 net worth on Thompson. What a huge kill. Crazy that he's managed to make this much distance between himself and the field.
Yeah, that's true.
4 kills, it is a lot, but still a 2,000 flat advantage over BZM on that Void Spirit.
You expect him to go for the same build on Zeus this game? Is there much variation even in this meta?
I think pretty much the same, honestly. Yeah, so he's got the Phylactery, now he's going for the Manta. I think it's pretty... It's not a must build every game, but it definitely is the trendy build. Oh, Ari.
Oh, Ari, you're dead. Tries to deny himself onto the Ogre, but it is not to be.
Yep, Thompson says, how are you doing? and moves to bottom lane.
God, it's like casting with a cost.
Yeah. Shout out to my boy.
Boy.
I feel like I gotta get in one Lacoste
ism.
Yeah, let's call it that. Lacoste-ism every series we cast. Just one. I was gonna say bad joke. That's just insulting. But yeah, bad joke. We'll go with that.
That's fair.
Yeah, or a pun. Just a pun, okay?
Sure.
One pun a game.
Okay.
Or a series.
I'll keep
they're
you
setting
to that.
up. Whisper. If he goes for this way, oh, he's in trouble. No split for 30. Glimpse
He's in a bit
is
of trouble.
range.
Glimpse into the static storm. Again, Stampede
later.
used.
Yeah, a little bit
So they're using it to
unnecessary.
contain him, but I believe the kinetic field was also used, so it wasn't really needed. Like
Yeah,
you said.
definitely unnecessary Stampede once again, but
Just wants to get an assist, you know?
I guess he's just farming the stats. He feels like this one's already over, so it's time to stat pad.
Yeah, understandable.
Buys the Blade Mail on Centaur. Not the most popular build-up.
Against the Eclipse, very good.
Good against Eclipse. It's good against the Marcy.
Yeah.
Void Spirit also will deal some pretty significant damage to himself. Glimpse on Tomato just to be annoying here. Whitemon being a pestilence.
I was hoping that he TP'd in, potentially.
Yeah, maybe if he got a base glimpse on or a side lane glimpse on Tomato there, perhaps he would have. I don't think he would have tried to steal this Wisdom regardless. So this is going to be a 1-for-1 split. And they're letting Toby take this one, which I think is the right call. He's had a pretty tough game on the Centaur, so a little bit of extra experience is very welcome for him.
Yeah, and he went for, I'm sure it's more normal these days, but the Retaliate was taken a little bit later, so his farm has definitely suffered as a result.
Yeah.
Now has 2 levels, so...
Yeah, 4-2-2 is pretty standard.
Well, Lasso in the mid lane, Ari in a bit of trouble. Flame break back, and getting burned. Looks like they will find the kill eventually. 5k lead already for Tundra, so
they are really shutting Ari down.
Much
in this
different
series.
story in this game number 2.
I feel like both of these games from Ari have not been up to his usual level, and it's not because he's playing very poorly. I just really think Tundra are putting a lot of emphasis on shutting him down well. Whitemon will be caught out here. See who gets this kill. Will be BZM reaping a little bit of a reward there. Going for the Kai Assange. Isn't going to help him. This is something that the panel was talking about against Brewmaster. Obviously, status resistance isn't helpful against Static Storm. So going the Kai Assange on Void Spirit is not going to help you in that particular matchup. If you get caught in the Static Storm, you're kind of screwed on this hero. It's nice against the Sven stun, it's nice against the Lasso as well as the Hoof Stomp, but has to pay close attention to Whitemon's positioning to not get caught in that. I wonder what guided the choice of Kai Assange in this game. I know it's one of the items that BZM really likes to go on this hero first. Obviously does have different options. Oh, not again.
All right, spotted
He is
out.
Not having
Kinetic
fun.
field, Static Storm, another death for the Marcy.
Yeah.
Thompson will claim it.
And Seb will probably not make his way home either.
Yeah, he's spotted.
No TP.
And Pure gonna get the Stormhammer off, and we'll get another juicy kill to his name.
So now the question is, how does OG organize a fight that is favorable for them? They're playing against a team that has incredible team fight and disengage with Stampede and Glimpse, and they are playing against a pretty significant net worth discrepancy. So it feels like a one team fight at this point has to come from a key brew split where you get off a good lift on the Sven while he has everything popped. And then you try to isolate people with a good Fiend script or... Yeah, probably just that. Well, we'll see if they try to find an opening of that kind once Whisper gets this Radiance. Obviously, that is a really big uptick in power, but they're just bleeding
He's
in the
spotted
meantime.
again. It's not like the Enchantress that, you know, you at least tank it for a bit. This Bane
Thompson.
will absolutely melt. But yeah, Thompson.
Stampede.
Getting ganked. Stampede will give him a little bit of space. There's the last bit to try to keep him alive, but Thompson does fall to the right clicks of Ari. As Tundra looking to claim something. As Pure will get the double kill across the map, essentially. But still, that was a good pick-off for OG, finally.
They did a very good job with spell casting there. Landing the rebound on the Stampede is crucial for that kill. Otherwise, Thompson will survive. And it would have been another Tundra win. But yeah, it's a good kill for OG to find. the meantime, Whisper will finish his Radiance in probably about a minute.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now, Toby has a dagger coming out, so we've covered. Haven't seen Centaur very much on our screens. He's mainly just been hanging out in the bottom lane, giving a bit of a stampede here and there, but now he's going to play a much more active role. And he has some great teammates to play Centaur with. The weakness that this hero has in a lot of situations is that you jump in, you hoof stomp, you double edge, and you attack, and the heroes don't die, right? But this time you have a little bit of help from a Thunder God's Wrath, and you have ridiculous burst from your team.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, but
it might lead to more. Astro step onto 2 heroes for BZM. Thompson
very
doing as much
aggressive.
burst as he can with a static storm to try and punish BZM, but he gets on the outskirts. Will dissimulate to safety now, but the safety is the arms of Pure instead. That's a 1-for-1. 1-for-2, in fact. 2 supports dead for Tundra as the Eclipse comes out from Tomato. Some good hits onto Thompson, who eventually ticks out. And now OG, you can see the Stampede coming in. Toby gets one last double edge, but dies shortly after Tomato, claiming that for himself as Pure. A very late God Strength is used. Now trying to find Whisper in the tree line. Warcry to give him some extra move speed. Getting Fog of Ward out of control right now.
Oh.
He canceled the Nightmare from Seth?
I think it was Radiance.
Ah, yeah. That is unfortunate.
Off now. So when Seb checks his inventory, he's like, wasn't me, buddy. Wasn't me. Yeah, unfortunate. If that Radiance is off, Seb doesn't die, I think. But still, OG, they swing back. This time around, they got a good bruise split off. They got the angle, and they got the initiation. And this time, they chased down and killed Thompson early. So a lot of what we saw in game number 1 was Thompson freely playing the outskirts of the fights, but this time around, obviously, this is the aftermath, and Zeus is already dead. 9 class for once doesn't get much off on the Batrider. And yeah, a couple of really nice detail there, by the way, with the branch from Whisper.
Yeah,
of course.
true. Well, you just complimented him, and as usual,
he can find his way out of this one.
Yeah,
No.
he will to the grave, if you want to count that. But Tomato and company looking for a trade, and onto Sven would be an amazing kill for OG. They'll take this any day of the week, but BZM on the other side, this should lead to the eventual pickoff, and Pure takes a tumble again.
That's a big one.
I feel like we've said that 12 times today.
We have. I mean, it's because, honestly, this series is just stupidly action-packed, right? This is a patch that we've seen a lot of pro games where we get into this like mid-game just stalemate where both teams are just farming a lot. Not in this series. It's 2 kills per minute, baby. Both games, they just keep running at each other. And now OG are going to capitalize on this Sven kill by getting the first Roshan of the game at minute 20.
Yep, they're getting scanned out. So
very interesting.
Yeah, Tundra are aware of this, but I just no way they're going to get here in time. Not the fastest Roche either, but still. We'll see if Tundra, once this Aegis is taken, maybe they continue with this fight.
Except with the smoke break here on Bane.
Yep, Nightmare is there.
Costing him, but
BZM will claim the Aegis.
Well,
Thunder God's Wrath, Whisper, Static Storm on him. Looks like he's done. Nice kill there for Tundra. As a Stampede is used, Ari with a TP. He's going to get glimpsed back into the Stormhammer. So that's a support kill along with the Brew. Could have been a lot worse for OG.
Yeah.
They maintain the Aegis.
It was a good disengage for the heroes that could. The moment, this is what's so dangerous about Brewmaster, that once again, Fog was talking about this matchup against Static Storm. You just don't have solutions. They get the vision instantly from Thunder God's Wrath, and Toby, no hesitation, Blink Hoof Stomp into Static Storm, and that's just a dead Brew. He's going to have to itemize against this specifically, it feels like.
What do you need to get like an Eon disc?
BKB, potentially, would be another solution.
Then you have to worry about the Ags
disc isn't even
eventually.
necessarily a solution, right? Because the Static Storm actually lasts long enough that the disc can expire, and then Sven kills you in 2 hits. So it's tricky. Good glimpse, but
Dissimulate, we'll counter it, but the hoof stomp from Toby into the double edge.
Oh, wow.
Stormhammer in the retreat, though.
Yeah, I thought Tundra were going to take this
Tundra,
fight.
ooh. Seb does find the Centaur mid-TP, so Fiend's Grip will be successful.
That was a very clean disengage call. You could very much tell that they were, all right, we're getting the hell out of here. We'll sack Toby on the way out. This is probably going to be a bottom tier 1. I don't think Tundra have a way of connecting on this with their current resources and with a dead Centaur. Luna will grab this tower.
Light collector, Syndra.
Oh.
Is that worth mentioning now that they nerfed it?
Not as much anymore, but it was probably the best neutral item last patch.
It's a good meme.
Yep. We love that.
All right, Ags on Pure.
Yeah.
So Superman enabled. As Thompson's going to be spotted. Nightmare under his tier 1. Pure though, with the war cry. Seb takes a flame break. Going to get some rebound action
he didn't
though.
have the Ags yet.
And Ari, he's going to get gone on. The lasso will be his ultimate demise. Whisper popping his primal split. See how much he focuses on this tier 1 tower. None at all, in fact. So it looks like a wasted primal split entirely.
He's in trouble now. He's going to get glimpsed if they can keep vision or just die.
Yep, the Earth Panda in a lot of trouble, but he's got the backup of his team. And Nightmare onto the Sven.
Uh-oh, BZM had to. Oh, very quick on the Astral Step away out of Dissimulate. If they could have somehow kept vision for just a moment and get the glimpse, he's dead. He's been reserving Dissimulate for glimpse the entire game. And yeah, just any slip up there. That would have been 2 deaths because he has the Aegis too. They could have absolutely taken them out twice, but was quick on his fingers to get away afterwards. And as a result, also saves the Brewmaster, who could have otherwise been glimpsed out of form. Tormentor #1 for OG here. Luna with the shard, very effective at this, and Seb,
very good one.
Will get himself a little
AoE
brain
action
sap.
for Brain Sap, yeah.
Not
That
the
used-
best, but
Well, let's be real. That used to be the Ags.
yeah, that also wasn't the best when it was the Ags.
But it's so much cheaper.
That is true.
This is even cheaper than buying Shard because you get it for free, you see? But yeah, he's struggling a bit this game compared to the first series today, where he dominated. Definitely not the same Bane.
He's in trouble.
Takes out the cheese. Gets glimpsed back as a lasso immediately canceled because that's the death of 9 class. Thunderbolt is there from Thompson to finish off Seb. Eclipse on top of Pure inside the Static Storm, popping the BKB and the Warcry, trying to get away, uses his Stormhammer on the creeps to get away. Beautifully done. And now the rest of Tundra on the run as Thompson, or Toby I should say, comes in with a nice hoof stomp, finds 2 kills in the end, glimpse back onto Tomato inside the kinetic field, and Pure finishes the job. And BZM, the last member of OG alive. They have the vision.
What
Not any longer, though.
Beautifully played fight from Tundra. Holy shit, that was good. The disengage from Pure there. Getting away with the Stormhammer. They find the reinitiation with the double hoof stomp. Tomato gets immediately tipped back after his aggressive tip onto 9 class, who died immediately after using Lasso, but yep, they still had enough, and yeah, exactly the best moment here for OG. Now Seb will find Bat.
Yeah.
Go for a long grip here, but
here comes Sven. Goodbye, Seb.
Actually, maybe Pure should have waited another second with that stun.
Yeah, somebody was TPing in.
Yeah, I
and,
think they could have got a bonus kill there.
Well, I don't know if they had vision of that. It is night.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they didn't see the TP, but... And even if they did, they don't know if it's safe to... If it's just one hero coming in or if there's someone else. Sometimes you just gotta get in and get out, but... 10,000 lead, minute 26. This is quite significant.
Yeah.
Actually knocking on the high ground here. Thompson,
pokey poke.
The classic push hero Zeus, very known for this.
Yep, very strong against buildings.
We'll walk in and start going to work.
Has taken it to half HP, so not bad.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that'll do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the typical push in the patch. You cannot go high ground without the second Aegis, effectively. BZM.
Oh, he almost swung there.
He wanted to. Then he realized it is Pure.
Dire's top
He wants to
tower
find
is
White
under
One and burst him if possible.
Yeah.
Don't have info. This is a big moment
That's
for
a
OG.
triple astral step. Oh my goodness. That is the death of 9 class. See the Aghanim Scepter for BZM going to work as well. Whitemon actually TPing out.
Wow.
We'll be
Only
fine.
got 1 kill from that insane engage.
That's crazy. Well, you may be speaking too soon, Cinderin.
They're out.
Nope, you're right.
Scott
For once.
Wow, that is... That looked like it was going to be 3 kills for OG and a way back into the game, but they only find the bat there. Such a fast reaction from the other members of Tundra to get out of there. Finding that disengage. A heads-up play from Whitemon as well, walling himself off and TPing out there.
Man, it looked very... Yeah, the triple astral step looked extremely satisfactory. But it just didn't lead to anything. Looks like it felt real good, that's for sure. BZM.
I see Bane. Seb trying to juke around.
Seb on the run, but
it's a friend over. Oh, that's a long-range
Nightmare actually does get the Nightmare into the Fiend's grip. And Toby, yeah, they get the cancellation eventually, but it matters not. Toby is dead.
Radiant are scanning.
And OG are gonna try to turn this into something more. Flank coming in from Whisper, but it's a bit too late. Will now show on the wave. There is Static Storm. If Sven is in range, Sven and the Disruptor together can kill Brewmaster in a moment.
Pure. They get nightmared, but see the
grip.
Tag teaming it off here. Pure's gonna pop the God Strength, and Whisper will have to get out of his Primal Split immediately, and now he's just gonna be left to die.
Yeah, that ain't it, Whisper.
Ooh, my.
He cannot be happy about that. That is just flat out of position. Insta-punish.
Tomato was initially getting gone on. BZM getting a little bit crazy onto the Logan. He's going to get lassoed in the midst of things. That's just two supports. He can use the Static Storm as well as Tomato making his way over. And you can see Pure popping the BKB, using the Stormhand to try to get away from this Eclipse. He'll do so successfully. Now Tomato and company on the run is Ari. He's kind of stuck in no man's land. Pure and company surrounding him, but it's Tomato who we're watching. He's very low on HP, trying to get something out of his life, but it is not happening. 4 dead for OG, and Tundra coming out on top again.
There must have been a way for OG to disengage better there after the Brewmaster died. I don't think Tundra were in a position to force this fight to happen under these circumstances, but OG kind of gave it to them. Like, maybe you have to cut another hero on the way out, but giving them a flat-out 5-on-4 there, that is not going to end well for you. You're not strong enough for that in this game state, and Tundra gladly accept another offering of 3 kills, and will now start preparing for the Rosh. Now, we're approaching daytime. Well, let's see what's the status on the Roshan.
It's up.
He is up, so yeah, just probably head down to bottom. They already have one good ward placed around the outpost there from 30 seconds ago by Whitemon. So the information definitely there.
That Thunderstrike sure does last a long time with that shard.
Yep.
I have to say. Very annoying to deal with. Did he actually buy that?
He might have. This shard is good. It's real good.
They've buffed it a lot over time.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they got a Tormentor this game, did they? Or is that stolen from OG?
I don't remember. Glimpse. Tomato's fine. Or is he? Lasso.
Okay, lasso initiation. Tomato's in a lot of trouble. Pure with the BKB. He's going to get gripped, though. Has the God Strength up, but that's the death of Sven. Nice turnaround from OG as Toby on the backline getting gone on by Tomato is going to use the Eclipse to try to finish him off, and he does so. 3 dead for Tundra, and you can see Mr. Thompson lifted in the air and brought down. Absolute punishment coming out from OG.
All right, forget everything Tundra did the last 10 minutes to build the lead. It's gone.
That's right.
4 kills in a row. And OG largely get that for free because Tomato was very quick to BKB the lasso. Just heads up, fast play. If this BKB, look to the bottom left here, 9 class, that was very close to not go off. But because it does, Tomato can stand his ground here with the lifesteal. And the grip from Seb lasts just long enough. That fight is just over. 11k lead now down to 3. All of that down the drain, but OG did not go for Rosh yet. I think they'll still be in time, but a little bit hesitant to go for this, or maybe just didn't consider that it would be an option, but yeah, I think they'll still be okay. It's enough time, even with the roar.
Yeah, and I think this will effectively even the game up. And,
oh boy, that is a graph and a half.
Yep, Roshan's banner, yep.
That is a swing of about 20% win expectancy, 30 actually, in 1 minute.
That's what happens when you try to get close to their buildings without agent. Why do you even try?
Well, to be fair, that was not high ground. They were not even looking at a tower.
They were close to the build. They were in earshot of it. They could see it over the horizon. That's not allowed in this patch. You must have Aegis. Thompson.
Are they going to last with Tomato again?
Yes,
They will.
They will. This, of course, would be the Aegis if they find it. Hoof
do.
Stomp, double edge, down goes Aegis. Can they disengage? Do they want to disengage? Whisper with the BKB. No Primal Split as of now, though. Still 4 seconds away. And Pure in the trees. BZM gets a nice Aether Remnant onto Thompson. Pure has to pop his BKB, but there's the grip. Instantly canceled, though, as Tomato continuing on doing a lot of damage, but the Stormhammer onto the Pandas on the other side. But Pure is not going to be able to get away this time. 80 seconds on the deck. Ari will die to the double edge from Toby. You can see Tundra very low on HP now, all disengaging. Thompson on the run. Glimpse, BZM will be successful. And Toby with the hoof stomp, but you have to think that he will eventually be found here by OG. So a 3-for-1, but if you count the Aegis, I mean, it still wasn't great for Tundra, but at the very least, your Zeus lives.
I think the important thing in all of this is the Luna versus Sven matchup is quite tempo-based. Like, there's moments in the game where Sven really overpowers you, but I think Luna has weathered the storm here and is now, as long as she gets BKB and her glaives off, she can stand her ground now, especially with Satanic running. I don't think Pure can kill her anymore. So,
yeah, and I assume Butterfly is going to be next, which Sven's going to have a real issue with.
So Tundra need to start finding a different approach to the fights than going on Luna. 9 class has really been trying to get Tomato in these fights, but I think it's the wrong approach. I think you want to try to find, especially the Bane, just get Seb out of the game. These 3-second Fiend scripts that he's getting off on Sven are really ruining fights for them. So I think Bane would be a great target. Of course, if you can catch Brew and kill him, that's great, but it's a lot harder with the BKB against Static Storm complete.
He has Ags, so it's going to be harder to cancel this now.
Yeah.
It's
My
basically...
God, how does he get this gold? He suddenly got Ags, Lens, and Dagger?
This is Dota, Cinderin.
All right.
These days. Pure had to use his BKB on the retreat. Whisper, though,
not letting him go.
He's going to get glimpsed, but the BKB comes out, and BZM finds the Sven in the trees. 9 class not going to be able to help. So again, Pure takes a tumble. 80 seconds without the buyback.
This is a Luna lineup.
OG can get out. Absolutely.
They get that base tower.
Buys a blink again as Static Storm is used pretty successfully. That is going to be the death of, well, yep, Seb does die eventually. Toby gets off the blade mail, but he's taking a beating. And BZM and company able to get that really easily. Thompson and 9 class, the only 2 survivors for now. And with this building going down, Tomato, they're going to fortify for now, but there's still 2 siege alive. And this is where OG can really do some damage now. The Glaives will have free reign. This will be a Ceterax in the mid lane at the very least. Another fortification comes out, just delaying this. Tier 2s are up for the top and bottom, so it's basically just tier 4 damage, and if they want to try to just force out some buybacks potentially with the throne, but I think they'll just play it safe with that top lane. This will be a quick tower to be taken out.
Is under attack.
So now OG definitely in the driver's seat. Really good comeback for them
What a
this game.
swing this has been. This is one of the more bizarre graphs I've seen in a while. Like, this went from 85% win expectancy to Dire to 85% win expectancy to Radiant within 5 minutes. And this is not like some ultra late game scenario where something like some team got caught out, used buyback, and died again or whatever. This was a 30-minute situation where Tundra just messed up once and paid so dearly. And now Seb with an interesting position here.
My goodness. Grip from the high ground. It's still going because of the illusions. Eclipse is there. Pure is dead. Wow, what a pickoff set up by Seb again. 85 seconds of no Sven. Whitemon is dead. Does have the buyback as 9 class. Able to get out for now, but he's going to be spotted. Lucent Beam with the Conda. Blink to follow from Tomato. BKB from 9 class onto the high ground. They don't lose the vision, though. The Lucent Beam takes him out. OG on top of things, and Seb, a rougher start to this game, but he has come through big time.
He is still, with today's track record, definitely should be feeling confident heading into tomorrow with running more Bane.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Like you said, definitely not as good conditions as in the game we saw from him earlier today, but still managing to find game-winning plays from a bad position on this hero. And this has been Bane's bread and butter for many years, right? The Fiend's Grip is one of the single best lockdowns in the game, and it's always going to be a matter of can you reliably get the channel going. Of course, when you get Ags, it gets a lot easier. We found a couple of moments in this game onto the Sven that made all the difference.
Yep,
now
Thompson in a lot of trouble. Stormhammer's coming for you. Thompson's dead. That's not Stormhammer. That's
correct.
The opposite team, Cinderin. Just keeping you on your toes. Primal Split comes out.
Insta grip cancel.
Yep, Seb inside the Static Storm. Going to try to get away, but Toby's there with the double edge. And Zeus and company will live through another day. Thompson buying back there.
Awkward.
Stormhammer coming in. Look at the cleave from Pure. 2 dead immediately from OG. So the defense will be successful for now, as Thompson was getting gone on by Whisper. Only in his Earth Panda form now. Will blink away. Doesn't have the TP for a bit, but BKB is up and the TP away. And BZM now still spotted by this never-ending Thunderstrike. They will always have vision on him.
He will die eventually here.
Eventually, 9 class will get the better of him. But the Ancient is exposed.
I've seen this clip on Reddit. It was in 2K MMR though. But
the creeps are doing it. The dragon is losing. Tomato's letting them know that their throne is dying. And
oh, that's too good.
Lost in the woods, are ya?
I'm a little surprised they didn't go for the Megas, Cinderin, but that was more entertaining for sure.
Yeah. I understand where Seb was coming from trying to find that grip onto the buyback Zeus, but he was in a very compromised position. And of course, Static Storm is one of the best abilities in the game against Bane Axe because it can hit Bane and the 2 clones, which it did there. But yeah, that got a little bit too crazy, but that's classic OG. Sometimes they get a little bit too ahead of themselves with their good mood and shit.
I think that's their motto. Good mood and shit.
All right. Well, this one isn't over now because of that. I think they, as you said, I'm pretty convinced Megas were claimable in that situation.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
But now it is an exposed Ancient with half health against Brewmaster and Luna. So this is still very, very worrisome for the side of Tundra.
Well, the good news for Tundra is the glaives don't bounce to the Ancient because everything else is killed around it.
Yeah.
So it's really just the Brew.
But a lot of the time when you're defending the Ancient, some hero will be in range of it. And then the glaives are going to start bouncing from that, right?
So the counter is to not be near your throne either and let him try to solo.
Yeah, but then Brew's going to do it.
Yeah, Brew's the problem.
So there are some issues coming their way. Roshan, early spawn, is in 50. And OG, more than likely going to wait for that, just push out the lanes and stabilize, try to get an Aegis on Tomato, and then try to finish this one off. Obviously, a little bit of a wild card with Batrider inside his own base. We've seen it many times.
Potential wild
shenanigans.
I don't know if Tomato's going to finish the Rapier, Cinderin. He does have it queued up.
Love that.
I mean, I love it as well. Do you think that it's needed?
No, absolutely not needed.
Just double checking.
But it might still be the best item.
Yeah, if it was like an even game, I could see it, right? But, you know, a little risky for sure. As 9 class and Thompson will take back control of the outpost. And the question is, can they defend? I mean, they definitely have a lineup that can push out the lanes, no doubt about it. But it feels like every little skirmish or team fight has gone the way of OG in the last 8+ minutes or so.
It realistically comes down to, can you get the jump with Bat plus Sven and kill a key hero? If yes, you can build a fight from that.
Timeless Relic will
Otherwise, probably the X factor is Whitemon getting another 1,300 gold. It is a ways away, but Disruptor Eggs is a game winner.
Yep, that is true. It
Then
always
Brew
has
can't
been.
protect himself anymore with the BKB, for example.
That's where the Eon Disc will come in.
Yeah, he's buying Refresher. It's not Eon Disc.
Ooh, a heart for Mr. Centaur.
It's been a relatively quiet game from Toby, it feels like.
Yeah.
But Centaur often has games of this type, and can't really fault him for the outcome of this. Honestly, it felt like everything was coming up Tundra, and then they just messed up one time and lost their entire lead on flat out a blunder, I want to call it. Or well, also to give credit to OG, it was clutch by Tomato in that instance. Now Roche being prepared. The scouting of the Nimbus. OG going to clear that out, and then they're going to smoke. Now, if Tundra were paying close attention, they would have seen this wave get cleared by 2 smoked heroes. They might not have had their cameras on the wave at the time. Still, quite predictable move here from OG. Let's see if it still catches Tundra off guard. Big item for Thompson inbound. 100 gold to go.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh, he really wants this for this fight.
So close, yet so far.
He's just a little bit. 9 Class is going to block his big camp. Nope, he got out in time.
He has it, don't worry.
All right.
BKB from Whisper. Toby's the only one here, though. Will use Stampede to try and get away. Primal Split activated. Meanwhile, Tomato gets forced out his BKB, actually.
Thompson's in the middle of
they
nowhere.
get the stun onto Thompson in a lot of trouble. He's going to get lifted in the air as well. The Primal Split doing a lot of work as Thompson does fall first. No buyback either. And now Ari taking the brunt of the damage from Pure and company. He's trying to do as much damage as he can before he goes out as Pure. Getting a lot of lifesteal out as well. BZM with the Astral Step is going to take a Stormhammer to the face and gets taken out swiftly as a result. And now Pure and company trying to focus everything onto Tomato. Down goes the Luna, and somehow Tundra are winning this fight. Whisper goes down next. Double kill for Pure. 3 buybacks from OG.
Was that just the blade mail? How did Tomato die so fast?
Well, now with the buybacks, they have to... Do they try and finish here? It's 4 versus 4, but obviously the Zeus being down is pretty huge.
They bought back 3 cores and they can't push.
Well, Roche is up, and maybe that is what's needed. But this game just got really interesting.
Oh my god. This keeps on giving. I mean, honestly, when Thompson died like that, I thought that was game.
Yeah,
He's dead
same.
for 2 minutes, totally out of position, gets killed off. And the only trade they find is the Bane, and they spend their BKBs, Stampede, Lasso, all of it. But still somehow Pure stayed alive with that Satanic. And they overpower the Luna, who will now have an Aegis, but once again, the buyback's not available for the cores. Does open a window. We're going to see the replay here. So Thompson bottom left just way out of position, getting killed off. Pure runs away. Turns around on Ari, forces him out of the fight. Whitemon's dead here. So this is a 4-on-3.
That was a good hook.
I need to see this death on Tomato. How does he die here? Blade mail, and then, oh, I feel like he had like 5 glaives just bouncing between Toby and the Sven. Nasty stuff. All right, well,
Tundra back in it
again. Yep, this is far from over now.
Roller coaster continues.
Did this net Disruptor and Ags by chance? No, 400 to go.
Okay.
Bane BKB.
Okay.